meet you after the show. So baby, come on, so let's go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. Empty bottles on the hotel floor. Blurry vision, but you're hard to ignore. Kinda feels like we've been here before. I feel your energy, girl, I want more. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I meant for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a So baby, hold on, don't let go. I meant for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So baby, hold on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. I'll meet you after the show. Give me a loving.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well.
for more. I'm on a speedway, I'm in the rat race, I've got the G-force on a steel horse. Pedal to the metal, gonna leave you in the dust. Pedal to the metal, but my metal never rusts. I'm on a speedway, hey, hey, hey. Get out of my way, get out of my way. I'm on a speedway, got no brakes, got no brakes. It's all fantastic, I'm aerodynamic on a speedway, I'm melting my face. Pedal to the metal and a foot onto the floor. Gonna keep you dancing till you can't take anymore. I'm on a speedway, hey, hey, hey. Get out of my way, get out of my way. I'm on a speedway, got no brakes, got no brakes. Speedway, hey, hey, hey. Get out of my way, get out of my way. Speedway, hey, hey, hey. Get out of my way, get out of my way. I'm on a speedway, got no brakes, got no brakes, got no brakes, got no
With you, I'm always open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. Throw a salute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all a game to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. Throw a salute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you.
my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. Working praised by its shadow. The sea knocks me out, and now I'm free. Yeah. Hey! The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free. What about if you opened up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
I know we've been losing time, stuck inside my head. Don't know if you read my mind. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my
wanted you. I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Birmingham. After 5 long years, ESL 1 is back. A lot has changed since then. But one thing you never forget in England is how to turn out as a crowd. How could we? It's in our blood. We're in a new era of the game. Who's good? Who's bad? No one knows for sure. But one thing we do know is preparation is paramount. 12 of the best teams in the world are here, ready to show you what they're capable of.
Blind into the back, the Ubers, they thought they could get this 3-0.
And prove that they deserve to join the list of players worthy of the ESL 1 trophy. The fight's about to begin. It's time to brawl.
Hello and welcome to ESL 1 Birmingham Group Stages. It is of course MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you here. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another fantastic tournament on our hands. You heard OD Pixel. It's been 5 years since we've been back in Birmingham. How the hell are you feeling about it?
Doing great, Mike. Glad to be back. It's been a while since I've talked with you at all, so this is a great time. You know, we're back to cast some Dota. We're here to watch some great games, and we've got a lot of great teams on hand for a lot of great prize pools and some really important EPT points as well down the line.
I mean, there's one prize pool, Jonathan. We'll get into it in just a moment. Of course, we have the teams to look into, and of course, fantastic teams. You know the logos, but I'll read them out to you anyway. It is, of course, Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, Bet Boom, Extreme Gaming, Tundra, Team Spirit, Falcons, G2IG, Talon, Heroic, Shopify Rebellion, and OG. Jonathan, I'm very thankful I remember all those names. It has been a while since I have been casting, but thankfully I do remember.
Yeah, I was going to give you congratulations. Like, oh, you still remember all of them. Great job, Mike. And of course, all of these teams are competing again for a very spectacular prize pool here in Birmingham, which we should be able to take a look at next. Split across all of the teams. First place taking home the lion's share of $300,000. Of course, second going 175, third 120, and all the way down. The prize pool is great. You know, it's really important, especially post-DPC. This is where all of your money is coming in from. But the big prize that all of these teams are fighting for is a slot in the Esports World Cup in the Riyadh Masters later on happening. And that's where the EPT points come in, right? So we see our distribution from Dream League Season 21, from ESL 1 KL, Dream League 22, and this one for Birmingham does give you 26,640 in total across all these teams. A huge boon for you to get into that Esports World Cup here.
I like that, Jonathan. The closer we get, the higher the points get. I appreciate that. That's a bit of fun, and obviously, as you said, these points are extremely important if you do want to get to the Esports World Cup, which I believe, I mean, there's a big prize pool going on there, Jonathan. I highly doubt anyone wants to miss out.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I believe it's what? around 60 million total for all the games across. That does include
much
Riyadh
for me.
Masters, but yeah, it's a lot of money, and all of those teams want to make it there, of course. Do have a leaderboard coming into these events, so this is what we have right now. Before any of these points are distributed for Birmingham, already have a little bit of a top 8 forming up, G2IG right at the cutting board, but there's a significant gap with them and everyone behind that 8th place marker, right? Shopify is at 840, so they need to climb out pretty strong here in Birmingham to even make a dent, and that's where a lot of these teams are right now. They need to place really well, because if you don't qualify for some of these EPT events, well, you're just not in that leaderboard.
Yeah, let me be very clear while we still have the teams up here, John. Where the hell's the SCA teams? I don't see one SCA team in the
There's
top
Aurora
eight. Kind of concerning.
on 11, at least. You know?
On 11?
They're not in this event, but yeah, they're 11.
Well, that's fantastic. It's always easy. It's so hard being an SCA fan sometimes, I'll tell you. Well, there you go. We can remove the leaderboard now. Thank you very much. I think I've had enough of looking at it. Well, that's horrible for us, Jonathan. We just never get anything. These damn SCA teams. It just never happens for us. Just never happens.
It never does. It's been rough. It's been rough for Southeast Asia, you know, but at the very least, for our first matchup, we're going to have, it's not really a Southeast Asian matchup, but it somewhat is, you know, you've got Shopify Rebellion, you've got Talon, you've got Yopaj and Akashi. That's something, right? That's something to hang on to there.
It is something, Jonathan. I can't wait to see these boys playing against each other, of course. Like you said, Shopify up against the side of Talon. Obviously, you know, might be a little bit... Of course, yeah. Obviously, with Talon, you know, this team probably looking to be the underdogs going into this matchup. I'd say Shopify should be looking to be the favorites, but I still want to believe in these boys, John, and I know you do, especially believe in the side of Talon.
That I do. They had a rockier showing, I think, in third-party tournaments, like, say, Elite League, which just happened recently. They didn't have Akashi on hand. They had to use a stand-in, but they've got the full force here now. So it should make a pretty big difference for the side of Talon. I'm keen to seeing how much of a difference that makes. Of course, for Shopify, they haven't participated in the most events building up into this one. The latest one they played were Dream League 23 qualifiers, if I recall right. They did pass on a couple there before coming in. So I'm going to be interested in seeing how it unfolds here.
I know why you're laughing, John, and I'll break the fourth wall. For some reason, I hear SPG. This SPG is just in our ears talking, and I don't know why. It's kind of concerning, you know. He's just got that murderous voice on.
Isn't it great? Isn't it great though? Now we do get to experience on hand the legendary Cap staring out in space while SVG talks about things that nobody absolutely cares about, or whatever that Twitch chat emote is. It's lovely, of course, hearing that. But yeah, to this matchup, it's going to be interesting. I think Shopify Rebellion, again, we haven't seen them pop on in a lot of events recently. They've had to take some time off in accepting all of these third-party events, mainly for, I'm assuming, visa issues and trying to secure Yopaj visas. It's a challenge to jump to every event, so we haven't seen them as much as we would, and I'm keen to seeing, you know, just how well Shopify performs here overall.
It's going to be amazing. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, you talked about it, Jonathan, these boys. Maybe they haven't played so much, but that means they've had more time to practice, Jonathan, in private, and we'll see what they've got up their sleeves. Of course, this squad has been looking reinvigorated, I want to say, ever since Yopaj did kind of come into the mix, so yeah, I have a lot of faith in this team, John. I want to see these boys do really damn well. You know, no bias, but I'd love to see them go for a bit of a run.
For sure. You know, I think the additions of Yopaj, Kitrak, and Teal Licor has actually worked out for this team quite nicely. There was a lot of doubts about that major roster shakeup they had coming into this year, but it has looked to be in fine form for Shopify, at least, you know, when considering NA qualifiers and all of that. Still, their opponent in Talon, again, this roster as well has been entirely different from what we saw in Talon of last DPC cycle as well, right? Like, for Shopify, they changed 3 players. For Talon, they changed basically everyone. So yeah, it's a much younger roster. Of course, when looking at Shopify Rebellion for Yopaj, he's been a fantastic mid still. You know, we've been seeing a lot of great performances coming out from him. And I'm keen to see what heroes come in, because it does feel like a few of his heroes has gone out. You know, we don't see, I mean, Ember is still somewhat in, but Mage Slayer got nerfed a little bit. You have stuff like Kunkka still there, and we get to take a look at Yopaj's lovely face. He looks just like when we had that phone call with him at like 8 p.m, Mike.
Yeah, he literally looks like he just woke up. He just got out of bed, and as you know, he's looking excited, Jonathan. The most excited Yopaj has probably ever looked in his lifetime. This guy, he does not express too much emotion. You know, this is him excited, I promise. Maybe not anymore. Bob was right next to him. Be careful, Yopaj. Just look the other way, sir.
Yeah, it's still, we'll see how much Yopaj can bring out and what ideas Shopify has on hand. But again, their opponents in town, maybe a little bit more untested, a little bit of a different team from the last DPC cycle. Certainly coming into this year, it looked like a lot of people would have said Talon looked like a no contest team, but they've proven time and time again throughout multiple qualifiers that they can make it far with this relatively young roster, right? Like you've got Jokam and Chuen. They're probably the big veterans here. Ponyo and WS to an extent as well are fairly experienced. Akashi is relatively fresh. He's had a lot more time in like tier 3 teams. Almost the same with Ponyo and WS, excluding last year. And they managed to ride through. They show some really great performances in Southeast Asia where you've got this burgeoning blacklist somewhat dominating most of the qualifiers, and also as well like the factor of Aurora sometimes coming into those qualifiers as well. So there's a lot of question marks on Talon. They didn't do the best in the last LAN that they did manage to get into, but they also had to stand in for Akashi, and this time they've got Akashi on hand. Akashi, man, you and I first met Akashi when we were in Japan together for an event, right? He was in that event. He was in Grind Sky Esports. He's still a really young guy. He's a relatively fresh face in the scene, and he's been the best part of the teams he's been in. I wouldn't say in Talon. I think all of them perform well, but like his stint in, say, Polaris. While Polaris just bombed out of Div 1, climbed out of Div 2, and then just bombed out again, he was the best part of that team in the last year of the DPC. And I think him showing up on Talon has been a big part for Talon kind of riding up as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You kind of saw in the photo as well, a lot of personality, a lot of character in Akashi, just that kind of mean look he was giving in that photo. It just looks very, very nice. And I can't wait to see this young man pop off here, right? This talent squad, John, I've had my doubts many times, and you like to always tell me how you told me. So I must admit, these guys continue to surprise me. I think they're going to do it again here at ESL 1 Birmingham. And, well, I mean, this first series should be very interesting. I can't wait to see how they do perform.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see just how much they can do. I think the guidance as well, for this kind of roster, which again doesn't have the most experience outside of like Chuen and Jokam, like having Pilai on hand with all of his experience, with all of his insights as well, has helped boost this team. And you and I ran into this team while we were in Manila. We managed to talk to them just a little bit, and it's going to be interesting to see how much Pi can bring out from these guys as well on LAN. Last time we talked when they were qualifying for an event, he said they're not really thinking about the pressure coming in. He knows that's a factor, but they're all focused on playing a bit game by game, day by day. And I think that's kind of the right mindset you're looking for a team that's still relatively fresh.
Yeah. Pilai, of course, looking fantastic as well. I mean, John, what's that restaurant that they love to go to? I couldn't help but notice they went to it again.
Yes, they did. They actually did go to what was it? Haidi Lao. Yeah, the hot pot place that we didn't get into. Yeah, because there was like a 2-hour queue we couldn't get into it. And we're like, all right, no hot pot for those guys when we were in Manila, but they finally got that hot pot. So maybe that's a little bit of a buff as well. Getting a
which I was surprised about. I did drop our names to the Haidi Lao people. They did not seem to care, Jonathan. We could not cut the queue. I could have sworn Dota were big deals in the Philippines. Apparently not.
Your mistake there, Mike. You didn't wait for me to get my award.
Oh, you're going to bring it up this early,
are you? So much.
We're bringing up this early, are we? Look, John X Fire recently won Filipino Analyst of the Year award, which I found very surprising, Jonathan, because I'm yet to hear any analysis every time we cast. So it's very, very interesting that they gave you the Analyst of the Year award, but congratulations.
That's exactly why I hear a ghost speaking to me, your Mike. It's to give me guidance on how to analyze, because I don't know what the hell I'm saying, but I just want to get shots in for myself, shots to myself while we had time here, because we're going to be taking shots at I don't know what we're going to be taking shots at. We'd be taking shots in the arena. I hear there's some good taps there in the arena when the LAN comes on. So I'm sure the audience is looking forward to that. No,
we aren't going. Believe they hired talented people for this event, Jonathan. We're staying home. You can go to the pub, John. You can go to the local and you can have a beer there. All right? How about that? Anyway, SVG has not stopped talking, by the way, but at least I am updated on the other game as well. So happy days. Spoiler alert, the other game has not started.
Not yet, but we should be starting ours in some time. It shouldn't be too long till we jump into that game. Again, coming into this tournament overall, like if you're looking at the heroes, if you're looking at the meta, it hasn't really shifted. We've basically got the same patch with Cavern Crawl, which, mind you, Cavern Crawl is pretty cool. Like the Crownfall event is cool. It's just the gameplay mechanics hasn't changed at all. There are a couple of weird micro changes, and I swear I'm not going crazy. You can only stack lotuses to 3 now, so you can't do the 6 stack of lotuses if a pool is full. So I don't know why that was changed, or if it was hotfix, silently fixed at some point, but I know there are like micro changes. Otherwise, game is fairly the same, and that should be reflected in the draft. I don't expect many big changes in the draft here.
Okay, and I believe that was a segue from John Xfire as well, because we do have a draft on hand, and there we go. Draft is on the way. Talon vs Shopify Rebellion, game 1 of this 2-game series to be played out. Of course, this is the first series of the Group A group stages. Every single series will matter, Jonathan. There's not that many series going on, so you'd rather win while you can, I'd say.
For sure. You know, every single win counts. You want to climb up into that land portion, of course, especially for a team with so many expectations like Shopify Rebellion, and for a young team like Talon, to be able to play in front of the Birmingham crowd would be massive. Again, nothing too strange yet in the bans. See Chen, Timbersaw, see Disruptor being taken out, wondering if Shadow Demon's going to be taken out as well. That's been a top tier ban in the first phases. Maybe something like NP, Primal Beast. Take care for Razor instead on Shopify's end. Again, nothing too strange, but the patch has had a lot of time to cook, so maybe there's maybe a couple of stranger picks can slide out. We'll see down the line. Do love it as well when we get these sort of LAN events, LAN stages, you know, where they're all on location playing these group stage games. You can see the player counts. There are always players with like hand warmers. And it's always surprising to me. You and I have been in studios. We've been in the hotels these guys have been in. It's not that cold to need hand warmers for the most part.
You're calling out the players, are you, John? We're going to save some money.
No, I'm just curious. I'm just curious why everyone has hand warmers. Like even in KL, when these guys were in a hotel, some of them had hand warmers. Like, guys, it's Southeast Asia. The aircon's running at max speed. It's not that. It's fine.
Yeah, I remember at Singapore TI, we had the displeasure of seeing Ponlo, and he was shaking some hand warmers in his hands. I said, Ponlo, you're not even playing. We're not even allowing you in the stadium, Ponlo. Get the hell out of here. I only just thought about that story because we have an actual talented player called Ponyo in the game right now. So shout out to Ponyo.
You gotta lay shots on Podlo. He's not even anywhere right now, Mike. What did he do to you?
The first words he said to me in Singapore is, should we go out and drink? And I said, you're of age to drink? What are you talking about? Go drink some water, young man.
He does look like a really young man. Still, what's not young is this draft. I don't know why I said that. Shopify Rebellion do pick up the Pangolier. That's not a young hero. That's been in the game in almost every draft, almost every patch for a while now. Talon do pick up the Tiny, which we've seen run by Chuan and Jokam to high effect. I think for Talon's end, I do prefer seeing this on Jokam. He's a very comfy Tiny 4 player. Does set up nicely for some combinations with WS. But it does remain open. We've still seen Chuan play this a couple of times in their qualifier games. Tiny versus Pango is a decent enough lane. I don't think it's as hard for the Tiny as you'd expect. You can kind of nuke down, but the Pangolier is still Pango. Swash and Shield Crash makes it fairly difficult for the Tiny to trade effectively or as effectively. So I'm curious about Talon's mindset going into that one. Do you see the rest of the bans? Rubik being taken out by Talon earlier on, along with the IO. Shopify taking care of the DP. Pretty much the top tier meta picks being taken out. I'm wondering if, again, Shadow Demon, Ench, maybe Hoodwink is allowed through. I think those are the bigger heroes that tend to be in every draft. And then you've got, like, Chorus. Lifestealer's been one of the top picks, if I recall right. Stuff like Gyrocopter pops up. Terrorblade's still in there as well for these later bans. So, still a lot of options left for both sides here.
Thank you for that, John and SVG. Talon with one more ban out to go before we can continue. Like you said, I mean, it has been pretty standard bans coming out so far. Of course, sadly, with the Crownfall patch, quote-unquote patch that we received, of course, no gameplay changes as of yet, apart from the small little changes you mentioned with the Lotuses. But hopefully, we will see a bit of a meta shift as the tournament does go on. Jonathan, question before the tournament does go on. Are we going to get a gameplay patch mid-tournament?
It is a distinct possibility. I would say maybe a different tournament would get that honor. I don't know. I don't expect the content patch to be this early in the content patch. I think the actual patch will be maybe into Act 2 or Act 3, whenever that may be. So I'd say give it some time. I don't think this one's going to be as spicy with a mid-patch drop, but who knows? You know, what I do know is, again, we see the Magnus coming out here for Talon. Could be WS's here. You love chaos, Mike. We got a patch drop when we were in KL, didn't we? On the last day of group stages or something?
All the castles were stressing out in KL as well. Like, oh my god, we got to read patch notes. Like, who reads patch notes? Just go and cast the game. You'll be fine.
Hey, we had Purge around, so you know he would read patch notes. What do you mean?
I'm higher ranked than him, John. I'm gonna expose him right now. Shopify Rebellion. Second pick update to go for the Shadow Demon. That was not a joke, by the way. I am higher ranked than MMR, John. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Shout out to Purge. Love you, Purge.
Why are you laying shots to everyone coming into an event? I know it's Birmingham, I think. You know, you're going out guns blazing here.
I was there too, John. I mean, if you wanted some analysis, you could have asked me.
Shadow Demon, of course, being one of the top tier supports right now. We've seen this be a massive nuisance. Great backline save. Great ultimate. The Demonic Purge is massive. The Shard is great. The Ags buildup tends to come out no matter what. I love the Mirana combination on top of that. So you've got Disrupt into Arrow combinations here. You've got maybe looking for a stun setup offlane for Saberlight if they really want to maximize this Mirana 4 to just kind of harass out, but you've already got really good reach into the backline, really great disruptive fights here for Shopify to play with. For Talon, again, you're still riding on this flex with Tiny and Magnus. You can still kind of run either or for Chuen, and now with Zeus as well, that should be Chuen's hero, straight up. So you should be getting yourself a Chuen Zeus mid up against the Pangolier, and that matchup is fairly good for the Zeus. It's still not terrible for Pango, but it's certainly not one of those matchups where he's just going to dominate that lane. And Chuen does tend to go for what I like to call basically the MTD build, you know, with the addition of Conda nowadays, but it's basically the Manta, Conda, Shard kind of build up onto Zeus. So there is some scaling there. You've got a way of blocking the Pangolier now with the Bane coming out. Not the most popular support at the moment, but it does do good work, just in particular up against the Pangolier. Its laning presence can be nice. I'm wondering what Akashi hero they pick to run in that safe lane with Bane. Like,
can I just say,
maybe you flex out the Magnus?
I realize Bane as a hero, as a support hero right now is not popular. We do not see it very much, but I've been playing it quite a bit. Again, Jonathan, and I got to tell you, this hero has felt very good at the moment. I think it's added value as well because you are playing up against the Mirana and Shadow Demon, right? So Nightmare can have that kind of added effect of duking out arrows and things like that. But I just want to say, as a Bane spammer, this hero does feel very good right now as a pos fight. That's all I have.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising it's not as popular. I feel like we've seen a few Banes come in, and it does feel like all of his spells do decently in lane. It's not as insanely winning as it once was with a Brain Sap, but you still trade really reasonably well. Value points and Feeble aren't so bad now. They do some damage, and the cast range reduction down the line is pretty massive. So it does help in kind of control some of these heroes. The Face's Void pickup for Shopify is nice. You've got some really good teamfight control coming in. You don't have the best synergies in Chrono, like not the best sources for damage in early Chronospheres if it does come out, but in that case, Artur is probably just going to sit back and farm anyway. So you should be relatively free to do so. Unless, again, you get some good timings on Talon, like, say, a Jokam Blink to scout around, get that backline jump. The bigger question for me in closing out this draft is really just what Akashi plays at this point. They already banned out the Morphling themselves. You've got an option like, say, Luna, but picking Luna into a Shadow Demon can be a little bit... not the best feeling in the world to have to fight against your own illusions down the line, especially as your farm goes up. So it can be a mild nuisance here. Maybe something like the Sven could be one way, but same kiting problems exist for the Sven, especially into Shadow Demon with Demonic Purge. So it's a little bit tougher to figure out what Akashi would want. For Saberlight, it's a lot more open. Again, you've got a Mirana 4. You can just kind of go for a stun off lane, maybe even DK, which also has been a top tier pick, mainly on mid, but the flex is still there for a DK offlane pick here for Saberlight if you want. If you wanted the Zoo heroes, they're not as popular, but you know, something like a Beastmaster still isn't too bad, or Brewmaster, or Event Mascot here could work out as well for Shopify if it's not banned out.
I mean, it certainly could. There's your Enigma ban being made here by Talon. Final ban to come here against Saberlight. Because Saberlight, he's got that kind of that star potential, right? He's one of those guys where you leave him alone to have a good lane and he can just take over the game completely and just carry from the off lane to you. You've got to take these bans very seriously if you are Talon. I suppose that does kind of go for every core in Shopify Rebellion, to be fair. Just feels like any one of them could carry at any moment, just depending on who gets the best lane. And Talon, they'll still continue thinking about this this final ban out.
Shopify Rebellion.
And it's going to be the Visage, so they are getting rid of the bit of the zoo.
Just take care of some of that comfort that Saber likes to play with. Take away some of that tower pressure as well. You don't have the best pushing potential just with this draft from Shopify. Something like the Enigma or the Visage could have sped that up a little bit. Again, you have something like Beastmaster that could still speed that up, I suppose, if you really wanted to go into that for Saberlight. I don't know if you'd want something like his Lycan off fighter. I don't think it synergizes. I mean, it's kind of fine if you consider Ags down the line, but solely off the back of just chasing and pushing, it can be a little bit tougher. The AM ban from Shopify into the... Okay, it's just a Brewmaster pickup. So again, like Brewmaster Murano lane, we've seen multiple times. It's really nice to play into. Ignite plus Starstorm coming down is a lot of damage to work into. What options does Talon have? There's Lifestealer, there's Sven Luna. I think those are the big ones that just pop into mind.
What about Slark? Can you Slark here? I'm thinking Pos 1 Slark for Talon. Could that work?
It works all right. I think it could work. We've seen Slark interfaces Void, and theoretically it can be a counterplay to Chrono, especially if you're not caught in Chrono. You have Depth Shroud to save your teammates if they're close enough to the edge. So you can kind of play like that, and the direct matchup isn't too bad. Into Brewmaster, the lane's mildly annoying, but it's workable enough. I suppose you just need to ride through that phase. You have some good connections. Slark and Magnus can work together. I think the issue is if you fall behind in the Slark, your farming pace is not going to feel as good, and it could be soaked up quite fast by the Magnus and the Zeus as well, especially considering how Chuan plays the Zeus with his build-up. They'll go with the Luna instead, so they'll just kind of cop the Luna into Shadow Demon. This is a much safer way to go about it. Feels like you can always catch up farm if your lane goes rough. Your laning matchup into Brewmaster is, again, still a little bit rough, considering the AoE Saberlight has and the reach that Kitrak or Teolikor can have into that backline, but you've got stable source of push, good scaling, all of the heroes in Talon scale, but you don't really want to bank on that when you're up against a Faceless Void, so you do kind of want to play tempo here for Talon. The biggest factor for Talon, again, is pretty much this Tiny 4. It all comes down to that blink timing. It feels like every single time we see a Tiny 4, it's just how fast can you get that blink timing, how well can you just greed out in your lane, just get the pull, get your EXP into level 3, and finally play the game at that point, because before that point, it just feels like you're not really going to be able to do as much, unless Jokam catches someone completely out of position, which you really don't expect from Shopify Rebellion here.
No, you absolutely don't, but it should be, again, a very interesting kind of a game, I think, here between these two teams. Did you have a preferred draft, John? Is there one draft that really just kind of gives you confidence going into this game one between these two teams?
I'd say it's a relatively even draft. It's hard to say which way I'd lean. I can see both side lanes for both sides kind of going well, depending on, again, who kind of plays their position better here and who gets earlier level spike in their rotating supports. So on the Mirana and the Tiny, it might be a little bit more explosive for the side of Talon earlier on, but again, late game scaling for Shopify Rebellion, you're going into a Faceless Void. As long as this Luna's not completely out farming you, the trump card of Chronosphere is always something that makes these late game scenarios a lot harder than you'd expect.
Here we go. Game number 1 between Talon and Shopify Rebellion of Birmingham 2024. Or ESL 1 Birmingham 2024, of course. It's going to be an immediate smoke here from Talon. So they will rush towards the right side of the map, see if they can maybe find some wards and find a straggler early on. I just feel like you've got two teams that want to fight level 1 as well. Like, there's definitely plenty of potential for a quick pick-off from either side. Seems like Shopify, though, maybe being a little bit more passive and just more cautious by staying around that mid-tier 1 tower. And well, Talon, they are the ones kind of hunting around their jungle. But nobody's really coming. So lines are being drawn up. They want to go through the dire triangle, it seems. Smoke from Shopify Rebellion now. They're heading right towards that triangle. Well, here we go. Shopify Can they find somebody from town? Like, one disruption into Arrow is almost just a guaranteed kill. If Theolacore can find himself a nice target, the pings are coming out. They seem to be very well aware that Shopify are coming. Up they go, Ponyo, he's going to break the smoke, but they're not within range of the disruption. There's going to be a nice shockwave out. Disruption is in, Arrow does fly out, does connect onto the mag, but Yopaj is getting way too low and he is gone. It's kind of the problem, right? You run into 5 heroes, disruption arrow means nothing.
No. And the smoke of Artur broke right in the river, under the ward. This early ward placement from Talon, kind of using their smoke to plant defensive wards, anticipating Shopify going for that movement, does punish quite nicely. So, pretty heads up from Talon to just be patient, not really cross the river. WS just taking the Watcher and just holding that high ground spot. Find a first blood does end up nicely. You do get the trade of all bounty runes coming out for Shopify Rebellion, so it's not all too bad, but Chuen getting that gold injection is massive. And again, that mid matchup for Yopaj, it's not the worst for Pango, but it's also not too bad for Chuen. It is very mana dependent for him, but he's got some good range. Once Shield Crash is gone, you've got some good right clicks to press down as well. You can get the value point and heavily jump. You just bail out when Yopaj does have a good position, so it should be relatively fine for Chuen here.
Kitrak is also going to be relatively fine, though he is forced to TP back towards that tier 1 tower. WS and Jokam were able to catch him before he had that level 2 mark with the leap up, but quick thinking from Kitrak does allow him to get away. Of course, down to that bottom lane, you are looking at Saberlight getting a little bit lower here to Ponyo. And it is going to be Ponyo and Akashi against Theolacore and Saberlight. Of course, Saberlight, for the earlier levels on the Brewmaster, will not have the greatest time. Like, once you get a few more points up in that Drunken Brawler, things get a lot easier, but for now, it seems as though he's going to have to play a little bit passive.
Akashi's doing a great job just flying some good right-click harass, using that range to his advantage, and just preventing Theolacore from looking for good disruptions to set up into, or to set some saves up. As they catch Saberlight again, dropping extremely low. Still has another set of tangos, should be safe, but you're not stopping Akashi from farming him. There is a massive wave coming in, so there's some good EXP sources here. This lane stabilizes for Shopify once they've got a little bit more in Saberlight, as you mentioned, and especially Theolacore. Like, once he can threaten back with Shadow Poison, it does become a little bit easier to try to play around with Cinderbrew and the chase down. The illusions are fairly annoying, but they're not that durable in the laning phase. They do some good chip damage onto Ponyo, though. But as a Bane with Brain Sap, as long as you're not copying too many right clicks, he's winning out these right click trades.
Top lane, they've got the toss into the skewer play.
Ooh.
Arteezy, he's had no time walk available, he's gone. Oh, that's a beautiful setup from Jokam. It was a toss into a skewer underneath the T1 tower. There's nothing he could do about it.
That's the one play that, you know, you always try to tierize, right? You've got a lot of displacement here. You've got a lot of ways of dragging them under tower, but it's not something you really expect to work. Then Jokam works his magic, manages to find a setup, and does manage to soak into a relatively close point to that level 3. So even more nuking damage, maybe a little bit more right-click trade as well if he wants the value point in the tree grab. Not the smoothest lane for a tour. Toss back again.
He's got the time walk this time, though. He'll be okay. It's just kind of a warning shot from Jokam, just warning him not to time walk unnecessarily. And it's kind of the thing, right? Like, if Arteezy does commit that Q, just to take off a bit of damage here from WS, you might find yourself getting tossed back into a tier 1.
Yeah, and the kill threat is definitely there for Talon. It's also a little bit tougher for Faces Void to be defensive with time dilation, as it does get skewered back, but does have that Q away. Not much Kitrak can really do, like throw an arrow, but doesn't really zone them out here.
It doesn't do too much as the Mirana in this laning stage, that's for sure. Arteezy not going to be feeling too happy here in this quote-unquote safe lane. Not feeling very safe at all for the Void, as Jokam almost having that salve cancelled, but will be okay to get underneath that tier 1 tower as a skewer play from WS. Not going to land onto Kitrak. Seems like they do buy Arteezy a little bit of space, but it's kind of the thing as well. As the levels do go up for the side of Talon, the damage is going to get a lot more intense, and things can get much more dangerous for Arteezy. As mid lane, Yopaj going for a bit of a fight here onto Chuen, does take the Water Rune away from the Zeus, and now the race is on for the other side, but it's already taken. The Theolacore going to ensure that is denied away from Chuen. Of course, for the Zeus, an empty bottle is never going to feel very nice.
Certainly won't. No bounty rune as well, with Theolacore making that rotation out. So nothing to really top up Chuen unless he can cross the river.
That's a lot of damage from Yopaj. Meanwhile, top lane WS was taking a fair bit himself, but is going to be okay. Chuen still hanging around. Yopash, he has another swash up. He'll go for it. Chuen, oh, he's barely going to survive. Yopash, still thinking about a chase, has swash up in 5. But Chuen is not going to risk it. He's out of there.
It's a big opening for Shopify Rebellion, and Yopaj, again, he needed that Water Ruin steal from Teal Liquor to kind of get to this point in lane. It's been a little bit just free damage coming out from Chuen. Having that bailout and heavily jump, again, hard to isolate. The Zeus does actually reset, and with the creep wave pulled all the way back, Chuen's not going to be missing too much. He misses a few creeps under tower, but Yopaj isn't able to clear out the creep wave just yet, so you should try to just stabilize and breed out, but it is still rather back and forth. The side lanes, again, does feel like you're getting away with a lot more right now for Talon. Akashi, after being left alone for quite a while from just watching him, he has managed to rack up quite a lot more CS. Saberlight, again, can't do as much to punish that. Doesn't even go into any points in the Thunderclap. Just wants to be able to play around with the Drunken Brawler. Try to burn down with Cinderbrook, with Teal Liquor as well. Perhaps now.
They're going to try now. The Saberlight, he'll go into Akashi. Akashi already taking so much damage, trying to fight back, but cannot do it. In fact, now Ponyo going to have to try and go for a run, but is certainly just going to die. Saberlight going to be gifted this kill from Teal Liquor, and that's the strength of this offlane. As Saberlight's already handing out the tips. That is the strength that they've been waiting for a while now. It's just finding that combination, finding those levels, and making that kind of kill happen.
That's all they needed. Managed to get the rundown, get the stacks up as well here with Teal Liquor, and Akashi does melt. He still had a great time farming up, but all kind of goes away with those sets of deaths. And that's going to be a faster 6 now for Saberlight as well to have that split ready for a bigger collapses down the line. Yopaj has managed to get the Invis rune.
Nice little freebie here with Ponyo. Ponyo going to make it as hard as humanly possible with the Enfeeble, but not going to mean too much. Like Yopaj almost tricked me there. I thought he was actually going to pop that Rolling Thunder, but it decides better off. In fact, Teal Liquor is going to be forced to take the kill. So there you go.
Yeah, after a little bit of a slower start, Shopify with the levels are finding their openings. Starting to really utilize that rune control that Talon hasn't managed to nail in. It's probably just down to the fact that Ponyo can't really leave that bot lane. So you can't like rotate him to try to steer both, which is normally how Talon plays, especially from the qualifier games we've seen. WS up top.
I mean, no bashes. Oh, Arteezy, he gets it. There you go. I thought he was getting a little bit unlucky there on the Void, but he does get it in the end. Very, very nice. Sadly, Joe Cam just unable to get back within range of that tier 1 to help out.
Yeah, he's just trying to pick up that Wisdom Rune, but does cost him their Magnus. And after a relatively good start for Talon, you know, coming into the 10-minute mark, Shopify again just rocketing up now in what they've gained out of these lanes. Yopaj off to a really strong timing for this Diffusal Blade, which is not going to feel great for Chuen. Every single swash just melting his early mana. They are trying to rotate top here.
They are going to go for an avalanche out. Toss back onto Kitrak. Kitrak is going to get blown up completely. Chuen, and a very nice start to the fight. Joe Cam, he's kind of been left behind. He'll keep going onto Teal Liquor, but of course is not going to be able to get the kill. So Yopaj does rotate and secure a kill of his own now. Each mid laner finding one for their trouble. It's keeping right back Yopaj. He's going to find the refresh room. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a jump in on Akashi. The Luna being completely left alone is set to fall. And will a Saberlight just popping the Primal Split, able to secure the kill. It's that thing with the Brewmaster. In fact, top lane now, WS is in trouble. Avalanche out from Joe Cam will save for a little bit, but not for long. WS is gone, but they'll get the Liquor. Onto Arteezy they go, but Arteezy, he's got the time walk away, and he will be just fine. Kirak will hold them back and ensure they have. In fact, Yopaj now showing up once again. From the mid lane, back up towards the top lane they go. Looking for both supports. With this Rolling Thunder just holding everyone back. Joe Cam still running. Ponyo trying to do the same. Neither support dead quite yet. Looks like Joe Cam should be the one to fall. Eventually, Joe Cam toss away again. Actually finds Kinrak. Holy! Arteezy forced the TP away. He's low on HP. Barely makes it up.
That's quite the back and forth. Still does work the way of Shopify Rebellion, but Talon gets a little bit of room out to breathe. The issue here is that Akashi left solo is not having a good time up against Saberlight at this point in the levels. At least with the split down, he does have a little bit more breathing room. a little bit more space to just farm up, working towards that Mask of Madness to accelerate the farming pace. But Shopify Rebellion, they're doing a great job just playing around these timings. They've got some good stacks as well from Teal Liquor, which you'd expect with the Shadow Demon on 4. Diffusal for Yopaj, pretty much set to come out now. So, again, early threat onto the Zeus, really easy chase down with the Inhibit. Not going to be easy for Talon to play in. This is where Talon's draft, again, starts to slow down. Like, they've got good spikes once some farms formed up, but you've got a Zeus who tends to go for the Phylactery Honda into something like the Manta with a Shard. That takes a lot of farm. You've got a Magnus who's going to need a Blink, who opted to prioritize Skewer, so that it's not as much Empower, not as much farm for him to find in the camps as well, or not as fast at the very least. And Shopify Rebels doesn't need as much. Like, Yopaj with Diffusal, that's it. They're going to smoke up off the back of it.
Yeah, it's just so much damage off that one Diffusal Blade with the Pangolier. Like, this item just never gets old on this hero. Saberlight, I mean, trying to bait the side of Talon to come defend that tier 1. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are going to find Kit Rack, so they will find a Mirana for their trouble. Shopify Rebellion not really reacting whatsoever to that engagement onto Kit Rack. As Yopaj and Thea Lacour still wrapping around through the bottom lane, trying to find themselves a target, but nobody's showing up. Instead, they're forced to rotate back into the mid lane because there is a siege creep and 3 heroes going after that mid tier 1 tower. So they want the fight here up against Talon. Yopaj trying to sneak in from the back. Arteezy also showing up now with the Chrono. Does find the Zeus. Will just commit it immediately onto 1, but it's well worth it if they can find the kill, and they certainly can by the looks of it. Chwen is gone. Meanwhile, Yopaj finding more, has caught Joe Cam. Will wait for the backup to come before securing the kill, but Joe Cam should be as good as dead, and he will be. As Ponyo not making it out either. He is going down, and Talon, they will eventually be punished for taking that mid-tier 1 tower. But to be fair, John, they do get that mid-tier 1 tower.
And the cost is still pretty heavy. Again, the side of Shopify Rebellion is exploiting the fact that WS can't reasonably show up here and get any plays. He doesn't even level up RP. He knows he's going to need the Blink anyway before making that play.
Chwen's going in.
Oh.
Yopaj almost getting completely blown up, but is barely going to survive. Chwen unable to keep up the chase as Yopaj now is being chased down by WS, but will make it. It's a close call for the Pangolier, but the Zeus damage just was not enough on its own.
Yeah, not quite. Phylactery does do a lot, but definitely needs a little bit more. Maybe if someone else could have TP'd a little bit earlier there, but they all just lost that last fight into the TP in.
So Joe Cam's kind of been left alone. Though I say left alone, his teammates are on the high ground waiting to see if they can find an initiation here onto somebody. Yopaj will go for the Rolling Thunder, looking for Chwen. Meanwhile, Ponyo also being controlled up by Shopify. Yopaj holding everyone else back. Will eventually find the Tiny. Chwen now being chased down once again, but Yopaj, he'll cop the RP. Arrow's gonna fly through. Yopaj is gone, but they got the arrow onto the Zeus. Problem is he's by the tier 2 tower. Nobody wants to dive it. Saberlight trying to hold everyone else back here from Talon, but now he's been caught out. Oh, poor old Saberlight. Can he run? Oh, it looks like he can. They just don't have the damage nor the control to get the Brewmaster. But still, overall, a pretty decent fight for Talon.
They get good punishment out onto Yopaj. It was a pretty scrappy fight. It was fairly split up. Talon were holding back. They still managed to save this tier 1. I think that's the biggest part of just kind of breaking this fight up. Just holding onto this objective, having control on the triangle, allowing Akashi and WS to still have a relatively safe area to farm up. Does allow them to scale into this point where you get this Blink RP threat, Blink Skewer back. You're also, again, trying to work into this tiny Blink timing. It's these 2 Blinks that Talon really need to be online. And we were talking about it from draft, but especially with the Tiny 4, it kind of hinges on that Blink before you can start to make some plays here.
Look at the aggression here. John Arteezy, he's got Chrono back off cooldown and automatically just rushing with his team throughout the bottom lane, trying to find himself a target. Problem is the movement does eventually get read anyway, so WS not going to get caught with his pants down, but I appreciate the fact that Arteezy is joining his team this early with the Chrono off cooldown every time, just to ensure he gets some utility out of it. And it certainly has been working so far.
And it has. They are still building up that lead here on Shopify. 4K up, 7-12. You're having a great time across all the cores. To be fair, Talon cores aren't falling too far behind outside of WS. He has been having a bit of a slower game, but he does have that Blink we were talking about already up and running. So looking for something with a smoke here for Ponyo and WS. Sneak around still from Shopify, though.
Could they find the Luna? Akashi, no, he's narrowly going to avoid it. Instead, they're going to find Joe Camp, who does go in back to break the smoke, and, well, eventually should just be dead. There's really no escape from this one. Nice little kill for Saberlight this time around, and, well, they are going to still move in to try and pick off Kidrak and find themselves a bit of a kill. Saberlight's going to get Bean's Grip, though he does have the ultimate available, but he needs time to pop it, and he will not have it. The Nightmare, or rather the Fiend's Grip, does end up paying off. Nobody from Shopify was able to punish, so they are going to try, but now Yopaj gets caught out. He cops the RP. Disruption will save for now as Arteezy. Oh, no! Oh, he whiffs the chrono, but it won't really matter anyway. Yopaj is down. WS will survive. Thea Lacour is gone. And something tells me Arteezy is going to be on Reddit today, John. Something tells me.
I mean, it looked like it was on edge. You know, it looked like it should have connected to that mag, but just doesn't quite clip. WS manages to just...
It happens.
Use that positioning right. Yeah, they capitalize on it on Talon. That's basically your two supports being traded away for two big core pickups here from Shopify. Taking away the threat of Chrono from Artur as well. Opens up these next few fights for Talon for the next minute and a half. So they're going to be free to just kind of force things out without worrying about that big team fight control. RP is going to be up faster as well in comparison to that Chrono, so you're going to have a window of opportunity there for WS to play. And you can get some build up on Akashi, working onto that Manta. Not too far off it for now.
We're
So
just
we
looking
have
at
a little replay there.
We do have a little replay. We also have Yopaj getting jumped as we speak. Yopaj is gone. They are doing a very good job of shutting this mid Pangolier down, I'll tell you. That is the 4th death for Yopaj this game already. And now props to Talon, John. They continue to find this man.
Well, they are. They know that the Pango wants to play aggressive again. He doesn't need much beyond that defusal, so he's been wanting to capitalize on it. Takes really aggressive positions on the map. He's giving more room to Saberlight and to Arteezy to farm, which is fair. Again, you scale really nicely with a Faceless Void. A few more items on Saberlight can be very detrimental to Talon as well, especially down the line with something like the Aeon Disc. That's something Saberlight can start to find himself into, build into. Then it becomes a lot harder to just stop that split, which is really big nuisance factor for Talon outside of Chrono here. So we'll see if this investment pays off, but he is copying it on Yopaj. Is working towards a Mage Slayer into the Ags. Mage Slayer doesn't seem to be too far off. So a little bit more durability, more ways to take down the output of Chuen. Chuen, for his part, he's got his Shard. He's going into that Manta. Down the line, maybe the Conda comes out, and then the Moon Shard. And then you're pretty much happy. It does give a lot of value to the Shadow Demon, but yes, you don't really want to hold yourself back for just disruption. So I guess that's one thing.
Yeah. A bit of a cheeky scan out. We'll catch Kirak with that scan. The Talon looking to perhaps go for a bit of a bottom tier 1 tower play, if not just find a pick off here with this blink on WS. The blink skewer into the RP, certainly a very easy way of killing off somebody, but nobody will show down to that bottom tier 1 tower. Instead, Joe Cam getting caught up at the top lane, but can TP away. Very nice quick thinking. See, neither Saberlight nor Yopaj would have had a way to cancel that in time had they popped their ultimates. Meanwhile, WS still having a look around for a target here with this RP. Saberlight's going to TP over, trying to start a fight. He does have the Radiance up now on the Brewmaster, keep in mind. But ultimately, seems as though Talon not quite interested whatsoever in forcing a fight in that dire triangle. They will just retreat.
Yeah, you need to just stay back, play around their vision. They don't really have aggressive vision here on Talon. It's all defensive, even on Shopify as well. So, not really the ideal position to force that fight out for Talon. They're also really close to this blink on Jokam. It's already just up. This would be the moment to start to go hunting now with that initiation on the Tiny, relieving some of that pressure on WS. They're trying to rotate with the Moonlight.
Fun fact, by the way, had Chuen not pump faked, he would have actually killed Arteezy with his ultimate. He actually had enough damage the first time around. But he did pump fake and, well, what can you do? Obviously, he had no idea how low Arteezy was at the time. Anyway, rotation here from Talon. Not amounting to much, though. They're just hanging around that mid-tier 2 tower, hoping somebody will show up to go for the creep wave, but it seems like Chuen's going to make it pretty obvious he's hanging around the area anyway. It seems like Shopify Rebellion, in the meantime, more than happy to just stick around Arteezy, ensure the Void is continuing to farm. Obviously, you do have the super late game scaling here with this Faceless Void. And ultimately, Talon, for all the time being used up in the mid lane, all they're going to find is a top tier 1 tower.
Yeah. They're getting some important map space, I suppose. Like, if they want to force out Roche top, at least without the tier 1, you've got a slower TP point in the outpost. Smoke out, RP.
WS, no hesitation, right in with the Fiend's Grip from Ponyo. The alley-oop onto the Vayne. Theolacore trying to get out as well, but Chwen's on the chase. And it looks like he might just have him. In fact, he needs a little bit more, so Jocam jumps in to get the job done. Meanwhile, Sableye goes in with the ulti. Chrono out from Arteezy. He's found 4 targets. They'll take WS down first, but can Arteezy survive this? He'll go onto Chuen. He'll time walk away. Still chasing onto the Zeus. He does catch him. There's now Jocam is still continuing to try onto the Void. Akashi trying to man up, but Arteezy just continues to time walk off all the damage. Never dying here in the Void, even getting tipped by Theolacore. Onto the mid-tier 1 tower they go.
And Saberlight really opened up that fight. The Chrono is nice, but it's the follow-up Hurricanes coming out from the Brewmaster that really ruined Talon's day. You miss out on a few opportunities for Akashi to just dish some damage out, and just kind of falls flat. Great comeback from Shopify. Pumps them back into the game. Number 1 net worth now for Artur off the back of that. With the Mjolnir going into BKB, can be a lot more secure in these fights. Makes it a little bit harder for WS once these BKBs are up. Right, WS and Ponyo have to kind of make a choice now. Do you pop all your debuff immunity piercing spells to just hold down the Pango before you can roll? You kind of have to save one now to catch out this Faceless Void and stop the Chrono. Like, you've got a lot to worry about for Talon if you're not able to open up these fights in the proper way. And we've seen from them before, they're not scared of popping RP into Grip, just 2 ults for 1 hero, but with a Faceless Void in the equation, with a BKB coming out, it's just not something you can fully commit into anymore.
It can be very, very challenging, that's for sure. And I think Talon are realizing the hard way they'll have to sit back for a little bit and kind of maybe come up with a bit of a different game plan. But I say that, there is going to be an Orchid being built up on WS, and he does now have it. And of course, Jocam immediately buys out a smoke, seeing that. And it seems though they want to put it to use immediately. I mean, there's no counterplay for the Orchid if you do catch out the Void. So Arteezy has not built a BKB yet. He's in the process. But in we go. Sablelight's going to show himself. He's also a great target to aim down with the Orchid if you can. Problem is, his whole team is behind him. This could be a really problematic fight for Talon. If they're not too careful, they'll commit the RP and the Fiend's Grip right onto the Brewmaster though. And they will secure a very nice kill into a second. This Theolacore will also go down, and they will cop no punishment for this.
I mean, you don't have Chrono ready yet on Artur. He wants that full BKB up first. So he's going to sit back. Is inching closer towards it, only about 600 gold, 500 gold away. So not too far off. Talon making use of the openings while they can find them. It does leave them without RP for the next fight. It does leave them without Grip as well. And really, the Grip's the big one. They do spot out Artur, but they're also under vision here.
Not trying. Arteezy will go for a time walk away. Looks like he's going to be just fine. Shopify, they are waiting around just to see if Arteezy does get caught, but without the RP of the Fiend's Grip, it's going to be pretty much impossible to kill off the Void. Problem is, Arteezy's about 100 gold away from the BKB now, so you can still kill him through it with all those abilities, but it is going to be a little bit more challenging. Though Talon, they are prepped and ready to try and force a fight. But is it really worth it with all these ultis down? Arteezy, he'll show himself again. BKB on the courier. Sablelight's going to jump in, though he's jumped into 5 heroes. And Sablelight, no, he gets the primal split off. He's fine. And now the Chrono. Arteezy, he's locked down the Luna. Oh, Akashi is gone. So is Ponyo. Jocam's going to go for a run, but there's no running. There is no running, Mr. Jocam. He will eventually fall to the Void. And I'll tell you, John, I've got to ask the question. What would Talon think? They're still going. Chuen. Chuen's not out either. WS? I'm sorry, Jonathan. I've got to cast the fight. WS is gone. Full team. Go on, John. What were you trying to say?
I don't think they expect just the Brewmaster to blink in with no vision there. There was no vision at all from Shopify. They had a sentry, they had an obs here from Talon. You don't expect the Brewmaster to just jump in and have the Pangolier fully commit to the role right off the back of that as well. But they got the angle in, they catch the heroes clumped up. They had a good sideboard here as well from Shopify, indicating that they'd be hanging around that area. So this ward by the Lotus Pool spotted out the Zeus illusions just hanging around, walking down this lane. They know they're going to be hugging the side of that from Shopify Rebels off of that info. And they capitalize on it. And Talon, again, it's not a move you expect, but with this really sneaky ward giving some information you can kind of make deductions off of, does allow that really aggressive play, and you just don't have enough. If they managed to burst down Saberlight before the split, that fight could have been a little bit different. You might have been able to split up a little bit more, prevent the Chrono from coming in effectively this time, and try to turn that fight around, but just enough HP there on Saberlight to survive through and just have all of that util come in post-Chrono.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic initiation from Saberlight, and his spidey senses were tingling, Jonathan. He makes the jump in blind, and he knew exactly what he was doing. We'll see a replay here. You see that Saberlight. I think he may have seen Joe Camp for a second. I think that may have been what it was. You see, the follow-up was just perfect. Shopify, they saw all the bodies, and they thought, well, screw it, I'm going in. Beautiful initiation.
Yeah, pays out massively. 10k lead for Shopify now, 15 to 23. And Talon, their lineup, again, it scales nicely, but they are somewhat farm-starved. You know, like Chu-En, WS starting to lag a bit behind, only Akashi kind of matching with the rest of a higher farm course on Shopify. They'll try for Chrono now. There's no threat of... They'll try for Roshan. There's no threat of Chrono or the split for a little bit, but it's coming up shortly. It's not the fastest Roshan in the world here. Do have RP and Grip, though, along with Eclipse, so they could try the counterplay on Talon.
There's 10 seconds for Chrono. Split is now officially up. Roshan's very low. They're going to have all these abilities ready for the Roshan attempt, and I say attempt, I mean Shopify's attempt. This Talon, they will hold back. They'll sit in the tree line and wait for the right targets. Every single spell, apart from Moonlight Shadow, is now available. Rolling Thunder, not used yet by Yopash. In goes Arteezy. Arteezy will start on the Roshan. Talon, it's their choice. What do you want to do about it? They'll scout it out, so Arteezy will leave. Chu-En trying to wrap around through the Roshan pit, it seems. RP, oh, they've got him. They've got the Void. Arteezy is gone. Joe Cam's in. Avalanche is out, tosses up on Saberlight, but he'll get the split off in time. He'll make his move in as the buyback is up from Arteezy. He'll rejoin his team. Come back for the Roshan attempt as Akashi already popped his BKB. He needs to get the hell out of it. It's not safe. The Chrono's out. Cancel the TP for Akashi.
Oh, man.
He is gone. So is Joe Cam by the looks of it. That'll be 3 for the price of 1 buyback from Arteezy. But it's well worth it, of course, for Shopify Rebellion, as they will have dibs on Roshan.
And they'll have that secondary life to cover Artur's buyback. Really great reads out from Shopify, just holding this position right by their outpost, forcing Talon to play in. This Moonlight Shadow has been causing a lot of issues for Talon. Just the map coverage you need to spot these movements out, it gets a lot harder. They're having again, it's taking so much commitment from Talon to find these kills. It's an RP into Grip. Like, all your BKB piercing spells have to fly in, and that just leaves Yopaj with a free time to roll. It leaves a lot of window for Saberlight to just do what he needs to. He's got the Manta now, so the Orchid's not a massive threat as well. It's just difficult for Talon. It feels like if you can, you've got to start these fights instead with Jokam. Just go on with Avalanche Tossback, try to get at least 1 chain control off, but not all of it. You can't commit the RP and the Grip anymore for these plays. Like, it leaves the wider team fight for Shopify, and they've been doing a fantastic job on capitalizing every single time.
This is very, very challenging. Like, who do you decide to get? Like, the Brewmaster, the Void, the Pango. There's just too many options. Too many hard decisions to be made here by Talon. Shopify Rebellion continuing to abuse this, what appears to be a bit of a draft advantage here in this game 1. Shopify Rebellion through the bottom tier 2 tower. Arteezy will do this on his own. Confidence with the Aegis up, of course. There will be no kind of rebuttal here from Talon. They'll just let it happen. Top lane, however, they may get caught. Akashi, Saberlight jumps right in. He wants to find WS first, but instead they're going to find Ponyo. They've completely left the Luna alone. Instead now finding the Magnus. WS Not going to be able to survive. Will go down. Akashi at the very least does make his way out, but he is now without his mag and without his bane. It's not a very good feeling.
No. And those are really the targets you need from Shopify anyway, to find. Like, take away the RP, take away the grip. And Talon are left with very little to play with, just like a toss-back play, which follow-up just doesn't feel that great without these two other heroes. You don't have any openings for Talon, just sit back, farm. They're going to lose a lot of map space. Shopify should be able to find additional tier 2s with this remaining time in the Aegis.
They do blow him up. I mean, it costs them a lot. Costs them the Eclipse, costs them everything from Chuen, but they do blow up the Brewmaster.
It's a nice take. I don't think it really fully stops the shove in, but it does stall for time. Respawns are coming out in Talon. Arthur is still set to find a lot of damage on this top tier 2, if not find it outright. Does look like they're setting up for just taking it. Neopod just cutting through. And for Talon's part, well, they've got RP and grip again. They did take out the Brewmaster if they want to take this, but 2 lives in R2 easy does make it tough. Again, it's like, it's the stacking of spells that's difficult for Talon here. I just feel like they need everything to be on top at once. And you can only really do that to 1. At least the grip only onto 1, so easier said than done here. Only 1 outer tower left for Talon. Aegis again still up for 2 minutes. See how much more Shopify can get.
I mean, they're more than happy to just sit back and relax for now by the looks of it. I mean, Arteezy's still about minute 40 left on the Aegis. Almost has the Skadi up though, and I think that's what he really wants before they get going. Let's pick up the full Skadi here for the Void. Make life even more challenging for Talon. Smoke is out. Shopify Rebellion, they are going to just smoke through the mid lane, see if they can find themselves a nice target on the side of Talon, and it seems like Shopify heading right towards the bottom lane where they are going to see the lunar illusions. Sableye going to kind of reveal himself. Meanwhile, Arteezy top lane, he does have Chrono available, but he is by himself. The temptation might be too strong though, but no, he will walk away. Meanwhile, Yopash still on the hunt for Akashi, but Akashi's into his base now, so he's fine. Nobody will get caught.
Smoke out.
5-man smoke from Talon now. This could be big as well. Without the Void around, this could be a very hard team fight for Shopify, especially if Sableye gets caught first. They'll make the jump in with the Orchid out. Sableye getting blown up completely is down. This Kitrack now trying to leap away and just jump the hell out of there. The Thealacore, he's going to jump back in. Meanwhile, Arteezy, he got caught by a Nightmare. They've got the Fiend's Grip if they need it. They've got no Void to play with them. Arteezy's being held back. Ponyo's just holding him down the whole team fight. Yopaj will eventually cancel off the Fiend's Grip, but they'll lose more than they anticipate. Sableye, he bought back for this though. He might find Chuen, but no. Could not micro quick enough. And that was all Ponyo. Ponyo, he Nightmares and Fiend's Grip the Void as the rest of Shopify were trying to fight. And so they will lose a Brewmaster and force a buyback for basically nothing on Talon.
And that's what Talon has needed to do this entire game, right? Like split up their spell usage, isolate one RP.
They've got the Void.
Oh my god.
I mean, you kind of talked about it, John. They're using these spells, separately now, and it's working.
That's all they need to do. Just isolate one, and that's Artur with a dive back respawn as well. Off the Aegis expiring. So you have a lot of time here for Talon to play. No split available on Saberlight anytime soon. Should be able to find possibly at least a tier 2 here for Talon and try to bounce back the game. 20-29, 7k lead still up for Shopify, but Talon aren't completely out of it yet. And they've got the full Conda on Akashi. That Lucent Beam spam is highly annoying, especially to level 20 Talon up as well. He's got room to grow, maybe disassembly into Satanic to counteract the Skadi, play more with Moon Waves active as well with a Shard, and they're just going to try to force high ground to Luna. And they've got some time. Again, they know Split is down, they know the Void's down, but they'll play it safe. Creep Waves were being cut by Saberlight. That should put a dent in Talon's plan at the very least.
Absolutely. Tier 3 tower, the first one of the game, already going down here for Talon. A swing in this game number 1 for sure, to say the least. Still 43 seconds without the Void, but Talon, they are kind of retreating. Hopefully just to wait for the creep wave, but it seems like the Manta illusions of the Brewmaster are just going to hold the creep wave back, so they're just not going to risk it. So just the tier 3 tower. No racks to be taken. And so the Void Death at the end of the day, it doesn't cost them as much as it should have.
Doesn't cost as much, but it still does give Talon a lot. Like, they force out the refreshed glyph usage there after the tier 3 faults. So now if you do lose that next fight, say you lose Roche Control, which comes out in about a minute, we'll see that respawn into a high ground defense. Talon's just going to be able to clean up with Luna. Like, that is something that happens really fast with this draft. Akashi is going for his own Scotty by the looks of it, so he wants his own stat padding to come in, a little bit more healing reduction as well. Shopify, they do have Chrono ready. They do have Split ready. They've got the smoke out here.
Oh, it's easy. No, again, you got to watch out for that Bane. Ponyo, if he catches you without the BKB, he could just control you for a solid 10 seconds, and there's just nothing you can do about it if your team's not there to help out. Disruption is there. They have caught Jokam, but a skewer back from WS is going to ensure they have caught Thea Lacour instead. Sablite's going to pop the Primal Splitters. Now the Chrono is out from Arteezy, but the Fiend's Grip, it's going to hold him down. Where's the cancel? It'll finally come out with the RP. It's going to hold down the Void. Arteezy, he'll time walk away for now, though, and does retreat, does reset, as instead Talon, they're the ones falling. Ponyo, he does go down. Chuen, he's gone a bird. Onto Akashi they go. They've loved themselves a Luna, but Arteezy is dropping low to Jokam and does go down before he does take the Luna. It's still a great team fight for Shopify Rebellion. You do lose the Void, but it's not the worst fight at all.
It's not the worst fight in the world. You do force out the big spells as well. Can Talon this time being a little bit more disciplined with her spell usage, at least gives himself some time to breathe, managed to find a couple of trades. Roche is up, but neither side can really capitalize until the respawns are here. So that's maybe a little bit better for Talon in comparison to Shopify, although...
Oh, not Yopaj. Oh boy, Yopaj has been caught. He does try to run, but he's actually going to make it. Yopaj is fine for now. In fact, there's a turnaround. We've got a live team fight going on now. WS has been caught out. The Yopaj was the initial jump, but now WS, he is the one to get caught. Just not enough damage to take down the Pangalia that quickly, apparently.
No, just way too tanky. You don't really have burst output on WS. It's, again, more about utility here with his own Orchid and just the Blink BKB. No real damage coming out there. They will lose a tier 2 last outer tower for Talon being taken out. Jokam still playing tag.
Yeah, he's still trying to catch this Pangalia. I'm not really sure what he's expecting. I mean, you do have the Thunder God's Wrath from the Zeus, I suppose, so you do have that kind of added damage if you do find the initial Avalanche toss. I suppose it was a decent attempt. He only really got the Avalanche off, to be fair, so... You know, we never know what could have happened.
I have to give props to Saberlight here. A couple of times in those fights, he's been doing some cheeky stuff, right? Like that earlier blink on the edge of vision. A while ago, he blinks into the skewer of WS to just ensure that they can get the chase down damage to kill him off in that mid-fight. And he's been on point this game. Scouts out the rush for the team as well. Get started on that Talon. They are smoked up in the area. You do get the scan off. The roar is there as well, so they can try to punish.
They're going to try. All spells are up once again. This could be a great team fight for either side. Zartezi cannot get caught first. It is not going to be a fun time for him. Though he does have buyback at the very least, so we could have a repeat of last Roche fight. Yopaj, he will go with the Rolling Thunder. He'll break all the smokes. The Primal split out as well. Jokam's trying to rush in for the Roshan steal. There's the RP as well. Locked into the Roshan pit is the Void, but nobody's got the Aegis. In fact, Easy. He's the one to pick it up. There goes Jokam. There goes WS. And it looks like the rest of Talon. They just need to run. It is not safe. Ponyo will try and TP away. He will make it. But they have left Chuen behind. That is a much, much bigger target. And now Shopify, they can look to force some buybacks.
That they can. They do have those buybacks ready on Talon at the very least. A little bit of a cheeky play from WS. TP's onto the outpost, goes through the gate, tries to go for that RP play, but just doesn't manage to get the timing. Didn't manage to pop the BKB on as well to try to get the Roshan for himself. Misses out on that opportunity. Great reflexes once more from Shopify here. Take the Tormentor out. No outer towers left. High ground threat is real. Okay. They lose Kitrak. You know, it happens. We had to have someone die to Tormentor.
Luckily, nobody saw it anyway, John. We've got a replay going on, so it doesn't matter. Nobody saw it. It never happened. Kitrak died in that team fight. The replay didn't catch it. Don't worry about it.
No. That's all it is. One
Top two,
fourth
three
forced
down.
out, 10-second respawn. You're going to have at least skewer back, toss back plays on the high ground, so it's still not as clear cut for the side of Shopify. So you still have some counterplay and talent that just gets harder and harder. We're reaching that point where, again, Chrono is going to be a big nuisance. You've got a lot of utility on Saberlight. You've got scaling damage starting to come out from Yopaj with his Disperser up. Really hard to chase down as well, as we've seen with that inhibit. And for Talon, their tools are still there. Like, you're seeing Ponyo trying to work into the Ags. He's got a Philostone to help soak up that gold as well. Has a Psychic Headband with the Aether Lens for a little bit more reach. You've got Chuen going back for the refresh, so wanting more spell output rather than right-click instead of like going for the Conda into the Moonshred. We tend to see just a little bit more spell casting for Zeus, which is fine. I think that is much more necessary here. There's not a lack of right-click here for Talon just yet. But Shopify, they're in control. They've still got 2 minutes 50 on the Sages. They've got the Butterfly for Artur in 60 gold. You don't have easy ways of piercing right now. Akashi queuing up the MKB, but it's a long ways off from that in the Satanic. So you've got all your bases covered. Heck, even more durability as well for Saberlight with the AC fully up. So even that output from Akashi is going to take a lot longer to bring forward here. Shopify, they just need to find a way to pierce high ground, and they just need to respect that repositioning, right? Just don't get tossed back into skewer back, and you're pretty happy here in Shopify.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've seen how hard it is anyway. Like, even if you get the toss back into the skewer, as long as Saberlight and Yopaj or Arteezy, as long as they're out of that, chances are they will be okay. Because you've also got the Blink Dagger up on Thea Lacour now, so you do have the Blink into the Disruption play if they do get caught with their pants down. It's Talent, they are just stuck on the higher ground for now. There's not really much for them to do. Akashi is still top of the net worth board, but doesn't really mean too much if you're stuck on the high ground anyway. And it's kind of the thing as well against the Void. Like, the Luna might feel okay, but the Faceless Void just always feels like it's outscaling it at some stage of the game. See if Shopify do want to try and force something in the next minute and a half with this Aegis timing. Like, do you really think they just let it go? Like, if there's no opportunities that show from Talon, do you just let it expire?
It's not ideal. At the same time, again, they're showing a lot of respect. I think they're seeing how Talon's been playing. It has felt a little bit jumpier, right? They take these smoke opportunities to go out, to go hunting. Sometimes it lines up, sometimes it doesn't. It looks like they might be going for that now. The smoke being picked up by Ponyo. So this could be that moment where it's do or die for Talon. Like, if they lose out in this next fight, and they still have some buybacks left. In fact, they have all buybacks left, but the high ground defense gets harder if they do commit fully with, say, the RP and the grip. And see if they will consider a smoke. Maybe as the Aegis expires, they're going to look for that opportunity. And they do have enough for Akashi to buy out a new item. It's just that, again, he needs buyback as well. So, not going to take that risk. And Shopify can just choke them out, keep all the waves shoved in, have control over all the camps, get that farm going. Working towards the refresh for Artur coming on later down the line as well. So double Chrono, double BKB, going to cause a lot of issues for Talon. But I do appreciate the respect Shopify does show. Again, like, repositioning spells are really annoying on high ground. We've seen a lot of games won off the back of just isolating one hero every single time. Let's see.
Well, there's a big smoke up. Smoke on smoke. Arteezy, he's going to break the smoke on both sides. They'll go for the RP, it's whip, but they found Chuen with the Chrono. But the problem is he's been Fiend's gripped in the middle of this Chrono. He's still going to go after the Zeus. In fact, he's got a time walk away, but it's looking pretty messy for either side. Who's actually winning the team fight? I think they're both losing here, John. Joe Cam's on the run. Joe Cam might be the first one to go down, and he does. In fact, they found Akashi. With a tornado up from Saberlight, Akashi will get locked down, though he does get the BKB off. The chase is on from Arteezy. Onto Ponyo they go. They'll go for the support instead. Zakashi, RP, it is committed here onto Arteezy. Problem is the Cyclone is right out immediately as Arteezy. He's back onto the Luna. Akashi, he has no BKB to play with this time around, though Arteezy dropping very, very low, but the disruption via Lacour, he will save the day for now. Arteezy's still trying to fight. Will Time walk out of there? Try to run, but Chuen is chasing him down. So is Jokam. They'll yours him up. They'll try to skewer him back. They've got the Orc and they've got the Void. They've taken Arteezy down. It's just Yopaj against the world, it seems. as he tries to pick off Chuen, but he can't quite do it yet. In fact, he can eventually. He'll get him with the shield crash. Yopaj literally 1v4ing. Will get thrown into Ponyo. How much can this man do on his own? Is there a toss back into the fountain perhaps? Maybe even just a skewer.
Skewer?
There will be. There's one. There's the Orchid, and Yopaj is gone.
Oh
a
my
full
God.
team wipe out from Talon.
It's such a messy set of engagements. Like that fight coming out, the first Chrono not lining up the way they'd want to, the grip being there to save, and then WS coming in with the late RP, but not able to BKB, so he's not able to get the skewer back with the tornado up. Like a lot of openings for both sides. Like look at this, like the Chrono just not connecting the way you'd want to here for Artur. The chase from Jokam on the side, splitting up the attention as well, just making it a huge mess. For Shopify and for Talon. It's not the cleanest from both sides we're seeing here. But Talon do get a second lease in life. That only costs them the buyback on Ponyo. And it's very worthwhile. Right? You still have your core buybacks. There's that RP into just the Yules coming out for WS. Not quick enough in the BKB. Second time around we've seen that. But they still manage to get the isolation. Like the glaive active with a shard for Akashi keeps him alive for so long. It's insane how much that does when you've got good lifesteal on hand with a Satanic here.
Absolutely makes the difference. The Talon once again somehow finding themselves in a position where they're on the opposite side of the map. Looking through that mid lane, they do have a creep wave. They could think about it. There are buybacks available on Shopify, and well, really, it's only Yopaj that needs the buyback if they do need to fight. He's up in 15 seconds anyway. Talon, I mean, if they can find a pick off to start, it could do them wonders. It seems like Talon, they are forced to retreat.
That's such a fast Roshan. It's like, what, 3-4 seconds respawn?
It's quick. Arteezy's rushing right to the pit as well, John. I mean, they're right by him right now. Like Ponyo, he's already been caught out.
That's a dive back.
Chrono.
The Chrono.
WS has been caught by the Chrono of Arteezy, though he does have buyback available. So no Chrono for this Roshan fight, but it is a 5v3.
It's 5v3 and Shopify should just find us. They're gonna get the free Ags out of this as well. That could be big if they want to give it to someone like, say, maybe TL Lacour in this case, or even Arteezy, just for easier jumps in. No contest from Talon. Talon instead just shoving in mid, trying to force a response out. With the creeps and the illusion army they have here. They can do some decent chip damage onto the racks, but not enough to really hold anyone back. Another secondary life for Artur.
He's found Akashi. Theolacor's in, he has found the Luna. The arrow's going to connect as well from the backside. Kirak will lock him down, and now Arteezy, he's going to show up, and there goes Akashi. Oh my. The setup from the supports of Shopify, making it very easy to find the Luna. Thankfully, he does have buyback on Akashi, but boy, you'd hate to have to use it.
Oh, Chuen? Chuen?
Speaking of buybacks, Chuen may be in trouble. The Rolling Thunder, it'll lock him down, and Chuen, well, the Wind Waker will stay for a little bit, but not for long. Chuen is gone, but he'll buy back immediately. They need him for the defense, and he knows it.
Yeah,
you need a lot more than
really tough fight.
I mean,
a lot more.
They
They need to play into double Chrono. Like there's a lot of threat from Shopify with the 2 lives, the 2 Chronos that can come out in a few seconds. Going for the end game? Oh.
It's being cheeky.
This is not easy.
And this is the fun part. Of course, now you've got Ags for it. So he can just keep time walking forward and just being an absolute nuisance. They will pop the Trickster's Cloak there for a moment, but won't find the angle onto the Void. Silence is there, BKB popped, he'll jump back up. So you do get a BKB usage, I suppose. It's something, but don't think Arteezy is going to mind too much.
Nah, and he has a refresh, he knows he can pop that freely. First Chrono is going to be back up for the refresh, so double Chrono is set to go. Talon. They've been really good at waiting out Aegis when they're forced into fights with the Aegis. I don't think they can find that opening. Top just being sieged by the creeps as well. Good damage done there. And Shopify can just hold this position with confidence. All their spells are up. They do hold out in the buyback of Akashi. Again, with this Aegis plus double Chrono, double BKB, I don't know if you can have that opening you've been finding here for Talon in this kind of circumstance.
Cheeky little arrow to scout out there from Kitrak. They are still having a gan to see if they can find themselves a nice target. Arteezy, he'll get silenced up. They'll toss him back. No, they will save with the Wind Waker. Meanwhile, they've found WS, but he'll get the BKB and skewer away. So one BKB has been forced out here of the map. Bottom Rats, under siege, is gone. Joker, he'll go for the toss back. The RP though, it was out of range. And now the chrono, it's been committed on Akashi. Arteezy, he's been fiends gripped however. He's in trouble, but the disruption, it's gonna buy more time. Arteezy, he's back on Akashi. He's manning up here. Akashi, he'll get chronoed again. Arteezy's got 2 of them. This could be very over for Talon. Can you continue defending? I think the answer may just be no, but the buybacks are incoming. They are going to continue to try. Arteezy, he'll get tossed into the fountain. He'll die once, or at least right in front of the fountain. Can they find him a second time? They've got to skewer back up here on WS. WS, he's going to try for it, but disruption is out from Thea Lacor, ensuring there's no follow-up. Arteezy, he's still running. Talon thinking about continuing the chase, but they've got nothing. They have got nothing to play with. They'll try again. The Avalanche will toss the skewer. They've got the silence as well. This time the Void. He should be going down, but Arteezy trying to man up in the fountain. He will go down first. WS will survive, but they've lost Jocam now. Meanwhile, Arteezy, he's going to buy back and rush right back towards the base. There's no buybacks left here on Talon. They want to put it into this game, and they should have it. Jump is in from Saberlight. They found WS again. And WS this time will die back. Zakashi's the only one left. He's bought out the MKV, but it's on the courier. And he's so close, but so far from that damn fountain of his. They're just not letting him get there. Poor old Akashi. In comes Ponyo to help out. But now the Megas are on the way. This game is looking pretty much over.
It's certainly looking that way. Talon had a couple of good fights there. Some good defensive plays, but not much left. They just hit this timing in Shopify where, well, maybe not quite yet to our tour. It's going to be fine.
They give it a crack. Arteezy just going to man up against Akashi, and that'd be all she wrote. Shopify Rebellion able to take game number 1 against Talon Esports. And Talon, props to them, John. There was a couple times where you thought to yourself there might be a comeback coming, but in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, they put up a good fight in Talon's end. Shopify, though, very good to kind of recognize these shortcomings of Talon and really capitalize on it, right? Like, they know Talon early on. We're just popping RP plus the grip to find these openings in these fights. And it's a huge resource use to kind of just get that. It costs them so much to just find that one pickoff onto Yopaj or onto Saberlight sometimes, or onto Arteezy, that the other 2 cores would have that room to just play how they want in the follow-up. And once Talon were starting to kind of split that spell usage a little bit more, it started to clear up, but we were also inching to that timing where the heroes on Shopify Rebellion just scale up really strongly. They've got that huge teamfight control. You were also seeing some shortcomings from Talon, like WS coming in for the RP without setting up with the BKB first. Instead of like BKB blink RP, he'd blink RP, not get to use the BKB, get chain stunned, and just lose out on these opportunities that would have been massive for Talon. So Shopify play a lot cleaner than Talon. Both sides did provide openings to each other. It was a relatively close game, all things considered. I don't think this was one-sided too badly on either side. And there was some good play from Talon, but just wasn't enough. And it wasn't clean enough either from Talon. Shopify just coming out as the better team overall.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we could just give props to Talon at the very least. They do look promising, Jonathan, here. So I think that's a good sign. I think Shopify Rebellion, at least for game number 1, just with a better team. But game number 2, of course, will be coming up after a very short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll head to that break, and we'll be back with game 2 between Talon and, of course, Shopify Rebellion.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation. Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave?
my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters,
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL 1 Birmingham group stages. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. And if you weren't tuning into game number 1, you missed out on an absolute banger here between Talon and Shopify Rebellion. My goodness, what a game one it was, Jonathan. Back and forth, left, right, and center. I mean, I want to ask you straight off the bat what Talon need to do to change things up here for game 2, but I'm not going to do that, Jonathan. I want to ask you how you felt about game number 1.
I think it was a really good match. We saw both teams were fairly closely matched here. Shopify Rebellion were playing really well off the back of some minuscule information that we're getting. That blink forward from Saberlight, for example, and that bot fight was massive and opening up even more advantages for the side of Shopify Rebellion. At the same time, for Talon, they were playing super aggressive once they hit these blink timings. They were relying more on, say, the blink RP of WS than I was expecting them to play around. I figured maybe Jokam would take point more with Avalanche tossbacks, but they were looking for that hard lockdown, true spell immunity first. And there were a lot of small mistakes coming out, and I think it was more on Talon than anything else, like, say, WS going a little bit greedy, going for the blink RP without going with the BKB usage beforehand, so he misses out on this opportunity to steal Roche or to look for the skewer backs, and just removes any sort of opening for Talon off the back of those situations. So those are all fairly correctable. I think we've seen this from Talon a couple of times as well, where they tend to be shakier in their first matches. I don't think that's as true for Shopify with the experience they have, but for Talon, definitely, even in the qualifiers, every single first game or pretty much first series they play, if it's early in the day, the Talon boys tend to look shakier. And that was certainly a little bit shakier from Talon than I think you'd expect a team to qualify from a region that's heavily contested to be. So we'll see if that improves for Talon. For Shopify, they had the right ideas. They were playing their hand really well. I think Saberlight, again, is the standout player in that last game. He did a lot of work on that Brewmaster, and I'm wondering what hero can you really allow him to pick up, because they did ban a lot of good choices there in the last phase, but I'm surprised that they let the Brewmaster through at all. That's been a top priority ban for a lot of these drafts.
It is very, very hard when you're drafting against a team with Saberlight on it. Let's head over to the draft and see exactly what Talon are going to get up to here in this game number 2, John. And I think it was Insania who famously said, "How do you lose with Saberlight on your team?" I believe that was directed towards Bulba, if I remember correctly, from Insania. Very, very rude of the young man, Insania, but nevertheless, he had a point, Jonathan. How do you lose when you've got a versatile offlane like this?
Yeah, he's quite the player, Saberlight, and he's quite the personality.
Yeah.
You know, he's always fun to talk to. I miss doing interviews with a guy. He always had some banger answers for us. Who knows? Maybe we get him later if they get this 2-0 here for Shopify. Still going through that draft. Not too many changes in the bans. Chen, Razor, Kunkka, Disruptor by Shopify Rebellion, Talon taking care of some respect. Shadow Demon and the Pangolier both being taken out. So no option for that for Teal Liquor and for Yopaj. What else will they take out here? What's left in the pool? I guess you've got some offlane picks left. Timbersaw has been left in the pool, although they could just try to steal that away for WS in the first phase, I suppose. For the side of Talon, if they want, they will take care of the Phoenix. What'll it be, Talon? And they want to start with WS Hero again, or the Jokam Tiny, I don't mind. Feels like what they tend to go for, and yeah, they'll just go for the Tiny again. Again, there's some flex for Talon. We've seen them use this for Chuen a couple of times as well. But Jokam has been playing this here for years. You and I have watched him on this here for years now.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job in game 1, and quite frankly has always done a fantastic job on this Pos 4 Tiny, so would not mind seeing it. Of course, the Dragonite will make its appearance. You did mention earlier, John, the very popular pick right now here, very highly contested, and of course the DK is going to make its appearance early on at the ESL 1 Birmingham group stages. Not too surprising. Pretty standard pick up here from Shopify Rebellion. Not really too much to talk about when it comes to the DK.
And it is. I'm wondering if they're going to run it for Yopaj or Saberlight. It's fairly open in that sense. Heck, a few teams have done Pos 1. DK could be something to consider as well if your matchups don't look quite as good. Although I'd say there's not many bad matchups for DK to force a shift like that in the draft. We shall see. Talon, for their part, if they just assume a Yopaj DK mid, there's a lot of options for Chuen. Gonna have to focus on the bans. I think the confusion whenever you see a flex pick like this, especially if you have to consider it mid or off, it does make it hard to kind of figure out what you do want to take out. Alright, like if you don't need to worry about mid, you can try to expend it on Saberlight's off lanes, but if you do that and it does end up being a DK off lane instead, Yopaj has a wider pool. They'll take care of a couple of Yopaj heroes. They take care of the Wind Ranger he's been playing recently in the qualifiers. I mean, he makes it work. I know you and I aren't the biggest fans, Mike, but Yopaj makes it work sometimes.
I mean, in fairness, like the reason why I wasn't a big fan of the DK Yopaj pickup was because I felt like the guy's a too high skill of a player to be playing a hero like Dragon Knight. You know, just he needs more buttons to press, Jonathan. But you know, it's okay. You know, he had a bit of a rough game on the Pangoli. Maybe he wants to sit back and relax. Maybe that's just it.
Yeah, could always go for that. I like the Rubik pickup from Shopify, so it makes it harder to kind of justify something like the Mars pickup. We've seen Rubik be a big ruiner of Mars initiations. Like, you blink up, you get instantly lifted up. You don't get the skewer back. RP can get stolen relatively easily by most Rubiks. We'll go with the WS Timbersaw instead. Although, again, there's a little bit of flex for Talon. They have run this for Chuan a couple of times. A DK into Timbersaw lane doesn't sound too bad for the Tim, but it should still be a relatively equalizing lane for the DK, of course. But again, you have some flex here for Talon into the Ench as well. So that's her support duo. I'm wondering what they want to pair with the Ench. Like, you can get just really stable lanes now for Akashi. Just sit back, play with Nature's Attendants, get some heal, focus in the farm instead of the aggression here for Talon. So you can have maybe a heavier farmer here for Talon, something that wants like faster early items. See, a Life Stealer could still be a good option down the line. I wouldn't mind that at all in this game, actually, into a DK, if they can reach into that. But we'll see if it's left in pool, or if it's something Shopify takes for themselves here as well. They'll go to Luna instead. All right.
I mean, I don't mind the Life Stealer either. Pretty much every single one of my pubs has had a Life Stealer against me, and I gotta tell you, it is an infuriating character to try and play against right now. Very, very annoying. Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, they're not too worried about it, John. They'll just go for the Luna. What else have we got?
Talon Esports turn to
Dark Willow. Why not?
I like that. I like the Luna Dark Willow lane. Sounds really nice to play into. Lots of good control, lots of good magic damage to deal with a Timbersaw early on, if that is WS's hero. Lunar Blessing on a Dark Willow in lane is also really nice. Just a little bit more chip damage from range. So you have a lot of coverage here for Shopify Rebellion on your side lanes already. For Talon, this is where they kind of cement whether or not the Timbersaw is mid, I suppose, or off lane. Maybe, probably just looking for an Akashi here really early though. Again, Life Stealer is still there. I think the matchup still works out. You were mentioning a lot more Life Stealers. I've been seeing a lot more Life Stealer players dip into the Ags, like way down the line.
Yeah.
5th, 6th item pickup, and it is really effective. I like that people finally see that, because that cooldown reduction on Infest, not even focusing on like infesting enemy heroes, just the cooldown reduction is kind of insane. Even for that aspect alone, I think it's worth picking up like as your item slots fill up. Not early. Though, if you pick it up first, you're kind of insane. You know.
I mean,
you should do that.
The infesting the enemy is kind of, it's infuriating when you get infested, John. It's not very fun, let me tell you. It's just, what do I do about this infestation? I wonder as Talon. They will go for the Void pickup. Fair enough. You know, if it worked against them, so surely it should go the other way around.
I'm actually somewhat curious about that from Talon. I feel like I've seen them pick Morphling into Luna much more often than Faces Void into Luna in their qualifier games. And I feel like that's probably Akashi's best hero, straight up, like just Morphling. But I do like the Faces Void. We just saw it in the last game. You chrono the Luna, you're pretty happy. And this time around, there's not a lot to threaten Faces Void and chrono. Like last game, it wasn't the easiest for Artur to actually play for chrono. Right, there was grip, there's RP on the edge, which kind of can work sometimes, but really the grip, you don't have anything like that to worry about here. For the Faces Void once you have a BKB, so should be relatively in the clear for Akashi. His lane is very stable with an enchant Faces Void, so you should just be able to sit back and farm with relative ease, no matter what your matchup is here, for the most part for Talon. We'll see. They are banning out Saberlight Hero, so they're expecting the Yopaj meet DK, take care of the Enigma. I wouldn't mind a Brewmaster Respect ban, honestly. That's probably the one thing left that can ruin Faces Void. Like the split into just another tornado up in the air. Or pre-BKB, it's not going to feel great.
Final bans to come as Shopify still having a heavy think about this one though. We're getting rid of the Keeper of the Light. And still maybe just assuming it's the twin hero that they want to see removed. Should be at the very least.
Talon Esports turn to
They'll get rid of the Zeus as well, which I think the Zeus was doing some good work. So, you know, just ensure you don't have to deal with that once again.
And there's a lot of options for Talon in this last ban. Brewmaster, maybe something like Primal Beast would be annoying as well. There's a lot of options for Sableye. I'm more curious about what they want for Chuen now. It does feel relatively open into the DK matchup. There's DP, I suppose. There's Alina you can kind of work out here as well into the DK matchup. Feels relatively nice to just farm up. Get some good scaling. Gives you damage in the Chrono as well. We'll see. Chuen seems really animated about this part though.
I wonder what the man's thinking. Can only imagine. 25 seconds left of reserve time for Talon. Still looking for that Sableye ban out for this final ban. Could always be the Sableye DK, though I imagine it's probably not. Could ask for maybe a Visage ban again if they really want to. Visage could be a bit of a concern here against Sableye, but no, they banned the Sniper. And they'll go right into a DP.
I dig that. We've seen a lot more Sniper come out in these matches now. Surprisingly enough, we've seen a lot more Sniper Conda Ags than I'd care to... I mean, I know the last time we were casting together, Mike, I was joking that Chuen did it. Apparently, a lot more pros have been doing it, so it is in the realm of a legit build now.
A lot of my mid laners have also been doing it in my pubs, John. And it loses every time because it's stupid.
Yeah, it is really dumb. Like, I don't mind it in essence. Like, I think it is actually solid. It's just not like first item Ags into Conda or first item Conda into Ags is not great. They get the Doom pickup here in Shopify Rebellion, which has still been relatively popular in the off lane. It gives you a counter action for the Face's Void now. And overall, very well stitched together drafts from both sides. I will say, I think Chuen has himself a much better lane, although it's still not too bad for Yopaj. It's not something that he's completely shoved away from. He has Breed Fire to play with. He has a lot of points that he can go into the Dragon's Blood for just sustain there. I think the big factor here is how much Akashi can get out of his early game in this lane with the Doom. Again, you can have a lot of sustain with the Enchantress, but you're not going to be playing around the creeps here into the Doom. Just an easy devour for the Doom to take away that utility for Ponyo. So it might not be the best time to try to play aggressive there, which you're really not looking for when the Face's Void. It's going to be an interesting one. I feel like for Shopify now, they've got a lot of early tempo, right? Like you've got DK Dragon form, you've got Luna that can kind of join in to help with some of these sieges onto tier 1s, tier 2s at a much quicker pace. And Talon are the ones that kind of need to take it slow. You have the specialty for WS in the Timbersaw, for sure. That is, along with his Mars, I want to say one of his two best heroes in like the last 3-4 years we've been watching him in tier 2, tier 3 teams, but it has also fallen flat if his laning phase doesn't go well. And Timbersaw into a Luna Rubik is maybe not the smoothest time. Like, there is a lot of magic damage there. There's a lot of repositioning. Some really good interrupts for the Timber Chain as well. So it's not as easy for WS to just leverage that short range on RTZ and just look for some free harass. It's going to be a lot more work put into it. Overall, I'd say you've got equal scaling, but I think this early tempo from Shopify, if it does go online at a nice point, like you say, hit a good time for Yopaj to start rotating outside of mid, and Yopaj gets AFK space to just clear out mid tier 1 early into that rotation, then you have a really good foundation for Shopify that looks a lot easier to pull off than Talon's early on.
Well, we do have game number 2 officially now underway, so we can head over to that and see exactly what does happen here in this game 2. Of course, Talon, they are one game behind. Shopify Rebellion looking to try and secure a 2-0 victory here in this 2-game series. Talon looking for a draw to start off their ESL 1 Birmingham 2024. We are going to see the immediate picks and rather tips and the good lucks coming out to Chip Point. That's very nice.
Yeah. I always forget that WS was on Boom for a while with Yopaj.
Oh, he was.
And that one TI qualifier is it. And it's like, oh yeah, right. They were teammates for a while. I always forget. Because that season for Boom was really forgetful. I'm sorry, Alphon.
Oh.
Or, I'm
that's
sorry,
horrible,
Gary.
John. How dare you?
Gary doesn't care. He's doing fine.
You say, are they, John? Or you say they were forgetful. I mean, I haven't remembered them in a while now. Where are they, John? Where is Boom?
They moved. Went to South
I
America.
know they moved, John. I mean,
Bailed out.
they've stayed in South America is the problem, John. I haven't seen them in a LAN in a long time.
To battle.
My good.
See them. We still ran into Gary in Manila for whatever reason. You know, he finds ways.
That's the worst part. We see Gary, the CEO, but he's without any of his players. It's just Gary every time.
Hey, he had his Valorant players. You know,
That's true.
different
We don't
game.
speak about those. We don't speak about those idiots, John. Moving on.
The battle begins.
Looks like there's going to be a pretty passive start to the game. No first blood attempts coming out from either side. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the boundaries, of course. Kitrak's going to find both on the bottom side. And, well, naturally, we do start with the mid lane, but it is going to be the boring lane. Of course, Yopaj against Chuen on the DK versus Death Prophet. Do you want to talk about the mid lane, Jonathan? What do we expect?
You expect a lot of farm, not a lot of action. You've got Breed Fire, you've got Crypt Swarm, you can clear out the waves on both sides nicely. You've got the range advantage for Chuen, but that doesn't really matter up against a DK once he has Dragon's Blood, so should be fine. I guess range creep denial is the big thing. That's a big difference maker here, and it's not going to be as easy for Yopaj to just kind of gun for that. So that's one thing that Chuen has on hand, but apart from that, it's the most stable lane. Can take a look elsewhere. A bit of aggression up top already. So you would expect early Bramble to try to catch out and the Scorcher to chase down from Saberlight and Teolicor. Does feel great, but Ponyo, he doesn't really need to get aggressive in this lane, right? He doesn't even need to focus on Enchant into a Doom. He can just go for Nature's Attendance, they can play around Time Walk, and just play farm for Akashi. That's all you really want out of this lane anyway. You're not looking at any major power spikes to trade nicely here. Just want to build up on this Faceless Void as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, bottom lane, Jokam WS against the Luna of Artesian Kitrak on that Rubik. You kind of mentioned this could be a little bit back and forth here against the Timber, but have to wait and see. It's also one of those lanes that could also end up being very, very passive until you get those level 3, level 4 marks. So Kitrak's trying to be a little bit aggressive here on the Jokam. In fact, Jokam now dropping extremely low. Does have some stick charges, so the Blood Grenade will not be enough damage to quite tick him out. But they are certainly trying to be as aggressive as possible early on here on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and I like what they've done to this lane. They cut the left side tree line. There's not a lot of trees for WS to play this burst onto RTZ for. So it's a little bit harder to try to get that early advantage on the Timbersaw. And it does make it a lot easier for Artur to just secure the first few waves. He's doing a great job already, 8-3 in CS. Not being held back at all. Like, there's no presence on WS. And it's just down to cutting that tree line. You know, he can't hug the tree line to look for Whirling Death to trade with the limited range of the Luna. Just a lot more openings for Artur to play his game. And there's not a lot Jokam can do. He does get the level 2 tree grab instead of the toss back. So he's not able to really look for repositioning. And in this game anyway, the repositioning's not as scary. You don't have that follow-up with a skewer, so it's just looking for that burst play, which, again, you're not going to find too much of for WS with all these tree cuts that Shopify are committing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much he can do. Except hit some creeps. Not even leveling up the chains anyway for now, which I suppose is fair enough. You don't really need them if you've got nothing to chain to anyway. No action really happening across the map, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Saberlight's having a great old time up at the top lane. Plenty of CS here onto the Doom. Kashi is maybe falling a little bit behind in CS, but not too far behind. He's okay. But it does appear like it's going to be another great laning stage here, at least for Saberlight. Of course, on the Doom, he is going to have a lot of gold coming. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's to be expected. Does have that Devour. Ponyo's not going to be able to play with Enchant creeps. He's just focusing on trying to pull, stabilize the lane for Akashi. It's going to be slower, unless someone missteps. And so far, no one's showing being a little bit trigger happy this time around. Which means the big real build-up now is into, what, level 6s for Chuen and Yopaj are probably the big ones. Whoever gets that millisecond faster, level 6, into popping their ult, into shoving in, maybe. Maybe the first power rune as well at 6 minutes is going to be the big one, but we haven't really seen an emphasis on rotation. Or at least, They do snatch the bounty rune with Teal the core. A little bit of a win, but not much beyond that.
They are trying to pressure Akashi now. Akashi top lane could be in a spot of danger. He's alright, never mind. I just kind of debated our cameraman. In fact, Saberlight's the one in trouble. Never mind, Saberlight's in danger now. Akashi, he does secure the kill. Ponyo does go down in response as Akashi is still trying. Will time walk back towards the Lakor. The Theo, he does have the Shadow Realm up. Looks like neither side really going to drop, though there is still a Mud Golem chasing down Theo. Can't have the stun, but does get him in the end. The Shard Golems, of course. They do have the Hellbomb. Lovely kill from the grave.
That's what you like to see for Talon, at the very least. They do manage to snipe a couple away. Good lucky bashes for Akashi. All skill there to kind of secure that kill onto Saberlight as well.
Natural.
As we all know. That's the high skill hero. The highest skill spell on Time Lock, of course. Just like Spirit Breaker and his bash, amongst the greatest skill plays.
Don't forget the Spirit Breaker, John. You know how defensive I get. Definitely very high skill play there. Could use a buff, I'll be honest, Ice Frog, if you're listening. Do buff some Spirit Breaker if you don't mind.
No, no more, please. We had that one time where it was just all Spirit Breaker, Mike. He's had his time.
We found out why we don't do that anymore. Yopaj. We go. Chases on mid lane. Does get stunned up very nicely here from Ponyo. Will get taken down. The Lakor now also being chased. They won't really mind him too much. They want the mid tier 1 tower. And this is what you love to see when you've got a Death Prophet and an Enchantress. The rotation from Ponyo, it wasn't red. And Chuen now, he can just pop the Exorcism and they can get some real damage off with this 5-minute siege creep time.
Yep. We were looking for this from Shopify, but it's Talon that gets the rotation, and it's Talon that gets some good chip damage in, and gets to secure the 6-minute rune as well. Chuen gets the haste, topping up his bottle. Doesn't manage to fully clean up, but it does focus all this attention onto mid, opening up the side lanes a little bit more. Arteezy's left alone with Jokam running back. If they find an angle here for the Avalanche tossback, could be a nice pick off to find.
Well, they could give it a crack. Arteezy looks like he's still going to be okay. In fact, I say that. Chase is on now. Arteezy will get chained up. Meanwhile, top lane, Saberlight's in danger. Saberlight also going down. Does drop. Bottom lane, Arteezy still on the chase. They might just have him, though here comes the Lakor to save the day. WS, he will get stunned up by the Cursed Crown. Still looking to chase him down with the chains, but no, we'll have to let Arteezy go. Instead, now turning back onto Theo Lakor, he'll try into the Dark Willow. They've even got Kitrak around, but they're going to find the Dark Willow first. As Arteezy, he's still not out of the woods yet. WS still thinking about chasing. More rotations incoming here from Shopify. Here comes Saberlight now. Kitrak barely able to get away. There goes Jokam. They'll secure the tiny kill, but it seems as though WS should be okay to retreat his way out. Sadly, Saberlight, he had not hit the level 6 mark yet, so he had no Doom available. So you do get a support pick-off, but I do feel like it costs you quite a bit here on Shopify.
And it does. It's a lot of open space for Akashi to keep farming top now, uncontested. He's got a free lane. He's got a free shove in as well. There is the gate back for Saberlight at the very least, but they're checking the stacks. They're checking the triangle a little bit. They might be able to find Teal Lakor.
I think they probably will. Very nice body blocks coming up from Ponyo with the Hellbear Smasher. Here Lakor trying his best to get away, but the Hellbear is fast. And in fact, Chuen is going to secure the kill as they do cancel the attack animation from Ponyo. And with that, I mean, Talon, they can look back towards that mid-tier 1 tower here, John. And they've got Exorcism up in 5 seconds, and quite frankly, I don't even think they need it.
Doesn't look like it. They've got the creeps here with Ponyo. A little tomato creep just to help. They've got the damage.
Oh, Chrono. No hesitation. They see Yopaj and they will just lock down Yopaj. But do they actually have damage? Well, with the Avalanche to lock him down, they probably will. Yopaj is gone. So they got not only the mid-tier 1 tower, but they found the mid laner. And Talon, they will get away scot-free. There is just no punishment for this movement.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of playing around these timings. They are missing out on a little bit of farm for Akashi in the top lane, but the kills do work out a net positive for Akashi anyway. It has given a lot of room out for Saberlight and for Arteezy to just farm up though. And this Luna is starting to reach that point where it's going to be able to dip into the jungle, farm safely, but this laning pressure, look at Talon, Ponyo, he's got the Troll Summoner. He's ready to get another push going.
Sabley's on the chase again here down to this bottom lane, just trying to find himself a Jokam kill perhaps, but just could not get within range to push him back with the Hurricane. Meanwhile, top lane is just being forced in by Ponyo with this Dark Troll Summoner. And Yopaj, he's trying to answer all the questions that are being asked here from Talon, but he just can't do it on his own. Or can he? Meanwhile, mid lane, Chuen, he does find Thea Lacour. So that'll be your support. Dark Willow going down as now Akashi's going to show up at the top lane. Yopaj, he's tried his best to defend this, but I think it's about time you just let it go. In fact, the ward has scouted Yopaj out, so he needs to run. The chase is on. Yopaj, which way are you going to go, sir? The tree line is going to be the answer, as he does go in for a stun with the Tiny. Jokam will get a toss off into Saberlight and a perfect avalanche to lock both of them down there for a moment. So they will secure Yopaj's life. They'll watch Saberlight walk away. But the DK, it's a bigger target for him, and they'll take.
Yeah. At very least, Saberlight, you know, doesn't pop the Doom. No way to counterplay there. So still hangs on to that cooldown. Does have the Veil as well for the chase down the line. But they are losing a lot of map space. 2-9, 3k lead for Talon. A lot cleaner in this game, so they find another.
They certainly do. Thea Lacour. We're going to the Shadow Realm for now. They should be okay, perhaps they do have... Oh, never mind. Chuen with the Crypt Tour, barely enough. A Joker. TP out. He's fine. They've used all their stunts. It's just so demoralizing right now for Shopify. Everyone's just getting beaten down, and nobody's punishing anybody.
But their lineup does need to farm up. You know, you've got a Doom, you've got a Luna, you've got a DK. All these heroes need some semblance to farm, get some action going. Speaking of that Luna, Artur is still... He's still got a relatively free lane, so all of this space is giving quite a lot to Luna. Like, WS isn't able to just sit in lane and shove in onto the tier 1. Tier 1 of Shopify down bot is really healthy. So Luna's been doing a great job of just shoving it back, holding farm, not dying, and is still keeping up with farm with Akashi. So your investment onto this core is working out. Talon will need to find answers for that. They are smoking out here with Chuen and Jokam though.
Arteezy. If there is wraparounds, they're looking for the Luna once again. Arteezy chains forward. I mean, they've got half his HP gone, and now with the Chrono out, they've locked him down completely. He's still got a bit of time to try and react, but not quite. He's gone. So is Thea Lacour. I'm not sure what Talon had in the middle of that break, John, but they've woken up.
They've certainly woken up, Mike. Again, you know, like if you watch Talon's qualifier games, it's always game 1. There's always something wrong with them game 1. And it looks like it holds true no matter where they are in the world. 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. is not gamer hours for them. Like, you know, these degenerates stay up till 4 a.m. gaming or flying. So I guess that's the way it works in Saudi. It feels like a Southeast Asian problem, honestly.
Yeah.
They just never sleep, these guys.
Well, we've got a lot of problems in Southeast Asia here, John. The region just has not... Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. Chuen, he's going to find himself a double damage room. There's a lot of problems, Sean. You know, we've been casting and supporting SEA for a long time. Nothing's happened for us. Nothing's happened.
I always thought you were going to go into socioeconomic problems. It sounded like you were actually like, oh, there's a lot more worse than gamers staying up at 4 a.m., John. And it's like, I know. It's like, I live here, I know. But I was like, why are you going so deep? No, it's like,
Trust me,
Mike seems really concerned.
Us Australians have bigger problems than US people. Trust me, we've got much bigger problems right now.
Doubt on that one.
Yeah. Well, Kitrack, he's got some problems here, John. There's a Centaur chasing him, but it looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, just scouting out a little bit. There's a smoke out from Shopify with Yopaj. He does have the blink. So they have that opening, they have this initiation ready for Shopify. They just need to find the right target. WS is not an easy target, but...
Well, they're going to pop the Eclipse, they're going to give it a crack, and it wasn't too hard to get it done. They'll get the kill, they'll be more than happy with that, I believe, and... It's certainly something. It's a step in the right direction if you're Shopify Rebellion.
That it is. You know, again, getting an instant play off of the blink is big. Clips, you're not looking for these wider team fights for Arteezy, so every single kill you get early on with it is pretty damn nice. There is still map control here from Talon. They've got good forward vision. And they don't have heroes rotating now. They will have
The
Chuen.
attempt. Oh, that's beautiful. And Joe Cam, he gets the Wisdom Rune, he gets the Avalanche, and he gets the TP away. 2 TPs on top, by the way, to try and get there and just... I feel like Talon are just using so many resources from Shopify, and Shopify just not able to find any form of punishment again. Like, it's just so many opportunities where it just doesn't happen. And here you go again. A nice cheeky little replay, John. And Joe Cam, the toss back into the Ancients, and just the Avalanche out straight after. It's just perfect. It really is.
Just enough. And again, this is stalling for some great time on Talon. Like, you are getting so big on this Faceless Void. Akashi off into Mjolnir, has the full Maelstrom flying in now with a Mask of Madness. You've got the full Kai Sange up for Chuen. Might be able to find Tial the Core.
Then they should. Theo Lacour, though, finding 3 bounty runes on his way out. I suppose that's something. So he gets a Terrorize off as well, but Theo Lacour definitely just going to die. WS will move in to secure the kill as now the top lane. They want to try and go for a bit more. The Doom was committed onto Akashi, but Sableye, he does not have the damage on his own. In fact, he's the one that needs to run now because the chase is on.
Oof.
Akashi, he did not want to pop Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, they forced out Doom. That's already a big win for the side of Talon without having to expend Chrono. So now they can look into the next team fight with full confidence. Maybe some concern for Eclipse, but it is the level 1 Eclipse, inching into level 2 for our tour. But their attention is focused top anyway. They've got EXO ready if they want to go for this push. They've got frontline with WS, having his own Kai and Sange up. There's not too much to worry about here. Not much Shopify can really do. Like, again, without Doom, your prospects for taking this team fight are limited.
Yeah, but with the Exorcism popped, it's very hard to see a defense to come out here from Shopify Rebellion. Theo Lacour is going to go down as well. WS will just pick him off on his own. Fair enough, WS. That'll be the top tier 2 tower gone, and now a 4K advantage standing here for Talon. Shopify Rebellion is still looking for an answer, still trying to secure that initial farm. Maybe they can look towards Joe Camp, but now Joe Camp's looking towards Arteezy. No blink available yet on the Tiny. I believe it's actually on his courier right now, sadly, so the Tiny will not be able to jump in for a toss-back play. But they are still looking, Talon. They're still happy to force a fight, it seems. At least Ponyo is, because Ponyo's way too deep right now. Or is he? He's trying to walk out of there. Ponyo's still alive. Ponyo, he's going to make it, and now the Chrono comes out. Nakashi's found 2 of them, but he got stunned mid-Chrono. He can do nothing with it. In comes the Eclipse now onto the Void, but the Void will time walk away. Chuen instead, he'll cop the majority of the damage as Arteezy's gone. Oh, Jesus.
You okay?
They get absolutely annihilated here on the side of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, it wasn't even close, and John, that's with the Chrono that just turned out to do nothing.
Oh, Yopaj finds the ankle for the Dragon Tail stun, but it's still not enough. Like, it's such a clustered area. Like, that is the perfect spot for WS to shine. Just so many trees to chop, so many ways of angling in, so much output. The Eclipse jumping onto the creeps as well. You're not able to focus that damage down. A level 2 Eclipse is nice, but we only really saw it work in isolated fights. In a full 5v5, it just doesn't work out that way. Talon choking out Shopify 5 to 18, 6k lead up. And it's like, it's ridiculous you get that off the back of a Chrono that's basically whiffed from Akashi, but it buys them time and info on the side of Talon for them to just get that positioning, get that flank from WS.
Tough times again for Shopify. I mean, they're not too far behind when it comes to net worth, but when you look at the win probability, John, it's at 94% right now for Talon. That's how dire things are, apparently, for Shopify Rebellion. That's 94%.
Very nice, Mike.
That wasn't intended, Jonathan, all right? Talon are playing the dire anyway, John. It wasn't that clever, all right?
Exactly. I was like, oh, Mike's going on my level now. All right, let's go. Smoke out, Talon.
Even I can't stoop that low, Jonathan, trust me. It's a bit too low for even me.
What do you mean? It's an award-winning. Sorry, it sounds like I'm making fun of people.
Yo, Posh gets caught out. and he will be awarded his 4th death of the game. There you go, John. There's one for you. You happy?
Yeah, very nice, Mike. Very nice. That's exactly what I like to hear here. Kitra. Right. TP away. Does manage to steal at least Nature's Attendants. Roshan open for Talon. No contest coming out here from Shopify. They are cutting creep waves nicely with Artur just farming in that top jungle area, but not going to be able to stop this. Secondary life now up, along with Mjolnir out for our Void. A lot of damage coming in, and I like this from WS. He's got the blink. He doesn't need much. He just needs repositioning tools. Should be able to get himself up front, find some good tree lines here.
Another kill here for Chuan. The core going to go down. If you won Analyst of the Year, who won Play-by-Play of the Year?
One of our boys, Potch Spice, who does, I believe, fighting games. He was at EVO, I think, this year.
You don't think I deserve the jump?
Oh, if you were Filipino, Mike, you need to change that passport. Go hard mode, sure.
What do you think the P stands for, Jonathan? We've talked about this. Saberlight. Akashi, no hesitation. A very nice chrono, right on the edge, understanding the value of taking down Saberlight. And I mean, at this point, Talon, they are just completely smothering Shopify Rebellion. It is not even close.
Certainly not. And they're finding some space open here for Shopify to farm. Again, trying to sustain this Luna and DK and ramping up. But they are losing a lot of map space. Akashi playing with full confidence with the Aegis up. Is cutting through creep waves on bot. They're still setting up for that shove on mid as well. And, okay. Just a bit cheeky from Akashi, trying to get that jump forward, but they'll be able to find these tier 2s, leaving only one left for the side of Shopify down bot. And again, they're still trying to find this farm. Like, you've got a Doom, you've got a DK, you've got a Luna. All of them need some build-up. You have the Manta up for Artur at the very least, but still needs that full BKB and Shard to confidently take upfront fights. And that's all a long ways off into the Aegis. Let's see if they find something off the smoke, maybe find a nice off angle here.
We shall see.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Onto the high ground they go here, Talon.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under
Shopify looking to retreat. Arteezy in a bit of an awkward position here. WS going to pop. They're going to pop the Eclipse onto WS with the Doom, but he got the Yules off in time. He's safe for now. They'll continue to try and pick up the Timbersaw. He's still running, however. Finally, WS will fall. But what's it going to cost Shopify? Or maybe it costs Talon even more now, because Shopify, they're jumping in for more. They found the Aegis on Akashi, but they're going to leave. They'll leave Yopaj here on the Dragon Knight to try and fend for himself. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade in the end anyway, in the favor of Shopify, and they'll take it. It's a little win, but it's a win nonetheless.
That it is. Jokam's still not looking go though.
Saberlight, an extra kind of kill here for the side of Talon if they can find it, and they will. Nice TP cancellation here from Joe Camp. And now it doesn't seem so good. You know, now you lose your offlane Derp. Doesn't feel anywhere near as good.
No, it takes a lot of resources to just kill off WS. Leaves a lot of openings for Akashi. Sure, he loses Aegis, but they find a big fight, and that's them taking that fight without the chrono being expended on Akashi either. So he still has an option for the next few engagements. In fact, Artur...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's down here from WS.
WS is...
He's trying for it. He really wants to get the Yules off, but instead they're going to have to secure Kitrak. Take him down. He's the much easier target. Of course, Arteezy does manage to make his way out of there, but still in dire straits here on the Luna. Like, you might be top of the net worth board, but the way this game's going, it just, there's been no opportunity for him to do what Lunas do best, to just hit people.
Dire's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
With this last outer tower being taken down by Talon, again, the map is just shrinking way too fast for the side of Shopify. They're doing what they can, trying to cut waves with Teolakor, getting some room out for Yopaj. Does have the Manta into BKB,
Radiant are scanning.
so just needing that BKB into the Yags, and then the DK is in pretty much its full form for damage and sustain up front. You've also almost got the BKB up here for Artur as well. So again, a lot more counterplay, less threat from the Timbersaw, less threat of being caught out. Oh, or
Ace
gets
is
caught
on
out now.
WS. He's just not leaving him alone. And Chuen is going to be there to back him up as well. Arteezy, this is your saving grace right now for Shopify Rebellion. But he is gone. They will just chase him down so easily. And WS immediately just TPing back towards the bottom lane now, looking for Yopash. Wants another one. Can he get a TP cancel? Not quite. He was out of range for the TP cancellation with the Yule Scepter as Thea Lacour. Bottom lane will be able to get away with the TP into the Shadow Realm. But yeah, you found the biggest target. In fact, Kidrak now. Kidrak's in the bottom lane. He'll time walk away. Akashi has Chrono if he wants to commit, but he will not, of course. We'll hold out.
Yeah, he's not fully a maniac. You know, he's not going to go that ham. Would have been funny, but would have definitely taken out their chances for the high ground here for Talon. Instead, he plays smart. Got the creep wave mid if they want to kind of force in. They've got Exo ready to go as well for this fast siege. They'll go hunting instead. Chokam. TP's top.
Oh, they're going to see Saberlight. Another high-value target. The wards will be down. Saberlight now realizing something is a little bit wrong. He'll go for a run towards the eastern side of the map, and he'll go for a TP play out, but Jokam's right on the mark. Gets the avalanche, gets the TP cancellation. See if Saberlight can play his way out of this one. He'll go for the BKB eventually, trying to at least secure the life of Jokam before he might just inevitably die. But even that might be a little bit too much to ask for, as he is just gone. Tips out from Chuen. It's just getting more and more challenging for the Radiant side to come back into this game too.
That it is. Doom down for the next fight as well on the respawn.
Akashi.
Rashawn only meant to have a
No, not Arteezy. Bottom lane. Chrono committed. Kidrak, though, at least going to steal away. In fact, he only found the time dilation, and he couldn't save Arteezy anyway. Talon, they're all over the map here, John. No space for Shopify.
They are. They're choking out Shopify. They know whenever someone's missing to go hunting. Jokam just has these really good game senses to go hunting around like that. Spots out the Doom, leads to this opportunity to take Artur when he feels like it's safe with everyone missing from Talon, assumedly on top. And now, 11k lead. Again, they can kind of wait out for next Roshan. We'll see in about 40 seconds how long that timer is. But they're keeping all the creep wave shoved in. They've got fresh BKBs up on WS and on Chuen. Again, Exo is still ready. Heck, they could start this without Aegis if Jokam finds a good jump in, but easier said than done when you're trying to hunt from the enemy high ground. And they'll just play patient. I think the key thing in this patience is that Shopify is just not able to sneak out of the map that well. I mean, they have been trying, but Talon's game sense has just been on point. They will try for smoke here, though.
The jump is out, though. They have found the Tiny, so Jokam gets caught here with his pants down, and his team is not going to be around to back him up. The rest of Talon, they do not see the angle for the fight, so they will immediately retreat. That will give Shopify just a little bit of space to get out of that base and at least go for the Tormentor. Get something for their time. But they will. Nice little free shards out for Kitrak. Ultimately, it looks like both teams are probably just set to wait for the next Roshan.
It's a pretty big shard to get for free as well. A little bit more save coming out from Shopify, just in case anyone gets kind of chain stunned up front. You've got some delay on Kitrak here. Roshan is a little bit longer, and Talon will have their full force up when it's back up anyway. And they'll miss out on a bit of an opportunity to really get things going here for Shopify. And see if the angle is found back. They will retreat upon seeing the DD being popped by Chuen on illusions. But that does let go of that roast position as well. If they hold on to it for the next minute, again, Talon has a really good shot at just finding that free secondary life and setting up for high ground.
Well, that they do. Shopify, they are not backing out yet. They are still hanging around. Kitrak already being caught out. We'll try for a lift play. In fact, oh, they found Arteezy as well. Arteezy, he's got the BKB available, but it may do him no good because he's completely out of position. He's trying to run, but it's no good at all. Akashi will take him down into the mid lane. They want more. They found Saberlight now. Chrono out from Akashi, locking him down. That'll be a third. I mean, what the hell do you do? Nowhere is safe. And we even make. Oh, the Dark Widow's been called out. Joe Cam. He's just fighting everyone.
That he is. He's been working a lot on this time. This is what I expected from his timing in the last game once that blink was up. Again, a little bit different for Talon in game 1. Certainly this is the Talon that presents itself in those qualifiers. Gets started on that siege now. They've got the creep waves coming in. They've got the Exo. There's a fortify ready at the very least and a refresh. So there's some play here for Shopify. Not the longest respawns left either. They do have Doom ready on the respawn as well, but... Oh.
Joe Cam gonna be just fine. I mean, they'll toss him to the tier 4 towers, but it doesn't mean too much. Tier 3 mid tower to go down, but that's gonna be about it. They'll see the respawn onto Artesian. They won't want to force it too much without the chrono being available. EXO, of course, coming onto cooldown very soon as well. Shopify Rebellion, they are going to try and play off this timings, however. They do go for a 5-man smoke up. They pretty much have every spell but Eclipse right now, and that's about 15 seconds away. They seem to be very well aware of where they are as well. They run right into the dire triangle. Smoke on smoke situation though, but a jump is out. Yopash, he found the void, but where's your follow-up damage? It's not coming in yet. They'll get the Doom out, but he's still running. Akashi's looking perfectly fine for now as Sablight's desperately trying to chase him down. Akashi's still on the run though. Surely will go, and finally does die, but what's it gonna cost? We'll find out in a moment because Arteezy, he's going after Chuen now. He'll try for the Death Prophet. Maybe they can even find WS. Is WS still chasing down the Luna? Might have him. Arteezy, he will go down anyway, even without the Void being alive. WS gets it done, but now he needs a way out. They'll lock him down. They've got the vessel out. Still, WS taking down another with him. Saberlight. Not going to be safe either as Yopash is still trying after the Timber though. WS, he's just too tanky. Yules is up, still alive. Now Chuen coming back in onto the DK. They cannot finish the job. WS will make it out alive after taking 2 cores. That it's just so rough. Like, it's still a good fight for Shopify, but the ending to that is just so ugly.
That it is. It's still a net win for Shopify. It claws them back into the game just a little bit more. 2.5k in comparison to Talon gaining 1.6. But they're not able to really capitalize on that. I mean, respawns are coming back up for Talon. They're going to be able to try for this Roshan. It is Radiant side Rosh now. It is daytime, but it's not going to be any inconvenience at all for Talon. And that was probably the best fight we've seen come out from Shopify, right? Like, Yopash?
Oh, Yopash in danger. WS, this guy's a maniac, John. He's just doing it on his own.
Oh, God.
He just solos Yopash on his own.
Yeah,
Ouch.
I mean, this is why in all these qualifiers, you know, like not many teams tend to pick Timbersaw. WS has been consistent in that. You know, like Timbersaw has had a resurgence, but even in the early times when it wasn't quite as popular, you know, only like South American players like Whisper were picking it up. WS was still one of those players that would also line up for it. And he's showing us why this hero is definitely up there in priority. Why we've seen this first phase banned in a lot of games. Why it should not slide over for Talon. We'll find Roche access off the back of all of that into the banner for the high ground siege. And for Talon, everything's lining up. They've got everything they could possibly ask for. You're still relatively starved out here on Shopify. You're looking for more damage from Artur going into the Conda, which still pretty far out. Yeah, you've got Doom back up for Saberlight, but he dooms one. It doesn't take care of the other two. Like, they're so tanky on Talon. You've got Death Prophet and Timbersaw to cover the Face's Void. Like, if you burst the Void, you're not going to be able to burst these other two heroes. They're just way too big.
Here we go again. All spells available here from Talon. It's a hard fight. It's a hard defense if you are Shopify Rebellion, that's for sure. Ags up on Yopash. You've got that ancient black dragon now. Oh, Avalanche Toss is out though. They've caught the DK already. Yopash forced the BKB early on. Not the start to the fight you would like to see as Shopify Rebellion. Hell, Arteezy's not even in the base right now. Arteezy's still just trying to farm up a Kanda. Just not seeing the defense to come. That'll be a secondary Rax to go down. So it seems like Shopify Rebellion just accepting that they will only have one Rax after that attempt. And yeah, the Luna still has not returned to the base. He just, it's Kanda or nothing.
Which, you know, I kind of understand. Like, it does feel like Artur is lacking damage without any sort of buff. Even that little crit does help a lot. But needs a little bit more. They lose 2 set of racks. They can hug onto this last one. Aegis still has about 3 minutes for Talon, though. It's more than enough time to go for that next maneuver up. Let's see if there's anything that Shopify can do. Again, they've got Doom ready. You've got Saberlight trying to go for the Ags, but it's still 3 parts away. Yopaj with his Ags can kind of take care of the side lanes, take care of these super creeps relatively nicely, but your options are growing limited. Again, you're scaling into late game into Faceless Void Chrono threat, and this time around, you don't have that counterplay that Talon had in the last game. With the grip, with the RP. This time around, you basically have nothing outside of like a direct jump in from Yopaj or Saberlight and just instantly pinning down the Faceless Void before the Chrono can come on.
Now going to the top lane now, not waiting around too much longer. You do have the Kanda completed on RTs. He said there's that little bonus that he was looking for this final defense. And Akashi's already losing a lot of HP, but they just do not have the full committal here onto the Void. And you've got to get through the initial Aegis life anyway. They almost get through the first, but not quite. At the very least, they will delay the high ground attempt.
Yep. They got a nice little enchanted DK illusion just for a little bit as well. Just one thing that the Ench will enjoy for this item build up on Yopaj. I'll always have a nice little thing to steal away. Exo back up onto the high ground again, and Age is still up for 1:40. Shopify with a smoke, but not many angles left here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 3 tower in danger. They'll stun up again onto Akashi. He gets the BKB off in time and gets the Chrono off as well. 2 caught out. It's Saberlight and, of course, Yopaj. Saberlight's the big target, though, when he is gone. Now a stolen Chrono from Kidrak, holding down 3 of them, but there's no follow-up to it. Ponyo, he finally goes down. Akashi, he will lose his first life to boot. This could be the fight for Shopify. The Lacour, however, he does lose his life to WS now. Doom is out. Who have they got with it? It's going to be the Void, but there's no follow-up to that. Joe Cam in the meantime with an Avalanche cross combination. And it's perfect. It is absolutely perfect here from Joe Cam. And that'll be it. GG is called. Shopify have seen enough. Talon, they will secure the Game 2 victory, forcing a 1-1 draw between themselves and Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, outstanding performance out from Talon in this one. Play spectacularly well. They hit a much better stride with his blink timing in Jokam. He takes much better activity in this game than I think in the last game, which, you know, this is the exact performance from Talon that they've shown in qualifiers, and this is kind of what I expected them to show coming in. It didn't quite come out in game 1. They do mention draw out the series at the very least to set a decent tone for their start here in Birmingham. But my god, those plays that they were coming out with, like WS on his Timbersaw performing to the exact level you'd expect a Timbersaw specialist to play to, Joe Cam just on the hunt, having this game sense to know when they're split up, trying to soak up these side camps and just getting that punishment by himself. It was ridiculous. Like, even in some of these highlights, some of the plays that Talon had just felt like they shouldn't have worked, but they did. Like this Chrono, right? Like, it's completely negated by the Dragon Tail. Guess what? WS is at the side. He's got the nuking damage. And good god, this Timbersaw just did so much work after a slower start. Right? Very stable lane. Didn't really dominate that lane over Arteezy, but once the items were in, once he was durable enough to just chase down these heroes with a blink, they just melted.
They absolutely did. Of course, props to Talon here. I mean, a bit of a switch up in draft, but they certainly made it look very, very good. And Shopify, I mean, kind of just have to go back to the drawing board and see what went wrong here in this game number 2. It was a very one-sided game as well for their standards. So I think Shopify might be studying this game after this, after this series, and kind of have a chat to see where things went wrong and how they can improve things going forward. Because there's plenty of series to go for them. At the very least, though, Jonathan, we are going to be heading off. In fact, we are going to be heading off to us for now. I was about to say we will be heading off to a very short break because, of course, we do have an interview coming up rather soon. So let's head over to the short break. We'll be back with an interview from somebody from the side of Talon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Oh, luscious, there's no other word I can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. I see clearly now. I'd swim 1,000 seas. I see pleasure in you. I hope you see pleasure in me. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're a treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the sky. I see pleasure in your eyes.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase if you want it. I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL 1 Birmingham group stages. It is, of course, MLP Dota and Dronix Fire. And as you saw just earlier on, Shopify Rebellion versus Talon ended in a 1-1 draw. Talon ends up pulling off the game to victory to John X Fire's delight. Of course, Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You say to my delight, Mike, Yopaj lost a game. My boy from my city lost a game, but then my boys on Talon won a game. So
Yeah.
it's conflicting.
You can't
it's
win.
conflicting, but you know,
Well,
you can't win or you
you're winning
always
everything.
win. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm winning everything, Mike. I'm having a good time. Ooh, Yopaj won game 1. Whoa, I'm good.
I'd say great minds think alike, Jonathan, but we're two complete morons. There's no way I'm going to insult the actual smart people out there. Still, I mean, Talon did pull off game number 2. Obviously, we're going to have a nice conversation with somebody here from Talon to see what the hell happened. Impressive, though, I want to say, Jonathan, from these boys. Obviously, you know, I was expecting a little bit less from Talon. They continue to just prove me wrong. I feel like that might be the key. If I just keep talking crap about Talon every event we do before they play, I feel like that's the key to them performing really well. In fact, I feel like the Talon CEO should be paying me a salary. Jonathan, how about that?
You could have a chat to someone in Talon. You know all of them now, so you can have a chat with
I
them
do.
and see how.
Well-
you know, it's the opposite of the boom strategy where we were gassing them up all the time, and they'd bomb out right after group. So sorry, Carrie, we've switched stratch at the right time.
We certainly have. Anyway, why is Boom always catching strays with us, Jonathan? He's not even here. Who cares? Akashi's here, Jonathan. I think Akashi's here. Do we have somebody for an interview? There we go. I think we do. Akashi's here. Akashi, congratulations on your game 2 victory, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great.
That's good to hear. Akashi, I hear this is your first big event. Was there nerves going into this series? Did you feel nervous going up against Shopify Rebellion here at Birmingham?
No, I feel so confident in this tournament.
I love to hear it. Akashi, talk to me about game number 2. I mean, game 1 went pretty roughly. What changed in game 2 for you guys to look so dominant all of a sudden?
Maybe the game 1 and game 2 difference is the lane problem, and we fixed that in game 2, and that's why we win.
Okay. Oh, love to hear it. John X5, go on, sir.
All right, Akashi, it's good to see you in Birmingham joining the team. I know there were some issues to get you out onto another third party. How different is it for you to be in this kind of situation, you know, on a LAN environment with the team? How different is it for you in comparison to, you know, just playing these games online? I mean, this is one of your first bigger events, so how is it for you?
I think for me, this is a good opportunity, and the LAN is super good. To play with top tier teams, this is my dream to play with them.
Right? And what's the expectations for you personally coming into this tournament? Like, well, what's your objective? What's the mindset like coming into this LAN?
I think in my mindset, we are the underrated teams here in this tournament.
And what do you have? Do you feel like that's something you can change, or how do you feel like Talon's going to change that? Like, how's the confidence like for the boys here?
I think our confidence is so high, and our energy is so high also. We play so confident in this tournament. That's all I can say.
Right. And what do you feel like is the secret to success for Talon, right? Like, as a roster, not many people at the formation of the team had high hopes, but you guys have proven that wrong a couple of times now. What do you think makes you guys strong together as a unit?
Maybe we're all young players, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe youth is the one thing defining it. And lastly from me here, Akashi, You said you were looking forward to play up against these top teams. Any team in particular you kind of want to play up here against in Birmingham?
I have 3. Liquid, Falcon, and Bit Boom. These 3 teams.
All right. All the
All right,
top ones. All right.
Kachi, I mean, I love the confidence, love to hear it. So congratulations on your Game 2 victory, and we can't wait to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
The lovely Akashi joining us, Jonathan. Always a pleasure to speak to the man. Jonathan, there was a bit of a Filipino thing going on there, because you asked the exact same question I asked. He gave me one-word answer. To you, you got a sentence. I was offended mid-interview. I was like, well, hold on a goddamn minute. I asked the exact same question. John just added some words. He basically just over-exaggerated the same question. And suddenly he got a much better answer. Why is that, John X-Fire? Were we not speaking the same language, sir? Was I speaking something different?
It's the Pinoy connection. You know, us Filipinos, we stick together, Mike. Okay. You know, you say you're Filipino, your passport, Australian. Why am I Singaporean? I'm mixing it all up.
I can't.
You change your passport.
John. Oh, all right. Well,
You can't.
Thank you very much. We're going to throw to a break before we all get cancelled. We're going to a break. We'll be back with our second series of the night between, of course, the side of G2IG and BetBoom team. We'll see you soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
When you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips are kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips are kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We learn it sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Your lips are kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. And see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all in all, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine.
for more.
Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. Come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL 1 Birmingham group stages. It is, of course, once again MLP and John Expired. Jonathan, we've got a new series on our hands. G2IG versus BetBoom team coming right up. My goodness, how excited are you for this?
Pretty hyped up. This is going to be an exciting one. BetBoom team has been doing spectacularly well in the past few tournaments that they have been at, but G2IG, they're an exciting team to watch. You know, we've seen the insanity that JT can get up to when he's on the LAN environment.
Oh,
For
my
reason the
boy.
guy just goes crazy. And, you know, Nothing to Say has been playing, well, the last game they played in another third-party tournament, he played Sniper mid, Conda Ag. So, yeah, take what you will from any of that information, Mike.
Yeah, I took enough. I heard Kanda, I heard Sniper, and I felt my MMR decreasing as you say that, Jonathan. We get a look at the handsome faces of G2IG, apart from the middle one, Jonathan, of course, now that you've provided that information. Of course, Nothing to Say. You know, I hope we don't get to see that crap, Jonathan. You know, this
I
bit
hope we
Sniper rubbish. It's just bad, John. It's bad.
I hope we see it. I hope.
You know what Nothing
It's
to Say.
bad,
You
but
know
it's
it's
fun.
bad.
It's fun. It's fun to see. I want to see Nothing to Say do it, but of course, JT is the one I really want to talk about, right? Like, every time we see him on LAN, last time we saw him in KL, he was just popping off, going crazy. For some reason, he looks really tired here, but it just looks like a man who has no cares in the world and will play just insane. You know, this is what I see. This is the look of a guy I expect to be playing at 2 a.m. just going ham.
Yeah, you say tired. I say he's looking at you saying, damn, just dare me to do it. Yeah, you give me the hero. I dare you. There he is. His serious faces on today. But we'll see what shenanigans G2IG come up with as we do go into game number 1. I mean, this has become one of my favorite teams to cast, Jonathan. I feel like every ESL event, they give us a G2IG series. And it's always the best series we get to cast because these guys are just hilarious somehow. I can't wait to see it. Anyway, speaking of hilarious, of course, BetBoom, Jonathan. Not to be outdone, another fantastic team. Here we are, the handsome faces of BetBoom. What do you think about these boys, John? I mean, you know, Toronto, Tokyo, he's been running his mouth a lot in some games I've been watching, and you know, what are you thinking about these guys?
I think BetBoom team is just a really strong team. They've grown stronger and stronger as we've seen them, you know, ever since they formed up. I think it's been a steady improvement. I think the one player that I really wanted to compare here really was Miero. For some reason, every time I remember all those BetBoom team games that we watch, all of the games we casted, I always remember Miero on the Doom being clutch, right? Like that's the standout moment every time, every single time we watch BetBoom team. He plays something like an offlane Doom. He crushes the lane, and he also manages to get the farm timing. He's not necessarily, you know, just constrained to Doom, but it's really the hero that comes into mind when I think of Miero as a player every single time. So I'm wondering if that's something G2IG allows or if it's something they're contemplating into, because Doom does have shortcomings, right? As we saw in the last game we saw in our last series, if it goes flat, then it just takes time to build up.
Well, we've got a content piece here with BetBoom, Jonathan, so let's head over to that and see exactly what happened in this content piece. BetBoom?
BetBoom is undoubtedly the strongest Russian team in Dota right now. They started out last year looking shaky, but quickly stabilized and found their footing. With the addition of Miero, formerly of 9 Pandas, to replace Pure earlier this year, they are looking better than ever. With a 3rd place in BetBoom Dacia and a 2nd place finish in Dream League Season 22, they are capable of beating any team in the world, except maybe Team Falcons. Playing for BetBoom together with Miiro are Nightfall, GPK, Save, and Toronto Tokyo, with an explosive and aggressive playstyle that has become a staple in the Russian Dota scene. You know it'll be an exciting game when BetBoom are involved. Let's see if they can take down their new nemesis in Team Falcons and finally claim their first ever LAN win at ESL 1 Birmingham.
Well, there you go, Jonathan. Of course, BetBoom, a team not to be underestimated. Can't wait to see these boys, and I believe we're going to see them very soon because I believe a draft is now officially underway between G2IG and BetBoom. So let's head over to that and see exactly what the hell's going on. Before we do start on the draft, Jonathan, I must say I like the hair color Toronto's going for this tournament. That's a nice color.
10 seconds
And it is. And it does certainly bring some nice contrast out for BetBoom team. We'll see if that improves the gameplay here as well. They had a great run again in their last LAN that they've been on. Unfortunately, the best of 5 that came out wasn't quite their way, but we'll see if they've managed to pick up a lot of learnings from that, because that kind of opportunity is you know, it's an opportunity to learn a lot when you have a series like that. So we'll see if those improvements kick in. Of course, nothing too strange in the bans. Chen, Disruptor, Kotal, Konka taken out by G2IG. BetBoom taking care of the Razor, the Pango. They're going to let go of maybe some of these cheekier picks. There's still a lot. DK Mag is the one to be taken out, so respect for JT. So he doesn't go too crazy to open up here.
I'll see what BetBoom want to go for this first pick. I mean, they prioritize this first pick themselves. The big choice we're looking for here to get things started here for BetBoom, gonna be the Shadow team. Fair enough. Nothing too crazy, but obviously this hero very high impact.
That it is. Demonic Purge does a lot. Demonic Cleanse does a lot. Disruption is a big save. Like, this hero just does so much, and it's relatively easy to farm up for. Like, Aether Lens, Blink. Then if the game drags on, you will find a way to find your Ags, and you just kind of go from there. So it's a really secure pick for BetBoom without showing too much. G2IG will go into the IO very early on. Kind of curious to see what they combine that with. We have seen a little bit of IO popping in and out, but it's not been the most common pickup. So I'm keen to see what exactly the game plan for G2IG is, but always excites me when they do bring something like this out. Again, they banned out the Konka, so you don't have any X-mark shenanigans back for the IO relocate saves. So you do have that going for you here.
You do. Back into the ban stage we go. Can I just say as well, while we are waiting, I kind of appreciate how they merged the G2 and IG logo together, John. You know, it's not easy to do that. In fact, you're a designer, aren't you? Are you not one of these guys that make logos? Were you not an animator of some sort? You do it, right?
Yeah.
I like
but
it.
yes.
I think they've combined it very nicely.
It is very nice. It is very nice. I do dig it. It's a very sick logo. My finest carnation was Genisbrus.
Oh, that's right. You did make the Genisbrus flag, didn't you?
They actually used it. That's the more surprising thing. It's like, huh, they actually used it.
Yeah.
That probably gave them some bad luck, unfortunately. Never use anything like that.
They literally lost as soon as you gave it to them, John. We appreciate it.
It happens.
The team that never was. What can you do?
Man, that's such a bygone era of Dota as well. Jesus. It always feels like 2017 was yesterday. You know, Mike?
Oh, we were young once, John. We were younger men once.
Now we're not.
No.
These players are at least still young at heart. Younger than us.
Well, they're getting older too, John. Don't flatter them. Final ban to come.
You know what? I think you might be Filipino, Mike. That's a very Filipino thing to say. Very crabby, you know? Crab mentality. Drag them down. It's like, oh no, you're all going down with us. You don't need to apply for the passport, Mark. I've just been handed one by someone that just appeared in my room. I'll have it ready for you when you meet up.
Thank you, John. G2IG. They're going to go for the Centaur pickup themselves. This has been another very popular offlane to pick up. None the too surprising. BetBoom. We'll see the follow-up. I mean, happy faces here from G2IG. Not so much from BetBoom, though. They look very, very serious.
I'm enjoying the potential of IO Centaur, even though I'm not sure if this is the lane you're coming out with. But Overcharge on Double Edge, if you're allowed to play for the 1-3-1 build, just kind of ignore Retaliate if they don't have Bite Back. Plus Overcharge, like Double Edge plus Overcharge in lane sounds really painful. It's a lot of output if you're allowed to play this way, which, with a Centaur pick so early, you shouldn't be allowed to. BetBoom team should be able to find a way to counteract that, or have a really decent ranged matchup where Centaur will be forced to get Retaliate to have some laning presence instead. But theoretically, a really nice combination if you will run this offlane. Lots of good sustain for Centaur to keep playing up front. Again, just Overcharge Tether Double Edge with the Spell Amp. It's pretty nice.
That it absolutely is. Well, BetBoom, they're still thinking about this second pickup here. Plenty of reserve time being used up by both teams very early on in this draft. The Monkey King gonna make its appearance, which is one way to deal with the Centaur. Just that safe lane MK. Be very, very annoying for the Centaur to have to deal with throughout that laning stage. I suppose there are ways to play around it, but overall, a couple points in that Jingu Mastery and you probably are not going to be feeling too good as a Centaur.
No, definitely not. That does make it a lot harder to go all in on Double Edge. Or conversely, it could just make it that you have to kind of look for that nuking play and try to bait out the monkey somehow. Let's see what the idea is for G2IG down the line. BetBoom team still relatively open, so what they want to follow up could go for their Pause 4. They're not really locked into anything. Like Monkey King plus Disruptor plus Shadow Demon's already a very solid lane by itself. So they've already got that foundation set up for themselves. We'll go with the Ench as well. So you've got a really nice trade here as well on your 4-5. You can kind of flip these two around. Monkey King Ench is also not a very bad lane. It's pretty strong. Play with the Enchant Slow, chase down someone as Monkey. You have a lot of healing as well to sustain to kind of match the healing G2IG might pump out. G2IG for their part, into the Weaver. We've seen a lot of this coming out from their safe lane on G2IG. And it has felt pretty good. Weaver is a little weird. He got slightly nerfed down with Maelstrom getting touchdown, but he also got slight buffs on his actual kit. Very slight buffs. So here's to see how much Monet can kind of utilize this. But it is a really pesky hero. You don't have the best ways of locking it down. And a Weaver IO is also really painful. So I do like that now, dragging the IO into the 5, and going for Techie Centaur is a lot more damage with a Blast Off in the Sticky Mines, so you do have a lot of play for G2IG across every lane.
10 seconds.
No, you absolutely do. I do like the Techies as a Pulse 4 as well, like if you do just kind of rotate the IO on the Techies, because it's a hero that does relatively well against the MK, right? Like it's just annoying for the Monkey King to have to deal with, and we'll see how they do kind of lane all this. I just think it's I appreciate the kind of the backup here for the Cent. It's BetBoom. 47 seconds reserve time left for these final pickups.
I've got a couple of picks in the BBT if they want it on off for Miero. The Doom is still an option. Brewmaster wouldn't be too shabby as well. I don't feel like it should work out fine in the lane. You could go for... Timbersaw is also not bad here. They wanted it. Not the best lockdown from G2IG. You rip the Centaur apart. You can get some form of control for your initiation onto the Weaver down the line as well. Your lane partner with Shadow Demon's pretty nice, so you can kind of build off of that as well. It's relatively open for them to kind of decide here. There's no real flex for G2IG. I don't see them doing anything crazy with nothing. No, they take the sniper! No, I was gonna say, they should have given G2IG the sniper! Because, well, no, it would have been crazy to kind of give it away as well, because you've got the Centaur to bail out the sniper, right? Then you've got the IO to bail it out. There's a lot of bailouts for sniper for G2IG, but BetBoom team take the sniper against them. Oh, this is exciting. Are we going to see the Conda Ags? Is it going to happen?
Yeah, we probably will, John. But the question is, why would you want to see that? It's
why not? Stupid. It's fun. It's funny. It's funny. Did you not watch this old Dota 2 meme? The XXX_360XXX no scope sniper. That's like I think 10 years old now, maybe, or no, way more. It was great, and it inspires me to see sniper players still exist that live up for it.
I have not watched the video, Jonathan, because I had standards then and I have standards now. John, I don't care for snipers.
Mike, let's stop pretending, Mike. Let's stop pretending about these so-called standards. Are those standards in the room here right now? Can you point to these standards on the wall? No, you can't. No, you can't.
That's fair. The final ban out to come before we can see the final pickups. Where's the team fight for Betboom? They've got one stun, and that's their Monkey King. Like,
Hey.
disruption's
Sniper
not a stun.
Ags. Sniper Ags is the stun. How dare you? How dare you disrespect that?
Like, who's playing? Like, who's supporting? Well, what's going on here? Like, where's the team fight, John?
It's coming for Miaro in the off lane. You know, he still
Is
has an off lane. There's a Doom, there's a Brewmaster. Maybe something like, I don't know if a Beastmaster is really all too great here, but there's a Beastmaster as well, I guess, and Timbersaw.
10 seconds.
There's a lot of options. You know, I'd say Miaro, I don't know, I feel like it's unfair for me to say Miaro and Doom are exactly the same thing I think about, but it honestly really is. It's a DK, alright, it's a DK coming out. Nothing too crazy. They could shift that into DK mid, but Sniper offlane sounds arguably worse. So you're probably just running Sniper mid and DK off here. Nothing too crazy. I guess. I mean, it's still pretty crazy to have Sniper.
Remaining.
At the very least, like, if you're not going to have that big team fight, you do at least have this crazy push now with the DK engine. We did see this last game as well, right? Like, obviously taking these T1 towers very early can be very, very effective. And although you don't have an exorcism to play with as the Ench, you now have a DK, which is just as good.
That it is. You've got early DK illusions as well with the disruption. And with the Ags plus the Manta, there's a lot of DK illusions you have to contend with. Wonder what the idea is for G2IG. You know, Leshrac can kind of work, but the lane shouldn't be too awful up against Sniper. It plays nicely with an IO as well. If you want to go Lesh here. Maybe something like a Lina. Play ranged as well. Just some magical burst to help tie in this team fight on G2IG. Kind of get that damage early to deal, especially with the DK and the Monkey. Would be nice. I think both of them play pretty well with the Stampede. Leshrac probably sticks out a little bit more. Again, just value of Stampede plus IO and Tether. They'll go with the Tusk instead. So they want to go for more fight, more disruptive backline jump and burst. And we'll see how well Nothing to Say has here, but it is a Tusk versus Sniper lane, which honestly I did not expect. And I think that's why I didn't lean into it. Like, it's playable. You play with your shard. You can gap close really nice with Snowball, so it's not the worst thing in the world for Tusk. At the same time, Sniper has some free hits once he hits, what, level 3, level 4? With a value point and take aim, it should be pretty okay for GPK. As long as he doesn't overstep.
It should be a pretty interesting matchup here between these two teams. I mean, a mid-Tusk, a mid-Sniper coming out. I can only imagine who you believe came out with the better draft, Jonathan. Who do you think has the actual better draft going into this game one?
5 seconds remaining.
It's hard to say. I feel like the lane for Nightfall shouldn't be too bad. You can play around with that really nicely. Ench and Monkey King should be able to kind of hold back on this aggression that JT will want to pull out with Baboka. At the same time, it's susceptible to that burst. So if JT and Baboka, they do manage to hammer in this blast off into stun, then things can go southbound really fast for the Monkey King lane. And I think for the side of Betboom team, you can't afford to have like your side lane suffering, right? You've got this mid sniper who will need a little bit of space, so you need Nightfall and Miaro to come out relatively unscathed in laning phase, and that's where the big question lies. I think GPK's lane is going to be even at worst, if not a little bit ahead, unless Nothing to Say just plays completely balls to the wall with like shard snowballs in and some good rotations out, but the side lanes need to be able to hit their stride, right? Like, if it ends up being like your side lanes kind of fall apart from this aggression JT brings out and Monet manages to play tag really nice with X-Nova up against Miaro, and it feels rough because you're going to be farming on the Monkey, DK, and Sniper. Like, none of these heroes do anything without farm. So it's really down to just coming out with the lanes really strong, and I think the biggest question mark really has to be that bot lane for Nightfall. Like, the Monkey King lane can go either way. Ooh.
Toronto, hold on a minute, Toronto. Put the guns away, mate. Right? Put the gun. Those aren't legal where you are.
Sniper, you know.
Yeah.
His team picked Sniper, so the guns are out.
There's enough guns in the building already. Take it easy, Toronto. My goodness. The body of somebody that's never seen a hotel gym before in his life, John. I'll tell you.
How dare you? You're landing strays. It's like you're a sniper player, just spamming assassinate on anyone, Mike.
Don't you dare say that to me.
You
How
don't even
dare
have
you?
the Ags, Mike. You're just pressing R with no Ags. What are you doing? They're full HP, Mike.
What went over me to decide to cast with you for my whole career, John? What was it that made me decide these things?
I don't know.
What was I
Mikey.
smoking, John? What was it that I was smoking at the time?
Blame good old Stinky Pie. Shout out to Clem.
Yeah. Here comes a
Having
line
fun with his
drawn out.
mahjong or whatever.
30 seconds.
Whatever he's doing. 5-man smoke is out. They'll go for a run through the Radiant jungle, it seems, here at G2IG. I mean, there is some vision down here from Bet Boom. Of course, they aren't going to see them through the smoke. Meanwhile, a tree is running at Baboka now. Baboka, he's going to notice the hard way that is not, in fact, the tree. We'll have to retreat. No fight to come, I don't believe. G2IG obviously have been scouted out.
Battle begins.
Although they are still rushing towards the other bounty rune. Maybe Toronto Tokyo does get caught with his pants down. But no, nothing to say. He's got no backup to really try and take down the Ench, and it seems as though it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor. In fact, it was a 2-for-2 trade for either side anyway, so it doesn't matter. Very even start. Ping issues, apparently.
Yeah, it's not what I'd expect. You know, we're not in Southeast Asia. This shouldn't be happening.
So hopefully these issues get resolved. I'm on 3-hour ping as well, by the way, so we'll have a look at that. See if we can get that resolved
Who
too.
cares about that, Mikey?
So I pointed out.
How is it that you have lower ping to the UK than I do? Actually, I
Do
see
you-
296 on you, 350 on me. What?
350?
You have 296, I have 350.
That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's on the other side of the world, Mikey.
We can't blame PLDC this time, Jonathan. I mean, we probably could, to be fair. We probably could,
I mean, you
but
could
we
blame. You could blame me being on geographically 350 ping away, but you know, it is what it is.
won't.
surprised
Australia's
you're
further,
closer.
Jonathan.
That's the surprising part, but it is what it is. We'll see, as it looks like our ping issues are resolved and we get to watch this game in its full glory. Of course, looking at bot first, Baboka just looking for anything to find, doesn't find it. He's on that tech east with JT on the scent, up against Nightfall on the Monkey and Toronto Tokyo on that Enchantress. And we'll see if JT is going to be forced to go for the Retaliate. It doesn't feel great, but in a rough lane up against a Monkey could be how things end up. And I don't know, like, not being able to go for Double Edge feels really awful in laning presence. It does feel good for farm, but you don't feel amazing. It feels like you're not doing anything outside of Stampede when you go for that kind of build on the scent, and it doesn't feel like the kind of impact you want to see from JT, at least, you know, going into the 10 to 15 minute mark down the line.
Absolutely not. Of course, mid lane, GPK. He up against nothing to say, already finding plenty of damage onto the sniper, and it does kind of go back to what you mentioned earlier during the drafting phase. Like, the snowball into the shards is just a great way of locking down the sniper and just closing the gap. And as it stands right now, GPK just has really no right-click damage. Like, nothing to say, is just literally being tickled in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to trade back for GPK. At the same time, once you get something like your double rate bands up, it does feel a lot better for the sniper there. Your hero bug.
Bug?
What is the bug?
So they disconnect and JT tells them what the problem is. That's just the kind of guy JT is, you know? You disconnect, he'll tell you what the problem was. Here we go, reconnections are out. Unbagged.
Unbagged.
What's been unbagged?
Unbagged, now good. I think he meant
Well, what was in the bag, Nightfall? What have you unbagged?
He unbagged the bug.
Okay.
The bug has been released.
What? Tusker? Well, what's wrong with the Tusk now?
Oh no, nothing to say, is still reconnecting.
Oh, okay. Nightfall, the good guy. He actually pointed it out. There you go. Now, JT literally said just go. What does that mean, John?
I have no clue. Bow bow.
Bow bow.
I have no clue. I think it's supposed to be, I feel like, a friendly call out to another person, but I don't. I'm not a language expert, Mike. I pretend to, but I'm not.
It sounds like some kind of delicious kind of bun. Is that what I want
Well,
to say?
bao is a bun. You are correct.
You're welcome.
But bao is also something else. Like, I don't know. I had a Singaporean roommate who really corrected me on my B's and P's and never really understood it in Mandarin, but It is what it is, Mike.
Top lane. Mone's been having a great old time, of course, on the Weaver. Like this is the boring lane, right? Like chances are nothing's gonna happen at this top lane. You know, the Weaver doesn't have enough damage, the DK doesn't have enough damage. There's no lockdown. Farm's gonna happen. Miro's having a great time. Mone's having a great time. Everyone's having a great time up at that top lane.
No, just build up. I'm wondering if Save is going to have room to just go out and Shadow Poison stack. He should, especially as Miero approaches his level 2, level 3. Should be able to just sustain the lane, and Save can just kind of stack up, get that economy game going for down the line. A relatively slow start in every lane. JT, he does go for the level 2 double edge, so no retaliate, no threat felt there. A little bit of a jump forward from Nothing to Say. Yeah. Not going to lead to too much. Like, even though you're copying some harassment on GPK, you are still clearing out the creep wave a little bit better as well. Jeez.
Nothing to Say. Oh, he took aggro from the tower. He's trying to bottle up. Oh, the uphill miss. Well, of course he misses uphill. I don't think it would have been enough anyway, to be fair. Nothing to Say, barely able to survive. He could actually go in again in 3 seconds. He's just waiting for the snowball. This could be bait.
One more.
DPK still going. One more hit. He'll go for the shrapnels. Oh, Nothing to Say. Still running. Still able to make it out. GPK's on the chase, but he can't get him. Where's the TPs? There was like 10 seconds where they could have intervened. Nobody TPs from G2IG.
To be fair, I don't know if a TP out from Xnova does too much outside of just healing Tusk. And looked like he wasn't going to die anyway. And, well, if Baboka leaves JT, JT's just dead. So they don't really have the cleanest time to kind of help out mid. But, you know, all's well and done. For Nothing to Say, he does get the bottle top up. He's fine with a bounty. This is giving... It did give GPK quite a fair bit of space and room, but not too much. It's still off to that slower start. You are starting to ramp up. Like, level 2 Jingu up for Nightfall. So if JT does step up a little bit too far, he can be punished. Up top, just playing tag. Again, no, it's slower lanes up top as well. You can try.
They are giving it a crack. It's not going to amount to anything. Earlier on as well, Nothing to Say, he had a courier coming in and GPK did manage to snipe it. That courier had the salve that Nothing to Say desperately wanted on it, so Nothing to Say kind of just forced to play at half HP now on the Tusk. Not feeling very comfortable whatsoever. Still very even in the mid lane though when it comes to the CS board. Both 19 in terms of CS at the moment as GPK won't really get blocked by the shards. He'll be just fine. I suppose this does feel like it favors the sniper, right? Because you're getting away with the farm anyway. It's bottom lane, Nightfall does get caught out a little bit. JT's still on the chase, and they've got him. Nightfall is gone. Baboka able to secure first blood.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a misstep. You've got to respect the higher levels in the hoof stomp here from JT and just that blast off range. Whenever the support is missing, you've got that opening lined up for G2IG. They are looking down mid for Nothing to Say though. Could be a harder target, but they've got that good backline vision here.
They are looking at GPK. Save is around though. Save looping around now with some deep vision past the T1 towers. Nothing to Say. And they'll make the jump in. The Tusk desperately needs some help, but nobody's coming. Nothing to Say again being left on his own. A very, very nice pick off here from Bet Boom.
Again, that's how they found that opening bot. They did pile the resources mid. They're playing off of this really nice ward planted earlier on. And now they get a little bit of a siege. Siege creep up. They've got the damage to just chip away. They've got the rune secured as well. Nice shield rune to have to deny away from Nothing to Say. They haven't let go of this tri-lane bot. But again, top lane is a lane that you can leave alone on both sides. Trying to get the shove, but it's not the quickest push with a Centaur. Fortunately, no retaliate, no tower aggro you can kind of do there as well.
Bot lane pressure being applied here from G2IG. Nightfall and Toronto, they're around to try and defend this, but it is a very, very slow siege, but it is a very effective siege. They're going to need a few more numbers if they really want to try and defend this. siege creep is going to be fortified here from G2YGs. They look to rush in. They'll find a stun onto Toronto. Now even Monet showing up on the Weaver. Just everyone committed to this bottom tier 1 tower. As Nightfall, he'll actually continue to rush forward, trying to find a Jingu Mastery. Proc does get one onto X-Nova, though X-Nova trying to run, but no, does go down. Will die to save. And Bet Boom, they actually successfully defend the bottom tier 1 tower with 3 against 4 heroes.
And they make it work. Nothing to say is not able to show up. Mid's already gone. Again, that shove, that push from the side of G2IG is just not that quick. Even if you went Retaliate, that's been nerfed to the ground in terms of tower damage. So you don't have that speed to just melt through these objectives. You're not fully geared up either for Monet to have this early presence. No Javelin up. That tends to be the early spike for the Weaver. They were trying mid though.
GPK. That's a very nice shot from Nothing to Say. Actually just blocking the way completely for GPK. He could not fit through that small gap on the right side, so they will secure the life of GPK now as well. In the meantime, they are pressuring the top tier 1 tower. So Bet Boom, they'll lose their mid laner, but they're going to find a top tier 1 tower for their trouble by the looks of it. It's not really too bad.
Oh, they're pretty happy. All of your tier 1s are still intact. The objective play map slowly shrinks for G2IG. And I really appreciate the wards Bet Boom team are dropping. Like all of these wards behind the tier 1, just allowing them to play this aggressive early on, spotting out this rotation as well from Nothing to Say. They can't capitalize. They can't find this punishment they'd want to.
Niero. Oh, they get Toronto instead.
Kiss the good dude, die young.
They take the much easier kill, that's for sure. Still Nothing to Say now, starting to get much more active here on the Tusk. It is one of those heroes as well in that mid lane. It just feels like you can keep going forever. Like, it just... The skills are such low cooldown. There's no real need to slow down.
And just keep that pressure going. You've gotten a lot of room out from Miero. Top of the network board from just being basically given a free lane for like a good solid minute to 2 minutes. Blink timing's not going to be too far off into the Manta. Have that great presence coming in. Your build-up across the board for Bet Boom team isn't too bad. You are suffering a little bit in GPK and Nightfall from those earlier pressure, especially for Nightfall. Again, the map is still in your control, especially the triangle. With this tier 1 still standing, they've managed to build up some good stacks to try to clear out down the line. So there's some good recovery for him. G2IG, feels like the onus is on them to kind of try to force it in onto mid. Mid's the real big one. They have to be able to contest the triangle, try to steal away some of these stacks, and doesn't feel like they're set up for that anytime soon just yet.
It's still a very slow kind of game here. It's 2-3, almost 10 minutes into the game. It's been all about towers so far, at least from the side of Bet Boom. There's Nothing to Say now. Has been caught, does have a snowball to buy a little bit of time for himself, but that's about all he's got. Assassinate will fly out. Does he actually survive this? Not quite. He will go down. I mean, that mid-tusk dying like that, not going to feel very good, but it's another death for NTS. And G2ID, they refuse to try and rotate into that mid-tier 2 tower, rather. Just no TPs incoming. Ever.
It's a little bit surprising they're just allowing mid to fall apart like that. Like, with how far back Nothing to Say has been set back, this blink timing's not going to feel that fast on the Tusk. It's still set to come out a good time, but they are trying to build up on everyone else. You know, they're trying to get this Veil up on JT, work towards that full Maelstrom for Monet. They don't quite have Relocate up either just yet on X-Nova, so the instant response isn't really lining up just yet. It does feel like, though, once you have that Maelstrom and a Relocate, you should be able to start making some plays happen. Like, you've got Stampede ready on JT. They've got some good Engage, Disengage ready here. And they've got the burst damage. They can just connect the Sticky Bomb Blast Off onto one. While they just sit back and farm, though, Bet Boom team just comes out ahead massively. Again, all these stacks in the triangle, saves building up. They've got the clear with Niero and GPK early on. You're going to have some really good farm distribution despite, again, a slightly slower start for some of these cores in Bet Boom. They're going to be able to catch up quite nicely here.
That they are. I mean, Bet Boom's just got no pressure being applied to them whatsoever. Easy times here for Bet Boom. And so as G2IG, they've got to be somewhat satisfied themselves, right? Like, Monet's finding complete free farm. Almost has the full Maelstrom completed. Of course, Blink Dagger is now available on JT, so he'll have that available if his team does want to go. Nightfall maybe dragging a little bit behind here on the net worth, but that was to be expected after the terrible laning stage he did have. Let's group up mid lane now from BetBoom. There'll be a 3-man smoke. 2-man smoke here from G2IG running right towards Nothing to Say. Haroon, oh, it's not going to be picked up. Miero does get it himself, but the jump is there onto the Dragon Knight. Miero kind of being left behind, but no, they want to go after GPK instead. The disruption will save, but GPK, he's just stuck in the shards. He's got nowhere to go but down. He is gone. They do at least find JT as a traitor. Now in comes Nightfall finding Baboka. In fact, they even found Monet. That's the much bigger target. Monet forced a time lapse back towards the side of BetBoom. Can he actually get away? The chase is on. It's a slippery Weaver, and it looks like he is barely going to survive. It's still a successful team, but I'd argue here for BetBoom.
Yeah, they come out fairly happy. They managed to find some punishment. Losing GPK is pretty big. At the same time, you're taking care of that momentum that G2IG are looking for. You know, they want to build off of the Centaur with Blink timing. They're not able to really fully capitalize. It was a good start. The block was pretty nice, but it did also stall out in trying to find some of these softer supports at the back as well. And that just made it harder to try to find further heroes to clean up. You've got the save as well from Save, that disruption stalling time from Miero. And starting that fight on Miero as well, it's not a target that gets bursted down right now. It's a tanky DK. Like, they had to jump something to kind of counteract that movement on NTS, but it's actually really lucky that GPK was out of position. If he was just a little bit further out, I don't think you even find that kill.
I mean, another smoke rotation. G2IG, they'll bring Nothing to Say and Baboka down towards the south of the map. Miero and Save, they will kind of realize something is wrong. They'll head back towards their own tier 2 bottom tower. Your GPK, I believe, was spotted there for a second, but well, G2IG looking a little bit lost as to where they want to go. They'll get some vision down in that Radiant jungle, but that's going to be about it. Or is it? Back into the mid lane they go, but Poker will take himself a salve, apparently. But that is literally going to be it. No fight to come.
Just get back to the build-up. Can every single time they're just sitting back and farming like this. BetBoom team just come out so far ahead. They are getting a lot going for Monet. He is utilizing this added move speed from X-Nova quite nicely to jump across every camp, but you've got really good recovery coming out for GPK. Miero is still up there doing fine work on the DK, working onto that Manta. And GPK is working onto just a quick Hurricane Pike to get himself away from danger much better. And that's going to, again, complicate this process for G2IG in finding that squishy hero. However, got that Blink on Nothing to Say ready to go. He's got the bottled up amp damage rune. So they would want to make a play. And once he hits this Ag's timing, it does become a lot harder for BetBoom to feel safe. But he needs some kills to get that flow going here. And it's just not presenting itself. Like, lots of sentries being dropped by BetBoom. Not much forward vision out from G2IG. They've got one good ward down bot, but there's also a very good defensive ward here from the side of BetBoom. So finding that angle through that spot is easier said than done.
While we have so much time, because literally nothing's happened here, John, what do you feel? How do you feel about the Crownfall Battle Pass thingy? Well, what do you call it? The event? I'll say event. How do you feel about it?
I think it's literally an improved Cavern Crawl, and I think in that sense, objectively, just looking at it as Cavern Crawl, it's a massive improvement. I would have been happier with a gameplay patch. They'll try to find Toronto Tokyo. They'll be happy with that.
Toronto Tokyo would have also been happier with the gameplay patch, apparently, as he is going to die. Is that it, Jonathan? You're happy with it then? Oh, hold that thought.
I think it's cool.
Jump is there, mid lane. X-Nova gonna get caught for a moment, but does manage to tether away with the mech out, so he will survive. As now Nightfall, he's the one in real danger. They'll disrupt to try and save him, but maybe that's gonna actually cause his death. He actually jukes them out with the courier change, and then he actually makes it out. Never mind, GPK. He's the one in danger now. GPK trying to survive. He'll go down. JT, though, should trade his life away for that, and will do so. Meanwhile, X-Nova's coming back. But he should be okay to tether out. Maybe. Disruption is out.
No.
They'll protect him, though. X-Nova's got friends. Chase is still going from Toronto. Toronto's not done. X-Nova actually goes down. But Toronto Tokyo will trade his life away for them.
I would say that's not the most worthwhile. You are giving, you're handing a couple of kills over to Nothing to Say, helping this Ags come closer and closer. Only 2 parts away now in terms of net worth. So you're very happy on G2IG to kind of trade away like that. A really awkward way to start fighting. They jump onto the IO, they isolate this soft target, but they also leave their front line rather vulnerable. Their back line somewhat vulnerable, right? Like Nightfall almost dropping, still manages to get the jump away is nice, but GPK is just such a sitting duck. Until this full... I mean, he's got the Hurricane Pike. It does feel like he needs a shard as well. If they can get lucky and take a couple of Tormentors for it, that boosts the survivability by a lot, but again, that's also inching towards this Axe timing for Nothing to Say. And it... just this movement back accelerates that so much.
The word I was looking for, by the way, in the middle of that team fight was mischief. He used mischief and turned into a courier. Yep, boom.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to go for a 3-man smoke. Head up toward the top lane. Now, I don't think they're looking for Roshan this early on, though I suppose you never really know. Seems much more important to try and find a pick-off if you are Bet Boom. Running into JT, he's not going to be the easiest target. He does have Stampede and Blink available. He's going to be left alone anyway. So the smoke rotation from Bet Boom not amounting to jack crap yet.
Not. They do manage to maybe... well, no, they actually didn't plant new vision. They're still winning out and just farming up. I think Miero taking this active position is fine. He's just really waiting for the Manta, but has the 2 parts ready. They're getting some space out for GPK. Once he gets the Maelstrom, there's a lot more damage. He isn't going for the funny Kanda Ags as well, Mike, so it's a little bit more acceptable on the sniper, you know? It's more tolerable that way, I suppose, for you to watch. It's not as funny.
It's never really tolerable, John. I'll be honest with you. I'm never going to be happy with this sniper crap hero. You know?
But take aim, the headshot sound, that isn't it fun? Don't you feel overwhelmed with gameplay when you get ringing at your ear?
No.
Isn't it rewarding?
It's no. Renee, they're out. He's gonna find himself a Dragon Knight. Miero actually able to back off for now. Instead, the jump is there onto GPK. GPK, though, protected by the Wukong's command, will make it. So instead, Maboka gonna go down. Maboka caught on the high ground, cannot survive. You kind of see it though. Like GPK is just, you have to commit so much to keep this sniper alive throughout these engagements.
Yeah, but he's alive and they get kills, you know? Is that not nice? You get freebie on the techies who blasts off onto a cliff for whatever apparent reason. Now, I was expecting JT to look for cliffs, but I guess Maboka's taking that mantle on himself.
Don't speak too soon, John. JT, he will get caught out top lane, and he is gone. That's a nice pick.
Yeah, that's much more impactful for Bet Boom team. And it's still a little bit too early for Roche. Doesn't feel like they have the damage, but it does allow them to just group up, take the Tormentor. No contest coming out here from the side of G2IG. At the very least, G2IG again, they're inching closer towards this Ags timing now, for nothing to say. 200 gold off. The kickback with Blink is really the big play here. Right? You isolate GPK, heck, you isolate even just anyone away from the Shadow Demon save, your gameplay becomes a lot easier for G2IG. It just needs to pay off. Here comes that Ags for nothing to say. They need to instantly reveal this in a big way. Now, they've got to go for like a good smoke. They have some forward vision now by this top bot jungle ramp right by the tier 1. You could try to utilize it and just, again, isolate one, take away the save factor, and go for the burst. Or Roche, apparently?
Radiant are scanning.
They do have the Ags up. I thought they'd go for a fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To be fair, they've got the mines from Baboka to really kind of abuse around this Roshan pit. It's kind of hard to sneak into the Roshan against the techies. The G2IG, they do seem to want the initial pick off first, though. Smoke is out. Bepim are well and truly just far back, though. They are not going to get caught that easily. So instead, back towards the Roshan. They'll try to abuse the tag team. And well, Roshan naturally is going to go down extremely fast. And it seems as though BetBoom team not really going to be aware that this could be happening.
That's a massive win for G2IG. It's just going to be able to sustain this deeper movement they'd want to do with this Axe timing. So it ties in really nice to this power spike that they've been looking for. It gives a safety net for Monet, basically 3 lives with time lapse plus the Aegis if he plays his cards right. You just kind of need to find the opening. Because again, every time you're sitting back and farming, BetBoom feels pretty happy. The 3 greedy cores get to build up. BKB coming out next for Nightfall. You've got the Maelstrom already up for GPK, so his farming pace kicks up and his damage output is pretty good as well. And again, the Ags is inching closer for Miero. So the Black Dragon's going to be coming out with a Manta, with a Shadow Demon Illusion. It's going to be doing a lot of work. You don't want to drag this game too long here for G2IG. See if they find openings anytime soon. It is BetBoom to kind of go out for the smoke. And again, they had some solid wards earlier, so they have a rough idea.
Moving in. Monet, he's going to break the smoke. A nice Gleipnir catching 2 targets. GPK, he has not been saved either. They have caught out the sniper for now. GPK, he's going to go for the man fight up against X-Nova at the least. X-Nova, though, still alive, will be able to get away. They'll go for the fight. They'll try to force it with the Wukong's command, but they've already lost GPK. Can you really force this fight? Well, Monet, he does get caught by a stun hit from Miero, and they do get the Aegis. I mean, that's a start. But now you've got to deal with him a second time. Nothing to say, still looking for another kickback, will not find it. However, Gleipnir will lock down Miero. Blastoff is there. G2YG maybe going a little bit too far because Nightfall, he does pop his BKB to go for the fight. A nice relocate away though from X-Nova is going to ensure that even Baboka will not go down. And so BetBoom, they will successfully retreat. But they find nothing for their trouble and they do lose GPK.
Yeah, they were forced to pop that big BKB on Nightfall as well. For not much in exchange. That's the timing G2IG was looking for. Again, playing off the back, this kickback, playing with the Aegis. Losing the Aegis this fast, though, does hold out any potential for objective plays. It does become a lot harder seeing them sieging onto a tier 2 anytime soon. So they do stall out in that possibility here for BetBoom. They hold on to the mid-tier 1 still as well, because they didn't lose enough heroes on BetBoom. And they can still go for the smoke. They'll try.
Monet breaks another smoke. He has time-lapse available if he needs it and will pop it immediately. Still wants the fight. Miero gets a dust off. JT, he'll jump in. Though JT's losing a lot of HP. JT is gone. Still the jump is there. Nothing to say. Trying to go into Toronto. Will go on to Miero instead. In fact, that was Nightfall on the MK. Nightfall will go down. GPK still alive but needs to try and kite them out the best he possibly can. So, Monet, maybe he's going to be in danger now. Losing over half his HP. Assassinate will connect. X-Nova keeping Monet alive as best as he possibly can. Miero still chasing him down. A nice kick away though. In comes Nothing to Say now. On to GPK. Though GPK will just stand his ground. Realizing they do not have the backup. A 2-for-2 trade for now. Is G2IG, do they want to keep going? It doesn't seem like. Now BetBoom will retreat anyway.
It's a pretty big win for G2IG. It's not as big as you'd want it to be, but slowing down Nightfall is a big reward in and of itself. Only sacrificing JT in exchange. And the Centaur, I mean, it doesn't need as much. You know, it's already at the point where it can have a lot of impact with just the blink and the BKB. Kai-san just going to be a nice bonus, but not completely necessary in comparison to like needing this full Ags up on Nightfall, needing time to farm it up, having to share that farm space. Again, with a DK, with a sniper, your map space is limited. Again, the one downside for G2IG is that fight takes place in the bot jungle. They have no objective they can collapse to with all these ultimates being popped. Maybe they find another here, though.
to say. Oh, that's a nice kickback onto GPK, but the backup was not close enough. Still, the Shards will lock him onto the high ground. GPK desperately trying to back away. Disruption will buy him a little bit more time, but how much more? It won't be enough. He's gone. Nightfall, though. He's going to pop his BKB. He'll pop the Wukongs with a kick away from nothing to say. Right out of the ring. Nightfall's got nothing to play with but himself, really, is Nightfall. He is down. G2IG, they want a little bit more. They'll find Toronto. Disruption will save, but nothing to say. He will punish the Savior. Save will try to run. In fact, Save will be okay for now, but not for long, because Monet is going to pick him off. And all they find for this trouble is Baboka. It seems as though G2IG well and truly online now.
Radiant's middle tower.
That ward for G2IG, again, in the same ramp area by the tier 1, just never getting cleared out, finally comes into play. Gives that opening for Nothing to Say to get that big kickback. And it's just down to that vision game. Just having that moment where the ward was still up, no D wards. It gave just enough for Nothing to Say to come in. They waste the BKB once more on Nightfall. They waste the Wukongs, the kickback, the Tusk being a great counter to just drag him away from the Wukong's ring. It's going to be a consistent issue for Nightfall if they can't manage to back him up on the Monkey, even with the BKB. And this is not a game where it feels particularly great to go for Lincolns. You know, like, Monkey Lincolns doesn't feel amazing. It's not something you should consider, but it feels like they're going to need at least one here in this game just to prevent these kickbacks. Like, probably a couple, actually. They need to stack them to break off Snowball, Punch, and the kick somehow. There's a lot of options here for G2IG, and outside of Disruption, not a lot of saves for Save to kind of play with here.
I wonder what they're thinking now here, but boom, like they're 7k behind.
Are scanning.
Last few team fights just have not been. Oh, in fact, hold on, JPK. He tries to get away here from JT. JT's already committed his stun. GPK! Oh, he gets caught just in the nick of time. X-Nova, he was there. Perfect timing for himself.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, and you've got to feel so bad if you're this sniper. That is just a horrible feeling.
It is a horrible feeling. But GPK is also playing Sniper, to be fair.
True.
No.
He
I
deserves
mean, in as much as I meme about, you know, Sniper being amazing, it's a hell of an annoyance to play against. I feel like this is karmic justice for a Sniper pickup in pro play. It's unfortunate. G2IG now. G2IG now. 12 to 14, 8k up. Taking control of the game off the back of these item spikes. Monet, it's like an absolute truck. Does have the Daedalus flying out now into the Scotty. It's just getting so hard to stop this Weaver from playing his game. Like, you've got to worry about the Weaver IO, you have to worry about this frontline jump from JT, and Nothing to Say. They've got a lot of sustain and a lot of ways of just controlling you through your spell immunity here on Betboom. And the answers aren't that clear. It has to be really strong saves from Save, and to just great follow-up somehow from Betboom. But their stuns, their control is just down to Boundless and Dragon Tail onto 1. It just doesn't measure up to how much G2IG can change the map and change where they fight with Stampede and the kickback. There's just so many options.
Well, that there is. G2IG back towards the bottom lane. Betboom still trying to find an answer to this onslaught that is the Dire side. I mean, Ags is coming out onto Nightfall. That should make somewhat of a difference. So GPK is starting to hit a lot harder as time does go on. It's just more the survivability that's the issue right now for him. Group up is there from Betboom. They'll hang around that Radiant jungle. Smoke is going to be out as well. So it seems as though Betboom want to try for something. Problem is G2IG are completely together. Monet, he is baiting for his team right now. There's going to be a counter smoke. Oh, Betboom trying to wrap up from the backside. Toronto barely able to avoid the initial stun as Miero. He'll jump in onto Nothing to Say, trying to get rid of the pesky Tusk. Though X-Nova going to keep him alive in the relocate. X-Nova has saved the day. The snowball is out. The chase is on. They want save, but no. Nothing to save. He will die to the demonic purge. He is down. So is X-Nova. They will find a secondary pickoff. This time, Betboom, they will get away with murder. Baboka, the third pickoff, should eventually go. And they'll catch it. A beautiful team fight here for BetBoom.
That's all they need. Get the right jump onto G2IG. They cannot afford to counterplay. They get repositioned too much. They need to start these fights onto nothing to say. Take care of the Tusk. Remove that kick. Remove that punch from the equation. And it frees up. And there's nothing defensive and nothing to say. He doesn't have a BKB up just yet. He's trying to farm his way towards that point. But he's just isolated. Sure, the small saves are there, but it's just not enough with how much was pumped out onto that one hero. Even though it's just a one-man Wukongs, that's the one man they need gone to find an angle in. So, gonna need some more and nothing to say. It's either they start these fights on their terms or they have to back hard off for the side of G2IG now.
Just gonna find another double damage rune here for Monet in the meantime. So that's... Even with that lost team fight, the double damage rune now available on the Weaver is gonna feel pretty amazing. Rather a damage amp rune or an amp damage rune. I can't remember what they call it these days, John. Here we go, 4-man smoke is up. Five-man smoke
Funny
again.
thing is, Mike,
Yes.
if you mouse over the bottle, it still says double damage.
It sure does. It sure does, doesn't it, Jonathan? Perhaps we should just keep it that way. G2IG. JT will kind of bait for his team. He'll deal with the creep wave, but that's not the target they want. They want the Tusk again.
Dire are scanning.
They understand the formula that works. You've just got to repeat the formula sometimes. The jump in is there. JT will get caught first, but again, that is not the target they want to prioritize. I mean, he has a Heart of Tarask up, for God's sakes. He's definitely not the guy.
No. They can't give up in this position either for BetBoom. Roshan is being taken with the amp damage rune. They're not here.
Keep beat away. They have no idea. They don't know. This is a big miss here for BetBoom. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's a free Roshan to go the way of G2IG and immediately just through the twin gates they'll head up towards the northern side of the map. In fact, never mind. They'll go through the bottom lane, it seems, here, G2IG. Yeah, BetBoom, whether willingly or not, they let go of the Roshan.
It's a bit surprising. And they had a good position, maybe not getting the jump they're looking for. Maybe not suspecting such a fast Roche respawn. It was like 20 seconds. Still, big objective for G2IG. They have... Well, they're going to have to try to deal with that Aegis on Monet. He's got the BKB this time in comparison to last time this Aegis was up. Let's see if they can get that isolation. It does feel like the game plan for BetBoom has not changed. Get the initiation first. Try to find nothing to say. Prevent the kicks by just killing off the Tusk ASAP as fast as possible before this BKB comes on. If they can get that done, then you can still handle the IO and the Weaver. You can honestly still get isolation here. It is still manageable. Net worth isn't that far ahead as well for G2IG as a whole. Although Monet is still running away with this game on this Weaver. But beyond that, not much else for everyone else. The gap isn't as wide. And nothing to say, again, he has been lagging a little bit behind. Just Tusk does not farm at the same pace as any of these other heroes do. Really reliant on those kills, and it's just slowing down for G2IG for the moment here.
It's wild though, right? Like, it's just, he's getting no farm, but the impact is just feeling like it's just stronger than ever. Like, they're just always afraid of what this Tusk is up to. The top tier 1 tower now gone. Onto the bottom tier 2 tower, or excuse me, top tier 2 tower they go. Ags now available on save though, so you've got those charges of Demonic Purge and Demonic Cleanse. Not going to feel very nice if you are G2IG. Is Toronto going to get jumped, but it seems as though JT's the one in trouble now. JT may be going a little bit too far, is forced to stampede and relocate away, just in case. So a bit committed here by G2IG in terms of the defense department. In fact, they want to go for more here, BetBoom. X-Nova will get caught, but does have the Ghost Scepter to survive through this, and will just tether away. They even found the top tier 2 tower anyway. So this fight didn't really matter in the end.
Another amp damage rune as well for Monet. How many times is this guy just going to find this? And why?
He's finding them over and over again.
Also, one thing I want to point out, is it just me or is save level 17 with level 3 Demonic Purge? Or is it just me?
That he is saying, it is saying that, yes, apparently it's level 3.
I saw this without the Ags as well, so It's an
Okay,
interesting time.
Interesting. Was there a change we weren't aware of?
I don't think so.
Double check the the Crown 4 patch notes if there was any, John. Just
We wish there was, Mike. Not there yet. Interesting. I was like, I was thinking maybe it's because I'm lagging really bad,
Dire are
but
scanning.
it's not. Fascinating. I'm wondering if it works as a level 3 as well, or if it's just a visual bug.
Is it just a visual bug? Right, that's the question now.
Alright, I've been told it's visual from our great observer
Okay.
Scriff.
It's a visual.
Okay, so it's the shard. It's the shard that messes with it. I've never noticed that before.
Okay.
That's interesting.
We don't play SD and SCA, John. Nobody wants to save you in SCA. we don't
Yeah, but
play
we've
these
watched
heroes in Southeast
SD,
Asia.
you know? We watched it at the least. In our defense, we've watched it.
Toronto. He's got to watch himself here, John. Toronto's actually avoids a stun. Still just bounces away. Nice little stun out from Nightfall to help him out, but it's not going to be enough. Toronto, Tokyo down. They want to go for a little bit more. It's a 4v5 kind of situation. The Monet does get stunned up and silenced up, dropping fairly low, but X-Nova's going to be there to back him up, and now nothing to say. He'll get the kickback onto the Dragon Knight, and they have got plenty of damage here for Miro. No problem.
Yeah, that's where it falls flat for Betboom. Again, if they get fragmented, split apart, they don't get to start these fights on their own terms. It just falls flat. Nothing say gets to find that relocation play with a kick, and you can just get that isolation going your way. Tier 2 falls, high ground opens up, Age is still up for a few seconds. It's not that long, to be fair. It's a free reset for Mene anyways. You're just going to be able to find these objectives, no problem.
Absolutely are.
I mean, it's high ground to the sniper, but that doesn't really feel as scary as it used to.
Radiant's middle tower
Not against a Tusk. Like, especially against nothing to say is Tusk. Like GPK, I don't think can just safely, right-click away and hope for the best. Now mid-racks, I mean, it's been glyphed up. They are trying to defend this the best that they possibly can. The problem is X-Nova's right behind Monet, just healing up any damage they do. And G2IG, of course, not to be risky. They just back off. They already got what they came for. No need to play out of the safety zone. Maybe even just wait for the next Roshan. I mean, why the hell not?
They could. 2 minutes until we see the respawn. They've got a lot of map space to just play around. Betboom aren't held back fully. They still have this little dip in security on top with wards they have. Good coverage to at least keep one part of the map playable for themselves here. Got some damage coming out now as well with the Ags and the full Daedalus up for Nightfall. So a lot more impact from Monkey King if they can find that. although-
GPK! JT has found GPK. And of course, X-Nova and Monet, they are there to help out. This sniper's he's just not having a good time. He's having a pretty bad game, I'd argue. Meanwhile, bottom, he might need to buy back very soon because nothing to say is having a gander. See if he can find a target to kick out of that Wukong's command. They'll continue chasing him down, but X-Nova is here to heal him up. Still nothing to say, surviving a little bit longer, but eventually he will die to all the demonic purges that were placed here by Save. So a 4v4 now. But it seems as though they've seen enough. But Betboom will retreat, and I don't think G2IG will force anything.
No. It's a little bit risky without that Tusk to reposition someone. They did have to blow Wukong's and BKB as well on Nightfall. So they're not able to take any follow-up fight themselves. You get a quick pause. And see if this fixes some of their connection issues, hopefully. But next focal point is going to be that Roshan. Minute until we see the respawn. It's been fairly quick this game. I think, again, last time it was around 20 seconds or so. See if G2IG get blessed with that again. And if Betboom this time contests. That's been the big issue. Not contesting Roche 2 was a pretty massive opening for G2IG to make use of. They're hitting the point where this sustain coming out from X-Nova is also becoming a little bit of an issue. They're having to stack usage onto one just to melt someone like Nothing to Say now. Nothing to Say for his part is going for Lincolns. Are we seeing anyone in Betboom going for Lincolns themselves? Doesn't look like it. Like they still have no way to save from the kickback if you're too far here on save. I mean, he does have Blink at least with Aetherlints, and he has a Psychic Headband. But they need to really stick together as a team, feels like here, for Betboom to even just find that saving play here.
It gets harder though, like he's Guardian now available on Monet. Gonna have a Satanic up soon. Just hitting like an absolute truck. Roshan, still 30 seconds till we're gonna find out when it does respawn. The Betboom team, they're not gonna play any games. They'll go for an immediate smoke up and rush right towards that Roshan pit, just in case it will be an early respawn. Meanwhile, Torments are going to be taken here by G2YG, so Baboka will get himself a free shard. That Ag Shard's reactive taser now for himself. Still, the rush is here from Betboom. They might run into Monet, in fact. Miero trying to find himself an angle. They'll see X-Nova as well. X-Nova trying to go for the Lotus Pool. He's going to get stunned up and targeted immediately, and he is gone. Though Monet is still willing to fight. Baboka jumps in. Baboka, though, sacrificing his own life now as Nightfall. He'll try to go for a run himself, but no, they found GPK. They've got the sniper again. That's the big target they really wanted, and they've got him. It's like the whole fight, they're just waiting for the one guy. Oh, NTS? Going after Miero, but Baboka's got him with the mines. Baboka. The proximity mines will take care of it.
It does. Tries to go across the gate, but techies doing techie things. Roshan, unfortunately, is a little bit of a longer respawn here as well. A minute 20. So Betboom not gonna be left out of that one, but the high ground will begin. This is not the point where you really want to buy back here for the side of Betboom. We've got the damage on G2IG to clear out. It's going to be another lane just constantly shoved in with the Melioraks potentially going down here. And for Betboom, it just makes, again, this game is just already difficult as is. Like, they managed to get this good jump, force the buyback on X-Nova, but if you don't stop, nothing to say. He's still got that repositioning tool. He's still got that kick. You've even got the side of Vice up now for Baboka as well. It's even more control to help isolate these heroes out.
Roshan up in 35. Off we go. Remember, that arcane blink is kind of terrifying on JT, I tell you. It's just... It's at the rate at which he's just able to just blink in and just do damage is kind of concerning. Roshan, still 15 seconds away. It's such a hard Roshan to try and counter as well against. Anytime you're up against the techies, like, there's just no way to sneak in.
Oh, yeah.
There's just no way you can sneak into the pit. Or even just near the pit.
And the mines just do so much work. It makes smoking feel so hard. It makes everything feel just impossible. Roshan is spotted. Has a refresh shard here as well on Radiant side. Have a lot of great use cases for that here. Maybe double BKB for nothing save, double Stampede, perhaps. I'll give it to JT. Double BKB and Stampede for him. So, a lot of ways to take these next few fights. Betboom, again, we've seen them shine if they can pin out, nothing to say, if they can get the jump first. It's just, it's difficult to find that. You know, it's like you said, going into the mines makes smokes feel impossible. Their vision coverage as well, with a lack of map control, isn't particularly amazing to find these pickoffs. Have to be careful up top here.
They certainly do. Link away from Miero. He will make it for now. Nothing to say. Still chasing him down. Save. He's going to get caught. Stampede will be popped. But they do end up finding an SD, and well, of course they have plenty of time now to try and force a buyback, at the very least out of save, by just forcing that high ground attempt through the top lane. So Miero is going to be in position to try and just cut the creep wave anyway, but G2IG is certainly looking to try and make that high ground attempt.
Yeah, they've got the opening they need. Without the disruption for a little bit longer, it does make it a lot easier for the side of G2IG to find a burst. They do have one Linkens up. GPK has one Linkens, so as long as it's not pop and gets saved for the kick, it's going to be okay to not die, perhaps.
Perhaps. We shall see. And oh, nothing to say. Does get jump. Miro has found him already, but he gets the BKB off, and he's going to be okay to snowball away back towards Miro, that is, but he'll be all right to blink up. Nobody does. Not quite yet anyway. Though nothing to say, again being jumped. They just throw the kitchen sink at him. He'll buy back immediately. They want the team fight, it seems, because G2IG, well, they've got their Tusk back in the fray. If they want to go. Problem is, BetBoom have already retreated quite successfully. So this buyback's going to mean really nothing. In fact, G2IG might be forced to back out of it based off this buyback. Miro, he jumps in again onto NTS. They found the Tusk another time, though he kicks away the Monkey King immediately in Toronto, and Miro, they're the ones to get just annihilated here by G2IG. Save barely able to TP away.
Radiant's
But
top tower
NTS,
is under attack.
I mean, just on the edge with that survival.
Oh, man. Man, just to get the big kick as well. That's the secondary BKB use for Nightfall. Still has that Wukongs, but without the BKB to protect, it does not feel as clear-cut for BetBoom on the high ground defense now.
GPK, all right for now. GT trying to jump in. Will actually BKB TP away. It does make it. Who even does that, GT? Who even does that?
He does. It's JT. It's a madman.
What is that crap?
It's just JT doing JT things. Jumping forward, BKB pop, no problem. You pop Wukongs, I'm going home. No basher up, no problem. Mega's gonna be coming up, and it's just such a hard. It's a hard defense. Again, you don't have the double BKB, you don't have the double Wukongs for Nightfall. All you have is this hope that GPK can somehow just slowly plink away at them and someone overextends. You get some punish. G2IG for their part, playing it safe. They know they've got control. 19 to 23, 15k lead. 98% chance to win, according to Dota Plus as well. And BetBoom, I'm not sure where you go from here. Like, unless, again, you manage to catch out, nothing to say, blow him up, get that die back, you take the follow-up fight. It doesn't feel like you have enough. As long as nothing to say is there to play his game. Like, that kick is just going to do so much work. You only have the one Lincolns from GPK. That's it. One Lincolns is... It doesn't feel like it's enough. It gets popped by Snowball first. It gets popped by Punch first into the kick. It's not going to make a difference unless you have, like, 2 or 3.
You know what else is problematic for GPK, John? Is JT's got the Retaliate aura now. Plus the plus 45 retaliate damage. So
that is
pretty much anyone you hit now, you're just going to be killing yourself as a sniper, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. It's very, very funny. It's the best. It is high-end gameplay for JT.
It's 90 damage he takes every time he hits somebody. How great's that? There's a cost to everything, GPK. You find out the hard way sometimes.
Yeah, half the damage he deals, he's dealt half back.
Sounds fair to me. Maybe just no damage, John. Maybe that's the answer. GPK. Jump is there, JT. He's found the target. They've broken the Lincolns, and GPK is... Well, they've broken his spirit, Jonathan. The poor guy can't do anything.
No. No, he can't. No buyback. One Lincolns, again, it's one Lincolns. It's not going to be enough. They needed to coordinate like 2 Lincolns and just, well, to be fair, even that's just so hard to pull. They'll try.
Oh, X-Nova. He's just trying so hard to not let NTS die. He will go eventually. That is a dieback onto the Tusk. JT dropping low himself. Meanwhile, Save does die to Baboka and Monet. He'll get right onto work onto Nightfall. And Nightfall trying to maybe just lag the game out. Does actually kill off X-Nova here on the IO. X-Nova. He will go down. Refresher Orb now built up by JT. That's on the Kuri. They are still looking to just go right after the Ancient. BetBoom unwilling to call it quite yet. The jump is there as the Toronto Tokyo now. Toronto, he will be okay. Monet just focusing down the Ancient, though it is a very, very slow process. Keep in mind, they do have the Refresher Orb now available, so you do have another Stampede if you want.
They've got a bailout. They can afford to take this risk. No buybacks available for the 2 G2IG heroes. They're going to relax. And there's no real point to force it now. Respawn's coming out for GPK without the Tusk around. So you don't have that repositioning here. There's another amplified. How is it that every time we look, it's amp damage for Monet? Like, how?
I mean, it is what it is, John. Sometimes, you're just blessed. Gaben's blessing. That's why we call it that. Monet, it's not even enough for him, Jonathan. He wants a Divine Rapier on top of that.
Yeah, I can't fault him. Doesn't feel like Monet's going to be dying anytime soon. I mean, if he dies first, then Nothing has a free game to try to kick people around, and he's still got damage to deal with him afterwards. So it's fair enough. Betboom, they are hanging on. High ground still holding. Ancient still alive. They're one building left. Really playing some defense of the Ancients here on day one. Let's see how long it takes for G2IG now. They've got their own Lincolns up now on Baboka.
No.
Roshan in 40 seconds. Let's see if it's another quick one or a moderately slower one.
Oh,
but
the support dream here for Baboka, John. 2 wisdom runes. Very nice.
Oh, yes.
Oh, look. Pick it up, Baboka. Do it for yourself. Don't leave it for the carries, Baboka.
Hey,
no.
come on. No.
Oh, Manet's level 26. He still wants them.
Oh, they want it for Nova.
It's okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
He wants his level 25. I mean, I know he's not going to go for it. But do you remember that time where we saw, what was it? A long time ago, where we saw someone go for the right clicks with the attack tethered ally with a Wind Ranger?
Yeah.
Why am I thinking of Eternal Envy with that? I feel like it was Envy on Wind
the
Ranger.
same thing. I think that was Envy on Wind Ranger, John.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant.
Takes me back. Yeah, it is brilliant. Griff says his personal favorites with Gyrocopter, which is also fun. To be fair.
Shout out to
But I don't.
Envy, by the way, John. Apparently he's gone and made himself a successful man. Good on him.
Yeah. Do miss him in the pro scene, but it is what it is.
Just the guy you love
misses him as well.
Of course. Paladai still hasn't forgotten what happened all those years ago. Whatever it was.
Everything. It was everything, Mike. Everything, everywhere, all at once. "20 seconds till that Roche."
Oh, he buys it out.
He
Divine
actually does.
Rapier on Monet. I mean,
that's one way to end the game, right? Just hit the Ancient with Divine. While the rest of your team runs around. Could be the way to go for Monet. No.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't feel like Monet's got really any chance of dying. Like, he hasn't died once this game, and
no,
it's proving to be practically impossible to kill him. Especially X-Nova. Like, X-Nova's just been keeping everybody alive. It is really just impossible.
And it is, and it's just going to stay that way. With another Aegis going the way of G2IG. No contest out from Betboom. They are trying to rush to correct the lane. But not really much they can do about that. Let's see if Betboom can hold the high ground somehow. I mean, if they do theoretically manage to eat through 2 lives of Monet, 3 counting time lapse, 4 counting flash healing of X-Nova, they do manage to do that, then they get themselves a Divine Sniper on the high ground at some point. That's always funny.
It sure bloody is, John. If it ever happens, that is. In Toronto, it's going to be a while, I think, till he gets anywhere... rather, GPK, I think it's going to be a while till he gets anywhere near that. G2IG now.
Just need to kill the Weaver. That's it. Twice over. Then you get your free Divine.
3-man smoke up, Betboom prepping for the defense. Again, up against Megas. Monet's going to start onto the Ancient. This does kind of reveal the Divine Rapier. Meanwhile, GPK just really doing no damage. Like, Monet just took nothing from the snipe.
No. And it doesn't have a crit stick, doesn't have Daedalus, doesn't really have that much agi. It's not much on the sniper right now to make it a threat, honestly. Maybe if you had Conda Axe, you'd get something here.
Forced to BKB, the kickback was there from NTS. Nightfall, he'll get a nice Wukong's command off, finding 3 targets. Baboka is going to go down. Problem is GPK has lost his life here to JT. He'll buy back on the sniper. Meanwhile, Manet's back on the Ancient. He just wants the game to be over, but he's getting taken down. He needs to get the hell out of there. In fact, he'll turn back around onto Nightfall. The kick away. They'll find the Monkey King. Nightfall is down without buyback available. They'll go on to X-Nova. They'll find the Iron now. X-Nova down, but he'll buy back. It's 4v4. X-Nova has committed a buyback, but it seems as though his team has decided better off. For now.
Still playing cautiously. There is no Wukong's to worry about. Dragon form faded as well. They've got a lot of openings left here.
They're going to crack. JT, he's found GPK another time with the Glimmer Cape. Will save. Instead, back onto the Ancient they go, but now the fortification, it will come out. Miero, he'll jump in onto the Dragon or onto the Centaur, but he gets kicked away, and in fact, it looks like he's probably set to fall. Miero trying to survive through it. Will buy back immediately after the death. As G2IG, they are not done yet. They want more. A save. Save is gone. He'll buy back onto the Shadow Demon. Kick back again. Nothing to say. We'll kick Miero away this time. Miero, he'll make the jump in onto the Weaver. They desperately want that Divine Rapier from Manet, but Manet, he's got X-Nova right behind him, and he's still got an Aegis for 2 minutes. Very hard to see him dying as Manet back onto the Ancient once again. Miero's trying to defend by himself basically, but the Ancient's going down. GG is called. They have seen enough. G2IG, they will pull off the Game 1 victory up against Bet Boom. And props to Bet Boom, John. They try to put up a pretty good fight, but it did feel like after the laning stage, G2IG were just well and truly in control.
And it did. I don't think this investment into the sniper paid off all too well for Bet Boom. It felt like a pick just denied away from G2IG, and they find the perfect way to counteract it with nothing to say, right? Just going for that Tusk, having him just play with the snowball shards in the laning phase, getting that early harassment off to make it uncomfy for GPK, and just kind of collapsing onto that. It didn't feel like Bet Boom ever found her tempo, right? Like, you've got this DK, you wanted to really push out as much as possible. They were holding on to their mid-tier 1 quite nicely, stalling out the game, but there's a lot of heroes that needed a ton of farm, and just didn't feel like they were managing to find that. Once that full Axe was up on nothing to say, G2IG just had that control. They had this way of just relocating your really squishy sniper up into a spot where he can't really do much. You had a way of just removing Nightfall from the Wukongs, taking that away as a tool as well in these fights. And your options were limited on Bet Boom. It just felt like you needed to get a lot more from your lanes. They couldn't really find that. And again, it's like, I don't blame GPK. I don't think he played wrong at all. It's just the nature of Sniper in this kind of game, up against a Tusk, up against a Weaver plus Io that can be on top of you, up against a Stampede that can just put everyone on top of you. It felt like an impossible game to find a good time as a sniper here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the draft and gameplay of G2IG is certainly just having all the answers, it seems, here for the sniper pickup of GPK. And well, something tells me Bet Boom probably will not go back for the sniper, though I 200 of G2IG want to give that a crack. I know you mentioned the NTS sniper potential to come out, but perhaps for game 2, Jonathan, we'll have the pleasure of seeing it. Still, for now, G2IG, they will be 1 game ahead in this 2-game series. We'll see what Bet Boom want to do about it going into this game number 2, but before that, we'll head off to a break, and we'll be back with our game 2 between these 2 teams. We'll see you soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. treasures. You're the only one, you are my pleasures. Luscious, there's no other word I can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. I see clearly now. I'd swim 1,000 seas. I see pleasure in you. I hope you see pleasure in me. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're a treasure in disguise. Rain and diamonds from the sky. I see pleasure in your eyes.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me.
welcome back to ESL 1 Birmingham group stages, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are here for our series between G2IG and the side of BetBoom team, and it is MLP Dota and JohnXFi. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. For all the viewers that weren't watching Game 1, G2IG, pretty dominant victory, I'd argue. It seems like BetBoom just could not really take off with their draft. John, do you think it was a drafting issue here from BetBoom team, or do you find some other issues that you'd like to see resolved here from BetBoom?
Maybe a little bit on the draft, for sure. I think the sniper pickup was really early into a mid-matchup they did not see just yet there, and it left a lot of issues for the side of BetBoom. Like, it was not a fun game for GPK in any sense. You were getting a lot of kickbacks there from, I can say, even laning phase, it wasn't that fun with a Tusk pickup. Just going for the early aggression with Shard and Snowball in, so it's a little bit rough going for GPK. Give him something that he can be active on, something he can play around with a little bit earlier, and you are lined up for a much better time here. We'll see if that's something that BetBoom can adjust. It's just a drafting issue, I feel like, for the most part. I don't think the execution was all too bad. They figured out some of those issues as the game went on. You know, they were isolating Nothing to Say as best they can, blowing all their ultimates on him, and trying to just take him out of the picture. That simplified the fights for BetBoom team, but just having a draft that doesn't have Sniper would probably help a massive ton there.
I imagine it probably... I mean, we speak of drafts with snipers, Jonathan. I kind of made the comment earlier, but I wonder if now G2IG want to pick up the sniper, because you kept reminding me that Nothing to Say loves playing this hero mid now with the Kanda Ags rush. So is that what we're in for now, I wonder? Or do BetBoom have the knowledge or the know-how to just ban it out now before we have to suffer through another sniper game?
We'll see. I'd love to see Nothing to Say get his hands on that. I'm sure it'll make his entire team very happy. I'm sure Jack would be clapping his hands at the prospect of this coming out in the draft. We'll find out if that's the way G2IG will want to roll. We should be able to get into the draft relatively shortly. It shouldn't be too long now, and there it is. Mind you, a couple of things to note, a couple of caveats. Notice that BetBoom team has less reserve time. They did get a penalty for what we were talking about. It was not a visual bug. That was an actual bug with a level 3.
That was an actual bug?
Yes, it's not visual, so yeah, okay. It is what it is.
I mean, that's a pretty big bug, right? Like, that's a fair bit of damage.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's a big bug. That's actually game breaking. Interesting. Well, there you go. Is that a new bug? I wonder. Is that a new?
I think so. I think so.
Okay.
I think it is.
Okay.
I feel like that is one reason why I felt like I've been dying very quickly, and that's why Nothing to Say was being deleted a lot. I was like, why is he dying from this much HP? It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense now in hindsight. We'll see. You won't have the opportunity to see that again anyway. And you're not supposed to anyway, but Shadow Demon has been banned by G2IG. They take care of the Coddle as well. Last ban for them. BetBoom, for their part, taking care of Disruptor, Chen, Io, and the Razor. So a little bit of respect for X-Nova and all the work he put in the last game. Really sustaining G2IG through a lot of those engagements. They leave a Sniper open. Now, mind you, first pick Sniper is probably the most insane thing that anyone could ever think of. So that is not the way to go for G2IG, but a later pick Sniper is always a possibility now. For now.
Well, I kind of funny as well, right? Because if you did go for the sniper pickup, I wonder if G2IG would think about a Tusk pickup of their own. G2IG, they're going to go for the Kunkka, which should be the mid Kunkka. So thankfully, no sniper.
No sniper. No fun. No Ags Conda build. It has eluded us once more, Mike. It makes me sad.
It's really not that fun.
It's funny. It's really funny. It's just funny. I don't know. There's something about it. There's something about that just makes me laugh. When I'm not, when I'm not playing with it or against it, like it's not in my pub, I'm watching someone do it, it is funny. If it's in your game, then it's certainly not funny for either side. For sure.
Gyrocopter being picked up here from BetBoom team. John, Gyro has been popular as a support recently. I imagine this should just be another position 5 gyrocopter we're looking at. Maybe even pos 4 if they feel a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I don't mind it for BetBoom. I feel like it does work out still in the safe lane. Do you feel like the game needs to go that way? We have seen a couple of gyrocopter cores come out, but certainly on support it has been a lot more popular. We've seen it so much in Southeast Asia. I feel like it's Varish that really played it consistently even before it was like the hot topic
10
for the hero.
seconds remaining.
It has a lot of laning damage. It can pair up nicely with a lot of safe laners. I'm
5
wondering
seconds remaining.
what Betboom would want to pair it up with, but there's still a lot of options left. And G2IG for their part, again, very open with Kunkka. I do feel like this doubles down on whatever they might want to pick for JT downline quite nicely as well. Like with a Kunkka, stuff like Magnus feels really nice. The Centaur making a reappearance could also be really good as well. And you've got the option of like a Timber Saw down the line. There's also like that pocket pick for G2IG that they've run a couple of times, right? Like the JT Meepo is there. I don't think you'd want to pick it into Gyrocopter in general, but I guess it's on hand. It's worth mentioning, but probably not something they're looking at in this game at least.
10
More importantly as well, the Meepo now has a new chicken cosmetic, John. I don't know if you saw it, but
5 seconds
it's a new fantastic costume for the Meepo. You didn't see it, did you, John?
No, I saw it. Yeah, I just found it like interesting that Meepo fall things would be a chicken. So
Well,
if
what's
he
wrong with
attacks you in
that,
that cosmetic, no, it's just like he doesn't strike me as a. Well, to be fair, I guess a flock of chickens attacking you is scary, but maybe a flock of geese would be more apt for Meepo. But I guess chickens are fun
No,
too.
but who's gonna argue that it should have been geese instead of chickens, John? Only you
If
would
you have a
argue.
pack of geese attacking, I don't imagine chickens running up and pecking people. They tend to be nice creatures. Chickens are nice and adorable, Mike. We eat them every day, but they're sweet little things, okay? They're nice. Geese.
Should we
they're
be eating the
meat.
geese? Should we, John?
Ah, too gamey for my taste. Keep it to the chickens, Mike.
Well, speaking of gaming, Enchantress now coming out, Jonathan. G2IG going for the Ench pickup. Betboom team. Well, I was
Good
referring to venison,
Good.
Jonathan.
Fair
It's
enough.
venison. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
There's no
Can't
stupid
imagine
joke
eating
of-
Enchantress. Okay. I get eating deer. I get eating venison. Would you
not
eat a
say-
centaur deer?
5 seconds remaining.
I'd rather, you know what, let's just change the topic here. Jonathan, timber sauce being picked up as well from Betboom. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Here we
yes.
go. The lion's been picked up. You've got plenty to say about this hero.
Yeah, it's a great hero. That's all I have to say. It's a great hero. It used to be better before the nerfs to the shard and the mana drain. Still a great hero. It's going to be pretty annoying for you to lane as a Timbersaw into Lion, mainly because, well, you're not going to have mana if you go for the 1-1-3 build, which has been a little bit more popular. Even the Gyrocopter, I suppose, doesn't enjoy it. Mana starved as he is, spamming out Rocket Barrage and Homing Missile. Takes away a lot of his bite in the lane. So I don't mind this at all for G2IG. Gives you some much needed burst as well. Kind of go for these early ganks, which their collapse onto mid now for G2IG is really smooth, right? Like you've got Kunkka to set up into chain stuns from Lion. And it's going to be really easy to melt someone down. Betboom will go into the Tusk, so that could be lining up for a mid Tusk up against a mid Kunkka, which isn't too bad for Tusk. He has some play. I would say Kunkka overall still feels good with Tidebringer overall.
10 seconds.
But it is certainly an option for Betboom if they don't want to run it support. I'm curious which way they go. There's also a little bit of flex in that Timbersaw as well. It doesn't have to be off lane. It could still be mid for GPK.
Dire team pick.
Their options are fully open. Go with a Bat Rider pickup as well. So going all in on flex, I would argue that perhaps we are looking at, say, the Bat Rider and the Gyrocopter supports now. That should lock in just Timbersaw and Tusk as your cores with Timbersaw off lane there,
10
which
seconds remaining.
again isn't too bad up against the Kunkka, but it's still not a tough lane for
5
nothing to say.
seconds remaining.
Wondering where they go for the safe lane now. Like again, you could try to flex this Gyrocopter into safe, but it just doesn't feel like that's the reason you open for the Gyro. Like it gives quite a few options for G2IG if they do go that route.
Betboom teams.
We'll go for a Monet special. The Void does make its appearance. One of his favorites, of course. Now, Betboom, you know, their draft, it's looking interesting to say the very least. I kind of feel like they're being a little bit more responsive than anything right now, and
Betboom teams.
we'll see how they finish things off. Like, the Void did prove to be extremely potent during that first series we did watch. I wonder what kind of answer they're going to have here from the side of Betboom here against this Void. Like, do you want to go down the Luna route we saw in that previous series? Do you see some better heroes perhaps here for
Dire
Betboom?
team ban.
Wouldn't mind the Luna. if you went that route. Luna Gyro is also pretty alright in lane. Maybe something like Slark, like you suggested last time as well, into Face's Void could work out. Still feel like there's some good counterplay there.
10 seconds remaining.
Lots of good stunts to kind of dispel off. Just kind of run around. You build nicely off these tanky heroes while Rum buff is up, so you can just easily build more stacks as these fights prolong. Wouldn't mind it, but it's fairly open-ended. I do like that they ban out the JT Magnus here on BetBoom, so showing some respect for what JT can do when he's feeling himself. I'm wondering what they want for the offlane now. Like, it's open enough. It's a very different draft this time around, as you can see. A couple of stolen heroes, but for the most part, entirely new heroes. You get the Zeus coming out now for G2 IG, so it's a JT Kunkka, and it should be the Zeus mid, assumedly against the mid Tusk, which Tusk can still try to snowball Shard in, but Heavenly Jump does make it harder to entrap the Zeus here.
Yeah.
I like this from G2 IG. It's some much needed damage in Chrono.
5
It
seconds
actually plays really nicely with Lion, because now we have Mana Sustain as well. Granted, it's been nerfed, but it's Mana Sustain nonetheless. We'll go with a Viper for BetBoom. So, support Tusk and Batrider perhaps here? Core Viper and Gyro this time? Yeah, it is. Safe lane. Gyrocopter coming out, Miero on the off lane, Viper, and GPK takes the mid Timb. That mid Timbersaw lane versus Zeus is not the most pleasant. Like, you are not going to be able to just try to Whirling Death this Zeus down. He has a lot of magic damage for you as well. They're going to have to try to play around these runes, like deny off the early water runes as well, and the bounties that we've seen these teams do. Like, it's been a lot more emphasized in the past few games we've been watching, but certainly something you need to do up against the Zeus in this matchup. Just ensure he never has the mana to play with, and you're going to have a game to play here for GPK.
You certainly are here. I mean, BetBoom obviously looking for at least a draw here in this series up against G2 IG. Would hate to leave with an 0-2 loss if you are BetBoom. G2 IG, on the other hand, I've got to say, John, I do appreciate their draft. I think it's quite comfortable for them. And the Viper might put a bit of a spanner in the works, but I feel like if Miero has a pretty rough laning stage, it could pretty much all fall apart here with the draft of BetBoom team. I suppose we'll have to wait and see what does happen, but I kind of err towards the side of G2 IG with their own draft.
I would agree with you, Mike. I don't think you have the best ways to counteract the Chronosphere here from Monet. You know, again, you don't have anything like the Grip, you don't have a swap, you don't have an Oracle save. Kind of just stop Monet from being effective. So as the game drags on, the Chrono becomes a massive threat. You've also got, 3 melee heroes that's going to be running into the Kunkka with the Ags down the line. 2 melee heroes, but it's still going to be a massive nuisance for GPK to try to play Slippery here until the BKB is up. Just the X mark alone is going to make it pretty painful. Going to have to rely again on something like a blink timing on save to just have Snowball. If you can find the Ags from the support position as well, makes a massive difference, but it's a lot harder to see that timing line up faster for support than it does for, say, the mid that we saw nothing to say. He had decent timing coming off that laning phase. You can't expect that from a Tusk support in this kind of game. I think that puts a lot of pressure on just trying to find that space for save down as the game scales on. We'll see. Should be ready in this game number 2. And again, like, all of these combinations from G2 IG just feel so good, right? Like, nothing to say, can pump a lot of damage into Chrono. You don't even need to connect with Monet to get this damage out. Right? You've got a line that can just TP in with Finger, get the Chrono, and then Thunder God's Rat, and you basically find a kill for free every single time that's up.
So patience here from G2 IG. The wait on the high ground. Seems like BetBoom will do the exact same. This time around, both sides looking for a very early team fight. Yeah, 5-man smoke here from IG. They'll go for the big wraparound through the bottom lane. Because BetBoom just going to hold on to the high ground of that Radiant jungle for now. Because we are going to have a quick pause out for both sides to really think about this. Manet's in a very interesting position as well, because he's just on the river right now. So he could get caught before his whole team's even there. But no, he's going to walk away towards the tier 1 mid tower now, while the rest of his team does continue to sneak up through the bottom lane. Wards will get down. They'll have vision over the high ground now. They'll see the Batrider. Meanwhile, Monet well and truly has left the building. Nightfall, though, is looking to secure the bounty, but Baboka is going to rock up. They'll get the Earth Spike to start. They'll find the bounty, and they should have themselves a kill as well, as Nightfall going to regret showing up in the end. Ultimately, G2IG, very, very patient, but it certainly looks to pay off.
Yeah, they're already playing a little bit pressure as well onto Toronto, Tokyo. Even JT just hanging forward along with Xnova. Not going to be able to find a follow-up, but certainly a great start already for the Dire side. And not the best feeling in the world for Nightfall. He doesn't lose much gold, but just giving all this EXP out is massive. Earth Spike into Torrent again. And that's something they're going to have to consider every single time walking into this lane. Just this chain stuns. It does leave JT without Tidebringer level 1, but First Blood does pay for itself there. You don't mind too much. You'll just soak up into 2 and you'll be happy afterwards anyway.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to have a double wave on the way in just a moment into his tier 1 tower. So happy days for sure for G2IG. Of course, mid lane, GPK, nothing to say are going at it. Feels like one of those lanes where nothing may happen. You know, I can certainly see some kill potential, but it also feels like a lane where just nothing could happen and both sides could just secure some fun.
Yeah, I think this lane is way more down to just how well you control runes, right? Even the 2-minute rune is going to be pretty big. If Nothing Stays denied off of all runes into 4 and 6 minutes, it's not going to feel great. His attack range is short enough that he's within the striking distance of Whirling Death, allowing GPK some play. There's always a little bit of threat and trading back. GPK also has the value point and reactive, so the right-click trades aren't going to feel as smooth here. He has a lot of Iron Branches, maybe to be cheeky, but already dropping very low. At least has the bottle to top up with.
Well, meanwhile, bottom lane, Toronto Tokyo actually secures a kill onto Baboka, and that was still at the level 1 mark. Actually hits level 2 off the back of that kill, but just able to abuse the flame break to secure the kill onto the line, and JT doesn't really seem to mind anyway. He's going to get a bracer out of that anyway. Baboka will go ahead and bring some items back for the Kunkka. And ultimately, I mean, just the Kunkka doesn't seem stressed at all. He's fine.
Yep. It's playing with Tidebringer. It is a little bit slower now to look for kill potential without all the heroes here. So you're not going to be looking to just run down Toronto Tokyo anytime soon. But he is cutting off the effectiveness of this Batrider support. Already low on mana. You know, you're giving JT a lot of room to just trade blows with Nightfall. Nightfall can't just run up. Rocket Barrage with a threat of chain stuns. There's always that trade with Tidebringer as well. You're set for a decent enough time here for JT. Nightfall not going to lag too far behind. The last lane we haven't talked about is up top. Monet on the Faceless Void hanging around with Xnova. He's trading blows with Save on the toss, just trying to get some D-wards. Up along with Miero, of course, on that Viper. This lane's probably one of the more static lanes as well. It's a Viper lane. You don't really want to mess with it. At the same time, can he really stop Monet from farming? Not fully. He can make it uncomfy while time walks at low levels, but you're not going to fully hold back the Faceless Void from healing. There's enough sustain here as well to share with Xnova, so the threat isn't as big, unless Save can find some really good isolations with the Shard Snowball down the line.
See how well they can control the creep wave. Like, I like this little pull going on here at the top lane. You see Xnova just pulling it away with the enchanted creep, getting the creep wave back behind the tier 1 tower. That's what you like to see. Xnova, though, don't lose the way. Oh, Save, he does at least get one away. That's not a big deal. Xnova, he's looking to just reset the creep equilibrium in that top lane, and Monet desperately needs it. Those shards are out. Monet, he's going to get trapped up by the tier 1 tower. He'll go for a TP play, though, and he's going to be just fine. Instead, they'll try to apply more pressure onto Xnova. He's also going to be just fine, though, and Monet finally has some creeps to hit safely. In fact, he has too many creeps to hit safely.
Does find big important ones for himself, and you are getting not as much as you want for the Viper. I don't think this is enough effort, enough pressure to make Monet uncomfy again, but we're getting that steady EXP gain up. We aren't seeing any emphasis onto the mid though, so 4-minute runes just come. You are able to steal it away with GPK, but you still get one for Nothing to Say, so he's still able to harass back. And overall, just a steady time in the lanes. A little bit of trading back and forth. I would say level 6 for Nothing to Say is massive though. Just again, Thunder God's Wrath threat across the map. can provide a lot of opportunities here for the side of G2IG, whereas for GPK, I mean, he could leave that lane and start to make rotations, but he doesn't have Timber Chain up and laning mid, so doesn't have an easy way of just getting on top of these heroes and looking for that burst in comparison to the Zeus across the map.
Mid lane Baboka, he's going to show up. Just gets a bit of a ward down by nothing to say, but that's going to be about it. You see, not much they can do about GPK at the moment. Save and Miero still trying to be a little bit more aggressive here, but so we're just going to ensure they do not get too close. They're still fighting plenty of CS. Bottom lane in the meantime. X is out into Toronto, but he's also going to be safe. Seems like G2IG not too interested in getting too aggressive. Yeah, it is really surprising. I know you've said it about 3 times now, but there are only 9 CS difference between Monet and Miero. That's nowhere near enough, it feels.
Not quite. I mean, it's still a nice dent to have. Although,
now nothing to say. Miero, he's going to find out the hard way that he is just dead. Problem is as well, Save left the building to go into the mid lane to try and pick off that Zeus. And sadly for Save, the Zeus was coming to him.
Yeah. Kind of dodgy trigger with Save going up onto the bounty first. But does work out. Again, with level 6, for nothing to say, he's got level threat as well. Whereas for GPK, he's just stuck mid. And he went Whirling Death, reactive, no Timber Chain, no way of gap closing, so he's just stuck to kind of force in the creep wave. His impact on the Timber Saw is not going to be felt until a little bit longer. Does have the value point up now. So there is some potential play now, but you can say it's not leaving top. He wants to bully this poor old Viper.
Why the hell not? It's Viper. You kill him a couple times, suddenly he's just useless. They are pressuring the top tier 1 tower anyway, and they're going to get away with it. With the siege creep up and the enchanted creep, there's nothing to stop them from taking this tier 1 tower. Against the Viper of all things, they will secure the tier 1 top tower at 7 minutes in. And there's just nothing they can do about it. Like, GPK will show up now, but Monet's already just time walked away. X-Nova's going to scout out the Timber Saw and he'll just go for a TP play out. Does get it cancelled. But does it really matter? There's more TPs incoming. They're going to go for the fight. X-Nova has gone down, but Monet, he's after GPK now. Save will go down first. The X back into the boat from the Conker. They'll lose the Timber Saw to boot. And this is all at the cost of a position 5 Ench. Another great fight for G2IG.
It is some much needed space, at the very least, for Nightfall, forcing the rotation out from GT. Giving a lot of free room out for the Jara to just play his own game, working onto the Chrysalis into probably the Ags and BKB down the line. Not going to take too long for the Jara to kind of hit that mark with a free lane. But that early aggression is up for the side of G2IG. You do need a lot of support levels here for BB to kind of start playing it. Right? You want the Snowball Punch, you want the lasso back from Toronto. You need some room for this Batrider to farm up as well, and doesn't feel like he's really finding that much space for himself just yet. They are collapsing onto mid side of G2IG. Again, still set to go. Getting some good D wards, inching closer to towards that 6 mark for Baboka. He's got the smokes ready as well. And it just doesn't feel like you'd have that much play on Betboom. Not until these levels are up in your supports.
We go again, Miero. He's the target. There is no rest for the wicked, John. You know, I can't say I feel bad for this Viper. I just can't say it. In fact, I might dare say I enjoyed that.
It's a bit strange. You didn't say you were enjoying all of GPK's deaths in the last game, Mike.
Oh, but
You're enjoying Miero's.
But I was, Jonathan. I didn't say it, but you best believe I was. X-Nova. Oh, that's a nice Earth Spike. A Ravager from Baboka. Nothing to say, trying to get to work. He'll have the ult up in 1. The Chrono, it's perfect. Monet, he's gonna find the Timber on top. This time, I do feel a little bit worse for GPK, though he does get away, John. He's alright.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Does manage to bail out. No mana left on, nothing to say to keep that chase. They mitigate their losses. but they're only finding supports in these trades. You're getting some good activity out from Monet. And good early chrono. Doesn't find the most, but he's there for some activity at the least. Baboka still about to hit 6. Does have 6 now. So Finger is ready. GPK, you don't want
Came on after. No, certainly not. Arcane Rune picked up here by save. Baboka desperate to try and get a kill with that Finger. Not gonna have the opportunity. Nightfall though, I mean, he's looking kind of tasty down to the bottom lane if you wanted to smoke rotate.
Would be a juicy target. Doesn't have anything defensive, no lifesteal. Again, just trying to go for Crystallis into straight BKB. So not looking to rush Ags. Want some early presence. A little bit different from what we've seen from Gyrocopter builds in terms of the order. But I suppose it's sensible enough to just stop him from being an easy target. Still, G2IGR, still looking for him.
They absolutely are. Nightfall, I mean, maybe realizing he's being chased. In fact, the nice scan will reveal that they are coming. Wards are down. Nightfall, he'll stick by the bottom tier 1 tower. Pings are coming out though. They know that Nightfall is there somewhere. JT will find him. X is out. Boat will fly in. Miero, he's TPing to try and help. Finger, not out yet. Nightfall, he's still alive. They haven't got enough damage. Nightfall is okay for now. And in fact, he will be perfectly fine. Miero, TPing in at the right moment does save the day.
The raindrop does enough for him to live true of that burst. And that feels awful for Baboka. No Finger for 2 minutes, no charge, no build up for the 15. They're having more heroes down now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
JT charges around to lock him down, save with a very nice setup, and JT will just melt to the damage of GPK. So suddenly Bet Boom, even with that tough lane for the Viper, they are 2k ahead. And obviously, when it comes to the fight department, they're not doing too badly either. They are able to respond quite easily against G2IG.
Yeah, I mean, again, with GPK having the levels up now, having a maxed out chain, being able to leverage that damage up, to rip apart something like the Kunkka, doesn't take too much for that Timbersaw to be here and to just melt faces. And they've also got the levels on the supports. And again, you've given a lot of free room out to Toronto Tokyo. He's got the blink up. Blink Lasso is ready on to support Bat, who's been inactive this entire time. They've been basically playing 4v5. But now they've got an ace in the hole. They've got a way of just getting these initiations so much easier now. Let's see if G2IG are ready. They haven't seen Toronto Tokyo in a while. They should know that he's been farming up Blink with no punishment. And that Blink should be ready now. If they get caught off guard by it, it's going to be a bit of a snowball effect. And BetBoom team can start to look for openings. If they catch out, say, Nothing to Say, it's going to be a massive pickoff.
It absolutely will. Mid lane, DPK will get the chain cancelled. Toronto Tokyo on the high ground of that Radiant Triangle, going to reveal himself. Nightfall is around the corner. In fact, Save is right behind with GPK. They are smoked up. It's going to be pretty big here for Bet Boom if they can find the mid Zeus. The G2IG not moving up quite yet. They are just kind of abusing the creep here from X Nova. Get to the high ground. Keep in mind, Monet is just at the top lane with a chrono available, but he doesn't really have the most damage right now available on that Void. It's like G2IG realizing that the Bet Boom has probably grouped up. They will leave the area. Bet Boom, they are not really going to pursue. So smoke or no smoke, TPs or no TPs, they are just going to go back to fun.
Yeah. I think the big thing for BetBoom is, again, they're getting away with a lot of just free farm coming out. Just free farm coming through for Nightfall. BKB being formed up by the Gyro relatively quickly here. Number 1 in net worth for the Gyro as well. Just making great use of the flak. You're getting some room out for JT to farm. He is only one part away from the Ags, to be fair. So that is going to be a big spike. Especially as you're only really farming up 1 BKB early on here on the side of BetBoom. And Torrent Storm's going to do a lot of work. I'm actually surprised JT managed to farm up this much. Like, he's number 2 net worth, sure, but to be so close to the Ags at 15 minutes in is kind of ridiculous with his timing. It's
a lot of patience from both sides. That Agzo, you kind of already said it, but the impact it does have is kind of ridiculous. Like, without the BKBs up, you can't fight into that Torrent Storm. It's just absolutely ridiculous how much disable that does come in. There's your Ags up now. Oh boy. You pretty much expect an immediate smoke out off the back of that Ags, and looks like Baboka is going to pop on. You'll run perhaps towards the Conker. They do still have to take down that bottom tier 1 tower, so there is work to be done around that bottom lane. Nightfall has been farming up a storm around that area to boot, so it will help them quite a bit to just kind of take over that position of the map. They will try for a kill attempt onto Nightfall, but he's already kind of gotten his way out of there. He realizes they are around.
JT also just showed up in vision, so they should have been able to spot out the full Ags. Not going to want to play into that. Instead, again, just using this time to farm up effectively. They still have that Blink Lasso ready to be revealed from Toronto. They will smoke up. They might find nothing to say.
Nay, nothing to say. It's being chased down, however. It seems like they're going to find the Ench first, so X-Nova is down. Baboka will follow. Nothing to say, can do really nothing about it, but here comes the cavalry. Monet, he's right onto the Viper. They want Miro again, and they're gonna have it. So 2 supports will go down, but you get yourself an offlane Viper.
Yeah. It's a nice take for G2IG. Doesn't cost them too much. They don't pop Thunder Gods. They do pop Chrono, but Monet's just looking for small opportunities here. Still a bigger win for BetBoom overall in net worth. That is the Blink reveal as well in Toronto, Tokyo. You're pretty happy with it. Could have gotten nothing to say, but he was outside of vision. Rather unfortunate. However, you do have the Blink up now for Baboka. So again, easier times to initiate. It does feel like that's one thing that has been lacking from G2IG. Just this instant jump to help disable someone and get the pick-off going outside of just Time Walk Chrono. Blink Hex Earth Spike is going to be that opener now for G2IG, and they should actually be feeling confident enough to force another one here. No Lasso to worry about. Viper is still a non-issue right now. Still have the Torrent Storm as well. They'll collapse onto that mid.
But they will. Shots up from save. X is out immediately onto the Tusk. Meanwhile, Baboka, a very nice Earthspike connecting onto 2, but BetBoom, they are collapsing mid lane, right onto JT. He will pop the Torrent Storm, but he never got the boat off in time. Meanwhile, Nightfall is on to nothing to say. He'll take down the Zeus in time. And X-Nova, not going to make it out either. Caught by Toronto. That'll be a double for Nightfall. And that's a big loss for G2IG. Like, that was your Torrent Storm committal for the first time, and it just amounts to nothing.
It's just down to this quirkier build order from Nightfall, right? Like, again, going for Chrysalis into BKB rather than the Ags. But it pays off there. He's not affected by the Torrent Storm. He doesn't care about Zeus's damage. He just stands and right-clicks down. It's more than enough. He goes back for the Aegis now, but again, it's the build order. Nightfall just has a good read as to what he wants to do in this game. And for G2IG, that's just not the fight to force. Like, they have that Orchid up on Miero. He just silences JT, and he just gets whittled away standing in that spit and just gets barely enough HP to cast Torrent Storm, not enough to cast a Ghost Ship. So their big turnaround potential there for G2IG is just gone. And Monet's not ready to show up as well with no Chrono. Just doesn't pan out the way they'd want to, clumping up so tight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Gotcha. Radiant are scanning.
Illusion.
Baboka, he's in good position to break. Oh no, he moves at the wrong moment. Monet gets caught by a lasso. The Ravage out from Baboka though, but it's not enough. It's such a shame too. Had he stuck around for half a second extra, he would have broken the smoke. And probably would have allowed Monet to get out of there. Unfortunate. find X-Nova once again. A nice start here for BetBoom. The rest of G2IG have shown up, but they do not feel confident to go for the fight. It seems like BetBoom are well and truly in control of this game, number 2. Very, very potent as of late, and only about 40 gold away from having the Ags up onto the gyrocopter, so even more damage to come out. You start to wonder now, like G2IG, do you really want to keep fighting? Because it feels like at this rate, with 7k net worth behind, you're much better off just hitting some creeps.
Yeah, they need some catching up. I think if you are confident with just playing with Chrono, Finger, and Thunder God's Wrath, you do still have burst play. Like Chrono into a follow-up Torn Storm can feel massive, but they're just not in position to do that. Look, the wards out from BetBoom can spot every movement. Love this ward right in front of the tier 2 by the tree line. Just gives so much key information, can help you spot out smokes as well. Helps you try to invade the triangle, just does so much work here, and it's really hard to spot out, even with a Zeus for G2IG. You're just forced to hug a relatively small area of the map. Just keep playing build-up. I think the key point, again, is like BKB on JT, Manta on Monet. That's when you start to feel a little bit more confident, but BetBoom, with the Ags up on Nightfall, they could easily go Roche. They've got the damage. Evoca.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh,
Broke is gone. Oh, he's just completely blown up. Roshan, of course, not gonna last very long. BetBoom, absolutely no issues here taking the Roshan away. And that's just like, do you want to just keep the farm game here for BetBoom? Do you want to get a bit more aggressive? It feels like you can really afford to do whatever the hell you want. Nightfall's in this amazing position as well, where he's just pulling way too far ahead of this Void. It's about 5k ahead in terms of net worth at the moment. With the axe up, it just feels like there's no real contest. Like, Nightfall, if he wants to join his team, he can. If he wants to farm, he can. G2IG, they just have no answer.
no. There's no clear answer presenting itself either, outside of just a perfect Chrono play with follow-up. Again, that's just not something Monet can easily pull off right now until he has a Manta up. Again, it's just this, it's a combination of these timings being turned off, the fall of this vision coming out that prevents movement forward. It's just not going to be able to do much. JT just being a little bit cheeky with the X back and trying to clear out creeps. BKB, only about 100 gold away. So that's one bit of good news here for G2IG, but not quite enough. It does feel like for BetBoom, though, you do want to keep running. Like, you cannot afford to just sit back and allow the Faceless Void to try playing his own game, to try to scale up. You know, like, you're having nothing, say, the time to farm into the Manta, into the BKB, which it does look like he at least has the Manta up. With a Shard, can scale into damage quite nicely here. BetBoom, off onto the Tormentor, can gun for the tier 2 as well, no problems. G2IG, I mean, they're not even trying to clump up as a unit here. They're just splitting the map, farming top, pushing in back on mid. They know they just don't have a fight. It's just too much. It's too much to ask for. A big Chrono into like perfect spell usage. It's way too much with how much jump options BetBoom has.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Man, the Daedalus almost completed now on Nightfall as well. In fact, it is completed now on Nightfall. Here you go. What answers do you have coming? Like, Manet's trying for a Manta.
Radiant's top tower.
Seems like mostly just defensive items are being committed here by G2IG. A lot of 4-staffs I'm seeing. Run through from BetBoom up towards the mid lane once again. They'll find a regeneration rune now for Nightfall. Perhaps the tier 2 mid tower. Like, if you know you can't be stopped, you may as well just take whatever objective you want. Thunder God's Wrath. I mean, Toronto Tokyo is going to lose his life at the very least, so you get a free kill for Baboka. That's something. Things are coming out towards X-Nova down at the bottom lane here from BetBoom, but it's a pretty far chase to make here for a position 5 end.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, you're happy enough in G2IG to at least find something. It has taken them a long time to get that punishment onto Toronto, though. Again, this Batrider, for the most part of this game, has been farming like a core, building stacks and just clearing out the jungle. No one's bothered to kind of find him until this point for the side of G2IG. They're also starting to invade that triangle a little bit. Again, they don't really have vision right now, but they've got some part of the map to easily farm around. I can say BKB not too far off now as well. So more protection up front, especially from the burst that they're trying to leverage here with GPK. It still leaves the question of the physical output of Nightfall, though, which again, I still feel like there's no clear answer for just that raw right click coming out. Oh.
My GT. BKB out. Lasso is there to hold him down, though. In comes Nightfall for all the damage they require, and the Kunkka is just annihilated. In fact, Nightfall found a double kill without even trying. But Boca going down to the flat cannon damage as well. It really is just too much. They are trying to buy as much time for Monet as they possibly can, but Monet is still just 7k. In fact, almost 8k behind the gyrocopter now. You're getting to that stage now where Nightfall is just building into a satanic. So chances are the Chrono's just going to do nothing anyway, because he'll heal through it. It's tough.
It is. Again, they just don't have real good play potential here on G2IG. You have like Blink, Hex, Earth Spike, that's it. Maybe you can get the burst off with Thunder Gods plus Finger, but we haven't really seen them play it around that outside of that one pick off in Toronto. And then the wider team fight, it's just down to that Chrono. Again, even if Monet lands that Chrono without the magic damage follow-up, it doesn't feel like you have enough. It also doesn't feel like JT's able to do as much as he wants to here on the Kunkka. Again, his lane was alright for the most part, but his impact afterwards, this Ags reveal wasn't on point for JT. The BKB is not doing him too many favors with punch up still, kind of holding him back from save. I don't know, it's in stark comparison to a Centaur game where he's just able to dictate how these fights go for the blink, be the playmaker. Kunkka can be in that way, but certainly not lining up in this game to be very playmaker-ish. It feels like a lot of pressure is on Boboka actually to open these fights for them.
Oh, here we go, G2IG. They're going to pop a 5-man smoke. And they seem to have some form of an idea of where they need to, or what they need to do rather, but they don't really know where to go. Tormentor will be taken. Miero will pick up a shards for himself. I mean, the smoke's good and well, but oh, maybe they can find Miero. Pops his BKB. Monet does have to Chrono to get this kill. The Viper's taking a bit longer than they would like, though, so Nightfall is here now to try and secure some kind of a straggler. They'll make the jump in. Lasso is out. They've already taken down JT, and now, well, they can really clean up. X-Nova has gone to boot. At least they get everyone else out of there. Well, I say that, but Boca was still around there for a moment, but looks like he does TP out successfully. So you get Miero, but it still costs you a hell of a lot.
It's way more costly for G2IG. Like, these kills are just feeding into Betboom so well. They lose the Wisdom Rune, not a big deal at this point. You're at the point where even Toronto Tokyo is looking for the BKB. Like, the BKB just doesn't save you for JT. Every single time he's been caught out, he hasn't been able to get the Torrent Storm off. He hasn't been able to get the Ghost Ship off. Down to the punch and the lasso. There's just no protection against all these spell immunity piercing spells. They need... Feels like you need a Linken's to come in here. But there's barely any farm to find for the side of G2IG. I don't know if you can even dream of a Linken's at this point. And it just takes so much. Even that kill on Miero, it takes them Chrono. So now you don't have a Chrono for the team fight, and Betboom can just smoke and go again.
But they will. Towards Boboka, they're going to find the Lion first up here for save. Though save, I don't believe, actually spotted him out. Boboka reveals himself anyway. Monet is just north of that tier 2 tower, but of course now is very well aware that Betboom is there, so he will immediately just get towards the other side of the map. But they've got the tier 2 tower. There's just no contest. Meanwhile, G2IG, I mean, they'll take their outpost back, but now they reveal their position. Meanwhile, X-Nova goes down to Toronto Tokyo. Mira is still having a look around through the die triangle to see if he can find himself a target to try and secure, but nobody's stuck around. Everyone's just running towards Dire base. Like, even Manet's just there right now. Like, it's like, where do you farm? Where's safe?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like anywhere is safe. There's just nothing holding back Betboom. All their spells are low cooldown. They don't really need to wait for too much in terms of uptime. They can just keep shoving in, keep playing as a unit. Just basically do what they want. G2IG for their part are just too underfarmed to be a major threat. Like, you've been talking about this disparity with Monet. It's not been getting any better. We're not seeing any catch up for Monet. Barely any in comparison to Nightfall. And 18k lead, 19-9, next Roshan in half a minute. Betboom can just gun for Roche, look for high ground. Butterfly coming out for Nightfall. So even if he does get chronoed up, a lot of that damage will just miss. They'll go for a smoke play out, maybe.
Oh, they are going to try. I mean, it's a lot of damage you're hoping for here. They are desperately trying, and they've got him at the very least. Nightfall is down. Save has gone a boot. Perhaps it can work. Miero, he's not a big target himself, but GPK, he certainly is. They'll make the jump in. Monet about to fall, but still gets the time walk away just barely. GPK still trying. Does find X-Nova. Force the BKB and just chain TP away, however. He will make it out. And that's the first sign of life I think I've seen from G2IG this game. It's finally finding a fight that works out for him and finding Nightfall.
That's the fight they needed. That right before the Butterfly gets formed up, right before that evasion is a factor. Big opening for them. You can see just how much damage Nightfall has. So just the side gunner. Just one flak hitting Baboka into the side gunner in Chrono and just melts. And still the follow-up's not clean. Right, like the follow-through from Betboom's still there. There's still a massive threat with the burst damage that you have here on GPK. And again, the threat of Lasso is still big. I think a big factor there is Save. If Save didn't die trying to go for a blink into a snowball, then you might have been able to find a little bit more if that fight dragged on. You still have access to Roshan here as well for Betboom. And with Chrono having been expended for Monet, it doesn't feel like they can counterfight in that area at all. So Betboom still has the security lined up for themselves in that objective, knowing that G2IG just can't walk up and contest it right now.
Dire are scanning.
On top lane, X-Nova may get caught. Toronto, he's out with the lasso, so they are going to secure another easy kill onto the edge. It's not the biggest kill. I mean, at the very least, it is just an Enchantress. Still, they are waiting around here. GPK and Toronto Tokyo.
Nightfall's just soloing Roche, basically, huh?
I mean, why the hell not, right? Like, it's... He can. It's just... That's how far ahead he is. He just can.
Jeez. It's the freest Roche I've seen. Again, G2IG just... I mean, they can fight now with Chrono, but... And how about the damage? You can take care of one life in Nightfall. 2 lives, stretching it. I don't see that happening. With their limited utility here for G2IG to play with. Like, you're banking on trying to burst him down while forcing out BKB on first life, perhaps. That feels like the ideal scenario. And then it just doesn't feel like that's something Nightfall will do. It's like, it's not a mistake I can see Nightfall making at this point. Butterfly, only one part away now as well. Evasion's going to be a bigger factor for Monet, even if he lands that Chrono on the big target. He's not going to be doing as much damage as he'd want to onto that. And something like the MKB is a little bit of a pipe dream right now. For our faces void. 13k lead maintained by Betboom. G2IG. And they're working on some other stuff. And you've got Lincoln's coming out for nothing to say.
Monet.
Oh.
Yeah, they found the big one. They've got Monet and they've taken him down. No problem. There is buyback available on the Void, but you kind of just see how easy it is for Betboom. Once they get the lockdown on the Void, he just absolutely melts. And Monet, not really in a position where he wants to commit buyback at the moment. He's already behind enough as it, but he has no choice. Oh, Nightfall. I mean, they'll drag him back. He has an Aegis up, plus a Satanic available whenever. He does use it that time around. The thing is, the tier 3 tower's basically already gone. There it goes. You've still got an Aegis, you've still got a BKB, you'll have a secondary Satanic usage any moment now for Nightfall. He might just lose the first life, but a nice snowball is going to buy him a little bit more time, so Nightfall is able to just get out of there. Has the Satanic back up now, just does pop it. Heals himself back up. Laszlo is there. God. They have caught out at least one in the Kunkka. The JT will go down for the sake of save, losing his own life. Monet does not buy back. He does hold out.
And they hold on to that resource. They only lose the melee rack, so there's a range to go back for. Big one has fallen, very least. And you still have Aegis for Nightfall. Baboka?
They're going to try into Nightfall. Chrono's available. Nightfall is basically on his own. Though he does have an Aegis up. But it seems like they might have the first life. Eventually, I mean. It's taken a long time. In fact, never mind. God. Never mind, they can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, you see that, John? I would have just called. I would have been like, you know what? I've seen enough. In fact, Monet's been caught out. Monet will be okay to get to the high ground. If I see that crap in my game, I call it. In fact, now it's even worse. Yeah. He's got a butterfly now available.
Yeah, he's had it for... He had it in that last fight. So all that evasion, just the misses. No damage. It's just not enough. Nightfall's just way too durable. They can't take care of the first life. Only a minute and a half, though, for that Aegis. It's a window of play here for G2IG if they can hold out long enough and not lose anything else. Can't find a way to play with a Chrono, get that lockdown in, get that damage flowing through. Let's see. Lose the tier 3 mid, but the racks still stand. Options are limited to really just Chrono. Like that's what it has to boil down to. Chrono into follow-up Torrent Storm, or no, wait out the BKB since it's Torrent Storm. I don't know, it's difficult. Although,
I mean, they're trying to drag back the gyro. Problem is Nightfall... Oh, hold on a minute. Maybe they can get the Aegis up. In fact, Nightfall, he's not popping the Satanic, so it looks like he wants to lose his first life. It is about to expire anyway.
Oh.
Chrono is out. They've caught a couple here. Monet, can he get the job done? He's taken out Toronto and Save and Miero, but now the Gyrocopter's the big target, but they've got him. An ultra kill out for Monet. Hold on a goddamn minute. How does that happen, Josh?
I mean, they nailed the perfect combination. Chrono, right as the Aegis pops, have a little bit of hold on the pop out. Everyone's stuck in the same area. So Monet can focus on the squishier targets, like this Bat Rider, like this Viper, like this Tusk. They just melt. They don't have butterflies. There is no miss for Monet to have to worry about there. And it's just clean. They drag a little bit too far back onto that gyro. Not popping the Satanic probably cost them there. Now trying to go for that reset instead. Doesn't manage to really get any space to pop the Satanic afterwards, and no teammates to help him. It was a little bit shaky for BetBoom to play that close on the line. They still maintain an 11k lead, but a massive swing out for G2IG, and an opportunity now to find something on the map. They take one tier 2 out, they're gunning for bot next. They have a creep wave making its way up, a massive creep wave at that. They can try to equalize. They stay in the game. Still not an easy game for G2IG, but if you take a look at the graphs, Mike, win probability shot down by 20% there for BetBoom. Down to close to 50-50, 62 to 38. This is just classic G2IG, Mike. Now, every single time we cast these guys in qualifiers and in games, it's like, yeah, all right, we're going to go long and we're going to, find a way to come back. Power of Jack.
They also proved exactly why I'm not a pro player, Jonathan. They don't call it, and as you can see, thankfully, things are working out very nicely now. I wasn't joking. I would have called it immediately. I would have been like, boys, I
know you would. I know exactly. I know exactly. Like, hang in there. 7k lead now. Down from 11 when we last took a look. The next Roche, still a minute and a half, unfortunately, so G2IG can't just reel into that ASAP. The equalize, but they're getting some more Lincolns up, so they're going for the multiple Lincolns with Nothing to Say and Monet working onto the zone now. Refresh for JT coming out next. Well, that scaling can still kick in. And as long as you can kind of funnel them into a tight spot, which these heroes do end up clumping up quite hard. Monet's got the damage now. And he's got the levels, he's got the output, he's got the Scotty to mitigate some of that satanic healing as well. And there are some tools here to get you on the right path for the side of G2IG. I love that Nothing to Say is also just going for the Blood Torrent. A little bit more control, some much needed attack speed for the Zeus to really leverage all of those Lightning Hands procs. Just again, just slowly whittle away at the side of Betboom if they do overlong in any single fight.
We've got again here from Betboom, and a couple smokes being brought out. Roshan may potentially respawn in 20 seconds, so big objective to play for. Of course, Betboom kind of throwing a pretty huge lead away that they just had, so definitely not looking to give away a free Roshan on top of that. Here come the smokes. What's the timing for Roshan?
Oh.
It's average. It's kind of in the middle.
Yeah, but you want it to be faster if you're G2IG. Betboom are going to look to force this fight out, but again, smoke out as well onto G2IG.
They'll clear out the creep wave, but that makes the smoke quite obvious. G2IG retreating at the right time. Xnova does get caught first, and he will go down immediately. So already a 4v5, but Xnova does buy back. 5v5 once again. GPK will get jumped, but he'll be fine. They do not have the damage for him. It's all about the chrono from Monet. He needs to find Nightfall with it. They'll go on to GPK again. They'll try for this, and this time they've got the chrono. They found both targets. They do have the gyro. Problem is they probably don't have the damage. They'll find GPK instead with that chrono sphere being committed. There's now Toronto. Make the jump in. Save all two. Save is gone. Toronto maybe going too far. Will die himself now as Miero in danger. Miero's gone a boot. Monet's still alive throughout all of this. Meanwhile, JT's being chased down. JT will drop. But Monet is not done. On we go to the gyro.
Oh my god.
They have got him. Nightfall is gone.
Oh my
An old trick kill for Monet.
Oh, that is not how that fight should go for Betboom. They lose their lead entirely off the back of it. Just so split up. Like they went for the lasso on Monet. They did not see that Lincolns. So the lasso falls flat early on. It just gets proc. That initiation's gone. They managed to hold down, kill off Toronto. They get them slowly moving forward. The BKB pop early there from her gyro, getting caught in chrono. GPK gets him wasted as well with all of the magic damage output here. And they get the Aegis. This is the opening G2IG we're looking for. MKB for Monet to kind of help deal with Nightfall now. And now your question is, on the side of Betboom, can you get the lasso you need before the chrono that G2IG needs comes out? It becomes a scary question. They've got the Lincolns. They've got ways of just stopping that. They've got the Force Staff at the least here for Toronto Tokyo to try to counteract that. But again, just it's falling flat for Betboom. That last fight just doesn't line up. And just the regen on Monet, just barely enough HP to get that time walk back to reset and just come back in. It's been doing so much work on this Faceless Void.
It's a Monet special. You know, this hero, I've seen him play quite a few times and always does manage to really provide for us. Betboom, they are not going to be feeling very good about themselves here, John. It's a pretty rough position, and considering the lead you did have, it's going to feel real bad that you're suddenly in a position where you're actually losing the game. And that is what Dota Plus does think. We are at 56% win probability here for G2IG. So they are indeed winning the game at the moment. With that, I mean, G2IG, like, do they want to go high ground? They've got 4 minutes with an Aegis. They've got a Refresher Shard available. To be fair, Monet, he might just finish off his Satanic first before we get to that stage, but I believe it is actually on the way, and there it is. Satanic now available.
feeling so comfy now in this Faces Void. Going for the refresh afterwards, just to have that consistent double chrono, double BKB. Take the gate down bot. They don't manage to clean up the top tier 2, but one team fight here. And it just comes undone. And again, it's just down to like not having an answer for Chrono here. We're at that point where Faces Void is the be-all end-all. Like, it's just Chrono. You just don't have a way of stopping it unless you get, like, I don't know, something crazy for Toronto Tokyo. Like, say, Aether Lens plus the Psychic Headband to just have Lasso into the Chrono, I guess. If you can pop the Lincolns first, perhaps. But that's really hoping for a lot there.
Boom, they better start hoping.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
G2IG. We're going to move on to the high ground. 2 minutes left on the Aegis for Monet. Net worth is basically even right now between these two teams. Refresher Orb now available on JT as well, so you've got a lot of problems with those Torrent Storms and the Tidal Waves and the Ghost Ships. So many things to be worried about here against this Conquer. It's just going to be a slow chipping away as well. Keep in mind, you've got double chrono up, so it's... You don't need to rush this. There's just no necessity for that.
Now, they've got a lot of free room to just kind of keep shoving in, slowly poke. Still a lot of time left on that Aegis. Trying to think. I mean, they do manage to get the Orchid, but
Chrono committed. They are going to try and make the jump in onto Miero and the Viper. Well, the Viper is gone. There is a buyback. The tier 3 tower might just be enough here for G2IG. The Aegis is expiring in 50 seconds anyway, but... Well, Monet maybe just doesn't care about not having Chrono. Again, he does have a Refresher Shard, but it is in the backpack right now. He'll jump in onto Nightfall. Meanwhile, a double lasso out from Toronto Tokyo. He's going to find 2 cores with that. JT, he is going down very quickly and will drop. Nothing to say. Will drop as well. No buyback available on JT. Nothing to say. Does at least have his own buyback. But a beautiful double lasso out from Toronto Tokyo. John, he found 2 cores with that.
It's the Ags. That's a difference maker we were looking for from Toronto Tokyo. Oh, not enough Lincolns to save you there. 2 is nice, but needed maybe a little bit more. That does just fix all the issues there. For managing to pick up that Zeus while he shared his Lincolns out. He's been spamming it onto Monet. Just don't last on Monet, you find that opening. Aegis expired now. Secondary use of Chrono still ready. But that refresh shard. Buyback gold is still there for Faces Void, but they've got that opportunity on high ground. 2 full set of racks down now. Only the bot tier 3 and racks left. G2IG. Oh!
The jump is out. A tier 3 tower copying so much damage. Toronto, when he's got Lasso available, he'll get away. Save will go down instead of the task. No buyback on him. Monet is on the chase here with the time walks, looking for a secondary target. Nobody's really around. It seems like everyone else is going to be able to get their way out of there. So Bepboom, not getting too much out of that, but still able to get away with just a Tusk death, which is, you know, not too bad. Could have been worse.
Not too bad. It does cost a buyback of nothing to say as well. It's a massive resource being expended here by the side of G2IG. They're going to need a Roshan now. They absolutely have to find this Rosh. I think it's also maybe about time for JT to consider something like Lincolns. He is working towards what seems to be the Aeon Disc. So that could also work out as the save here for himself. Let's see how long this rush takes. That's do or die now for G2IG. It has to be a Roshan into the high ground. Have that backup for nothing to say. Have that security for the Zeus to not get caught out. And for Betboom, they're hanging on well. They're only about 3k ahead. Win probability is still evening out closer to 50-50. G2IG. And they're the ones 2 racks is behind. They're the ones with the creep waves that will just naturally shove into themselves, given enough time. They're the ones having to constantly repair this map to play with that chrono perfectly. And Betboom, it's just been a lot more forgiving. It's going to get even more forgiving once they have this Ags up on save. Like, now you have to worry about the double lasso and the kickbacks. Only so much a Lincoln's each will do for you, if it even gets to that point. And G2IG. I'm wondering if this stalls out long enough for us to also hit that 60-minute timing, because the one thing that will ruin this for Betboom is a whole bunch of mirror shields. That is the one thing that could literally just ruin them, if that does happen, but that's still 10 minutes away.
That would be pretty funny. See if they do get to that
like
stage.
this.
I mean, it's... Yeah.
I like this from GPK as well. Like, he goes for the refresh. He's got the Sight of Vice, and double BKB, double Sight. It's going to feel pretty amazing here to just have these openings. I mean, double Sight alone, just breaking Lincolns into just instantly hexing someone up to set up is already massive in and of itself. Really quick Roshan, already back up here. But Betboom are not willing to give this out anymore. They're in the area.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
They are. Roshan will be scouted by Monet. Another refresher shard available in that Roshan. 5-man smoke here from G2IG. Wrap around. Towards the bottom side of the map they go.
Dire are scanning.
Long wrap around through that bottom lane. Toronto's going to be the big primary target they want to take down first, though he does make his way out of there, so instead they're going to have to try and go after Miero, and they've got the Viper. No buyback available on Miero. It's a great start here for the side of G2IG. Oh, Monet. Oh, he's with the chrono. Was that baited or not? You have to wonder. There was vision to scout that out. GPK. He's going to go for a run with the BKB. We'll refresh just in case he needs another. Seems like he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, though, Save, I cannot say the same for him. Been left behind. He will go down, and now Roshan, of course, going to be well and truly available for G2IG.
It's quite the way to do it, but it does work out for G2IG after what looked like pretty awkward chase forward. We'll find the objective they came for in the first place. Another Aegis, another refresh, as you mentioned here. Monet will have that secondary chrono still ready to go anyway. It's not the biggest loss, although JT will hang on to the refresh shard first. See if that's something they hand down. It does look like Monet wants the slot for the MKB, which he does finish up. No buyback, but only 700 gold away. And now the issue for G2IG is still trying to reach that high ground. All right. Refresh shard picked up by Monet again. Swaps out the Satanic for it. Still has 2 chronos ready. They need to find that angle for the jump. And they need to pierce this high ground. Last time around with the Aegis, only found a tier 3. They need so much more.
They absolutely do. Close game here between these two teams. It's just every single game does really matter. Those juicy EPT points.
Money changes.
G2IG will take over that Radiant Triangle. A Betboom, they're going to hang around through the Radiant base, rather. Just wait patiently on the high ground. Hope for the best here against G2IG. Toronto's got a refresher orb on the way by the looks of it. We'll buy out the recipe. Okay, those lassos have been game-changing from Toronto Tokyo. So if he can find a couple of those double lassos, it is absolutely massive. Every single time he does manage to pull it off. The G2IG, they'll control the area around the Radiant base, but they're not feeling, of course, overly confident to try and make the push onto the high ground quite yet. Still 3 minutes on the Aegis remaining here for Monet, and of course he's probably just waiting for the refresher shard to be off cooldown.
You won't have access to this sneaky rapier buildup that Nightfall would want. He is queuing it up. Courier down for tree. Not gonna have that sort of bailout tool. We'll have buyback at least, although.
Is there Toronto? He's got his BKB pop, but Monet immediately just gonna pop the chrono, going right after the Batrider, not playing any games. There's no buyback on Toronto. He bought the refresher orb outright, so he had no gold for the buyback. That's one down. GPK will wave them goodbye, but G2IG, they're going nowhere. The top racks is the primary target they want. They're going to find Nightfall now on the gyrocopter. A double earth spike out. A chrono committed. They found a couple of them. The gyro is down. So is Save on the Tusk, but they're both going to commit buybacks. Well, surely Nightfall will. He'll watch one Rax fall. There's your buyback committed now from the gyrocopter, but GPK's already in trouble. Snowball will buy him a bit of time to try and survive through this. He'll refresh himself and go for his own BKB. Meanwhile, Nightfall jumping right in the middle of the team fight, but everyone's just kind of dispersed here from G2IG. There's now Monet. Look at that back here, but Monet's on his own. Monet is on his own. Nobody has stuck around but him. And Monet is looking to die. Pops the Satanic. It won't matter. He is gone. Thankfully, he does have buyback.
This is the all-in now for G2IG. He's got the buyback, but if he buys back, he doesn't have chrono. Without that chrono, it doesn't feel like these team fights are safe at all for G2IG. Betboom, they did buy out. There's no Roche for them to take, but they are 2 racks up. They just need to throw bodies into that last set of racks. And it's just such a great splintering of that fight. It's such a good opening for Monet, but he already popped the double chronos. The buyback from Nightfall makes all the difference there. Because he's out of chronos, you know, without that third chrono, if he had a refresh, just don't have the tools there. And G2IG for their part, again, really great movement out from JT for the torrent into the tidal wave, find that lineup into the dub, into that great chrono, but it's just, that was the refresh chrono. There's no follow through. And then after that, it's just free for Nightfall to clean up this fight.
GPK taking a bit of damage on his way out. They are trying to push down through this bottom tier 3 tower. Try to get those mega creeps up, but it's not proving to be so easy. Toronto jumping in, looking for a lasso, not able to find one. He even popped his refresher orb, but unable to find anything. Will be forced to just blink away. So much tension between these two teams here in this game too. And we're only 2 minutes away now, John, from those tier 5 items.
You are. You also have the full Divine up now for Nightfall. Clearing out the Ags to have room for the Butterfly. This is the all-in. No buyback, of course, having bought out earlier, but if he falls with this Divine, if the Chrono comes out for Monet and it's on point, that's just the end game. It does feel like we're only one fight away from this game kind of getting decided already. Still a rather 50-50 game in terms of probabilities here from our graphs. Side of G2IG. They've managed to do a good job of just bringing this game this far. Like you said, a minute away from those tier 5s. A bunch of mirror shields can make this fight really awkward. Let's see if that's something that does come in here for either side. Honestly, it's a lot bigger for G2IG to find those mirror shields, though, for sure.
Here we go. Both teams are going to wait it out. Big group up here from Betboom. Goes right into their triangle.
Dire are
G2, I mean,
scanning.
they're kind of prepped to go towards that Radiant Triangle themselves now. So make their move in. All the ancient creeps are dead for now. Of course, they will respawn in just a second. And here we go. Tier 5 items
come on.
officially online.
Come on, Winnie. What do you got? Oh, what do you got? What do you got?
It's in his backpack.
What do you got? Oh, pirate hat. That's
Pirate.
not too bad in Faceless Void, I guess. It's not too bad. It's also not amazing. It's not a mirror shield, but it is what it is, I suppose.
What's Nightfall got?
Book of
Pirate.
Pirate hat. All right. Okay.
We're all pirates. Fair enough.
Yar. Yar har har, I
That's
guess.
horrible.
The most unenthusiastic yar you've ever heard from the award-winning annals. I'm gonna be completely shooting myself every time. I will just do that. It's very deserved. Let's see, we've got Magic Lamp for nothing to say. That's actually not bad. The hard dispel is gonna help them a lot from all of this hard control. What else may we be getting here? Will we get any Seer Stone for Baboka? That sounds fun. The longest Earth Spike you'll ever see it. Like the old talent. No, it's...
Shadows.
Okay, you get something better. Yeah, that's the save they need. If anyone gets caught out, you've got that save with Book of Shadows. In fact, a Book of Shadows for Betboon would also be massive here. Do they have anything like that? What are you getting, GPK? Don't just hold a token. Show us.
These are serious choices here, John. You gotta think about it.
Well, I wish we could think about it with him.
Yeah, well, that is true. We still can't see what items they can say, sadly.
Technology is not there, Mike.
Sea Stone
It's just not
is
there.
there for JT.
That's actually insane with Tidal Wave, I guess, and X. And it's also insane that they're getting away with Roshan once again on G2IG. Another refresh shard, another Roche banner, another Aegis.
We've got a Force Boots here on GPK. We've got a Pirate Hat available on X-Nova, so X-Nova wants to be the real carry now.
Oh, he is now, yeah. I think it's fair. You cannot underestimate the value of pure damage. We've seen a lot of Enchantresses completely own once they have something like a Moon Shard. Well, Fire Hat is even better.
Giant String
Oh,
on Miero. A big Viper now.
He is pretty scary, being that big. He is also universal as well, so this is decent damage here.
Yeah. Got it. Another Pirate Hat. Everyone's just going for the Pirate Hats.
To be fair, it has helped them farm back into buybacks, I suppose, as well.
Good point.
Right?
So Toronto Tokyo doesn't have one, I believe. He doesn't have a T5 item yet, sadly.
If he gets a Seer Stone,
Are scanning.
it's the most cursed stuff you could ask for.
It's a big range.
Yeah, that lasso range will look pretty ridiculous. Or even Force Boots. Honestly, Force Boots is probably better.
Nobody's helping the poor guy out. Though. He's got no creeps. In fact,
Of course not.
they've just farmed everything in this Radiant jungle.
Of course not. No help for the Wicking Mike. Just realized Baboka does have the Shadow Blade, which I actually do enjoy seeing on our lines. Just a little bit more sneaking in and out. Move speed can help quite nicely as well.
Sneaky, sneaky. There is a Sea Stone. John, look at that. Toronto Tokyo's got a Sea Stone now.
That is insane. Look at that range in the lasso.
Yeah.
Sheesh. It's just
Not so
gonna be
hard
much
anymore.
easier to try. And it does increase the search range as well, right? It should, theoretically. I wonder if it does. I'm always confused with what does and does not count as cast range.
I never buy Sea Stone, John. I wouldn't know. Never get it.
Unfortunate, like. See how this
G2IG.
pans out.
Oh, Miero.
What if he just...
Oh, they've got him. They've caught the Viper. Aeon Disc is out though. Chrono,
No,
it's going to be
no,
committed. Monet really wants the kill.
Oh, the
Fame
Wind
is
Waker.
going to be around to save. Another Chrono committed now, finding two of them. X-Nova, he's the first one to go down, but there goes Miero. They've got the Viper. Monet, he takes down Safe to boot. He's onto the Gyrocopter now. Nightfall trying to fight back. They've got the Void down the first time, but can they get it the second time? Not
The
quite.
Divine, the
Nightfall is
Divine.
down. The Divine is
Monet
on the
got it.
deck. Monet has got the Divine Rapier. Oh boy. And they're out of there. It's a 4v4.
Oh.
G2IG, they have no carried against them, but they've left. To be fair, it's a gold issue, John. The Gyrocopter's low on gold.
The pirate hats will help. If they... Yeah, they do have one saver. The pirate hats will eventually help. There is that. Not too far off now. This... I like seeing this from Monet. You know, he instantly snatches that Divine. Feels like he's learned from the qualifiers we watched before, Mike. From all of those Divines being left on the ground, he has not...
Yes,
he
I
instantly
remember.
snatched it. I love it. This is a different G2IG we're seeing. One that is not afraid of stealing back these Divines.
You love to see.
To be fair as well, like I know they backed off with no carry, but they don't have Chrono. And again, that's such a big part of why they're winning these team fights. Save did a great job of wasting the double as well. It felt like they shouldn't have been able to find Nightfall, but the Wind Waker stalled out enough that the second Chrono had to come out on that toss. Let's see here.
GPK, stuns are there. They've locked him down, but he's very, very confident in his ability to just tank through all that damage. So Monet's got an Aghanim Scepter with a Blessing on the way now, so he's just kind of had enough. This would help with the Divine, of course. Monet, jump in. Miero. Go for the Viper Strike. They have actually got the lasso as well. They found two targets. Monet is gone. Monet is down the first, or rather the last life that he had. Meanwhile, JT also caught out in the Kunkka. Can they try and turn this team fight? A beautiful earth fight from Maboka. Where is Maboka going, in fact? He's running
He
right
wanted
at
the
Viper.
Divine!
Oh, he wanted the Divine. Maboka. Come on, Maboka. What are you
That's
doing?
a soldier right there.
What are you
It's a
doing,
soldier,
Maboka?
Mike. He could have
There's no way
divined
you're gonna
Book
make
of
it.
Shadows out. Nah. He believed, Mike. You can't blame a guy for trying to believe in it. I appreciate that belief. It's not enough. Again, they were forcing that high ground without Chrono. Lots of play left from BetBoom. They get that Divine back. They can hand it over. Can they hand it over to Nightfall? I don't think so. It's been dropped and picked up by an ally, so I guess it's just Nightfall's Divine now. But he is universal. He does do a lot of damage anyway.
Yeah.
Nightfall trying to save up for another Divine. Does have buyback ready, but if he wants a Divine, it's going to cost him. Last tower will fall. Last tier 3 at the very least.
Eventually. There you go. We'll go for the Megas. Not that it really matters so much anymore. The last time I said that, it really did matter. So perhaps I shouldn't say that anymore. That was at TI, by the way. TI main stage, I think it was, John. Probably the worst place to say Mega Creeps don't matter. As a caster, as GPK. Jump is there. Toronto Tokyo looking for another lasso attempt. Not going to find it quite yet. And does that in fact go after X-Nova with the lasso? Is not going to find the kill though. X-Nova is perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the Ancient is fortified. In comes Monet now, looking for the Viper. He's found a Chrono onto Miero. Miero going for the Wind Waker out, but is not going to... Oh, he might just make it save. Is making it so hard for Miero to just die. Monet though, still chasing, has found the Viper. Two diebacks
The
now
Divine?
committed from BetBoom. And the Divine is back on Monet. How does that happen?
Oh god, the creeps. The creeps, go back. Oh. Oh, this
My
is a
goodness.
game. What the hell is this
It just
Desolator
never
in
ends.
Toronto, Tokyo? What the
Why
hell
is
is
it
this?
always G2IG? Well, what?
I don't know.
Why is it always this team?
It's a Jack buff, I'm telling you. It's good old KBBQ. He does something to his teams, and they end up always finding the best ways to make their manager calm. I'm sure he's enjoying this riveting game of Dota 2. as one can absolutely enjoy to its max. No buyback for a Viper, no buyback for a Tusk. Buybacks
Damage
forced
ramp
out
rune
from the side of G2IG. Damage ramp rune again for Monet.
And another divide he's queued up here, John. He wants another one.
Just in case. Just in case he loses, you know? Have that security on. See if they can put this game to its end. They have a minute opening.
谁还不是个宝宝呢？
Like, look, it's a good voice. It's a good voice line. I might have to buy them. JT. Here we go. They're onto the GPK. Timbersaw GPK. He's copying a lot of damage, and now the Chrono. Benet again finding 2 targets. Nightfall is gone. Buyback's committed. GPK is going to desperately try and defend this somehow. But how do you do it? Benet is ignoring everyone. Tier 4 towers are gone. GPK now will get his attention. But Benet, he just wants the Ancient down. He doesn't care anymore. Toronto looking for the lasso. He will not get it. Lincoln's is broken with the lasso. Nightfall is going to die by the looks of it, and he is gone. And this game is well and truly over. There's no carry left. They've got nothing to play with.
Oh my
G2IG
God.
started a 2-0 victory
No
up
GG.
against Bet Boom.
Oh.
I mean, you know, John, 40 minutes into this game, it looked like they had no chance.
No, it really didn't look like they had any chance. And then they get those Chronos. Look at how amped up they are on G2IG. Well, at least one of them is. Yeah, at least when he's happy. He's the one feeling, he's the one playing to face his void there. Everything else, calm as a cucumber so far. And the side of BetBoom, well, they had a lot of opportunities. They had a lot of opportunities to do what they had to do in that game. But G2IG, again, they scale up with his faceless void. They get those big Chronos finally coming out from Monet. It was the first Chronos they found when they start to isolate Nightfall. Like, they just hold him in Chrono or kill everyone else off. They clumped up really hard on that big Chrono as well. And that's where things just fell apart, right? Like, they clumped too hard in to that hold. The damage was there. And then it just gets so wonky in the late game. Like, it's just faceless void things. Like, yes, you had some good BKB Pierce here, but it had to be absolutely perfect. It was here. They clumped together right when the Aegis was popped, and then they just all melt. No backup, instantly torn stormed out on Nightfall. And that just led to this angle back in for G2IG, and what a game to watch. And this is why I really love watching G2IG ever since KL. It's just, you never know what you get.
You sure that you really don't. We are going to head off to a short break, John, and right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody from G2IG. We'll see you soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know why we fight. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. If only you could read me, read my thoughts. You see that I care for you, you're all I've got. If only I could heal you, your wounded heart. I wanna believe that we should never be apart. Can we talk about it for a while?
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we just saw a 2-0 victory here from G2IG against BetBoom, and if you weren't watching, you missed that on an absolute banger of a game number 2. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. What a series we saw there from G2IG. Game 2, it just looked like it looked like a game that they shouldn't have won, but they find a way and they hold on.
I didn't know your name was Michael Phoenix, Jonathan. This is what apparently I'm Avery as well, which is brilliant. I love to see it. I think that's a compliment. Anyway, I believe we do have an interview with somebody, hopefully coming up in just a moment. Jonathan, obviously an absolute banger of a game number 2. I don't even know what questions to ask, Jonathan. The game went that long and there was so many weird things that happened in the game, but I think we can head over to an interview, hopefully, and see what the hell did happen. As we do have the lovely Mr. JT on board. Mr. JT, congratulations on your 2-0 victory, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling good.
You loved it. JT, I don't even know what to ask you. I mean, that game 2 was so chaotic. At what stage did you guys know you were going to win that game?
Let me think about it. We managed to control the 4th rush or 5th rush. We got the Aegis, so we got the more chances to play against the enemy with the Aegis. So we got advantage during the team fight.
Okay. And the first 40 minutes of game 2 was like very, very, very one-sided towards BetBoom. What made it so challenging for you guys that first 40 minutes?
At our plan, we just try to keep splitting and then get our important items like such as Kunka Refresher, BKB on Juice, and Faceless White BKB as well. Just wait for our timing. That's it.
Okay. John, go on.
All right, JT, I'm wondering what's different for G2IG coming into this tournament? Did you guys prep any differently for this one, or what's new for G2IG here?
What's new? I would say nothing new. Just us. Still the same.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm wondering, do you feel like there's anything new in your enemies? You know, do you feel like they've leveled up? Do you feel like you guys have to keep up, or you're still confident for your team going forward after this 2-0?
We are confident, but we still have to keep our momentum, I would say. Just don't like the last time. The group stage it was fine, but the playoff then getting like slightly bad. Just we have to keep our momentum. That's it.
All right. And I have a very, very targeted question. You know, when me and Mike cast your games, when we did your qualifiers, it went a long way. When we did this series, it went into 7 minutes. I'm wondering, how do you guys power through all of these insanely long games whenever we watch you guys? What's the secret that keeps you guys alive while playing all of these kinds of games?
I would say maybe we like to play late game. Enjoy Dota. Enjoy the game.
It's fair.
Play the game longer, we enjoy the game.
It's fair. I'll take that.
All right, JT, we know you're tired. We'll let you go. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your 2-0 victory, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, JT.
Bye-bye.
Always a pleasure speaking to the man. You know, he knows we love him, Jonathan. I mean, we're fan favorites of JT. And there you go. I mean, it sounded like a strict parent. It sounded like a strict dad just saying, hey, you don't like training? Just train more. You'll enjoy it eventually. That's the game plan. Hey, we play longer, we'll enjoy the game eventually. It's all good. Yeah. So that's one way to look at it. Thank you, JT.
They're the true psychopaths of Dota 2. You want to take it 90 minutes? We're just starting here. You want to take it 180? Goodness gracious me, we're finally playing some Dota 2. So, I love hearing that from him.
We've got an ex-Nova on our team, by the way. You know, so we don't mind the long games, trust me. Anyway, that is it for us for today. Jonathan, we have 2 brand new casters. I believe Ricky's coming up. I can't remember how to pronounce the analyst's name, Jonathan.
Zekwehotic. Zekwehotic. He's great. Zekwehotic.
He is great,
X's are silent.
I've listened. He is great.
Like
I just don't know how to pronounce the name. All right.
Read a book.
All right. Listen, we've got those 2 guys coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be great. We'll be right back.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, bring the world into. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. Throw a salute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all again to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. Throw a salute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you.
Welcome back, everybody. It is ESL 1 Birmingham, day 1 of the group stage. You guys have been blessed with some great games already today, and now you're going to be joined by Zach and myself as we jump into some more fantastic Dota here. It is Team Spirit taking on the side of Heroic. And if you're going to be joining us in the second half of the day here on the stream, you're going to be seeing a lot of Team Spirit, specifically all of Team Spirit. We have every single one of these guys' games lined up for this channel as we go through the day. So, Zach, it's going to be a lot of fun. How you feeling today?
I'm good. I'm ready for some new Dota. Didn't get a gameplay patch, but sometimes the meta still develops a little bit, so I'm kind of curious. But looking at the draft so far, it seems like a lot of the same stuff. But Spirit and Heroic that we're going to be watching up here, they didn't do the best at the last tournament. But I think we saw moments where both teams could look good, so I'm excited to see like if in this week they, sat down, discussed whatever they think went wrong, and if we're going to see a new version of those teams here.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think last tournament specifically, I think one of the biggest surprises was just Eastern European teams struggling, which was something that we haven't seen in a while. Like a long time, these teams have been either near grand finals sittings or winning tournaments. So it was kind of shocking to see, in Elite League, all of their teams kind of bottom out. But it's a new tournament, new event, same patch, unfortunately for them, but maybe they've done a little practice. Maybe they got their fishing hours in, loosened up. I think that's one thing we can all be grateful about. We didn't get the gameplay patch, but we arguably got the greatest update to Dota in history, right?
Fishing is in. The models are in, which means we are a step away from it being added to the main game. I'm sure it will come. I am so ready. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they've been doing their fishing.
Yeah. Well, it's time to talk about our teams. We've got a lot of great Dota lined up here. So let's go ahead and talk about our first one, right? It's going to be Team Spirit with Yutoro, Maposhka, Laurel, Mira, and Collapse, right? Like you said, they struggled a little bit in the last tournament, but this team has so much potential. The skill ceiling seems to be non-existent for these guys when they're playing well. Considered one of the most clutch teams in the world. I want to see them do well. I really do. This team is so fun to watch. So I think today is a very important day for this team. Hopefully getting off to the right foot.
Yeah, definitely. And even in the interviews with the teams that play them, they all still respect Team Spirit. Even though they weren't doing so hot, they're like, yeah, Team Spirit is a strong team. You can never be careful. And it's true. I think that's something, even though they weren't doing the best, everyone knows Team Spirit can literally be the best. 2-time TI winners, right? So you can never feel relaxed and easy going into it. Like, oh, I'm sure it'll be an easy game, right? No, it's Team Spirit. Even when they're not doing so well, it's like, I don't know. This could be it, where they just turn up and they figure it out, right? And 1 week is a small amount of time. And yet also we have seen teams totally turn things around from tournament to tournament. So it's going to be very exciting to see if they are bringing that A game where they look totally unstoppable, or if, maybe there is going to be a little bit of figuring things out.
Yeah, I agree. We do have Yutoro we're going to take a look at here, which, why not? He's widely considered one of the best carries in the world. His performance has been pretty incredible. It does feel like a good patch for him too, right? A lot of heroes that he likes to play, specifically his Faceless Void, is one of the best carries. Like it goes late game exceptionally well, and one of the things that we've noticed is this is definitely a late game patch, right? Like every game, if it doesn't end in like 30 minutes, is going 60 minutes, it feels like.
Yeah, we're on either extreme. And yeah, I'd say you can definitely trust Yutoro as you get into that late game, right? Especially when he's on point. I feel like one of the things that sets him apart from other carries is how active he is, which we can compare here to Heroic, their opponents. We got K1, KJ, Analog, Schofield, and Divide Llama. I think many teams, or many viewers, are probably, putting Heroic a little lower compared to the other teams, which, a little fair. Heroic's got to prove themselves, but we've been getting to watch a lot of Heroic from the qualifiers to like previous tournaments. And I think when they look good, they definitely look good and they can take games off these top teams. It's just been a matter of consistency, like being able to do that all the time. So I definitely hope the more experience they get at these tournaments, they continue to reach that stage. And we've got K1 here. I think the comparison to Yatoro, K1 is traditionally known to be an exceptional farmer, one of the best in the world at just, here's a late game hero, get 6 slot. And he goes, yes, sir, I will do that 5 minutes faster than all the other carry players. He is just remarkably consistent at it. So I think that'll be a fun comparison to see throughout this series. Yatoro is usually a little bit more active as a carry versus the more farming oriented K1.
I 100% agree. I feel like K1, almost any time you see him in a game, like he's going to be at the top of the net worth. But we'll see what ends up happening. Is right now we've got a draft ready to go into. Again, game 1 here between these two teams. The draft probably not going to be too different from what we've seen in the previous events leading up to this, but there is still some flexibility teams are kind of experimenting with, just because the longer you play on the same patch, there is like this it's a slower rotation, but people are like, you know, this hero kind of counters this meta hero that's been getting played over and over, which then leads to someone being like, well, now we need to counter this hero. So it just slowly kind of rotates through some weird, you know, circular matchups. But I think the big one is going to see a lot of the supports getting banned out that are considered, you know, widely overpowered. The Disruptor, the Shadow Demon, those things are difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I'd say that's the difference from, let's say, 7.35C and then the start of this patch, 7.35D, is that there were a lot of core heroes that were banned. It was like frequently 7 core heroes banned out in the first phase. And now we've moved towards more support bans at the start. For example, we see the Chen. Okay, he was being banned in the last patch too, but we still got the Chen. We now have like Disruptor and Shadow Demon. Keeper of the Light is a little bit surprising, but Heroic does like that hero. So we're seeing more support bans. I'd throw out Io as one that is more recent,
creeping
that
up.
is like developed. Yeah, he wasn't usually in those first phase bans, but he has been getting there. Not this time. We actually see a Sniper ban, which Team Spirit, they've enjoyed the response pick Sniper. They don't usually, when they are first pick, they don't take it, but when they see a good mid matchup, they have not been scared to just immediately pick Sniper. And I think Sniper would have been okay here versus the Leshrac. They tend to pick it a lot versus the Razor, but it is now banned out by Heroic, who's going to go for the Leshrac. We usually see it on mid. There is some flex potential. Occasionally see offlaners do it or support.
It's a really good response. Really good response. We've seen a lot of teams take this Razor into Lesh. I mean, these are two heroes that like to play in close proximity to one another. But the longer these fights go on, the better Razor does. And he honestly is one of the best scaling heroes in Dota right now as well. Not only will he be able to deal with the Leshrac, but he actually blocks a lot of other heroes from even being pickable in Dota, right? So I think getting the Razor here, fantastic for Spirit. We'll see what they do with the Lesh if they want to take the mid matchup of the Lesh versus the Razor, because Laurel will definitely take it. We've seen them do this exact matchup in mid, but I think Heroic are fine flexing the Lesh. They're a team that does kind of do some interesting stuff with their hero picks.
Yeah, I think that's one fun thing for Heroic, which I hope they'll keep sticking to, but maybe it is. Sometimes you try to get too cute with the draft, and that can actually set you back. So I'm sure that's something they're working out over time. But like you said, we do see them flex things. They pick things that other people don't really do. For example, Nature's Prophet, they're one of the few teams that will still occasionally run it, typically on KJ, they're position 5, and they'll go for that early active style. Many other teams don't do that, but I feel like the South American region as a whole has always, they like certain heroes, even if they're not necessarily in the meta, but they play them well and they like see a way it works. And well, sometimes it does work and then sometimes it doesn't. But I always like it. It always brings something new to the draft rather than like, oh, everyone's doing this, counter this, do this. They bring in the weird stuff.
Yeah. I like the Earth Spirit ban as well. I mean, it's not something we've seen a ton out of Spirit, but if anyone has been watching, you know, GPK lately, he has been destroying the mid lane on this hero. And it's not that surprising that we're going to see it banned here as well. It's another comfort pick for Spirit if they wanted to grab it. I think this hero is definitely played as a mid laner, though. I don't think it can... We've really seen it too much as a support. I think Crit played it once recently. And maybe played, I think, on a 4 position 1 or 2 other times. But It's mostly been a mid laner, playing really fast, really quick around like a vessel timing. And we'll see a Snapfire. Dude, this hero is good. I feel like people are sleeping on the Max Little Shredder, I'll be honest. I feel like Max Little Shredder is actually super hype on this hero.
I don't think I've seen that build, actually.
People are sleeping on it, dude. It is a ridiculous amount of damage. If you have any other minus armor, whew.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, he
But
got
it's not gonna happen.
Razor's ultimate.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think it's going to happen, but people are sleeping on it. So for Heroic here, we're going to need to see some support pickups here to kind of maybe, or like a flex pick here to still hide where this Lesh is going. Is there anything like kind of standing out to you?
I feel like there's a good chance this is just Leshrac mid. I think Crystal Maiden could be a safe pick, or some kind of initiating support. So Tusk, that could be your initiator support. For Leshrac, you roam mid, Ice Shard people, Snowball. If this is the Razor mid, he won't have any form of escape. He's just a fast hero, but you can't move through the Ice Shards. You can Snowball chase, things like that, which would then give Lesh the setup stun, and Leshrac will definitely bring the magic damage to actually get the kill with a little bit of help. So I like that pickup. I still think Crystal Maiden could be okay. Yeah, that's true. Schofield Classic. So I think he had a game last tournament where we had like 0-16, but he still won that game.
Yeah, dude, he just tanked everything. He died a ton, but it was all just making space for K1, and he ends up being like 15k in front of the other carry at the end of the game. And people are like, lol, 0-16 Tusk, but you can't argue with the results.
It was all space for K1.
They grab the Bane here. Now, this is a hero that's been getting a lot more attention. I'm a little bit curious as to why. I mean, it was mostly Entity forcing this into the meta, honestly. Like, no other team was touching this until Entity was playing it through qualifiers, through some group stages, and people are like, ah, it actually looks kind of good. Fiend's Grip, just very annoying. Bonus night vision, always a benefit to have if the other team does not. Like, being able to play for half of the game with more vision with the enemy team is really strong, people are finding out.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is that Fiend's Grip. You have like a decent laning stage, but there's a lot of popular carries like Lifestealer, Faceless Void, Morphling, and Shadow Demon has been a really big response to those to just screw them over with your ultimate, but now he's being banned all the time. And the next hero who kind of does that is Bane, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of teams move towards it.
I'm a little bit interested to see the Slardar here. I thought for sure we were going to go for like a Beastmaster, like one of these heroes that is just impossible for a Bane to lane into. But instead, Collapse going to play a little bit greedier, go for the Slardar, and honestly, here's your minus armor. So I'm starting to wonder, between these three heroes, you have a ridiculous amount of minus armor, and you might go for the Max Little Shredder. I mean, you probably go like 2 points into your Scatter Blast early for the lane, and then you start maxing it, but it's not bad, dude. It's really not.
Yeah. We'll see if we see it. I have not. So I would love to get to see how good it is. I will say I think it's a good pairing with Snapfire. You cookie forward. You have like so much stun off of that. Like if you already have a bash primed, you bash someone, stun them, she cookies in, blast, or she cookies you in, you bash, you stun, right? There's so many different ways to make that work and to get a ton of chain stun.
You're absolutely guaranteed to get 2 sets of auto attack bashes, right? Like between the 2 stuns of Crush and Cookie, like you'll get 3 attacks off for a second bash. So Bane can definitely buy you a little bit of time with Nightmare, but if Snapfire is the one initiating with Cookie, she can just wake up the Slardar, no problem. Looks like there's no techies though, which, I mean, we've seen techies more as a 5 position lately, haven't we? So I think this is still going to be Snapfire Slardar lane.
I think so. I think, well, you can actually still mix it. You can see what happens. The Cookie is actually really good versus Tusk if you do want to run position 5 Snapfire. So I think Spirit's probably waiting to see the rest of the draft to fully commit to that, but both these heroes can move around, and either way it'll pair well with Slardar. So good laning stage, and then later on, I do think it's important for Snapfire to have someone to play with for her ultimate, which Razor's not that hero. So I do like that about the Slardar pick. I also think it's cool because I was saying like Shadow Demon is out, and so is like Bane was then picked by Heroic. It means if Heroic went for a hero like Lifestealer and then banned out Slardar, like you have very few answers to that at that point. So I think that's also part of why they maybe picked up this Slardar.
I like
is that
it.
he kind of counters some of those heroes in the lane.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to see the Enigma. This is a classic Devi Lama hero, and getting it on 18 is fantastic because now you can protect it in the ban side. They don't really have any BKB piercing stuns, right? Outside of Slardar bashing you, but you can't really do that on Black Hole unless, you know, he doesn't include himself in the Black Hole. You have to get a very, very difficult positioning there. There are certain heroes that you have to worry about from the carry role that can deal with it. The big one is the Gyrocopter, so they immediately ban it, right? He's fantastic at clearing out the Eidolons. They get rid of the Naga Siren. That'd be very good. They have very low illusion clear.
And right now, Heroic, I feel like could take it 2 different ways. Ignoring the matchup since we don't know it yet, but Enigma works really well with Tusk. And because Enigma is, like, once you get a lead, you can leave him alone, and he controls it with the Eidolons. That frees up Tusk to roam to that Leshrac like we talked about. So these 4 heroes bring a pretty fast pace. You could commit to that, go with an aggressive carry, or you can make space for a late game carry.
You're absolutely right. Wind Ranger, the other ban. Okay, that's good. Another hero that they kind of lack a little bit of catch on. Slardar and Razor, not heroes that like to build MKB. You could eventually justify a Nullifier, but that is so far away. So, I mean, yeah, those 2 bans are really smart in terms of heroic here. They're going to get rid of 1 more carry. Then they're going to reveal K1. Out of the carries that are actually left that can deal with an Enigma.
You want to be able to deal with Slardar, Razor. So I feel like a ranged hero who naturally builds Hurricane Pike could be good.
I mean,
otherwise, you have to
Medusa.
pick a really strong melee hero, but I don't know if that's really what you want to do.
Don't you go Medusa? They, like, minus armor has 0 effect on Medusa. But maybe it's
That could
too
be a
rough
cool
into
approach.
Razor.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of the worry. And then like the natural disarm from Techies could be a pain. She doesn't love to build BKB.
It's just like things like minus armor strategies, you have to be very careful about all-inning them because you can always just get Medusa because minus armor and magic resistance literally don't affect this hero. Okay, that's the other strategy. Just pick a hero that has infinite armor. Okay, that works. K1 Terrorblade. And it is an illusion hero, great dispel for the Slardar, so there are a lot of ways that they can play that. What are we looking for on Spirit now?
5 seconds remaining.
Is it the Drow? Yeah.
You may now select.
That was the. It hit me like at the last second. I was like, oh, you could ignore armor, I suppose. And this hero looks pretty good right now in this patch, I think. I'm curious how Yatoro wants to build it because there is the kind of the new flavor build of going the Shard and the Lifesteal talent at 15. I think usually that's the best build. It depends on some of the matchups. Like if there's heroes that can get on top of you, you definitely need it. This game he might play for a little bit of like more of a late game scaling. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's I think it looks pretty good because you do have that classic Drow into Terrorblade matchup. It is kind of funny. Of all the carries you could pick to synergize with negative armor, she's lower tier because she already does not care. But yeah. I guess when she doesn't proc her ult, it'll still be nice. And I mean, the heroes still make sense even without the Drow, right? Like Slardar and Razor will both benefit from the negative armor. So you didn't necessarily need your carry to also go into that. I like, now that we see the whole draft, I'm glad they have like Snapfire Techies. These are 2 supports that bring tons of magic damage because otherwise you could just build straight armor versus these 3 cores and you'd be in a good spot. And I still think you probably do that and maybe like a Pipe Glimmer from the supports or just eventually the BKBs. We may see that come into play later where all the cores are pretty much physical damage, but at least in that early game to mid game, I do think there's a solid mix that Spirit can use to make those early plays, get Drow to where she needs to counter that Terrorblade.
It's a very good Lotus Orb game here for Heroic. Like when you look at what items you want to build on Heroic, it's like you said, it's a lot of armor, but also just getting a Dispel from Lotus is fantastic. K1 is a natural Manta builder on Terrorblade. Lesh, you can argue you have the option of going for like an early Yules into Shivas. So they have a lot of tools that can deal with kind of the minus armor of, you know, of Team Spirit here. I think the lanes are going to decide a lot, which is a little bit of a cop-out just because, honestly, the lanes decide in general a ton in this patch. It's, you know, it comes down to like a couple mistakes can snowball a game out of control. And then you're like, well, we're playing catch up for 30 minutes. Or, you know, sometimes the game just ends. But I don't know. Is there any draft that you like particularly more than the other here?
I think... It's tough. I see some good stuff from both sides. I think I like Spirits a little bit more. I will be looking at how well this Enigma and Tusk do, though, because I feel like if they have a really good start, Tusk is free to like roam around, get Leshrac active. I mean, Drow needs time to come online. She needs a couple items. She's not the fastest farmer if she has a terrible lane. And Enigma, he's a hero plus Leshrac who could punish that and take towers really quickly before she is ready. But taking the Snapfire, pretty decent at dealing with that lane, I feel like, to help you get through. And your other heroes, the Razor and the Slardar, I feel like they can make space for you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm excited to see how this one's going to play out. It has been... it's been like a difficult road for both of these teams over the last like couple of months. I think Heroic, for the most part, surprised a lot of teams. But on the other side, it's the same thing for Spirit. Like a lot of people were like, dang, that was surprising. But in a not good way, right? Like everyone was really expecting them to perform a lot better. And I know they're not super happy with how their performance in recent events have gone, but it's a new tournament and we'll see if they can bounce back up to where they've been performing over the last couple of years. We'll see both teams smoking out into the mid lane. Laurel gets his ward. They'll place the other on the other side for Analog. For those of you who are just joining, it is our third series here of the day, but it is game number 1 between Spirit and Heroic here.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Schofield. They had a late... Heroic always does this. They go for a really late smoke. Into the bottom side. Maposhka will pop the smoke. They know someone's here, and they're going to know about the high ground ward with that movement. So chances are they will get the D ward. Yeah, KJ's swapping into Sentry right now. He knows. Yeah, they get the D ward.
Ooh, nice try.
Nice move.
Begins.
Top side Analog. He'll be fine. All right, so just a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes, but a D ward from Heroic. That'll be nice for them.
Yeah, I think going for that late smoke with the Bane Night Vision, trying to find a kill, but just a quiet start instead.
Always. Oh. All right. I'm going to try and keep my attention on these side lanes here as watching top right now. You know, Mira on this techie is already starting to lay in a lot of damage. Oh, and a quick pause.
All right, gives us a moment to talk about the lanes. We already kind of did a little bit. I think mid lane, you don't usually see these two heroes kill each other. They usually kind of trade farm back and forth. It's hard to link a Leshrac who can just like throw out the Lightning Storm and then back up. At the same time, you just steal a little bit of damage and get some denies. So both heroes can like get something out of the lane, and it's more about like the rotations that come in which I'd say the Tusk rotation, probably the scariest. Snapfire Techies could come in. It's not as easy for them, I feel like, but could still get a kill, especially if they smoke in, maybe, because both mid wards did survive. Sometimes we see those killed off pretty quickly, but...
Silence is golden.
I've been dreaming of this moment.
Top lanes. Terrorblade does have a ton of armor. You can still be chain stunned a bit by these heroes, which it did end up being Techies up here, which brings a lot of magic burst, which Terrorblade does not love dealing with. So, especially level 2, I think you got to be careful of Techies. Maybe like hiding in the trees, suddenly collapse stuns you into the blast off, a sticky bomb, a follow-up bash, all of that. Could get K1 killed. I think as long as he keeps his health relatively high, though, should be okay. I think KJ will mainly just keep his eye on like where the Techies is to make sure you don't get surprised by that blast off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, gonna be reconnecting into the game now. Looks like we're ready to go. I mean, the thing is, I feel like Techies is such a good support at harassing just because of how long the slow. Like, Sticky Bomb slowing for 5 seconds allows this hero to just throw so many auto attacks in, being like the second longest attack range here, or maybe even the longest nowadays. It's 700. I couldn't remember if anyone's more than him, but really good at harassing.
Techies or Ancient Apparition. I always get it switched up in my mind.
Yeah.
All right, we see Tusk bottom lane. He was getting a little low, just making sure to block the camp, keep the lane where Enigma is happy with. Yeah, it blocks it again.
It's really important getting those blocks off, because all you want to do on the Enigma is just constantly deny this lane and pull it back. And he's not doing too hot at that. Only 5-2 right now, but he does have a full wave pushing into him. So hopefully, for Devi Lama's sake, he'll be able to get a little bit more of these denies as the lane goes on. Top lane, though. A reflection spam now, combined with, Brain Sap. KJ actually holding his point for level 2. Enfeeble is an incredibly annoying skill to play around in the lane, obviously with that attack damage reduction. I think considering you're laning with Terrorblade, though, Nightmare is the better option. And yeah, he's going to go ahead, put the Slardar to sleep here for a moment, pop the meta, just try and put in as much damage as they can. I don't think it's going to result in a kill, but forcing Collapse out when he has no regen. Unless that Courier's bringing something, which, yeah.
It means all these creeps are dying. Like, Techies is getting them, but Collapse got zoned from a little bit of that.
That's fantastic for him. He's going to be able to clear up a hard camp as well, and the creeps there next to it. So really good for the safe lane Terrorblade here. And Slaughter, he gets given a little bit of regen there from Mira, healing up under the tower as well. But first meta, yeah, put to decent use as it zones them out enough to grab the Lotus as well.
I also like you see he's cut all the trees here. Hang on, KJ getting pretty low. Actually,
That
K1
is
as well.
a beautiful turnaround here. Collapse with the stun. Yeah, you don't have a ton of physical damage into the Terrorblade, but with enough bashes, it will be enough, and they turn it into a double kill.
That's pretty much the combo we were talking about, but we actually didn't really mention that all these abilities are actually AoE outside of the auto attack bash. So when both heroes are together, you can actually just pick up a 2-for-1. Very value for Spirit there.
You specifically said it, man. Techies is a hero that brings a lot of magic damage. Level 2 Sticky Bomb, more than doubling in effectiveness at level 2, right? So it gains, twice the amount of damage, but more slow, more increased movement slow. Like, it is just a ridiculously scaling ability.
Courier Massacre bottom.
Oh, whoa. Those are big Courier kills. The full null, the completed null tally there for Yotaro will slow him down a little bit, and some wards. So that's very nice from Schofield. But top lane, we're going to see some more aggression coming out from these guys. Just trying to put the harassment here into this techie starter. Obviously, those 2 deaths gonna give like Spirit a good advantage. I think K1 is still perfectly happy with his lane. Like, he is farming exceptionally well. But yeah, giving first blood over and a second kill to this lane is going to be a little difficult.
I want to see what Collapse ends up building, because I do think his team needs initiation. But we see there's actually a lot of builds you can do on Slardar now, such as like Orchid. And we saw Mage Slayer for a bit. That's dropped off a lot now that it's not as good. Ags, things like that. But I do think just a straight up blink after some small items would be good to enable all the heroes on his team.
They're going to use this as a bait here on Schofield, and they're going to try and maybe dive the Drow as well. But Schofield's got plenty of healing. He's going to salve himself back up, and can this be a kill? It is. What a great rotation from KJ. The Shards to block off the Snapfire. She has a stick, tries to maybe find a kill of her own with the rotation in now from Mira. But you got to be careful. The Eidolons and the Malefice coming back up here shortly. All right, that was a really well executed rotation. Schofield just running the false flag campaign there, you know, just has like Salve, Fairy Fire, and a Lotus, just baiting out so much.
See if they can continue this. KJ's coming mid. I don't think he even has a ward actually, but he just feels it's here.
It's nighttime Bane, dude. He's got the bonus vision. He's just putting him to sleep, trying to find the rune, and it allows for an amplify damage for Analog, which very good on a hero like Lesh.
Okay, cool. Collapse has queued up his blink. I think this is great. This makes it easy for the Techies blast off follow up, makes it easier for the Snapfire ultimate later on when she's 6, makes it easy for Razor, who's been having a pretty decent time in the mid lane. Let him just like walk up, get a long link into your like amplify. Oh no, sorry, we changed it. Corrosive Haze, Slardar ult, right? All that is enabled by just blink stunning on this Slardar.
Ooh, very close to stealing the rune here from Aposhka. It was a good attempt. They are going to try and just kill the Snapfire now, as they know he can't TP out thanks to the snowball. So they bring in some extra helping hands. They want to give this kill over to Analog, of course. So the Edict is out, and that will be a very quick kill.
It's okay if you die like that. That's actually Analog's amplified damage rune too. So the fact that it's just on the support in your own, like next to your own tier 2, you're relatively happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't miss too much. I think he only missed like 1 creep in the mid lane, but yeah, I think the amplify damage rune, would have loved that to clear up some stacks. I think for now though, they need to be careful as they're bringing in a bunch of heroes to the mid lane. Schofield here nearby as well, going in with the tag team. Analog's got a lot to play with. Great blast off out from Mira. In comes Devilama. He's got a black hole. Doesn't need to use it yet, as they will take down the Techies. And KJ playing aggressive here on the Bane, does have another Nightmare, as Schofield's abilities coming off cooldown in a moment, but a really nice plasma field here once again to zone them out.
Raindrops keeping him alive there. I'm a little surprised Spirit played aggressive there.
Yeah,
that was into the amplify damage rune.
If the Devilama doesn't TP, what do you think? Like, could they find the kills?
Maybe. I guess so, but that's just like always a threat, right? It's like, oh, we have to dive this tier 1, and then people rotate, right? And this ain't a pub. Yeah. These are pro players. They're gonna come help out. So, well, in the end, they only lost to support. So
they know about the Schofield rotation. They have a ward there up on the top, or on the twin gate that scouts this. And Schofield, he might be the one getting baited. Ooh, sticky bomb off the mark. Throws a great charge. Good snowball as well. But I think he's dead. I don't know if he's getting out of this one. The full team ready to go. Devilama actually with the wraparounds, like, I dare you. Go on, my boy. I will black hole you. So Schofield needs a little bit more space, but yeah, he's gonna go down. Sticky bomb just too dang good. As they've brought down the Lesh, Edict will be able to help clean up this tower. The Eidolon zoning out the other heroes. So they do get the tower for their troubles. But Razor's getting some damage into mid lane as well. Is that worth it?
I think you probably could have saved the Tusk there, and then I think it's worth it. I think it ends up just being like, you're fine. You took a tower. You didn't lose your mid either. It did take some damage, but still got about half, you know? So,
man, they have really struggled finding this ward in the mid lane. Ooh, Razor wins the 50-50 and was very close to not getting that rune, but yeah, regen. I think this rune is so overpowered. I don't know how you feel about it. I feel like there's no way this thing is not going to get nerfed. Bottom lane, Mira on the techies. Yeah, all right, he's doing fine. Good movement there. They get themselves a D ward in the process. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this because I don't know if, you know, how many people have been following kind of the pro meta. This started to pop up a little bit at the very end of the last event. And I know our observer was pointing it out as well. This null talisman on Agi carries, right? So we see Yatoro here on Drow Ranger. He's got the null tally. And a lot of people are probably just like, why the hell would anyone build this item? It's been dead for a year. Think of it as essentially as like the poor man's Falcon's Blade. Like, Falcon's Blade is super expensive. A lot of Agi heroes needed it for like just a little bit of mana regen. But null talisman is like half the cost and gives you almost the same mana regen. So it is very efficient for heroes that just need a little bit of mana to kind of spam out some spells. So quick explanation for you if you've been wondering why you're seeing, you know, null talisman on a bunch of agility heroes.
Yeah, the Agi change, not only is it from 0.75 to then 1 mana regen, you also get the mana regen for the int, like you said, and then it doubles at 25, right?
Yeah,
and a lot of agility carries are holding on to these for quite a while they work on some fairly expensive items. Like for Drow, she's buying a Hurricane Pike. That puts a lot of money into one slot. She's got a Manta. It's going to be the same thing. So a lot of times you will get to that double value on the Null Talisman, which, you know, fantastic. You're still farming at that time in a lot of games. So now you can just continue to use spells, 2 mana regen plus the intelligence is pretty nice.
Yeah. That 6% max mana at 25 actually is kind of wild. So, yeah, I like the item. I've been testing it out myself quite a bit, just going for that. Oh, top lane. Oh, wait, what? Oh no! I was like, how did he wake himself up? Oh, K1. Unfortunately, hitting the Slardar there with an illusion, and that will get the Slardar to safety. That was definitely going to be a Fiend's Grip setup.
Yeah, Collapse also hid his blink as that was happening. He had his courier move to the side, so they don't know he has this, and they might try to make a play off of it. Snapfire is not level 6 yet, though. Otherwise, that'd be a guaranteed kill on pretty much anyone. Okay, he's gonna walk up into illusion. So blink reveal now done.
They really want this mid tower. Analog's gonna start putting the pressure. They of course have a fortification to slow this one down. And with the Terrorblade in the meta on the top side, it's a little bit scary to play into him. So it looks like mid lane, they'll bring Mira in on this Techies, try and slow down this push. I mean, overall, it's a very even game right now. It's mostly just the Terrorblade at the top of the net worth, but Drow's not that far behind. And Drow's not a hero that usually we see having a great game early on, but she is second on net worth.
Yeah, he's been jungling pretty well. All that farming speed from that Null Talisman. Value item. But I think you do feel like a little bit on the timer as Heroic, because you know that Drow is a hard counter to Terrorblade as you go further in. First Fiend's Grip onto Techies. Actually, K1 feeling scared. He's worried about where these other heroes are. He's going to back off early, going to let KJ finish that kill. Turns out they were off farming on the side, so no one was actually on their way, but I know it looks funny, like from us seeing the whole thing, but from his perspective, he had no idea if the enemy team was all coming to kill him.
Yeah, it's literally all 5 heroes were off the map, the other 4 heroes were off the map. They didn't even see the Techies until they walked up. So at that point, you're like, if we get the kill, we get it. It's great, and well, you know, it'll go to the Bane, but not worth dying. Schofield here and Analog cleaning up an enormous stack. Schofield nearly
the
died.
stack
Analog
clearing them.
Yeah, dude, true. All right, well, that is a lot of gold going into the bank here for Lesh. This is something we see Heroic do a lot, and we haven't really paid much attention to it, is they are such a high stacking team.
Yeah, it helps you. It actually then brings the next question is like, what are they waiting for? Because I do think they want to make plays, and they even bought the blink on the Enigma.
Oh,
we haven't really seen them group up too much quite yet. Maybe this is the time now. After losing your mid, I don't know.
Yeah, the stack.
He's got Yules working on a Kaya. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what item they're waiting for or what timing. Maybe it's the nighttime. Now they have the night vision from Bane advantage. Maybe they'll go off of this.
That could be it. You also got Manta, like you said. So they have two forms of Dispel, which is definitely necessary in this game. Like a casual Gust from Drow can be really kind of fight disrupting. And then, of course, being able to get rid of Corrosive Haze is also important on a hero like Lesh specifically, who needs to be able to survive. I think they are like a little bit afraid of like this Razor Slardar duo. Like if those two heroes manage to get on top of the Lesh, there's no saving him, I feel like. Outside of a black hole, right? Which
could be.
Maybe they
I guess
go
they're
for.
close. Okay, they're smoking now. They were close to Kaya on Leshrac and Blink on Tusk. I thought maybe waiting for that, but we're going now.
I think the ward behind them might have scouted that. It'll be close, but Analog will grab a Haste Rune. Top lane, KJ's coming in. He wants Miposhka with the bonus night vision. He's gonna get the Nightmare. The team kind of far away, but he still might go for the Fiend's Grip. He's thinking about it. Yeah, he will drop it. Enough space has been made, and that should be a kill onto him. Now, meanwhile, mid lane, they go for the dive here onto Collapse. He's trying to finish the job here on Analog, but he's falling incredibly low. The Yules for just a moment, but Laurel and Yotaro are there to finish the job. That is real bizarre, taking the two different fights, especially with that mid lane tower still being available.
I think trying to do a little bit too much, and I think a very good read from Spirit. The fact that Bane nightmared, and then he moved aggressively, so you knew it wasn't just like, I'm just nightmaring you for fun and I'm leaving. It kind of telegraphs, people are coming and we're going to kill you, and Spirit kind of reads that and says, okay, if we see another hero somewhere else, multiple heroes are probably top, so just let Snapfire die, and maybe the four of us can find someone. And actually, they find a much better kill than the Snapfire, right, in the Leshrac.
And that's what I was a little bit worried about early on with the Lesh into this like lineup. It needs a lot of farm. Like Analog will have to tank up. He's going for a Bloodstone, of course, kind of just your standard itemization. Is KJ is again going to use that bonus night vision to find Miposhka, walk right up into him. Analog trying to help chase him down, but a really nice micro off the Drow illusions. Gets Miposhka to safety. Beautifully done. They're looking bottom.
A Razor kill would be great. He's so close to BKB, but the mines are going to reveal it. They pop on the Twin Gate. He's going to get out of here.
Both teams had the same read because they were looking for K1 on the Terrorblade, but they come through the portal at the perfect time. So both teams just kind of farming up. It's only 5-5, but almost no net worth lead this entire game. Like the largest we had was like 1,500 a few moments ago. But Drow is hot on the heels of this Terrorblade. And I think that bodes very well for Spirit.
I think so, but they still, like, I think we're reaching that point. Heroic is about to start making plays, and every time they win a big fight, they could take a lot off of that because of how quickly Leshrac, Enigma, and Terrorblade take objectives. We're going to start with the Techies kill. Can they find any more?
He was looking for it on KJ, but doesn't manage to. Instead, blinking from Collapse. Snowball will buy him some time, and Mortimer Kiss is completely wasted. Divine Llama's hunting on the backside to try and find something, a great nightmare, but it's not enough. You gotta be careful. You're fighting into Black Hole. You're fighting into this Lesh. They get a return, and the rest of them will back off. So a 1-for-1. Great snowball save there from Schofield, and kind of what we've come to expect when he's on this hero.
Yeah, just waste the Snapfire. Well, I won't say waste. They did kill the Bane in the end, but kind of wanted a cleaner kill than that. You lose the Snapfire in return, which I think they have not found very much off this Snapfire ultimate, which is usually what you want. It's so much damage in the early game. Kind of want to like find a kill off cooldown, which is what the Slardar was supposed to be able to enable it to do, but haven't really seen that come into play. And then they finally try there, but the Tusk Blink now means that this combo is a lot harder to do. You need to know Tusk is not in the area or has already used the Blink or the Snowball.
Schofield is just dead. Oh man, Mira set up a field of mines here on this top rune. Schofield's like, I'll go check it. Nah, really nice play there from the techies. It's one of the classics.
See who's getting Tormentor shards. Who's that? Techies? Oh, that's a pretty good one. You can now use that on your allies and disarm all the Terrorblade illusions hitting you.
Wow, that's a really good find from Lesh there, getting the first BKB out of Laurel. He actually has to use it too. Otherwise, it's just a black hole from Divine Llama, and he is certainly dead.
Mm-hmm.
Which we see Divine Llama working towards the BKB. I feel like this is Heroic's read on the game, right? They just want to get to like their tank items, right? So BKB, the Bloodstone on the Lesh. We might even see like a Lotus coming out eventually from like Tusk, but he's actually just going BKB. So, all right, that'll work. As they look for their own Tormentor here. Support's getting very low. Okay, KJ gets the shard. AoE Brain Sap. It's actually quite good to get. It's kind of like the idea of Crystal Maiden getting Crystal Clone, where like suddenly you have massive wave clear. Like Bane just is one of those old heroes of Dota from the 1800s that, you know, never was given a wave clear spell.
Until now.
Which now.
Actually, there's two Mantas on the enemy team, which means it's
actually nice.
Good for clearing those out and the heal you'll get from that.
Thank you, Observer. That is a lot of Grove Bows. What an item. Who cares
Grove
that it was
Bows
nerfed?
Pupils gifts.
Yeah, I mean, for heroes that need to tank up that aren't strength, I mean, Pupils gift is very good. 15 strength? Come on, bro.
I think it's the best use for it.
Yeah, it really is.
All right, so we're going to hit a Bloodstone on Leshrac, BKB on Enigma. What are we working on Terrorblade? Maybe
He's
the
also
BKB
going
as
BKB.
well. Yeah, so maybe with all of those, we'll see them start moving together. We keep saying that. I thought they would. I guess we are still relatively early considering our trend of like 60-minute games. We're only 22 minutes in.
We're only a quarter way through this game. I will note something. A blink in from
collapse.
Schofield. He's completely blocked off collapse. A Yules will buy him a little bit of space, but a Snowball tries to come in. Blink forward from Divine Llama. He does not have that BKB, and they're just going to chase them down instead. Beautifully done from Spirit, as now Laurel needs to get to safety. K1 very scary still on this Terrorblade, but you've got yourself a nice win on Spirit. Maybe just cut your, you know, I was gonna say cut your losses, but you don't have any losses. Take the victory, take the win.
Yeah, go for Aegis, which should be pretty quickly with the Slardar negative armor here. And no black hole means you don't feel like you can contest this.
Yeah, that's
a really good find on the Enigma. That's probably the best target he could go for.
Oh, baby. For anyone who was wondering, Yatoro, early shard into the 15 lifesteal talent. This is how you play Drow Ranger, okay? Stop with this multi-shot cooldown nonsense. It doesn't help you win games, all right?
Tell me more, Ricky. Why?
No, that's all there is. There's no more. That's just all it is. If you want to win games on Drow, don't go the multi-shot talent. Otherwise, you're playing for like a level 27 or 28 timing, and you're griefing.
big part of it is the shard protecting your ultimate, right? So in the
Yes.
past, you never man fought as like Drow. You always run away, which means you never really needed lifesteal because that wasn't the kind of fight you wanted. You wanted to be full health, attacking from the back. But now that you can just stand and fight on your little glacier cliff, now you might just directly fight people, and that means you want lifesteal.
Yeah, it's 8 seconds of your ult not being breakable, right? And then on top of it, you have 200 bonus attack range, so you just become a sniper with, you know, high ground. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. For right now, still very close game. Only a 1,000 gold lead. That last engagement giving Spirit a lot of breathing room here because I think Heroic was definitely trying to find like a black hole timing into a Roche themselves, and then they're going to be able to farm with that Aegis to look for their next big set of items. So that slowing down that momentum, kind of giving it to the side of Spirit, is now Yotaro can farm a lot more aggressively on the Drow Ranger.
I wonder if Heroic has a different read. We were talking about the Drow counter to Terrorblade, which is true by KJ.
Oh boy, that is a real nice gem pickup. Schofield wants to try and find more. They actually buy back on the Bane. Devilama comes in. He's trapped the Drow. Schofield, he's going to die. Mortimer Kiss is coming out of the backside. Yotoro's got a Hurricane Pike in 1 second, but Devilama's got a BKB and a Black Hole zoning out the rest of the team. Yotoro, that first Aegis ends up costing them as they've managed to catch Slaughter on the backside, and KJ still got a Fiend's Grip available. The Force Staff trying to get him to safety. They did manage to toss the gem away. Collapse with the Yules. Can he get the blink off? No, he's going to go down. So they steal the gem, but it costs you your Aegis and 2 cores, a buyback on KJ. A pretty good find here from Heroic.
It looks like a bad start with KJ being killed, but with Yotoro stuck on that cliff, they knew she couldn't really get out of the fight, and they all commit. We're coming into a tier 2 push right off of that. There's the
I mean, they can just keep playing off the Nightmare Vision from KJ, right? Like, he has the bonus range, or the bonus night vision to play off here. The mid lane push is scary though. Don't want to overcommit. You did have to buy back, you know, on this Bane in the last fight, but yeah, they managed to pull back the whole lead that was gained from Spirit there. So pretty much a dead even game here once again.
Yeah, I thought Heroic would feel more pressure to play fast, but it seems like they're just going to trust the Black Hole, which is fair, right? I mean, it is a classic, one of the best late game spells in Dota 2. And they're just going to hope to, I assume, find the Drow with the Black Hole, or maybe Fiend's Gripper, like whatever works out. But if you do get a Black Hole on several heroes with Terrorblade or Leshrac nearby, it's a lot of damage going into it, and you can win these late game fights. And they don't have too many answers to it. It's really the Slardar Bash that can interrupt the Black Hole, and that's really difficult to do.
K1 might get punished here on this hard camp. They're bringing the numbers. Mira's here with a blast off to start it off. The Mortimer Kisses are there. He gets the BKB. He has Manta. He has a Sunder, but the Chain Stun does not connect. He now gets his level 20. Will Sunder KJ and get to safety. Oh, that was so unfortunate there for Spirit. The Chain Stun just barely off the mark.
He was trying to min-max that, but I think that's a Terrorblade kill slipping away because of that.
It would have been very close, but yeah, I think you're right. They probably would have got him. Well, Laurel does manage to finish off that bottom tower with that rotation as he's getting closer to a Lincoln Sphere, which I think you need because of Bane. Like, the Bane is just so obnoxious to play against. If he's able to get a full duration like Nightmare onto one of your cores, or like a Fiend's Grip, you know, if you're this Razor, it takes you out of the fight completely, and you're a hero that needs to go in and cause chaos.
You know what I didn't realize?
Ooh, hit me.
With the shard on Slardar, you can just one-shot Eidolons with Slithering Crush. I didn't realize that. He is farming up easily every time he finds Eidolons. He wants them to split.
Crush Shard is so good because as soon as you get your 20 talent of the crush damage, you just one-shot creep waves. Oh, they actually see collapse, but they're gonna let him go. Oh, Divine Llama accidentally cliffs his own Eidolon, but it's okay. It'll be fine. So Dranger finishes up the Aghanim Scepter, so we now have Hypothermia online for Yatoro, which is quite nice at just increasing your general, farm speed with how multi-shot can just clear through, waves and shatter them, but also reducing the healing effectiveness of that Bloodstone, right? So we're gonna see them smoked up. Mira will be the first hero that they find. Divine Llama goes in. They actually don't have detection. He gets the blast off away as they're trying to chase, and they will not be able to.
There's not a lot of mines set up because now that Terrorblade has the low cooldown on his illusions, the Conjure Image, and then the Eidolon spam, they've just been like running them around, killing out mines.
That actually makes a lot of sense. And I also wanted to point out, Terrorblade finished up a really early AC, knowing that he needs bonus armor if he wants to fight into a Drow Ranger. So that does quite a bit of work for not only him, but his team. The aura, plus the Vlad's aura from the Bane, or from the Enigma, it all adds up. Right? Any little bit of armor you can get helps against a Drow Ranger. A smoke into the mid lane. Schofield trying to pop it. I think they know something's on here. Yeah, they've drawn the line. They know exactly where to expect a rotation in from Spirit, but they are heading bottom to reconnect with Laurel, it seems. You're gonna get forced back, right?
You're gonna have to choose to make a trade position for Roche or lose your high ground tower, and I think you need to defend this. So yeah, they're coming back.
They're getting a good amount of damage here into K1. He does not want to have to BKB, but he has to. That Frost Arrow slow, stacking up quite a bit. He will TP on out. Okay. I mean, that's good. That's really good for Spirit if they can find anything off this chase. He's trying to chase for Schofield. The Ogre Seal Totem on forward. Schofield does have a blink. He's got another shards in a moment to cancel, and he does. Collapse will be held back for the moment.
I mean, K1 didn't expect the Razor Shard there. He thought he could just walk away.
Oh, that's
between
true.
the slow from Drow plus the pullback on Static Link is what forced that BKB, which is why Spirit's now beelining for Roche. They're going to hope it's up. Unfortunately for them, it is still another minute and 10 seconds, which means you'll have that BKB up again.
Yeah. He's close to the Hurricane Pike. He needs 350 gold on K1. And then once he has this, he'll be able to break that link and actually create some space between him, the Razor, and the Drow. So definitely essential for him to pick it up this game. But for now, Snowball comes out. Schofield forced to pop this one. Blast off. Knock. He gets to blink out. Schofield in some trouble, though. Has a Ghost Scepter. Okay, Schofield Tusk is definitely built different, but he's not getting away this time. Cookie on forward, Split Earth connects, Collapse to finish the job, but now you've got to get out here. This Slardar's in deep. Lotus on top of him. Malefice still holding him back. The Enigma looking for an opening, but won't get it. All right, very nicely found from Spirit. Will get themselves
really nice if they just wait out meta now. Yeah, K1's already leaving. He's like, I don't know, guys. I don't really want to fight Roche now. I'm not going to have meta.
15 seconds. It was a long Roche, right? If I'm not... Or actually, I guess not. It's probably like 50 seconds.
Medium-ish.
Yeah. Dude, we played a game yesterday, and it was literally a full 3-minute spawn on Roche. I was like, what is this? We just sat in the pit for like 2 minutes.
Even the game wants it to go long.
All right. Roche is up. Into the hands of Spirit we go, and Heroic... definitely not making it at all in time. It's not even close. That thing dies real fast.
Roshan's banner. Let's see how Spirit wants to use it.
The bonus physical damage that you get out of the Frost Arrow stacks, when you combine that with Slardar's Corrosive Haze, like when her ult's not proccing, she is getting a lot of efficiency out of that bonus physical damage.
That is true. Kind of forgot about that.
Yeah. I didn't notice, I didn't really think about it until I saw it on Roche. He had like 9 stacks, and She was hitting Roche for like 450 damage without an ult proc. I was like, oh, okay. That works, I suppose.
They definitely want to try to get an enfeeble on the Drow. She's a lot of damage now. Even though it doesn't, I don't think it works on like the proc damage, stuff like that. But
Schofield goes
punches
in.
the real Drow.
That is definitely the real Drow. Analog trying to get on top of a nice force staff to get him to safety, and Schofield's forced to pop that Ghost Scepter. Analog gets on top of Yatoro, and K1 is there. He just gets destroyed, absolutely melted, and Divine Llama looking for the opening. He's got the BKB. The Black Hole is off. The Fiend's Grip's caught the Slayer, holding it back for the moment. Can they finish him up? There's the Black Hole finally coming out from Divine. He's caught the Razor as well. Laurel trying to get to safety of the force staffs, getting him some space, but the jump from Schofield managed to find Maposhko. Laurel, he's out. Laurel and Collapse, if they manage to survive this, would be huge, and instead Collapse finds a kill onto the backside. Ogre Steel totems away. Spirit are just splitting Heroic apart. They managed to come out the massive winners of this fight.
That's crazy, considering that was on amplified damage on Leshrac, which is why Drow died so quickly. Held the Black Hole to bait more people in, I think, or maybe he thought they could kill her without it. But it does mean he gets low, which means when he eventually gets the Black Hole, we're gonna see in the replay here, he gets killed before the full duration goes. Yeah, look at her just get destroyed by the Edict from amplified damage there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really curious how this worked, because I thought for sure he would Black Hole, but yeah, like you said, he's holding it, but look at how low Divine Llama is. And, no. Yeah, ends up shattering. That's what it was. The duration on the Eidolons ended, and it just shattered, blew them all up. Bane also dying during the Fiend's Grip, not getting a full duration onto Collapse. And Collapse having just a Wind Waker, Ogre Seal Totem Blink. Like, this is not your standard Slardar build, but it pays off, dude. He is just so slippery. Yeah.
Yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, he's so fast. He's got so many mobility tools. I thought it was crazy when I saw him like jump back in for that kill. I was like, isn't he gonna die for this? I was like, oh no. I did not realize all this mobility. He's out for free. Can't be canceled.
Well, I mean, that was a beautiful fight from Spirit. Yes, you lose the Drow and the Aegis, but to come out 3 kills, you know, after the Drow basically not getting anything off is pretty wild. So very well played from Spirit. Obviously still looking very strong. I do worry that this Terrorblade is getting a little bit too strong, but Enigma is one of those heroes that like is going to have an amazing amount of impact without really progressing too much more in his items, right?
Yeah, maybe like a refresher so that he's got 2 Black Holes. That's like the next big thing. Maybe an Octarine to do a lower cooldown. Looks like he actually has the Shadow Blade queued up to make sure he can find the right Black Hole, which I think that works too. You kind of need to find multiple heroes.
Collapse is just so difficult to find, and KJ gets him on the Nightmare. There's gonna be he gets Lotus Windswakered out, and on the low ground they've managed to isolate Techies. Collapse is still stuck, but he gets the blink out. So only 1 casualty here from Spirit. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. I mean, it's not miscommunication. There's just, it's like a split second, right? Like you see a hero, like you've got to get the initial stun, but yeah, Lotus into Wind Waker gets him out. Really, really good save from the Techies there.
All right, with that, they're gonna run it down, I think.
I mean, you popped meta, you got to get something, right?
Yeah, he's got a quarter left though, so he can't stay here too long. Maybe just get some damage in, or at least the tier 3. Yeah, you see why this is so hard. Drow being able to attack from so far, as even with the AC, still the natural counter to the Terrorblade. So you really have to respect. Anytime she starts hitting you, you have to kind of disengage. They get a little bit of tower damage, and they don't lose anyone. So I guess that's okay.
I am surprised to see a Silver Edge pick up here. We don't really see this item all that much, but picked up for K1. I guess when you're against heroes like Slardar and Razor and Drow, like there are some pretty good breaks that you can get. But maybe it's just about positioning and kind of movement around the map. It's hard to say. Like we really don't see this item very much anymore.
Yeah, I think maybe it is about the positioning. You need to... I think that fight earlier we saw where Drow died and Spirit still won, I think it showed that you have to respect the Slardar and the Razor at this point. It's not like, oh, we're all in on Drow. Like, all the heroes do stuff, and that means you have to be careful about how you take these fights. You got to find a good black hole. You got to make sure Terrorblade's not being killed off, all that stuff. So I think that might be the idea behind it, along with Break being nice to have.
Oh, Blink Crush onto Analog. There's the Fiend's Grip from KJ. He gets the black hole onto 3, though. Divine Llama set him up for success. Laurel, he's gone. Yatoro do what he can here on the Drow. Has to get away now because there is the team chasing after him. Blink Walrus Punch in 1. The Cookie, the Force. Can he block him off? The Shards, it will connect. And now the Snowball in with him. Nice Gust. That's going to get him out. Yatoro, beautiful play.
That was such a good gust. It pushed him over his own shard so that he had Walrus Punch, but he couldn't get to her. That's insane. I don't know if that was calculated. It's Yatoro. I'm going to assume it's calculated. So that is sick. I thought for sure he was going to die there. Still a great fight for Heroic, and they're going to try to just run it down here. I think
no buyback.
They do still have Fortify. They can buy a little bit of time. Early Fortify. Actually, there's so many illusions here. I don't know if this will kill off all the creeps.
It's not getting the catapults for sure.
Yeah.
Drow on the high ground doing her thing. But yeah, I mean, that Glacier is expired now on cooldown for their 10 more seconds. K1's got a BKB, got a Sunder, he's got Demon Zeal now. He's looking for a target. We'll go ahead and throw it and finish off the melee barracks. And they will walk away with their victory. Yeah, and here's Demon Zeal. Actually going to be paying off now, like when this meta's on cooldown. Super fast, right? You need this once you get rid of your boots.
Oh, you attack so fast.
it's a ridiculous buff.
Yeah,
it's
it's
so
actually
good.
That's a great point, that a lot of heroes, you like to replace boots, but you need an answer to move speed, because if you can't follow people, like, all your net worth means nothing if you can't actually hit people. So having some way to get extra move speed is really good, and Demon Zeal being a shard, so it doesn't actually take up a slot, is very good for Terrorblade.
Yeah. So we're seeing kind of the difference of an Enigma in a game where you don't have that BKB cancel. Right, this last fight, he gets the dream, right? 3 hero black hole, full Midnight Pulse, full duration black hole, right? Ends up crushing the fight in terms of damage. He also finds a ninja gear, so he's very hard to scout now. And I mean, Spirit are going to be the ones that have to find the initiation going forward. You can't actually let this Enigma get these multi-hero black holes off. And, well, they are going to find the Tusk here. Does get the Ghost Scepter, Split Earth off the mark, still silenced up. They get the kill. Beautifully done.
Black hole in
Llama,
2.
no black hole for 2. They've managed to isolate Laurel. He's going to be forced to BKB, stuck in that little low ground. A little bit too worried. Does have the refresher, of course, so not too worried. Blinking from Collapse. Get some vision onto K1. All right, good pickoff.
That was so scary, actually. There was 4 of them in that pit. Enigma was so close to getting another massive black hole. I don't know if they knew the exact timing on that cooldown, but they're cutting it down to the
It dies so fast, dude. Oh my god. Roshan on the deck. They get themselves the 3rd Aegis into the hands of the Drow Ranger. She drops the refresher shard. Probably gonna give that one over, I don't know, to Maposhka. Maybe you give it, yeah. It's either you give it to the Slardar or the...
Looks like they can't decide either.
I mean, you have refresher already on Razor. You could give it to Drow, I suppose, but...
And maybe they'll wait to see who needs it.
Yeah.
If someone's forced to BKB or something.
Speaking of refreshers, K1 is working on his for that double meta. He'll have double BKB, double Sunder. That'll help him quite a bit. Yatoro going for a Daedalus. I like this a lot. I think Drow Ranger getting that crit damage as her last item is huge. Tusk once again found. Does have a nullifier completed here on Collapse, which will help out quite a bit. They gets the snowball, trying to chase for Yatoro here. He's connected. The team's wrapping around. Where's your Enigma? He's looking for his opening, but nice find. He gets on top of the Drow. There's going to be a nice Wind Waker to buy him some space, but they're just going to be able to get on top of him. The Fiend's Grip will be enough to find the first life, and Divine Llama under the cover of the Shadow Blade Pops the BKB, the black hole. The Nightmare will pull in the Slardar as well. And Yutaro, he's trying to get to the safety. Pops the BKB, turns it around. Can they finish the job? Analog gets the job done. K1 falling low on the backside. Does not have a Sunder. Laurel chasing down the supports. KJ manages to get some space, but the fight is split. It is in such a disastrous state here for Spirit. It is one Razor versus the rest of Heroic. A Nightmare putting himself to sleep. A snowball into a Walrus punch here, inevitably. As the Razor, he's trying to, I mean, he might actually make it out of this one. Okay, they buy back techies. Oh no. Wait, buy back techies, Schofield with an aggressive blink forward. Okay, yeah, Laurel's out. Let's go.
That's impressive. I can't believe he got out there. I mean, you still just lost that fight, so maybe not feeling amazing, but not losing the Razor is pretty good. He does not have buyback. The other heroes do, so they can choose to buyback defend here. I don't know. I think you might have to give up this top racks and then fight bottom. That way you don't have to use your buybacks.
The fact that they get the first life without the black hole so easily too. It's like Divine Llama, he definitely, it looked like he was about to do it. And then they're like, no, we got KJ with a Fiend's Grip. You know, no one can get here. And at this point, the fight is super hard.
Yeah, and black hole as a way to like, as they respawn into the black hole. There's like nothing you can do about that, right? Whereas if you try to Fiend's Grip her, maybe there's a small window, she suddenly gets forced, she gets Lotus, something like that, and the second kill is lost. But by saving it, it also means people who want to come in to help her can't really, right? In the end, he almost caught the Slardar as well in that black hole, but managed to get the Wind Waker at the last second to like live a little longer.
It was a sick play because he blinked in on Collapse to try and Wind Waker the Drow on the respawn, but gets Nightmared. And then the black hole sucked him in, right? Because he has the Agnum Scepter. So it was like, if he gets the Wind Waker off, like maybe Drow lives with like 20% more HP and they turn the fight a little bit, but very close. Really good execution from both teams, but just that team fight presence of the Enigma might just be a little too much as he's going for a refresher now. And 16,000 net worth advantage going their way is starting to, you're starting to feel it, right? They get 2 lanes of barracks now. Schofield Tusk is owning this early. No, like how often do you just see Blink, Ghost Scepter, Nullifier on a Tusk? Like his itemization is actually exactly what they need in this game.
It's pretty sick. It's a sick build. From here, I feel like it's easy, right? You just keep throwing illusions at this tower until you find a nice fight and then you commit. But other than that, you don't have to feel forced to like put yourself at risk taking this last barracks. And in fact, it'd be nice if they finally pick up one of their own Aegises. This whole time, it's been Spirit. If Heroic can get any of the Aegises for themselves, then it should be a clean finish.
Observer pointed out as well, KJ finished an Agnum Scepter on the Bane. So you have Aether Lens, Ags, Fiend's Grip. So not only do you have to stop one, but you have to manage to find and stop all 3 of the Banes that are Fiend's Gripping your hero, which is not easy, right? With the heroes that you have. So yeah, Fiend's Grip, most likely a death sentence for whoever they find. The only thing you can do to save them is if you get the Lotus initially, right? Lotus cancels Fiend's Grip, even the Agnum Scepter in its entirety, right? You can't ever Fiend's Grip a Lotus target. Bottom lane. K1 is in aggressively.
He's just
looking for an opening
here.
No
fear.
All right, do you manage to get a Sentry Ward? KJ is in kind of, dude, Collapse in Yotoro's position here is so sketch, but it's working. Laurel goes in with the BKB. They're gonna be able to bots you in here on the left, but Laurel's just running him down. The second BKB's keeping him alive. You need to get he doesn't get the Sunder off. That's it, Terrorblade's dead. He's gonna be able to buy back into this one. Laurel has spent everything, just 1v5ing the enemy team, but it works.
He actually buys back off of that TPs to the outpost, but doesn't look like they want to fight. So maybe getting caught up in the moment there, or maybe they do want to punish this Razor who just used everything.
He has
they're
refresher
just taking some time to reset.
Yeah, he had refresher on K1, so he popped it. He's back with everything. I would be surprised if they don't fight again, or at least try to force something. But I mean, we can see the how just strong late game Razor is right here, right? 2 ults, just goes right through this Terrorblade. All right, they
Yeah, but
actually
they're
just
playing
back
it
away. Wow.
Safe. Yeah. If Roche was closer, I would get that. But it's
That is
still
a
a bit
long
off.
buyback.
Yeah.
7 minutes now.
Because they actually killed the Aegis so early, right? They got it on Spirit, but killed her shortly after. Is there an item or something we're waiting for?
I mean, it's next Roche, I feel like. I mean, you could just be waiting for a refresher Enigma, honestly, because then you don't feel bad just ripping a black hole onto a solo hero if you have a backup.
That's true. They've been winning all the fights at Black Hole, so having two, even easier. You still don't really have an answer on Spirit. You pretty much have to find Enigma and kill him first. Once he has the BKB up, it's
Big
pretty
talents,
impossible
though.
for Slardar now.
They have all 3 of their 25 talents on the cores for Spirit, right? So Yotaro has the marksmanship chance. Collapse now has the crush cooldown. Some people, I think, like Undispellable Corrosive Haze as a concept, but being able to slither and crush every 4 seconds as like an 800 damage physical nuke is kind of crazy. And he is going for the Octarine next, which obviously synergizes that plus his Blink, Wind Waker, Nullifier. Like, he wants to be able to just spam these spells.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant
I think that's fair. It's also like they dispel Corrosive Haze, so it's nice to have that talent. But if you can just reapply it again with the stun
exactly
after 4 seconds, it's like another way to deal with it. And because of these illusions and eidolons, I think it's
way better for sure.
It's good for this game, yeah.
They are smoked up here on Heroic heading bottom. They know the Roshan is gonna be soon. There's a 2-minute, 10-second respawn here. As mines are just going crazy. K1 walks in, ends up getting the BKB out. The Enigma with the black hole. It manages to find him, but Collapse gets out. He dodges the first one. He's got a second one. The Fiend's Grip onto the Slardar. That's a nice find. They buy back on Yotaro as well. Okay, Laurel's got a refresher, but Defy Llama is here. Can he bring down K1? He cannot. The Terrorblade is way too strong. Nightmare's caught Techies on the backside of the fight as well. Oh man, Spirit just got picked apart 1 by 1. I don't even know where Yotaro was when he died here, I'll be honest.
He was in...
Was he in the
that
black
same
hole?
black hole? Yeah, that Slardar Wind Wakered out, but it still caught the Drow at the edge.
Oh, okay. I did not see him. He must have just died very fast.
Yeah, she did. She did die very fast.
Okay.
I think Heroic's done it with that. You have to buy everyone back here if you want any chance, but...
I mean, they're going to get the Megas.
It's gone at this point.
You've got a second black hole and a BKB at the ready. You don't have spells on Terrorblade, and he is on buyback, so maybe you're a little bit afraid. If K1 dies, that is a massive opening for Spirit, likely a 4th Roshan. So
that's true. I'm surprised they still didn't like go for the Megas using Leshrac Edict or something though.
Yeah.
But I guess
he's got Wind Waker, you know, you can get out. Oh.
Yeah, but I guess not wanting to risk the buyback. Maybe they don't know Techi's exact buyback time, but he doesn't have it. It's coming up in a few seconds.
Dude, remember
even if Razor had bought back, it would have been okay.
Remember like 22 minutes when you're like, oh, you know, the funny thing is we're only like a third or a quarter through the game.
It's fact. It's Dota 7.35.
We just knew.
They didn't end at 20 minutes, so they're going to end it at 60 minutes. All right, Roche almost up. It did end up being a pretty long spawn, but it's going to work out for your cooldowns because you're going to pick up the Aegis here. You're going to have all your refresher spells, all that, and the enemies will not have several of their buybacks. I think it's just Razor and Techies now who have buybacks left.
There's going to be no roar either from Roshan, so they will have no idea when this is happening. So, yeah, 4th Roche, finally Heroic claiming their first Roche of the game. Aegis into K1's hands, so the buyback timer not as scary now. He's still got like 2.5 minutes on that thing, but debating on what to spend his mound of gold on.
Helm of the Overlord.
Nah, he needs an Aghanim Scepter.
I think they can end here anyways. Yeah, they don't need the Helm of the Overlord. Sometimes you get here and you know it's going for another 30 minutes. I think team should explore the Helm of the Overlord.
I was gonna say
this one, I think they can just push up to win.
they give the refresher to the Bane, which I actually really like. I was wondering, like, could you just play for double Fiend's Grip now on KJ as well? Like, because you can leave it running, right? Can't you? On the other hero, like you kill it, you cancel, and can't you throw another? Or does it spawn? Does it cancel the first?
I'm not 100% sure. I've never been rich enough on Bane to
have
to experience that.
That is a good point. We'll have to see. I don't know if it spawns like 4 illusions or if it kills the other 2, you know?
Yeah, well,
we'll have to see.
We'll have to test that later if we don't see it here. He did clear a spot, though. He could put the refresher in.
Yeah, that's what he does. Onto the high ground. KJ and Analog, or K1 and Analog trying to just whittle down this melee barracks. There is Techie's Mind set up all over the place here, but thanks to those illusions, yeah, it is starting to slow them down. Oh, I mean, they get the split earth onto the Techie. Schofield goes in, gets this. My great catch on the Razor. There's the refresher. Mega's claimed, but Laurel's chasing down K1. This will likely be that Aegis. Well, he needs that. Yeah, he doesn't get the Sunder off in time. They are looking for their opening here. They know the Razor's got nothing left and just gets ran through by Analog. Fiend's Grip out here from KJ, holding Collapse in place. The Aghanim Scepter from Aposhka will get him out. So the Gobble Up will save him. Double buyback for an Aegis. Both black holes at the ready.
All of that no black hole. It's so hard for Spirit here. They're going to fight on, but you can't even mine up your base. Like, even if your team cleared out the Megas, Eidolons and Terrorblade Illusions just come in and blow up all the mines. I guess Hypothermia, pretty good at holding Megas. But I think you just, like, when you want to go, you just force the Fiend's Grip, and that person has to either die, or, like, Snapfire tries to come save with, like, the 4-staff Gobble Up, right? And then you finally commit the black hole after they all react to it. And if they don't react to it, you just kill whoever your Fiend's gripped for, like, the 7 seconds, and then you pop the refresher and you do it again.
It is really difficult. I mean, we're seeing how good Razor is, but once that like double BKB, double ult expired, he just gets destroyed by this Lesh. It's not even close. Like, Edict now with the Nihilism, like the consumed Aghanim Scepter on him, it is so difficult for them to deal with the Lesh.
Yeah, you need to win the fight in that combo.
Oh, Gobble Up sends in the Laurel. Divine Llama just instantly black holes him. A great cancel, though. Drow just shreds right through him. He's going to buy back, but the Fiend's Grip's caught the Drow. Analog trying to bring him down, and he does. The Nihilism's going to do the work. KJ's got a refresh. That's a dieback on your Drow. K1 onto the throne they go. Another Fiend's Grip's caught the Slardar as Analog just doing work, and the black hole comes through once again. The GGs are there. Spirit will fall in game 1. A great win here from Heroic.
Very nicely done from Heroic. I had the wrong read on it. I thought they wanted to go a little earlier, but they showed us a black hole. A very good spell. We don't care about the hero counter and the drought to Terrorblade because she won't get to do anything. We're just going to black hole her and win the fights from there.
Yeah, that
Game
was
one
just
going to them. Yeah, he's thinking about it.
I just like look at the score now, and it's like I didn't even realize it. Lesh was 14-1-12, dude. Like he was so strong. Overall first pick Lesh for Analog, highest damage dealer in the entire game by a landslide. It looks good. Those bots too also were just really sick because like we look at what happened in the late game, like while they're just pushing, Lesh was just farming with bots too, and he's just able to jump in on his heroes at any point, right? Like if they see an opening, he's like, oh, I'll just join, no problem at all.
Yeah, it looks like they were putting a lot of the farm into Leshrac and Terrorblade because you're right, like the Enigma really just needed to blink Black Hole. After that, it's nice to have another one, you know, he worked his way towards that, but really they just, if we have Black Hole, we can group up and fight, and if we don't have it, we'll just relax, we'll just farm up and go from there. They were really confident in that late game. I felt they showed pretty solid patience there.
Yeah, I agree. This was just really, really well played by them. I will say, like, for Heroic, I mean, this is kind of what we see out of them when they get a draft that, like, they're comfortable playing around. Like, they seem to just kind of dominate. Like the game was slow for the first like 20 minutes, like you said, 20 or 30 minutes, but they have no problem playing a late game. It's K1 again at just the top of the net worth charts, like having just freedom to do whatever they want. And KJ on this Bane was really surprising. He got a lot of really good pickoffs, and yeah, fantastic performance from them. I think coming into this series, we were kind of wanting to see which of these teams was going to be, you know, more comfortable here once again, as they both struggled a little bit in their last event, but we'll see what happens in game 2. We'll be going to a short break, and we'll be back with more Team Spirit versus Heroic action here on ESL 1 Birmingham. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, feel-good day. It's starting to go my way, so go my way. I'm having a feel-good day. Tell me what's in your mind, just me around. You can't let me down, so baby come round. What's on your mind, just me around. You can't let me down, so baby come on. Bring it on, depend upon. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel I'm not ready to fly to your heart. Ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you. Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo! Come on. Negative emotion running round my head. Thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? And who's crying now? Look who's crying now. Trying to pretend that you don't really see You don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you're gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ain't love all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You're coming back, and you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging back.
It's been a good day of Dota so far, but we've still got a lot left to be played. Team Heroic coming off of a very nice Game 1 win over here against Spirit, but we'll see if they can keep that momentum rolling as Team Spirit obviously would love to grab themselves a win here in this first day. It's a shorter group stage, right? Than what we've seen in some of the previous events. So a lot of these series matter. Like, you can't really afford to take an 0-2 if you really want that opportunity at the upper bracket, right, going into playoffs.
Yeah, there's 6 teams in each group, so probably 1-0-2 is like workable, but there's not really like easy teams in these groups because there's 12 teams here. They're all really good. I don't think you feel comfortable saying like, oh yeah, we dropped this one, we'll pick up a 2-0 versus the next one, right? Like, you need as many wins. So Spirit's definitely a team that can bounce back. I wouldn't count them out. I'd say looking back on that draft, Enigma was a really good pick on that 18. Yeah. Really nice pick because it already showed the mid, off lane, and the 2 supports. Those are usually the heroes that can deal with the Enigma. It's rarely the carry that is like, I'm the black hole answer, right? It's like maybe Faceless Void. I don't know who else can even do it consistently. You can deal with him in the lane, but you can't stop that black hole. And that was kind of the problem for them in that last game. I do think the draft wasn't like terrible. I think they had some stuff going and they just couldn't find early game fights off the Slardar Blink and the Snapfire. I think they didn't get what they wanted out of the early game. And from there, they're having to deal with the Enigma late game. Even though they have the Drow versus Terrorblade, like that part's good, but just actually getting to do that was so hard because of the Fiend's Grip and the Black Hole and then like the Tusk saves. Like, there's just a lot to deal with.
It really was. It just felt like the execution was put on Spirit, right? Like, they had to execute perfectly. They had to take fights on their own terms. But Schofield on the Tusk and KJ on the Bane, like 2 disruptive supports to play around, just always kind of allowed Heroic to either turn a fight or turn an initiation, which was great for them. So I think going forward, we probably won't see the Enigma picked on 18. If you don't have a way of dealing with it, I imagine Spirit will be looking to ban that one as we go ahead and jump into the draft. And I am curious because it is going to be first pick for Spirit this time. Obviously, it was first pick for Heroic last game, so they won't have 18 pick potential, which, can make a big difference.
Spirit does a mix of picking supports or cores first. Like, some teams really prefer one or the other, but looking back at their past drafts, there's been a pretty decent mix Let's see, like Chen's still in the pool. I imagine it'll be banned though. Well, actually, so Spirit would definitely take Chen if it's given to them. And Heroic is one of the few teams that is willing to play into Chen. They sometimes ban it, and then other times, I don't know how they decide, but they're like, yeah, let Chen slip through. And I think they've got about a 50% win rate against it, which is relatively good considering what the pros think of Chen. Most people simply will not allow it through if there is a Chen player on the opposing team.
Yeah, I think they'll probably ban it here. It's just like, it is very annoying to play against, but I'm trying to think what they would prefer to ban, because last game, I mean, maybe you get rid of the Shadow Demon or the Disruptor. I like, if you're gonna go for a Chen, which hero can you pick? Okay, so they get rid of Shadow Demon. Do you want to leave those two supports in, you know, as the thing? Or do you ban the Chen here and give them Disruptor, you know? That's when it gets scary.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Disruptor is Miposhka's most played hero. It's a very popular hero in this region. So yeah, it looks like with their track record, yeah, they're gonna go with the Chen, which I think is cool. It's scary to deal with, of course, but so many teams value Chen so much that it simplifies your draft a little bit, where you can say, I know they're gonna take the Chen first, and so now here's our response pick, here's our our other stuff, like the whole plan, right? We'll see if Spirit goes with it, because that's probably what they're discussing right now. They're like, they're giving us Chen, which means they have a Chen answer. Do we feel more confident in Chen or in letting them have what they expected from us? Should we go pick something else? Which you can do. Like, the fact that Heroic did not ban Chen probably means in the second phase they're not going to ban Chen. So you could pick something else and then wait a little bit and take it for yourself later.
Pango first pick. No way you ban this Bloodseeker like that. Yeah. So this is a hero that we see a lot of teams go back for. It's also one of the better heroes into Chen. So I think what a lot of teams do is, if they, specifically Heroic, I think I've seen them do this multiple times. If the team first picks Chen, they respond with Pangolier for Analog, which he is incredibly skilled at playing. And so now what they do is they ban the Bloodseeker, they take the Pangolier away, and they still have the opportunity to go back for Chen, like you were saying, in phase 2 if it doesn't get banned. They'll grab the Grimstroke, one of the other good counters to the Pango, something that Heroic has a lot of experience playing as well.
Yeah, Soulbind just destroys roll, and Inkswell, Silence, all of those just good in general. Like, we don't even know who else they're going to pick on Heroic, but there's so many good combos right now that I'm not even worried about it. Grimstroke without any combos is a very sad hero, but I'm sure they'll be fine.
Also, I haven't even talked about it, but I've seen Analog on stream multiple times. This guy's looking fresh, dude. That is a sick cut. He used to have like super long flowing curls, but he has just cut them all off. He's looking good, man. That's a good cut. Whoever managed to do that one. Props to your barber.
Gotta look good for the games.
Yeah. DK Lesh bands out from Team Spirit. Don't want to see Analog on the Lesh rack once again. Obviously a decent laner against the Pangolier. So
10 seconds
I like that. I'm curious what they pair with the Grimstroke, right? Because it's one of those things that typically you need heroes that can go in and take advantage of that Inkswell. One of those heroes we've seen used quite a lot is actually Earth Spirit from the mid lane, which Analog can play. You don't really want to take the Coddle, I think, mid this time, just because it doesn't synergize very well with the Grimstroke. It doesn't really shut down Pango too much. But from the offlane perspective, you still have a lot of options. Centaur, still there.
Yeah, you could pick something like Dragon Knight as well, where you could flex it, and the double Dragon Tail is pretty nice. Dragon Knight also tends to jump in, at least in the early game, if you want him to play that way, and he can combo with the Grimstroke Inkswell. You don't have to do that, because actually nowadays with the Manta Ags build, sometimes you just like send the illusions in and you never actually initiate nowadays, but it is an option when you need him to do that.
They banned it, man. They banned it.
Oh, I'm blind. My bad.
That's okay.
Yeah, it would have been good. That's why they banned it.
Yeah, it was like, it would have been very good. Looking at, speaking of bans though, most banned heroes, Chen at 15, followed by Disruptor. It's not surprising, right? We've seen the supports kind of been the most influential heroes on the map. With how much space there is to farm, specifically Chen, can be massively problematic. And then I think right here they're debating, like, do we give him the Chen? No. Okay, they go ahead and ban the Coddle. Interesting.
Usually means you're picking a mid hero that would struggle into that. Are they going to pick it right now?
There's no way you don't put Pango mid, though. Like, he's arguably that's top 3 best heroes in, like, mid heroes in all of Dota.
5 seconds remaining.
A couple teams are willing to run offlane Pango, and I wonder if Heroic is considering it with the fact that Soulblind is in the game, and sometimes you put too much on the mid hero, and then he's like just hard countered by a support, so you demote him over to like offlane. Sometimes you used to demote him to support, but nowadays like it's too bad. Maybe they were thinking of something like that.
Yeah, I think that's Tiny mid for Analog, because a lot of times you don't want to run Grimstroke on the 5 position, but Tiny versus Pango mid, it feels like pretty rough for the Tiny. Once it gets to like level 5 on Pangolier, that Swashbuckle is going to do like half your health. But I guess he has a lot of strength gain, so maybe he'll just have the HP to sustain it. So the Enchantress come out now, great against Inkswell.
That's true. You could still run 4 support Tiny, and it's also a steal from Team Spirit because they've been playing a lot of Tiny as well. I think it was banned in the last game, but not this time. So maybe still some flex there. You can still run an offlane too. We see teams do that.
5 seconds remaining.
Enchantress Forma Poshka. He's very good at this hero. Should be able to give a strong lane to whoever they end up picking on carry, which I imagine they'll save for a little bit. I don't know if there's really enough information just seeing the Grimstroke Tiny. You either pick your other support or a flexible... Well, I don't know. You've already got the Pango, so I don't know if there's like a flexible core like carry / offlane. I guess you just pick the other support.
Yeah, I think you might.
Radiant team picked.
Okay, they go back for the Snapfire. I feel like the hero is decent. It struggled a little bit last game. We didn't see a lot out of the Mortimer Kisses early. But still offers a lot in the lane. Synergizes with a lot of heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like Heroic, we're going to see some definite run at you heroes here. I don't think Centaur is actually that bad for them if they want to go for a Centaur, but I'm trying to think what other stuff that they could play around. It's like you see Divine Llama, and this guy likes playing weird stuff. Like he likes having... Oh, okay, I just had completely forgotten Timbersaw was in the pool. So this is Divine Llama's hero. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Timbersaw, very good hero right now. With the Shiva's build got nerfed, but then it's like, oh wait, Sanj Kai, a pretty good item. So he doesn't mind. He's got a couple different builds he can go to. Lately, we see a lot of like Blinks and Kayas in the early game, and he just brings so much damage. I guess you could run it mid, but we usually do see Divine Llama play this hero.
Yeah, I think it is Analog on the Tiny. He is very good at this hero, and he plays it quite a bit. And I think for Timbersaw, we will likely see that kind of first item blink, especially when you have a Grimstroke to pair with. Like either of these support, like especially Enchantress, is just dead to a early blink from a Timbersaw with a Grimstroke stun. We can see the most picked heroes of the tournament so far. The Luna, Kunkka, Dragonite, Tiny, and Crystal Maiden all kind of tied at second there. The Chaos Knight, which we've been seeing more and more. This one should be going into the hands of K1. Yeah, I'm not that surprised to see Luna. She's kind of like that staple fallback carry. She doesn't do great into Chaos Knight, I'll be honest. So I'm a little bit curious what they want to do here. You could... Normally, I'd say go for something like a Naga Siren, but you're playing into a Timbersaw lane, which is very rough. So they go back for the Luna.
Think if you,
oh, wow.
Yeah. I actually think it's okay if you're a little bit ahead, because the Shard is really good at dealing with CK, but you can't be burst killed like before you can press those buttons. You have to live long enough for the Shards to do the work and for you to be able to like attack back and get Glaives going, which with an Enchantress, I think he will have a decent time in the lane. So I think it'll be okay, But Chaos Knight plus Grimstroke, also a very good combo. And if he gets super farmed, he could just be deleting the Luna before she really reaches that point where she's tanky enough to survive that upfront burst, which there's also a Timber and potentially a Core Tiny adding in even more burst. So maybe it will be a little bit hard to survive.
And I like this Tiny pick for this reason now, where they're saving last pick for the mid lane. And so you don't really know if the Tiny is going mid or not. So you can flex it, of course. They have to ban out the Puck for safety reasons. Obviously, you don't want 2 counters to the Pangolier. Obviously, it doesn't really beat Pango in lane, but just the threat of Coil at any stage of the game just puts a stop to that Pango roll.
I will say,
and then
Pango kind of good versus. Yeah, you could do that. There's a lot of flexibility here, which I feel like Heroic has enjoyed doing. Divide Llama has a very wide hero pool, and he likes to like surprise us sometimes with like, oh, you didn't think I could play this, did you?
Do you actually have to ban Enigma again?
On Team Spirit?
Yeah. I mean, technically Pango can roll up and jump in, but again, once you have BKB, it's really scary. They get rid of Mars and they get rid of Brewmaster, 2 very good heroes in the lane at dealing with the Chaos Knight. Also, Arena, just very good against Timbersaw, one of those heroes that doesn't like to build BKB, at least not early.
I also think you need someone active. I don't think Pango roll, well, it's good with Snapfire ult, but there's a good chance it's being countered by the Soulbind. So I feel like you need one more playmaker to give Snapfire a game and to give your Enchantress someone to play with. I mean, they'll try to play around the Pango, but again, if you just get Soulbound and the ult does nothing, pretty sad. If he does not, though, the roll and the Ags build, which is now the norm, very good versus Chaos Knight. So they're trusting a lot on the Grimstroke to make sure he gets a good Soulbind off, which, depending on what Spirit picks, if like these are 3 ranged heroes, so if they just stay away and he doesn't connect to anything on the Soulbind, he actually just rolls perfectly fine.
Okay, yeah. Analog is definitely a Huskar gamer, so the Huskar ban just to try and protect the Pango and prevent some momentum snowball, because Heroics, all their heroes come online pretty quick. Like Chaos Knight can get like 2 items, really start to threaten heroes. You have Timbersaw, of course, who can start playing very early with a Blink Kaya Sange. And your only real momentum at the moment is going to be this Pangolier in the mid lane. And they actually go back for the Slardar here. A decent hero into CK because he's not a high armor hero. That being said, he can build an armlet, which would help. I'm a little bit curious where he goes with this.
I feel like it's a really good Timber game. Like, as long as you don't get killed by the Snapfire ult too much in the early game, I think you can do tons of damage later. Oh, they're gonna Viper. Heroic likes counter picks.
That's a pretty good pick for Divide Llama. I mean, you don't need it mid lane. Like, you actually just put Timber mid. It's fine into the Pango matchup. Like, he will CS perfectly well. You go like 1-0-1, and then like that's kind of what I was worried about the Tiny matchup initially, is like, the Swashbuckle starts to hurt a lot by level 5. But on Timbersaw, you're just gonna have, at level 5, you're gonna have 3 points in the Whirling Death and 2 points in your reactive armor. And you'll be able to keep those stacks up quite a bit. So I like this. It's actually quite good for Analog. And Viper is impossible for Luna to lane against. Once you have that level 3 timing, it is rough. And Tiny potentially being able to reposition either of these heroes will be what they're playing for. Tell me, man.
That is,
break it down.
That's the key point you mentioned, is like the level 3 timing, right? I think a lot of teams recognize that Viper can shut you down, and there's a good chance we'll see a tri lane at the start. This is something a lot of teams will do when they see the Viper come out to the side lane, is try to kill him once or twice before he reaches that really scary point. And if you can do that and you set Viper behind, suddenly that's like the whole window of the hero missed out on. So we might see that, or we might see some like lane swamp, some like lane creep dragging, stuff like that, just to not deal with the Viper.
Laurel will have to rotate into the Viper lane. Like multiple times. Like he's gonna have to rotate at level 5 or level 6 to try and make space for this lane or kill the Viper, because you don't really have good catch on Spirit here. Like you have Enchantress with like Enchant and like a Loosen Beam, and maybe you'll have like a creep with a stun or something, right? But like your only damage that you have into this Viper pre-level 6s on these hero is going to be the Pango.
If Enchantress has a good start, Viper doesn't deal with the creeps very well. If she can get
That's
like
true.
level 3 pretty quickly, she might be able to slow him down a bit. But yeah, Viper has a good start. He's looking very scary this game. And it's not just him, like Timber's also going to be a huge pain. And then if your attention is focused on those guys, then Chaos Knight's hitting his like 1 or 2 item timing and then coming in just bursting you all.
Very excited. We are into game number 2 here as Heroic and Spirit going head to head. Heroic manages to take game 1, so they're looking very strong here. And again, I like their draft going into game 2. That being said, I think there is still a lot of potential from the Spirit draft, and we'll see what happens in the lanes. Viper, not known as a incredibly high scaling hero if he gets off to a bad start, so his early game definitely going to be dependent, or his late game dependent very much on his early and mid game.
Yeah, that's why I'm very interested to see how Spirit deals with the Viper lane. I think if they get a decent start, it's kind of the same thing as last game, which we didn't quite see. It's like Slardar plus Snapfire is a strong combination, but we didn't really see it connect last game. So maybe they learned from it. They're like, yeah, we played it once, we misplayed it, we talked about why we did it wrong, we're gonna do it right this time. Dude, maybe you're gonna get first blooded by this wraparound.
I mean, they know Ramirez exactly. Analog's gonna go in, cut the trees, get some good damage out to burst him down. Okay, that's one way to do it. That bonus pure damage will make quick work of any hero.
And they ping the cliff too. They think that's where the ward is, but it's actually behind the tower.
Yeah, this is what I feel like more than any other team that we've ever watched. Heroic is always this late smoke team. Like teams a lot of times smoke out to get their wards, but Heroic is like, we'll hold it. Wait until there's about 20 seconds left before the horn, and then we're gonna smoke. And it nets them a lot of kills pretty often.
Yeah, the saving grace for Spirit there is that KJ got the last hit.
Yes.
And Grimstroke's not the best hero to make use of a sudden influx of money, but still, that is the first blood, which makes the bottom lane stronger.
It does indeed. We'll see how much of an effect that has in the mid lane. It is going to be the Pango here versus the Timbersaw, and I think, again, I feel like Timbersaw is perfectly fine in that matchup. I don't think he's going to struggle much at all. KJ is in really far here. He's going to take a beating from Collapse, but he'll be okay. Collapse actually very low on mana. Hits him with the stun. Blood Grenade is out as well. Oh, I actually didn't hit him with stun. Never mind. Just that Stroke of Fate. But
yeah,
he's
broke vision in the trees just in time. Chaos Knight was about to throw that stun. Close.
He's thinking about it. I don't think it's... Oh, he gets the high damage roll. No way. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, what's the damage going to be, baby? That is probably almost max damage. That is wild.
Simply have good RNG. That's something we've talked about in the past. You just need good RNG.
Dude, that is nuts. 150 damage. Well, I mean, really well played. That being said, it's honestly not the worst thing for Spirit's lane because Collapse is back into the lane with max HP, max mana. And, side of Heroic a little bit low on resources now, right?
Yeah, but man, the thing with Chaos Knight, he's already back to half, right? The heal on the Chaos Strike, which did get slightly buffed in the, I was going to say recent patch. I guess it's been a month now. 7.35D. Yeah, it does heal you up if you're allowed to just hit creeps for just a little bit. I mean, he's pretty healthy already.
I feel like that spell has been buffed and nerfed just back and forth so many times because they're like, it's broken. And they're like, he needs some help. And they're like, oh, well, now he's broken again. And they're like, oh, well, he needs some more help again. So it's like they have just constantly reworked like the healing percentage and damage percentages on this ability. I do want to point something out, and it is the massacre that is happening in the mid lane. 16-4 to the 9-0. Analog is just completely zoning out Laurel.
Now, Whirling Death making you lose stats.
Very good against
particularly
Universal Heroes.
painful versus Universal Heroes. Yeah. So you can get a lot of denies, things like that. Look how many creeps there are here. He has more last hits, and there's like a triple wave coming in.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was how that like lined up, but I mean, he's got plenty of sustain now on the Timbersaw. But top lane, it's been a little bit quiet. Like Luna's farming perfectly fine. It is the level 3 of that Viper, of course, that you're kind of playing for, which he does have. But yeah, Luna doesn't seem really all that bothered, and Enchantress has managed to keep them at bay. So yeah, lane going very well there for Spirit as they're rotating mid for this 4 minutes. And he's gonna try and
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
yeah, so it looks like he's gonna grab a creep as well. So secure this for his Pangolier, who very desperately needs some extra regen. Schofield take away the bounty rune in the process.
Fortunately, Luna is a hero who can jungle pretty early, which I think we might see her do. Although maybe Divine Llama's a little far up. Schofield's reconnected though.
Yeah, he's gonna need some help here. A lot of damage. Blood Grenade is out. Tosses the Luna towards the tower just to maybe get some chip damage in, but nah, that is the threat of that Enchantress, man. She just does work with this Warpine Raider. Dude, this thing is so tanky.
The Warpines are really tanky.
It's all those extra scales, you know?
And then you get nut shotted. What can you do?
I mean, not much, I'll be honest. not a fan of that.
It's what it does. Look, she's got
That's
another
true.
one too.
Oh,
He's back.
Dude, it's so menacing too.
He's gonna, I think he'll wait. He has another Blood Grenade. That's kind of like the thing Enchantress does. You hit level 3, you get a hard creep, you wait for the enchant cooldown, and then you have the double slow of Blood Grenade, enchant, throw the creep, attack, your carry attacks. We saw it got them the kill on Viper, and you can probably do it again coming up here. Maybe chip him a little bit more, but... Or maybe Schofield, he's at half health.
Yeah, they're looking for Schofield. And he's like, all right, send in the creep. And there we go. Once again, tries to toss it away. No mana for an Avalanche. Does have a Mango to pop if he wants, but just the damage, dude. This creep almost gets the kill.
Poshka's at 5 stacks now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to heal
He's
all that
got
off.
Nature's Intendants. He didn't commit the Blood Grenade. He was trying to get it without it.
I don't know if it... Did he have it in time? He might have,
Yeah, he picked it up.
Okay.
But maybe he's saving it for this.
He's like, I'm gonna get Divine Llama this time. No, it's yeah, Enchantress just a super dominant hero. I mean, mid lane is not looking super hot for them. Bottom lane, Chaos
Bottom
Knight
lane.
falling very low, and they get the kill. TP in from Schofield. Does have an Avalanche. Will connect. Blood Grenade is out. They want to find the kill onto Mira, but they will not find it. And Schofield, he TP'd in with very low HP. He did not full regen in the fountain, and they just turn it around and slap him down. And now Divine Llama might be dead top lane. Oh, dude, this is a terrible series of events for them. K1 comes up here. This is rough. Analog even coming here as well, trying to find an opening, maybe onto Miposhka's Enchantress, but no points here in the Timber Chain. Wow, Spirit just dragging them around the map.
Laro's so thankful for some space.
Dude,
please take
Yatoro's
Timber
gonna
away
get
from
the
my
rune.
lane. Ooh, that's a good steal.
That is massive.
Does Tiny even see? Oh, Tiny doesn't even catch a glimpse of him.
Wow. So not only do they get these kills, they force these extra rotations, but they also take away the enemy Wisdom Rune. I guess you lose Collapse in the bottom side. Is they've gone ahead and lane swapped now, so they're tired of putting... And this is what I was worried about, the CK into the Slardar lane. I don't feel like it's actually that great because he's not a super high armor hero, but... They're going to go and bring some heroes top.
But
Rolling Thunder coming through. Miposhka here as well. Instead, he's going to turn his attention onto Schofield, and yeah, 0 armor against all of this. Very easy kill.
He's got the troll creeps too. They can take this tower, or they can at least do a lot of damage. Laurel's already left though. Just take out like a third of the tower for funsies. Mira getting pretty low here. Viper chasing.
That's 4 stacks. 5th stack.
One
I'm sure in
more.
a moment. Viper strike out onto the Slardar, which that's exactly what he needs. That's a haste rune on Analog. He's gonna get himself double kill here. That is about as good as you could ask for.
Looks like they might take a tower first now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got... I mean, you don't have great tower pushers.
It's a little slow, yeah. But no one wants to come defend.
Oh, Maposhka getting quite low, but barely surviving. And now Laurel, with the help of Vitor, going to turn around here onto K1. Tries to pop the stick. Does have a stun in a few seconds. They might try and dive the tower. They're going to TP in here on Schofield just to put a stop to the chase. Okay. Well played. Heroic still looking quite good just because of how dominant the mid lane has been for them. Like, this Timbersaw is 1,500 gold in front of this Pangolier, and he's got a ton of stacks to clear. He's going to grab a super early blink timing. This is going to be like a 12-minute blink, dude. Maybe quicker than that.
My one concern, I think this build is overall fine, but he has to be very careful not to be roll killed into Snapfire ult, because
that is true.
This is a fragile build. It lets you do the most damage because you can just jump wherever you want. But if they get the roll into the Snapfire ult, it is definitely enough damage to kill a Timbersaw. And I think if it happens, like, even just once, I think it's a massive recovery for Team Spirit.
Yeah. As a hero that needs that snowball effect. And we see a lot of time, like Timbersaw when he's traditionally played in the off lane, it's always very funny because what you end up seeing is like Timbersaws get really aggressive and then they push a little bit too close to the tier 2 and just dive with like a 2k gold advantage or something, and then it feeds all of that momentum away. Same thing can happen on the mid lane when you are as farmed as he is, but we'll see. Divine Llama now level 7 on this Viper, and Slardar are no longer having fun in this off lane, but they're going to TP in here on the Pangolier. That is an Arcane Rune. He's trying to just dodge this one out. He is getting that for now, but Viper Strike onto the Slardar. He wants the kill. Is it going to be enough? It is. Okay, so finds the trade, gets the Rolling Thunder. A little bit of a win for... I mean, I don't know if it's even a win for Spirit, is it?
I think it is.
Slightly?
Considering the start Laurel had, getting involved in any kill is pretty good. Ooh.
That's the blink reveal from Analog, and they get Laurel here. He's gonna try and swashbuckle away, but the Timber Chain's done it. Okay, now it's definitely not a win.
Definitely.
I said a 12-minute blink. Turns out 10.5-minute blink. That's very scary.
Yeah, and with that kill, he's already like a third of the way to his Kaya. So
yeah,
you definitely have some Timbersaw problems, and you need to try to get that kill with the Snapfire ult on him, but it's just so hard. You really need to chain stun him, otherwise he'll Timber Chain away, and pretty much none of the other Mortimer's kisses will connect. They do have it though, with the sick Immortal cosmetics too.
Which ones?
On the Snapfire, she's got the snail skin and like the ice kisses.
Oh yeah,
Cosmetic
I have
buff.
Yeah, I have the snail kit. I like that one a lot. He also has like the rare one from like the Dire Tide chest. He's got all sorts. He is decked out on the Snapfire. Let's be real. Bottom lane, Divine Llama trying to clear up these camps, holding his Viper Strike, knowing that if he throws it on Maposhka, Collapse will just run at him. And that's honestly one of these interesting things that I hadn't considered about playing Viper into Slardar. Because in my eyes, like traditionally, it's like, yeah, Slardar, if he gets on top of you, is a disaster. But now with Viper Strike having the break, he can't bash you. He loses so much damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Mortimer Kiss is coming through. Great wraparound from that Centaur creep. Getting the stun. They get themselves a very nice kill. Analog in a chase here onto the backside. Managed to take down one. I mean, that's a great trade here for Spirit, as he almost finishes off the tower as well. Maposhka doing some work on the Enchantress this game.
They end up denying it, but considering how strong Timber is, I feel like the fact that they managed to kind of like rat a tower, just constantly throwing Enchantress creeps at it, is pretty good for them. I'm gonna rotate top here. Laurel's coming. Farming. See him. Oh, he just used his Q2.
Oh, this is really nice if they get him. There's the jump in, the Inkswell, the silence. Dude, Grimstroke is so it's not even just, you know, the Soulbind that causes problems for Pangolier. It's the entire kit. It's one of the reasons we see a lot of teams, specifically from South America, pick up this Grimstroke into Pangoliers.
It's as if you didn't shut him down enough with the Timber Saw.
Yeah.
One more time with the Grimstroke.
We'll be able to grab the mid tower. So momentum going the way of Heroic, but it is a lot of farm being picked up on the Luna. We've seen Yatoro already. He's farming quite well, clearing some ancient stacks, and I think with him, if he manages to stay ahead of the CK, if he gets like a full item ahead of CK, it's looking like he could definitely like tank through some of this damage and turn some of these fights. But K1 is also really farmed.
Yeah, and looks like he's going for the Orchid, so there's a lot of damage going to be coming out from that. That could be a good timing. Let me see what's Timber got. It's got an amplified damage rune and 1,000 gold saved up. Curious what he's going to build, because this does seem like an earlier game like oriented draft, and they've certainly got a pretty good start around the Timber, though only a 1k lead in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
so it's not
the Viper
super comfortable.
His lane did not go as they planned. Like, he was off to a really bad start in the lane, and I think he recovered a little bit when they did the lane swap, but he's still got a long way to come. And they do have the Blink Dagger coming out now in Schofield, so 15 minutes for your support Tiny is actually pretty dang good. If they can maybe bait here on the Viper in the bottom lane. They do have a ward. It will scout. Gets a nice 2-hero crush. Cage is going to survive. Great Soulbind onto the two best heroes. The double Viper Strike comes in. The blink from Schofield. The Avalanche follow up, and they turn it around. Two fantastic kills. If you don't kill the Grimstroke right away, it's a disaster.
So we see there why the Grimstroke is so good, and I do think you needed it. Like, you want another melee initiator, or like some kind of initiator, which tends to be a melee hero from the offlane. But the problem is when you go into initiate and then you want the roll to follow up, you're together with the Soulbind, which he actually hadn't rolled yet. So they tried to run away, but I mean, you still can't, right? So, man, it's just a struggle. Divide Llama now just gonna TP out in the middle of the Mortimer's Kisses. And you need to get as many kills off of that ultimate right now in this early game.
They're going to play again for another kill here. Like, Schofield's just waiting for his team to get close enough. He's got the Avalanche. Okay, never mind. He doesn't need his team. Oh, man. This Enchantress not quite tanky enough yet. I mean, does she have any HP items that she's purchased? No, she's going straight Dragonlance and ended up picking up the Agi item first. Yeah, so that makes sense. I was a little bit surprised. Really good read from Schofield there.
Roll committed top. These are all just illusions, though. Oh, I'll get stuck in the corner, too.
All right, they're going to scout with these illusions. I mean, they know a lot of info here, and Schofield's going to use this as he can. Avalanche, the toss, the follow-up is just way too much. This, I mean, they know there's no roll. How do you deal with this guy right now? He almost has a full... He's like... What, 3/4 of the way to a Shiva's Guard? He just said, screw the Sange components. I'm going all damage. He's got the Blink Kaya, the Veil now completed, and almost a Shiva's. He is going to be ridiculously strong.
I mean, his strength gain is pretty good, 3.5. And just, they never got him with the Mortimer Kisses combo. All of that, so he's reached the point where he's just naturally tanky enough that he doesn't feel the need to buy more. He can just go damage, and they are still going to struggle to kill him. I think it's still possible, but you need like 3 heroes. The Slardar and the Pango chain stunning into the Mortimer's Kiss, into like
Eclipse,
Enchantress, Impetus, yeah, and Eclipse. Like, you need everyone throwing everything. at
But, like,
this Timber.
The problem is like, yes, you might get that kill, but if it's not like a full fight and then you win the fight, you're losing so much of your map, right? Because all of these heroes would have to like smoke out, find the Timber, and best case scenario, you get the kill and you get out losing nothing, but then you're not farming anywhere else, right?
And Heroic's not giving them that chance anyways, right? Like,
yeah,
we were talking
They're
the classic Timber mistake is like, oh, I'm so big, guys, you know, and you're just off on your own, you die. But they followed him. At least one of the supports is always near him, and currently they're just like, yeah, just two of us follow him now. Like, I'll stun for you,
there.
I'll Inkswell you, just do whatever, and you go kill anyone you want. All right, but don't leave us behind. Your Timber chain's too fast. I'm a slow hero. I'm not as rich. Hang on, wait, slow down.
I mean, they know this is coming, right? They have a really good ward here seeing a bunch of these TPs. And yeah, they end up backing away on the Timber Saw, as well as the supports here, not wanting to give them that fight like you're talking about. I mean, this smoke from Spirit's really good if it connects. Worst case scenario, looks like they might just get the mid lane tower for them, but this is playing around that nighttime bonus vision from the Luna, trying to get a fight before it switches over to daytime. Looks like
they backing out though, so they're not going to find anything. These are some strange wards on the in front of like the Dire tier 2, not the most common wards to place, but because of that, they don't expect it. Smoke gets found out, or the teleports, like a mix. And yeah, again, they don't find anything. I feel like that's the story of game 1, now game 2. You have the tools for these early aggression plays, but just it's not quite connecting.
This is really
They're gonna
nice.
steal a Tormentor though.
Yeah. Not only did they get the Wisdom Rune, but they get the Tormentor, and they scan, and they're like, uh-oh. Okay. Our
Quick,
Tormentor.
we gotta go get theirs.
Yeah, right? Like, that is actually really nice wins. Who got the shard? Was it the Enchantress?
Enchantress.
Okay. So, yeah, generally, like, very good wins there for the side of Spirit.
Heroic might be able to just steal.
Yeah, I think they're
Spirit's
looking to do the
Tormentors.
exact same thing. And the 21
Yeah.
minute wisdom is what they want. They feel like they're way stronger, and I tend to agree with them with how absurd the analog is. But it's also K1 now. Like, he finished up a BKB. He will gladly fight if he needs to. All right, so we'll take the enemy Tormentor as well as the Wisdom Rune. So it ends up being a relatively even trade, other than the 14-minute Wisdom Rune that they, managed to grab their own Spirit. But who got that shard?
Tiny. Unfortunately.
Unlucky for them. All right, they're just gonna go for Roche. So you're stacking your tier 2 tower here for Roshan. Not, that uncommon. But should be a nice little token here for K1 on this CK. Having the Aegis to play around, be able to hold the BKB will do wonders for him. As both teams are smoked up. It is surprisingly close in net worth.
Yeah, the supports are pretty rich, especially the Enchantress. She's been farming when they can't make plays.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Enchantress is definitely a hero who can scale pretty well. She even has the Grove Bow, so maybe there's a chance.
Jump in.
Ooh, especially
They find
off of,
K1. That is great. Avalanche is out. Schofield will toss him on over. They need to bail out K1. He's got a BKB. He pops it immediately, but he can't actually just TP, of course, thanks to Collapse. He's going to try now, but no. Oh, the Armor Toggle! So close. Schofield on the bottom side will get caught as well. This is a massive win from Spirit.
Very good find.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Things were getting out of hand for them too, like off that Aegis with the item timings Heroic had.
Yeah.
If they were, which up to this point, they had been doing such a good job of grouping and not letting that kind of stuff happen and making so many reads. But I mean, you can't dodge everything, right? So Spirit eventually finds a fight. Yeah, looks like we're gonna get a quick replay. We kind of see on the minimap, like other people had retreated because they finished Roche,
They blinked,
but just
or they TP'd, yeah.
yeah, they just didn't, either they didn't expect Spirit to come in like this, or maybe there's some miscommunication, thought they had more time. Nice arm toggles to almost get out. That would have been really cool, but that was BKB, the first BKB, Aegis, and 2 kills for Spirit.
Yeah, that is fantastic. I mean, now with their first real gold lead of the game, right? Like, they have been playing on the back foot, not by a lot, mind you, but definitely at a disadvantage. And we're seeing Luna, she has now taken that top net worth position. It's always kind of that inevitable thing, right? As Luna continues to farm, she will pull away. And we'll see, obviously, what Heroic can do here. I think they are still very strong in a straight-up team fight because of this Timber Saw. But Spirit not giving them that at all. And they're just going to try and farm their way to their next set of items. Mira's very close to Guardian Greaves. Which... oh, so close. Very nice read, though. Knowing there was a hero there.
Give him a Poshka. This is why he's so rich. Just hiding in the enemy jungle, farming. I mean, this is a good call. What would he be doing anything? Yeah, what would he be doing anywhere else? Nothing really. So he's ready to teleport to go contribute. But in the meantime, he'll just steal farm from the enemy team. Look, he's even going to cut waves.
They know he's down here. They're like, all right, this guy's being really annoying. But he just TP's on out. Really well done.
Now, Chaos Knight does have a Shadow Blade now, and maybe if you can find a big kill, that could, even without the Aegis and all that, might still open up something to go take some towers. But I do feel we're really hitting that tipping point where Heroic felt pretty in control, but Spirit's getting there, and I feel like Luna is in a good spot to be able to deal with this Chaos Knight, especially with Aghanims coming out from Pango. Like,
yeah,
you'll be able to clear out the illusions and seriously cut down CK's damage output.
I don't see this Viper contributing much as this game goes on, is the thing. Like, he's got a Halberd, you know, being built, and he has a Pike now done. He is tanky. That is something that is good for him, but he needs a lot of items to have contribution, and I feel like it's just going to be a lot easier for a hero like Slardar to have impact. As we're going to see them jump onto Schofield here. He's trying to get on Albani's Cookie, finished off here by this Enchantress, as they want to try and chase in, but will be unable to. Analog is here. 4v5 though, not probably ideal.
This is a little bit of the weakness with that Viper pick. Oh, hold on that thought, actually.
Nice Yules, the buy him some space, the Cookie away, but can the Force Staff? They actually spend so much time chasing him and collapse. He's gonna get out.
Is he out?
He actually survives, and K1, the Shadow Blade's not gonna protect him. They get the Crows of Haze on him. You have lost 2 big kills. That was the BKB from both of your boys, and they just kited him out completely. Laurel held off on the backside, but it's just run away from Heroic at this point. Like, they can't actually find an opening. They just get shredded. 4 heroes dead. It wasn't even close.
If they kill Slardar faster, then maybe they don't overextend and get split up like that. But yeah, you see, because they end up chasing him so far, it means the backline's kind of exposed. Everyone's like scattered at this point, and yeah, I mean, they just go hero to hero at that point. Get the K1 kill.
We've seen all the best fights start with a good soulbind, right? And we see it here. They get their soulbind onto the Luna, but she still has BKB available. You've lost like your big damage dealer, right, in the CK. It's just, you're way too far behind at that point in the fight. Has a massive win. Now a 7,000 gold advantage here for Spirit.
Yeah, I feel like there actually needs to be a blink on this Grimstroke. because... So this is the point I was going to get to in that fight. The issue with Viper is that he's a lane counter, and if you win all 3 lanes, I mean, you can, go from there. Dota's the easiest when that happens. But if you do not win all 3 lanes, you have to make plays around the map. And you don't have an initiating core at the start. Like, you have Viper Timber. They literally just walk at people in Timber Chain, and your supports are slow and they're poor, so they don't have blinks, things like that. And that's why I feel the Timber was super strong, and they did find stuff. But if they had an actual initiator, they could have found even more. And now by the time they have some blinks, like on the Tiny, that window has kind of passed, so it's getting harder. I do think you need to start these fights with a good Soulbind, though, so you can get like double Viper Strike, double CK stuns, all of that, and you can try to take the fight from there. Schofield's gonna get killed in the meantime. Wow, gone so fast. The negative armor is so much.
They also just bottled and amplified damage on the Luna, so this might just be go time. Like, Schofield tossback is still very scary, but they know that this CK is up here somewhere. He's been farming, and they're gonna find K1. He's forced to BKB. He dodges it. Beautifully done from Collapse. Wait, what? He didn't have a. He has no attack speed.
Courier has been killed.
I can't believe did he just call the fact that he's not gonna bash him? He doesn't have it. Did he see him bash before? Well, Viper's gonna die.
Yeah, Viper dies from this one. We've seen the Rolling Thunder and Mortar Kisses before. He basically just was hoping for the best there. Like, I think he was expecting the stun to hit and then go for the TP out off the stun. But the fact that he had 0 attacks on Bash of the Deep meant that he'd have to attack too many times, and he does not have any attack speed. That is wild. That is so fortunate for K1.
Yeah, from such an even game, suddenly it's 11k for Spirit.
Instant Tormentor again.
Who got it that time?
This one goes to Mira.
Snapfire?
Yeah.
That's a good shard. Pretty much all the shards on the side of Spirit are good.
Just so many different avenues for trying to keep these heroes alive from the burst, right? You have double Force Staffs, you have Guardian Greaves now.
Are scanning.
It is doing everything that they want. And Luna is now closing into that Satanic. Schofield trying to just cut some waves here. Will get caught. Yeah, he's like, I'll take the Lotuses maybe. What other options do I have? Doesn't manage to get the third.
See what you are up against.
It's looking very good for Spirit now. Full control of the map. Roshan up in about 30 seconds here, which we know how quickly they can take it. And Collapse has a finished Aghanim Scepter coming out now on the Slardar. So if you thought it was hard to kill this guy before, he is going to be playing in the puddles with all of that bonus armor and status resistance.
Love playing in the puddles.
Just like when we were kids.
Comes indestructible, just like kids. We're gonna get this tier 2 tower. It's gonna make Roshan safer to take. They'll go retreat. They're gonna find it there. Spirit's in a really good spot. I can't really see how Heroic does this outside of an insane Soulbind combo, but I think a big win, like, I think that's been missed. Like, I think the window was much sooner, especially around like Armlet Orchid on CK, and I think they need to get more done off of that. Part of it is like the Viper losing the lane, which is a good play from Spirit with the Enchantress finding kills. Like, don't forget the Roshan's banner, guys. Roshan's banner.
No, it's fine.
The banner.
They don't need it. It's just a crutch. It's just a crutch.
I want them to have it. I want them to find it. It just means they're out of position.
I mean, Viper's about to be 7th on net worth, so he will get passed by Snapfire at this pace. Like, unironically, like, this hero has absolutely nothing. He is a glorified ranged creep. Mid lane, looking for Yutoro. They go in, Avalanche toss, the Inkswell stun, the burst damage is not even enough. It's not even close. He gets the shard off the turnaround. They've lost the Grimstroke immediately onto the backside as they're continuing to just chase for more. Schofield will be next. Collapse with the stomp as well. Dvailama. Yeah, this one looks pretty much over. You didn't even get through half of Yatoro's health pool there on that burst. You didn't have the CK, I guess, at the start of this, but I don't know how you can defend. You don't have a tossback from Tiny for 20 seconds here. You spent your BKBs, and they've got everything available on Spirit.
Yeah, they actually, it was only roll committed, which is relatively low cooldown. I think they will back up as Hero starts to respawn and wait for that roll cooldown. Though actually, you may not even need to. Yatoro's pretty strong. It depends how safe they want to play it.
He'll CK1 here now. Tiny coming back. You got to play for a tossback. That's your best chance. The Avalanche comes out, but he gets the Manta. Perfectly done. And Schofield now in a little bit of trouble. Yule's going to try and buy him a little bit of space to get out. Jump in from Collapse. He does get a nice Yule's to buy some space. And again, you can't find this Slardar at all. K1's BKB entirely wasted as Yatoro able to just chase him down, force him back into the fountain. The Mortimer Kiss is trying to finish the job. There's going to be an Avalanche. Toss back, collapse, pulled back in, but the status resistance, the armor, it will not be enough this time to keep him alive. They find themselves finally a kill, but it costs you a mid lane of barracks. And you've got to get more. Schofield blink up onto the high ground. Rolling Thunder coming through from Laurel, though. Maposhka, Hurricane bikes up to the high ground, give him some space, but KJ just gets destroyed. Soulbind holding two at bay onto the backside. Maposhka has his own BKB on this Enchantress, and they cannot kill him. And instead, Slardar's back with a vengeance, looking for K1 now. Laurel with the chase continuing, and on that one, 2 dead, no buybacks, and probably we'll see those G's coming out soon here as they find Dvailama. Spirit about to crack open the high ground for this bottom lane. Maybe they just go straight for the tier 4s, and it looks like they can. 2 minutes left on the Aegis, a butterfly available, and that is it. Spirit tie the series 1-1 over Heroic.
A little bit of a switch up from that first game where it felt Heroic had really good reads. I guess the state of the game was different. In that first game, Heroic felt comfortable going late and playing around the Enigma. This game, I feel that they had a much earlier timer and they just didn't quite connect on it. I thought the builds were moving that way, but maybe just not able to find the fights they wanted. Let Spirit reach that point where the Luna is so tanky, like we kind of talked about it. Like if you can't burst her, she will just pop her shard. She'll have a Satanic, she'll heal back up, she'll get the glaives going. And we kind of saw that in the mid lane, right? 3 of them try to jump her, get about half the health, and then the chain stun ends and she just presses the buttons and then kills you instead.
Yeah, it was much more easy for Spirit to execute when they have that much of a lead going into the late game, and the Viper just not really having the game impact that is required of a hero like this, right? You have to shut down these other heroes, but Enchantress, I mean, they severely underestimated what Maposhka was going to get done in that lane, and I mean, you can just see it as you know, and at the net worth, like as we look at the late game here, like he is basically just pops a halberd and a Viper strike. That's all he can do. But just a very clean performance here from Spirit as we just look at these last couple of fights. And Maposhka having a BKB here is absolutely wild. Like Timbersaw does 0 damage to this hero, so yeah, really sick performance from them. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back in a little bit, hopefully with an interview here. So stay tuned for more here on ESL 1 Birmingham.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
leave you. You know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
A very fun series that we got to watch between Team Spirit and Heroic ends up in a draw as Team Spirit managed to take away Game 2. And very convincingly. I mean, this was what we kind of known to see from Spirit, right? A team that has very just, I would say, well put together drafts and very good level of execution. What would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think when things come together, it really comes together. I suspect they don't feel quite where they want to be yet. I think that Game 2 did look better than Game 1. So curious to hear his thoughts on that once we get to the interview. But
all right, looks like we have an interview, and this time we're gonna have Yatoro here with us. So very excited to have you joining us, Yatoro. We're gonna make this short and sweet because I know you've got another game to get ready for. So first thing from me, I just want to say, how do you feel about the format of, like, say, this tournament where you're playing just back to back as opposed to maybe having a break between series?
Hello. I think it's okay because we have a lot of time between games. It's like 30 minutes, so it's okay, yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool. And then a little bit of kind of insight into how you're feeling coming to this tournament. Is your team feeling? So obviously, you guys, everyone's got eyes on you. You're one of the best teams out here. So how are you guys feeling coming into this tournament? Like a little bit more prepared maybe than like the last one, or what's that looking like for you guys?
I think it's good what we have to say it. We qualified on this tournament, so we ready for a battle with teams on this tournament.
Okay. I actually have one more. Do you guys feel like you perform better at LAN? Do you feel like it's a better environment for you as a team being on this LAN scenario as opposed to like kind of just the boot camps?
I think on LAN's always playing better than bootcamp, and I think Birmingham is a great place.
Nice. That's awesome, man. Glad to hear it. I know Zach's got a question here for you real quick.
yeah, so in that Game 2, they last pick the Viper, which can be a really annoying hero to deal with, but you guys did quite well in that lane. Were you guys worried when you saw that Viper pick, or did you feel like you knew how to deal with it?
No, we don't worry about it because we thought actually what he's gonna be mid lane. And when we saw it's path 3 against Ench, we was good, like, okay, we have Luna Ench, we can beat them at lane, and that's what happened.
Got it. And then did you feel like that game was in a good spot for most of the time? Because it did seem like that Timber was having a really good game. Did you guys expect that? Were you ever worried?
I think game was easy, but we beat FK around mid. We should beat this Timber a lot early, but we let him out push mid all the time. Before BKB, he can just explode, and we understand how to say, because I hear myself all the time, so it's hard to put mines. It was easy game, and we can easily win this game, but we did a couple of mistakes in mid lane, so game was a bit late.
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah, thank you. It's always good to hear the insight from you guys actually playing the game, because from the outside, you know, what do we know how it looks? It's always fun to hear what you think.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Yatoro, like I said, I wanted to keep it short and sweet. I want to give you time to go prepare for your next game. And, you know, maybe we'll be talking to you after the next series again. But yeah, congratulations on getting the Game 2 win, man. And I really appreciate you joining us for the interview.
Thank you. I hope so. We also gonna talk. Yeah.
All right, man. All right, take care. Thank you. Yeah. Very cool to speak to him and get his kind of insight. The idea, you know, was like, oh, as soon as I thought it was position 3 Viper, we were like, cool, yeah, great for us. Like, we'll take this. Like, Ench Luna, we're better in lane, and yeah, proved it. Like, they crushed it.
Yeah, it also shows like how many different ideas you can have in Dota, because obviously Heroic didn't pick it thinking like, oh, this is bad, it's going to be easy for them, right? They valued it, which is always cool. Like, even at the highest level of Dota, you can come in with different ideas, and obviously sometimes it works or it doesn't work, but I think that's what makes it fun for us, right? It's not like stale every single game. There's some heroes we see quite a lot, you know, but once you get down to it, there are still differences in opinions that can lead to some fun games or easy games, you know, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, well, that is just our third series of the day, but we've got a fourth one lined up here in just a moment, everyone. So make sure to stay tuned for that. It is going to be Game and Gladiators going up against Team Spirit as they are playing that back-to-back series. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our fourth and final series of the day here for ESL 1 Birmingham. We'll see you in a bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
You, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you, I'm calling you up, meet me. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. Future. about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, babe? What you want, babe? What you want, babe? Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, babe. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the final series of the evening here for ESL 1 Birmingham. We've got Team Spirit once again, this time taking on Gaming Gladiators. All these teams playing back-to-back series, which, as we heard from Yatoro a moment ago, he kind of likes it. They have plenty of time during the day to prepare, and they just get to crank out these games, and it works out.
Yeah, I'm sure different players feel differently about it, but I think a lot of Dota players are used to, the old chain queue back-to-back games, so maybe it's not too different than the way you usually play in practice.
Yeah, I would say, I think going into this series, Spirit probably gaining a little bit of momentum, feeling a little bit better about their kind of, team play. Obviously, game one's a little bit problematic for them, but on the other side, Gaming Gladiators, we didn't get to cover that game, but we did obviously look at it. They took a 0-2 up against Tundra, if I'm not mistaken. So they might, they'll have to mentally reset after that one and come into this next game a little bit more prepared. We'll have to see, but yeah, I'm excited to see, these two teams go head to head. You were pointing out it's been a bit since these two teams have gone against each other, right? Because they actually didn't play in this last event at all.
Yeah, they were both there, but they just ended up in different groups. Many people might remember this is actually the teams that played each other at the last TI, where Team Spirit came out ahead. But since then, Team Spirit doesn't seem to be quite in the same form, and I think they did play once at like a previous Dream League that Gaming Gladiators won. But yeah, I mean, these teams were so fun to watch back then, right? And we're gonna get that again here. And I think this is where I'm wondering as well, at the short break, some teams probably better at it than others, but it does mean you do have less time to reset, right? Coming off of 2 losses feels kind of bad, but you got to bring yourself here into this next one. So kind of curious to see where they are, feeling, because Dota you can definitely be affected by how you're feeling. I'm sure all the viewers can relate, right? Sometimes if you're not feeling it, you just don't play as well, but hopefully they can just both reset. I guess Spirit doesn't have to reset. They won that last game, but they're going to carry that into this one.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at these teams now, as we've got, if you were just here with us a moment ago, you saw Spirit, but it's going to be Gaming Gladiators coming up first. Ace, Tofu, Quinn, Celery, and of course, Duraccio. These guys, pretty well known in the scene, I would say, at this point. One of the heavy hitters coming out of Western Europe. And I think for the most part, this team is very consistent. I don't think that they've really ever massively struggled. They're either, at the top of their game and at the top of the brackets in a lot of these, or they're at least in the middle, right? It's very rare that you see this team struggle a lot.
Yeah, I'd say you always have to respect what they can bring. I think, like all teams, there are times they look even better than other times. That last tournament they were just in, it felt like they were doing okay. So I'm sure they want to do even better. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they bring so far. 0-2 to Tundra, maybe not the start they wanted, but we were mentioning earlier, all the teams here, pretty good. So it's not it's not bad to lose to anyone. It's very understandable.
Yeah. Let's go and take a look at their mid laner. We focused on some other their carries in the last series, but it is time to take a look at Quinn pulling his best Ricky impression here. 600 GPA. I mean, these are kind of your standard, stats that you see at a lot of the mid laners, but I think for the most part, the mid matchup is one I'm going to be very keen to watch, because Gaming Gladiators, I feel like they don't actually enable Quinn all that much. I feel like a lot of times it's enabling either Ace or Duraccio, and Quinn is either kind of the sacrificial player for his team at times, which is very different from what he's done in the past. We'll have to see, but focusing up at the runes, that's the big thing, right, that they try to play for. It's giving Quinn those power runes.
Yeah, I think at the start they definitely prioritized him, maybe trying some other styles a little bit more. Or it was weird, is you prioritize him, but in the same way, Ace still frequently came out massively ahead. But it was because you put so much attention on Quinn that then Ace has so much space. It does feel like that version of them has switched a little bit since then, and they're still working on kind of finding the new identity.
Yeah. Well, let's go and take a look at their opponents. Quinn seems to be in high spirits, but let's see how Spirit is doing. I like that. That was a good little transition there. Yatoro, Maposhka, Laurel, Mira, and Collapse. Obviously, we just watched this team a moment ago. They looked very good in game number 2. Game 1 was, I think, a little bit potentially of an outdraft, but definitely having a very solid game 2 performance. And I'm definitely excited to see how they perform here up against Gaming Gladiators. They can keep that momentum going. We talked to Yatoro, and he seems to feel like the team is a little bit more prepared, feeling quite good coming into this tournament. Playing on LAN is something that they definitely prefer as well. So yeah, I mean, this is a super clutch team. A LAN environment has to benefit them quite a bit. So we'll see how that goes. But we took a look at Quinn earlier. It's time to look at Laurel, his mid lane opponent. He's been, I think, one of my most improved players over the last like year and a half, right? I think for the mid lane, I think a lot of people were surprised when Spirit picked up Laurel, but he has definitely shown up. He is an absolute beast.
Yeah, and actually for both these teams, they had like a roster and they switched up their mid laner, and I agree, like Laurel grew a lot, and actually so did Quinn, and I think I've heard him say so himself. Like he felt like he grew so much in this team to then fit the team. So it's cool. Like both these teams actually did really well after picking up new mid laners, and they both found a lot of success.
Well, I think it might be that time. We should have a draft coming up here in a moment. Oh yeah, baby. Production's already ahead of it. They know what's up. It's our Game 1 draft. You see the 4 bands already out here from Gaming Gladiators, the big boy heroes, right? Chen, Disruptor, Shadow Demon, and of course the Magnus, Team Spirit's bread and butter. We'll see the Pangolier, Batrider, and Kunkka removed from Spirit, which opens up a first pick IO. Now, first pick IO is interesting because I think you have to ban Marcy. Like, I think you have to 100% ban Marcy from Gaming Gladiators in phase 2 here. Or if you're comfortable playing it as a support, you can deny pick it right now and then ban out, you know, an additional, you know, synergistic pick for the IO.
Yeah, it does put you in a spot. You have to think about it because, like, I think you can run support Marcy, but I think the nice thing about picking Marcy before the IO is that she could support, she could carry if you then pick up the IO. But with IO already gone, you kind of know she's going to be a support, so it feels like you lose some flex value. I like this Monkey King response. I'm pretty sure the one time the IO Marcy combo lost, it was to the Monkey King. And with Disruptor already being banned out, he's a really good response to the IO relocate. You can glimpse someone back, you can drop the kinetic field, Disruptor ult. You can do something very similar with Monkey King, which is that you just drop the ult wherever IO is relocating and you're coming into like all the clones just beating you up.
That's true. I do like that potential, and I am curious if they want to run this as a support, which is kind of what I'm thinking they would do, right? As like a way to kind of maybe punish whatever the safe lane is. There is the Magnus. I mean, not the Magnus. There is a Centaur. They could take a page out of the entity book here and run like a Monkey King Centaur off lane, and Monkey King is just being a nuisance. But they will go ahead and get rid of the Doom. That is something Gaming Gladiators love to play, a great counter to the IO as well. Can no longer, you know, heal under Doom, so prevents IO from really saving his target.
I mean, I love the Monkey King strat, you know that. But
Yep.
I feel like Gaming Gladiators, the way they play is usually a lot more formulaic. And like at the time of their, like when they were just dominating everything, I feel like you knew what they were going to do. You just could not stop them. They were just so good at it. And I personally would love to see them try some of these like goofier, I don't know, goofy is the right word, but like, you know, it's more out there, out of the like usual, like we do this, we win the lane, we like move here, like here's the aura build, like whatever the meta was at the time that they like followed through, right? Monkey King is like, yeah, Tofu go like snipe couriers, Ace is gonna like solo lane. Like it doesn't seem their style. They might still run Monkey King support. I just wouldn't expect it to be killing couriers, just like playing a normal Monkey King support game. I do think that flex value is part of the reason why it's a good response to this IO.
I'm just curious what you do here, because you only have the one ban, so you have to get rid of Marcy. It's not even like it's not like you have other options, right? You don't want to pick Marcy with a Monkey King lineup, so you have to ban it, and it now will pretty much give Team Spirit kind of their pick of the litter with the other carries, right? So things like Gyrocopter, Luna, Weaver, like all these heroes that you see paired with an IO quite often. Even Dragon Knight was another one that we've seen in the past, which is still in the pool. So Gaming Gladiators go for the Crystal Maiden, just pick themselves a strong 5 that will dominate a lot of the offlane matchups.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and Io's a hero who can be played 4 or 5. And I think the nice thing about this Monkey King CM lane, potentially, is that Io likes longer fights, like a war of attrition style. But if Monkey King gets to 4 hits, like they're just going to kill you. And there's no time for like the regen to really come into play. So you do have to be careful about what offlane you pick. And with that Bane pick, I think it is a position 4 IO. Although we've seen some teams do position 4 Bane. Okay, Mars is a good offlaner. Like you can just spear away the Monkey King or God's Rebuke, slow him and walk away. So shouldn't die. There, shouldn't. But there's always room for outplays and misplays.
I kind of like Bane 4 here, actually. I feel like it trades fairly well into Crystal Maiden. It can put a stop to a lot of the aggression that she can deliver to the lane just because Nightmare. And so I wonder if that's the idea, is you just put the Bane up here, and anytime Crystal Maiden tries to make some aggressive play with like Nightmare Frostbite, or like, you know, Crystal Nova Frostbite, you just Nightmare off one of the heroes, and maybe that's enough to try and go like even on the trades. But we'll see.
I will say another really nice thing about the Bane is that he alone sets up the IO relocate. Like usually you need to combo several stuns to like have the 3 seconds you need for the relocate to come in, but he's like, Nightmare. Okay, we have tons of time. Everyone show up whenever you want. Take your time. We have so much. I can Fiend's Grip too. I can wait even longer, you know? So just Bane alone is a threat. If he is not showing on the map, your team has to respect it, because up to 2 heroes, right? Nightmare 1, Fiend's Grip the other, relocate in. You still have time to kill both those heroes. And that is a huge strength to have when you have that IO relocate threat.
The IO Bane, I mean, this is literally the entity draft, right? Like this has been their like favorite like support duo if the Monkey King is banned, has been IO Bane. So yeah, it's kind of cool. I'm glad we're gonna see it again. I'm curious if we're gonna see those like Nightmare into reload setups, because like you said, it does require you to play Bane a little bit differently. You're kind of like this weird scouting hero, but you have the bonus nighttime vision, so you can play around that when it is nighttime and look for those pickoffs, and that is one of the massive benefits of the Bane hero. See the Zeus, great hero. We've been seeing this picked up a lot more, and now a Tiny, so likely going to be the safe lane Monkey King for Dyrachyo now. And Zeus will give you a little bit more vision to play around, which is nice and helpful.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage too to the IO. So much magic damage coming out right away, which you don't want long drawn out fights versus an IO typically, because he's just bringing in so much regen. And Zeus with the huge chunks of magic damage, burst, buffed up by the Crystal Maiden mana, so he can really spam out his spells. You got like Tiny Burst later on. It's probably like 4. I guess you could still flex it actually, but he can burst, right? So some good responses to that IO. It can also let you find the Bane. You don't want to be Fiend's Gripped from the trees and no one can cancel it. If this Zeus decides to go Aghanims, which nowadays we usually see the Manta build first, but you can still go back for an Aghanims. That can be a way to cancel Bane's Fiend's Grip and like mess with IO relocate, stuff like that too.
Yeah, I think this game, I'm actually way more of a fan and going for things like Kaya Sanj Ag's Refresher on Zeus this game, because you can just pop the IO and the Bane with enough damage, right? Especially with a Tiny that can follow it up. And I think if you kill off the supports quickly, that is like the best case scenario here for Gaming Gladiators. So I like that idea for the Zeus. Whether or not he goes that, we'll see. It will be the Lesh in the mid lane now for Laurel, which isn't that surprising. There's not many heroes that you can pick into a Zeus and feel like really solid. You're like, yeah, we can win this lane. It's like, no, you just farm. You can punish Zeus if he leaves the lane ever and take the tower, which is fantastic. It's also a great IO target if it's not going to be, you know, if you pick a carry that is fine just like being left alone, you now have a Lesh to play around as well.
Yeah, especially if you get the shard on IO. It's actually pretty absurd.
All right,
coming
into the
up
final
here,
phase of bans.
Yeah, Game and Gladiators is going to have last pick. So Team Spirit will have to reveal their carry first. Ooh, Broodmother. Yeah, you always got to respect Ace's Broodmother. It's pretty interesting, actually. Leshrac and Mars are pretty decent at dealing with it, but even then, you don't want to deal with
It's impossible
that.
for both of these supports to lane against a Brood is the problem.
That's true.
Like, you lose your tower at like 7 minutes, and then he's going to have like an 11-minute Orchid and just start killing your heroes on cooldown. It would be really good. I played Brood recently, and it was a lot of fun. So
it's a fun hero.
Yeah. Forgot about that one. Thank you, Crownfall, for forcing me to play Broodmother to get 3 crawling tokens. Big pog.
It's so funny she has 3 crawling tokens.
It's the only hero with 3 tokens.
Yeah.
It's like, what else is it going to be?
It.
I like the anti-mage ban. Not something we see all that often, but you really lack control for this hero. You know you probably want to pick a melee offlaner. They ban out Luna. Interesting. So they're definitely not looking for like a Darkseer for Ace. I was curious if they wanted to go for like Darkseer into a Luna. But you do have Faceless Void as an option for Yatoro. But there's still a lot of good heroes you can take into the offlane, I think, for Ace. Not a lot of them have been banned. It's been mostly just supports and some carries.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's still... Like, usually, you have to think about both. You could pick a really good IO pairing on the carry, but Anti-Mage, for example, is actually not a good pairing with IO, but it doesn't matter because IO would play with Leshrac. So you do have some flexibility on Spirit, but they have to reveal it. They have to show what it is, and then Game and Gladiators gets to respond. So I guess they picked out 2 carries they definitely didn't want to deal with.
Yeah, they're not going Gyrocopter, otherwise you wouldn't ban the Enigma. So... Okay, Wind Ranger. So this definitely tells me the IO is playing with Lesh. Because this Wind Ranger is not a hero that needs the IO with her all that much. It's okay in the lane, so it's probably going to be IO Mars with Bane Wind Ranger. And then IO will play her on the Lesh in the mid game. That's what it seems like to me. So for Game and Gladiators, could you go for an Axe here is the question. I wonder, like, if you want to go for an Axe, but...
That could be cool.
What other options do you have from a ranged offlaner perspective? Since you have like the Tiny in front of you, but your team kind of needs another hero that can go in, I think. You just go like Tide. Is that even a thing anymore? We'll still play this hero?
Kinda is. I guess the Kraken Shell would be pretty good versus Wind Ranger in some of them.
Okay, they just go back for the Centaur. I think this is fine. I was thinking like either Tide Centaur or Primal Beast, but Primal Beast a little bit rough into the Mars. I like the Centaur. This hero is someone that you can just leave even in like pretty rough lanes. You just pick up some extra armor, have like 1 casual bracer, and you kind of just sustain lane indefinitely.
Yeah, we'll probably see like Max Retaliate as well. I do think it's a little bit countered in the term in regards to like Mars Arena trapping you in so you can't stampede, and then you might stampede but you just get Fiend's Gripped or Nightmared. So that part is unfortunate for them, but I do think it provides more initiation, which they wanted, especially when you have a hero like Zeus. You need someone to frontline for you or to stun and protect your backline damage. But it also frees up Tofu, I think, because once Ace has a couple points in Retaliate and like a small item or 2, I don't really see how Yatoro and Miposhka will zone him. And even if he does feel threatened, he can go jungle with a Retaliate build. So I think that frees up Tofu to go help Quinn, and also a Monkey King, who he's a hero who can get kills early. And I think you like acting on that. You like helping him out, get him a good start, because he's not the fastest jungler or farmer without like a little bit of help from like items and stuff.
Yeah. I'm excited. I think this will be a really cool game. I am curious to see how the lanes are going to develop, but Duraccio on his Monkey King as the response to the IO pick, it has had success. Like you said, it's one of the few times we've seen like IO Marcy actually lose was into a Monkey King draft. They don't have the Marcy, but you have a great pairing on the Lesh. So it is I think a little bit of an uphill battle potentially for Gaming Gladiators here, but yeah, we'll see. Well, I think it's going to come down to how much, Quinn can contribute to his team in these early games, because he's going to have to make some, I think, early rotations, or at least just some really good Thunder God's Wrath play from his team, like trying to sync that up with a kill.
Which is definitely doable. Wind Ranger is a universal hero, so she's tankier than she used to be, but Centaur and Tiny bring a lot of early bursts. Actually, so does like the Crystal Maiden, so if you find a hero, get them low, just suddenly all throw spells, Zeus ult, it could definitely catch you off guard.
All right, into game number 1 here for Gaming Gladiators versus Team Spirit. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's been a fun day of Dota so far. We've got pretty sick series to round this one out, so it's becoming almost an El Clasico at this point. Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators.
I want to highlight here the wind lace on that Tiny. Kind of shows he does not plan to stick around in that lane. He's going to be moving around.
Yeah, not at all. He might like drag the first like couple of waves or something, and then I would imagine he's going to be rotating.
Yeah, or just stacking. Like that could work as well. Zeus and Centaur can clear stacks really early.
Aggressive smoke here. They take the Watcher. Did they take the Watcher, or is it still up? I think it's still up. Okay, no, they did. So that tells Wind Ranger there is some movement here. All right.
It is the Bane with a night vision, so yeah, he sees Celery. I don't think Celery saw him.
No, he definitely did not.
But his smoke broke, so he knows.
Dude, Mira has the weirdest looking IO I have ever seen. Oh. Spear? Oh, sending the Monkey King back. He's got the... Ooh, we'll come back to the cosmetics as obviously the most important part of Dota 2. Ace taking a little bit of damage here to start off the lane. Again, Retaliate as his first ability. It's really not that surprising. Like you pointed out, I think Tiny wants to drag, but now that I think about it, you're against a Bane, one of the best heroes in all of Dota at stopping you from dragging. So
that's true. He didn't even start with Nightmare as well.
Fight this up, yeah. So that's gonna be very difficult.
I think he'll still try.
Okay. Oh yeah. So yeah, here's the important thing. Io's cosmetics. I don't really know what's going on here. He's got the like effect like of the Muerta chest, the Dead Reckoning chest. Like he's equipped the ability effect in all of the icons, but doesn't have the actual set equipped. So he's wearing like this blue hat. It's actually hilarious. Thank you, Mira, for this. Oh, nice.
A new IO tech I was not aware of. Oh, Tofu taking damage in the top lane, getting really low actually.
Yeah, that will be first blood. Almost baiting my observer with cosmetics. Thank you, Scriff, though, for being on top of it. Yeah, this lane is going to be very hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to go for just creep dragging, stacking stuff at this rate. Once you get like 2 points in Retaliate, I think it's okay. You got a lot of strength gain on Centaur. He'll have a good chunk of regen. You just need to help him get through these early levels.
Dude, Dyrachio has mischief dodged 3 spears already.
Well played.
All right, maiden. Let's have some fun.
That is wild. Okay. Well, I mean, bottom lane going about as I expected. Slightly Monkey King favored, right? Just because you're playing into the Mars. It should even out eventually. I don't think Mars will struggle too much with the IO nearby. Mid lane, Quinn versus Lara here on the Zeus. Into the Lesh, and yeah, about even as well. So, top lane. Ooh, Ace getting very low, and he will be able to finish the job here on Yotaro. It's a 1-for-1 trade as he takes down the Bane, but a big win for the side of Spirit is, I mean, Yotaro is just chilling on this Wind Ranger, not feeling any pressure.
Yeah, he's going to have a good start. Once Centaur gets levels in Retaliate, and might go for Blade Mail as well, we've seen that. Can't really kill him, but you can go kill other heroes. you can go around and focus fire anyone off of this currently really strong start. I mean, he's not even trading that much farm, right? He's still getting his last hits and has 2 kills now. So he's actually top of the net worth, already over 2,000.
That's pretty huge, actually. Yeah, wow. That's really good. We'll have to see how that's going. Tiny might be dead again. Oh, he gets the TP out. Wow. Okay. I mean, the downside... okay, yeah, it's salve. I was like, the downside is he TP, but yeah, I guess he has a salve. Oh, he gets sniped. No way.
What? How did he know?
I think he got a glimpse of him for a second by the tower, and he just insta power shots him into the trees.
That's wild. He's trying to snipe him too. So that's what I was gonna say. I was surprised that they're getting so many kills, but I forgot about this nightmare power shot setup. It's so easy to land a full power shot, which is 270 damage currently at level 2. So they're just whittling him down with the power shot combo and then just right click to run him down from there. Bottom lane, Dyrachyo has the stacks, getting speared away. Should be okay, but getting a lot of damage into these heroes.
Well, Mischief makes him very fast. He's going to wrap back around, try and finish off Collapse here. Needs one more attack. Gets the nice heal there off of the stick, but Dyrachyo needs to be careful. He also still offers quite a bit of kill threat with the CM nearby, so... All right, ends up being a really good trade for Spirit. Dyrachyo now pretty low on HP and needs to worry about, you know, getting Spear into God's Rebuke. If he's able to dodge it, then he's probably feeling fine, though. Oh, there's the rotations on the backside, though. Collapse. He gets down very low, but Miposhka is here. They've got a lot of damage coming through. They do manage to finish off the Mars, and now Io will go down as well. Just a huge play from Celery on this Crystal Maiden. That level 4 timing, getting a lot done. Dude, he just did all of the day. It was literally all Crystal Maiden. She did everything.
I mean, because it's Io who's tethered to his target, it's so easy to land double Crystal Novas, and then they have to pay so much attention to the Monkey King. You can't let him get the Jingu stacks, but that just means Crystal Maiden is throwing in attacks. It's a little slow, you know, but it adds up. It adds up over time. Apparently it adds up to a double kill.
Ooh, he's hiding here in the mid lane. Trying to find an opening here on Talaro. You almost have 6 on the Zeus. He's actually just... He's so close. He needs the catapult to die, and Zeus not great at taking down the catapult. But we'll be here for the 6-minute power rune any moment. The TP back to the mid lane here to refill the bottles. But on the bottom side, they open up on Cellar here. Nice boundless strike in from Dyrachyo. They will be able to finish off the Crystal Maiden if they can get one more auto attack from the Mars, but she does finally get it. It was very close, but Mira actually manages to get that's a great courier kill. In the mid lane though, Quinn
corrosion
jumps up onto the high ground. Miposhka trying to chase. He's got some damage to throw back the other way, but Bottling trying to go through this. What power rune was it? Or did no one get the power rune? It was Invis. Okay, so ends up not being a great spellcaster rune. The TP into the mid lane here off Celery as well. Maybe looking for a toss back here. They got him. You got to be careful of the Edict, but they're just kiting out this Leshrac. He needs a little bit more damage. Gwyn jumps on in, and it's got to be Tofu to find the kill.
He's going to use this space on Miposhka, though, to try to steal this Wisdom rune. He has Nightmare available, too, so unless multiple heroes come, I think he's got this.
I mean, Tofu is coming. They're trying to bring down
it's really close.
Ace as well.
Are scanning.
All right, yeah, Miposhka sees the 2 heroes. He's like, yeah, they're both here. I can't risk it. Good rotation from the offlaner. Otherwise, denying that XP away is very problematic.
I find that pretty interesting. I kind of think he could have done it. Like, if he Nightmares the Centaur. I guess he didn't know exactly where the Tiny was, so wasn't sure on the timing. But I just find it interesting because it's usually worth it to die as a position 5 stealing it. But clearly he chose not to do that, which means he thought there was like no chance he could get it, or he doesn't think it's worth
spear off
dying.
the mark. Collapse of the God's Rebuke. He's gonna be okay. I mean, he definitely saw the Tiny rotating over in the Watcher. Top lane. Focus Fire's already online for Yadoro and Tofu. 0 armor makes it a little bit difficult.
Back.
Nice toss, but it's still not enough. Yeah, this is the point where you just leave the Centaur in the lane and you got to try and do something else because it is so difficult for him to play here. Stomp out. Monkey King making a rotation as well as the Crystal Maiden. The Stampede doing a lot of damage. Nightmare, however, causing some problems. Boundless Strike is out. They want to finish him off. Mira comes on in. The Thunder God's Wrath will secure themselves a first kill. Now looking for Maposhka. Stomp on the backside from Ace, holding Mira at bay. And now looking for a third kill as a Primal Spring on back in. Does get the chain off, but Earn should finish the job, and it does. Really nice series of kills here going their way. An Earn from Crystal Maiden. How often do you see that?
Not often at all, but it is a very good Spirit Vessel game, and no one else really builds it either.
Oh, they see the TP's coming. Stellary's like, oh, get me out. Does have his ult available, so if he's able to get like a freezing field in the tree here, oh, he's gonna go for it, but yeah, just shut down immediately by Yatoro. Now Duraccio in some trouble. Ace gonna come in, has to hit the stomp. He's got a lot of damage in from the Monkey King, but the power shot does it. Doesn't manage to dodge it with the mischief, and they actually find a solo kill mid onto Quinn.
There's a lot that just happened there. I'm not sure how Quinn ended up dying in the mid lane. Top lane, though, I think that freezing field could have been really good, but just a little too far up so Wind Ranger could just attack. Otherwise, they had no way to cancel it if he had a little bit more health or if he was like behind a tree just out of sight. Could have been really good. It was really close.
Looking for collapse again.
High action
here.
game.
Yeah.
How many kills are we at? 15?
Oh, I was like, maybe you hit him on the toss in, but a really good spear there from Collapse, knowing that was coming. Yeah, I mean, maybe he just got caught without his Heavenly Jump and didn't realize it, because at this point, you have 4 points Edict on this Lestrak. It's like 1,000 pure damage. So, or something. You know the
Oh, you know what?
Numbers.
In all that action, we missed that he picked up a haste rune, so we might have literally just ran it down.
Okay, yep, that's all you need.
Speaking of being run down.
Stampede into the stomp, Frostbite. Okay, they get themselves a little bit of revenge, and Quinn with an arcane rune. We'll still have plenty to work with. All right, that makes way more sense, the haste rune. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Arena, the first one comes out. They find a kill onto Duraccio. Oh, feeds grip as well. Okay, that was the level 6 from the Bane. Smoke.
See if we can get a return kill.
You still have half this arcane rune. Quinn is going to do a ridiculous amount of damage. They will be able to just probably pick up a freebie here onto this IO. Maybe still looking for collapse. No stun though. Collapse will be able to just walk away.
All right, Spirit, it's your turn. Go find a kill now.
Dude, right? 10, 11 minutes into the game, 18 kills. This has been non-stop running at each other.
I see Centaur. He does have his max out retaliate. He's almost at the blade mail. He has it. The courier is on the way.
Oh, Yadoro top lane. We've seen them do this over and over. These rotations from Duraccio and Celery have been on point, as now they get a big kill on the Wind Ranger, who's having a solid game. This will take down the tower as well.
This Crystal Maiden's rich, actually.
Dude, yeah, what in the world?
She's gonna be really
this is gonna be quick.
Yeah, she can already buy the other 2 components. She's really tanky.
Well, they're smoked up immediately, looking for more kills here. Get a good ward drop onto the high ground, wanting to play near their Zeus. Again, you don't have a blink, but you do have Stampede up. The IO and Lesh on the backside. They're gonna scout it now. They get a quick kill right onto the Bane. A decent start collapses here with that Arena available. But you gotta be careful. The Zeus is so scary. The toss does trap forward into the Arena. They get a great stomp as well from Laurel. Hits onto 3. The Stampede trying to get him to safety, and it looks like it might actually be enough. An Avalanche is there, and
Power
Ace
shot
will
one.
survive. Power shot doesn't find him, but Maposhka runs him down with the brain sap. And now an offensive reload as well. Gets behind the tower. They get the split earth onto Tofu. Tries to toss him away, but Mira will be able to do it. 3 dead on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Beautiful chase there from Spirit. Worthy buyback as well.
Leshrak's been having a good game, so he's pretty high level. When they were all trapped in that arena, he was just pumping in the damage there. I think we'll get a replay. Yeah, so at first it looked like GG was baiting them in, but once they actually finished that Bane kill, they were kind of separated here, but they rotate everyone else in. Here comes the win range, and look at all the damage from Laurel. Just killing 4 heroes at the same time.
Yeah. Maybe it's a little bit different if you have Wukong's command there, but Monkey King is not a hero, especially from the carry position where you want to pick up like Wukong's early. Like you need to have max Primal Spring. It's one of your primary farming tools. So yeah, it's just a really good read from Spirit. Just a perfect arena, catches 4 heroes. Really good punish on that dive.
And there's so many stacks. Everywhere I look on Team Spirit, there's always stacks everywhere. I wonder why Laurel's so farmed.
Yeah.
They're really playing around the Leshrak. Like we talked about this earlier, that you often play with a carry, but there are a couple mids you can go with. And yeah, he's got a mech on the IO. Ooh, where are they relocating? Oh, they're just stealing the Wisdom Rune.
Hey, why not? That's fantastic. Just getting a free Wisdom Rune for your Lesh. Again, just further amplifying his lead. It will cost you your mid lane tower. As they're looking for Maposhka here. Boundless Strike from a random tree. Love to see that. Jump on in. The Thunder God's right there. Full heal out from Mira will keep him alive. But that means your Lesh a little bit in a problem. No, they just turn around with a Fiend's Grip. They get themselves ace on the Centaur. Yatoro with the chase on in and collapse with a beautiful arena. Will trap in the 2 other cores. Quinn trying to get away. The Focus Fire holding him down. And Maposhka with another Nightmare setup. 3 dead. Spirit once again punishing them in this mid lane.
This first item, Blink from Mars, really paying off, letting him get all these arenas. And his team, they just bring all the damage. He does not need damage, right? That's why he doesn't need these other items that you sometimes see Mars get. He's going Blink Yules. All I have to do is set things up for this Leshrak to come in and delete them for me.
Yeah, it's a really good idea. It's working out fantastic. They have a 4,000 gold lead now, as this Lesh will just continue to be prioritized from the side of Spirit. He's almost a Bloodstone. He is only about 100-ish gold away.
I wonder if we'll see Mira get his shard or if he'll wait for the Tormentor. I guess by the time he'd have enough money, the Tormentor is up. So I guess we'll see if he gets lucky. Or maybe he'll pivot away from this Holy Locket into the shard.
I feel like he wants the Holy Locket first. He might go back for the shard if he doesn't get it from Tormentor, but I could see him trying to pray to the RNG gods and get it from the Tormentor. Gleipnir finished up on your Wind Ranger now as well. You've hit some pretty big timings now. You have Gleipnir on your Toro. You've got this, you know, Leshrak with a full Bloodstone. You have the mech heals. You have the Blink from Collapse. Like, you are full fight ready at any time.
Yeah, and literally anytime, anywhere, because actually I hadn't thought about it, but Shackle Shot is another spell that is enough on its own to set up Relocate, which is rare to get from a carry to be able to set up the Relocate. So you have Io plus Lesh, and literally the other 3 heroes could all get you killed. It's really hard to play, splitting up the map, and I think that's partly why we see them like all grouped up together here.
Quinn is going to go the spicy fingers this game, so he wants to be able to just kind of farm, which I don't blame you. I think it is definitely the late game scaling build, like getting into the Manta, being able to push your net worth. And eventually an Aghanim Scepter is probably on the table for him, as it will end up being quite useful. For now, though, he wants to have that scaling.
Yeah, it's really good to push out waves without showing yourself, which, for the reasons we just mentioned, is really important to not get your real hero shackle shotted, Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, Arena'd, Speared. Any of those will be death into the Relocate. So you'll just keep sending out the Manta Illusions and then farm jungle, stay out of sight. Like Bane's looking. They have relocate. Look at this Bane just on his own. He's like, yeah, I'll kill you. I mean, it won't be me, but like, I'll get you killed.
He might find.
He's gonna find him too.
He's gonna find Zeus. Yep, there it is. Reload. We literally talked about this in the draft. The fact that Bane can just set up a quick little reload kill at nighttime, and this is how you play this IO Bane support duo, right? Anytime it's nighttime, you've got to find these kills. Laurel coming bottom here, wants to protect his IO, making sure that he does not go down. Dude, he even finds the Vamp Fangs. Oh, Dyrachyo role-playing as a tree there. I didn't even see him. They get a great stomp here, trying to surround Laurel, but he's just healing through everything, and the damage output is just overwhelming. Seller with a great freezing field, but it's not enough. It's going to be 4 heroes dead on the side of Gaming Gladiators. A triple kill going the way of the Lesh, and Collapse has trapped the 5th. A full team wipe. That was such a good initiation, but look at this Leshrac, man. 5,600 damage.
He's gonna get an amplified damage rune too. Dude, he was healing in Wukong's command. He was gaining health. So Monkey King came in as a creep. I think that caught Laurel a little bit off guard. But he was like, oh, I'm gonna farm this. But yeah, so they get about half his health, but Io is just there healing him up, pops the mech, Bloodstone activates.
He had a full duration Spirit Vessel on him, and he out-healed all of the damage. Like, literally, at the start of the fight, he gets hit from his Spirit Vessel, he pops Bloodstone, he's out-healing it, and then he just gets hit from the mech from Mira, and just gets completely topped off. That does not bode well for Gaming Gladiators. It's like, maybe they didn't get the Vessel off, but no, they did. Between Vamp Fangs, Bloodstone, and everything this IO's giving him, you actually cannot stop the healing.
It's a lot. You need to be hitting both heroes at the same time, which is why that Wukong's, it's unfortunate like the way it played out. But if he tried to like recast it, like Leshrac definitely would have gotten away. So he tried to commit to it, but it means Io was not in the Wukong's, so you can't even like pivot at all to kill the Io first. You just have to try to kill the Leshrac. And it's just so hard. But the thing is, like, if you kill Io first and Leshrac is not in Wukong's command, then Leshrac will just kill all of you while you kill the Io. And then go, oh no, thanks Io. You know, and he's not gonna care. So you have to kind of get both at the same time. But it's just tough. It's really hard to do that.
It's such a good read from Spirit as well. Like, just knowing they're so far ahead. So they grab the Tormentor immediately and they get Maposka Shard. So not the best for Mira. He'd love to have gotten it. He's still going to finish up the Holy Locket, though. So even more healing potential now coming out from the IO.
Well, he's actually going to Q Glimmer. So decides Overcharge. You know what? Overcharge, the spell Lifesteal, we're seeing he doesn't need it, right? They already tried to kill him. Doesn't need it. The true issue is that if Io is killed first. And so he's recognizing that I'm just going to make sure I stay alive with like the Glimmer Cape. I can also save my teammates with that, and I don't really need. He's strong enough on his own. I just need to live.
Yeah, and I mean, Holy Locket gives you a decent amount of HP to play with as well, right? So Io is relatively tanky, so we'll see.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
King and Roche. I mean, they can definitely do it. Focus Fire, Edict.
Yeah. Collapse just rushing the Wind Waker, actually. Dude, they are so farmed. They are 10,000 gold ahead right now at 21 minutes. And it is mostly just this Lesh. He is enormous. And Laurel going for the Eternal Shroud next, realizing, yeah, I mean, most of their team is magic damage. What do they do if I get an extra like 600 plus HP and a ton of magic resistance? Like, how do they deal with me?
They don't.
Quinn not getting lucky on the rune there. Tries to find it. Will be bottom. An Invis rune. It's not the most important rune anyway. Dyrachyo needs this BKB so bad. Well, when Collapse is the one with an Invis rune, you gotta be a little scared.
Yeah. That's a really scary rune for Spirit to have. It wouldn't have changed that much for Gaming Gladiator to have, but it is scary for Gaming Gladiators. Is an Invis Mars on the hunt.
I mean, they just feel so safe on this Lesh to kind of just walk, you know, wherever they want. It is, I honestly don't even know what the avenue is for actually killing this guy right now. Top lane, they find the Crystal Maiden, Yule's Spear into a reload as well. So you talked about it earlier, the Wind Ranger having quick pick off as well, like with a Shackle. But when you have Yule's Spear, that's plenty of time.
He's gonna go for her own quick pick off.
Yeah, he's got him. Focus Fire committed. No way to get that kill, or no way to save him. They even commit the Stampede thinking it might be enough time to get him out, but it is not. Both supports dead. Looking for this tier 2 on the bottom side as Edict will just rip through this.
Still have 3.5 minutes on this Aegis, so let's see. Looks like, okay, I thought he was walking forward. I thought maybe he was gonna go to the high ground. Looks like they do want the tier 2s first. That's more standard. They're definitely strong enough where I thought, you know, maybe they're thinking, I think we can just end, guys. But I do think, you know, get all the towers. That's the safer play. It makes it really hard for Gaming Gladiators.
With Overcharge and the Kaya Sanj, a single Edict kills the whole tier 2. Like with their auto attacks. That is, yeah, that is wild.
Overcharge is how much? 14% spell amp, right?
I don't know.
Kaya Sanj is 12%.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He's a lot of damage. It's big numbers. Finds himself another haste rune as he has the Eternal Shroud completed. Will eventually look for a Wind Waker of his own. I feel like you're seriously gonna lack kill potential on the side of Gaming Gladiators here soon, because I don't know how you catch up to the Spirit Cores, right? Your Monkey King is doing his best to farm, and he's got like a BKB Maelstrom done, but he is so far from anything else. Oh, bottom lane, there's the Yules, the Spear setup. They find the Tiny, and they look for more. The Banana sliding through the trees here will get the safety. Ace makes it up onto the high ground as well, but Laurel just doesn't care, dude. He just goes right on in. Yule's in a split earth. Stampede comes out. The arena's gonna trap him, and they have no saves for Ace. He's just dead, and Laurel, he just wants to continue chasing. He doesn't care. Frostbite holds him at bay for the moment, but oh my goodness.
The lanes needed to go better because the usual response to the enemy team being really strong and grouping up is that you avoid them and try to farm the other parts of the map, get them to split up, try to out-efficiency them to catch back up. But it doesn't work against this draft that Spirit has, where the Io and the Leshrac, they're so strong, you don't want to fight into them. But you also can't like split up that much, because then it's like, oh, Bane's not showing. He could get us all killed because of the IO relocate. So it really does feel like there's not an avenue for Gaming Gladiators to come back once they're this far behind. If the lanes go better and you have a better shot at, if they IO relocate, you might actually be able to fight that.
He's gonna find Rock.
Then you have like room to play.
He has to BKB immediately. BKB. Yeah. He's out. Okay, so, and the other thing too that you were talking about with the Bane, it's the problem that all of their core, like their other heroes have itemized to do this exact thing, right? Like Mars just goes for a blink Yules, sets up a reload into Spear Stun. You have the Shackle. Like there isn't a safe play on the map unless you see like the entirety of Spirit's team.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, you know, maybe high ground is somewhere that you have a shot with the Zeus being a very good high ground defending hero. Maybe it's like some tossbacks, but they actually just dive the high ground, get a kill, and then break it open. So
yeah,
it's looking real rough.
It's one of those things where it's like, rather than like, how do you counter like a hero getting tossed back? Well, you just dive with all 5 heroes, and then suddenly no one's out of position.
It wasn't a toss back. We were having you initiate for us.
Well, they found Dyrachyo this time. No BKB to get out of this one, and he cannot stand his ground. There's just no way. And they're founding Ace as well. There's the Yules out from Collapse. Spear actually off the mark, but Yatoro is here, has a Gleipnir, has a Shackle. They're going to wait out this Blade Mill before trying to finish the job. Goes for the Stampede. Focus Fire is out, trying to get some vision there with that power shot. They managed to get one auto attack as the Blink was coming up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they're just bleeding kills. Like you said, there's nowhere safe.
And Stampede as an ultimate.
Tofu.
4 seconds haste duration.
No.
Win
Tries
run.
to steal the Tormentor. No.
Regular ability. 7 seconds. Broken.
Yeah, very good stuff.
Well, I don't think they even have to wait for Aegis, but
yeah,
and they're gonna clear up this tier 2 off of that tiny kill. At that point, you either do wait for Aegis or you just, I think you can just go. And you want to hold them out. I don't know. Are they like close to anything major?
Top tower has fallen.
The thing is like you don't ever outscale them on Gaming Gladiators at this point. Like there is not like a late game scenario in which your heroes are better than Spirit's heroes. Io is arguably one of the best scaling supports in all of Dota. And
I would agree.
You know, when you're this far ahead, pretty spooky.
I mean, he currently feels good enough to just have a heart queued up next on the IO.
Yeah.
So
why not? If he never dies, you actually just win the game. They have double Wind Wakers as well, which is a little bit spooky. They're looking for the mid lane. They know someone's here. Collapse. Is he gonna get the arena? He does! What? Traps 4. Big Wukong's man actually holds it for the moment, but then Laurel just walks on in and rips through the side of Gaming Gladiators. That's gonna be 4 dead. There's gotta be the GG. Yeah, it just takes one fight. You are so far behind, and Spirit looking unstoppable in this game.
Sick arena to end it on. Not even needed in the end. Like you could have just walked up and ended. We were reaching that point, but still, what a catch to just delete 4 heroes. That's the strength of the Leshrac, right? All his damage, not just one guy, it's everyone. I mean, yeah. Edict is a little split, but when you're that farmed, it doesn't even matter.
Just, I mean, the amount of damage that Laurel does in these fights, he just walks in and the heroes just start to disappear. And you don't have a way of dealing with Arena. Like, Zeus is not a hero that builds BKB. Centaur, not a hero that builds BKB, right? Like, you can't get out at all.
Yeah, I feel like these side lanes did not go as well as Gaming Gladiators needed them to go. Like, we didn't expect top to crush it or anything, but we thought Centaur should be okay to be left alone. He did get his farm, but they gave up too many kills, which caught even me off guard. I don't know if Gaming Gladiators expected this or not, but the Nightmare into Power Shot into just running you down with right clicks from 2 universal heroes was a lot stronger than expected. So they ended up dying several times, giving Yatoro such a good start that it was, from there, you just focused around the Leshrac and kill everyone.
Yeah. And I want to talk more about this game when we come back from a break, but I mean, obviously, this was just Team Spirit all the way. So we'll have our final game of the evening coming up here in just a moment, everyone. So stay tuned. We'll see you in just a little bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do,
One game remains here as we go ahead and bring a close to ESL 1 Birmingham, the first day of this group stage main event. And Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. It's looking pretty good for Spirit, man. These guys have been on a roll so far, you know, here in this series. Obviously, a little bit of a rough start of the day, but 2 games back to back. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that IO draft looked really good from them. I'm not sure what the answer to IO is. It does seem to be the kind of the upcoming support. I mean, not this is brand new. We've seen IO stuff before, but some of the good picks against it are also ban-worthy right now. For example, Disruptor, one of the best support responses, is good enough on its own that it's being banned out, which then means if IO's being left in, you're missing some of the strong counters. So then I wonder if we, you know, swap it around. We ban out IO. We'll see what Team Spirit feels, because this time as we go into the next draft, it's not quite ready yet, but should be switching. I think Gaming Gladiators will take first pick. And so in theory, they're the team that gets to play IO, unless Spirit doesn't want to let that through and they're going to ban it, which I think they could, because I think Gaming Gladiators respect banned the Magnus, which is pretty understandable, but I don't know if Spirit feels like they need to do that. So they can probably fit the IO ban in.
Probably. They are most likely going to get rid of the Kunkka. Again, I think that's one of the primary heroes that Gaming Gladiators are going to try and play if they can get it. But yeah, the IO Lesh is something that Gaming Gladiators has ran a lot in the past. And it's one of those things where it's like they know how strong it is. Maybe they thought they'd have a solution with like an early vessel, especially with how farmed this Crystal Maiden was kind of out of nowhere. And they're like, oh, we'll have an early vessel. We'll beat the timing. We'll take down the Lesh. But those 2 big overextensions in the mid lane really kind of broke the game for Gaming Gladiators. And it's one of those things where it's like, if that doesn't happen, maybe that game is completely different. Maybe Team Spirit doesn't have this like super over farmed Lesh. But yeah, it's, you know, ends up going Spirit's way as we get ready to jump into the draft for game number 2. And I will say, the bans are going to be very interesting for me. They get the first overall ban of the Sniper. You talked about this. They love to pick it at the end of phase 1 if they don't have first pick.
Yeah, for example, Razor's been really popular. So you first pick Razor, Team Spirit's willing to just immediately pick Sniper there. And it's pretty good in general, at least in the laning stage. Like, Sniper beats a lot of heroes. There's only a few that kind of get by or ruin Sniper, but since you're picking it second, you can see a potential mid pick your Sniper, and then ban out some of the worst stuff that you don't want to deal with. And later on, there are heroes that can get to Sniper and counter him in the game as a whole, but for feeling fairly secure in your laning stage, I think that's why Spirit is going for the Sniper. Other teams don't seem to be doing that as much, but sort of working for Spirit.
Definitely working for them. There's the IO ban. Yeah, they're like, okay, we had fun with it. We're not going to give it on over to Gaming Gladiators.
10 seconds remaining.
So it's going to change a few things here in this draft, primarily being those like first picks, you know, with no IO. The question is, will you leave the Lesh in? Because you could just overall first pick the Lesh. The Pango obviously already being removed. I think you're okay with the first pick Lesh. Maybe you worry about the Razor as the response, but we saw earlier in the previous series, Team Spirit got, you know, had a really rough time dealing with Lesh, even though they had the counter match of that mid lane Razor. Oh, they get Bat Rider. Okay, manages to slip through the draft.
Yeah, was banned out in the last game, but he is a pretty safe support pick. Good laning stage, universal hero. Firefly's good. We get farmed. You get a blink. There's a lot this hero offers, especially once you take out the Shadow Demon, who's a really good response, the Disruptor, the IO. These are heroes who can kind of deal with the Bat Rider.
I'm kind of wondering where, you know, Spirit want to take their draft, because obviously there's still a lot of heroes that are available in this first phase. Okay, they just run it back with Wind Ranger, which is something they definitely can flex between Yadro and Laurel, but They don't really feel required to show where that's going quite yet, so I like this. Also, if it is a safe lane Wind Ranger, doesn't really struggle to a Bat Rider if this ends up being the 4 position.
That's true. I thought maybe like a safer, more generic pick is maybe like the Crystal Maiden. You've seen Crystal Maiden do well versus Bat Riders. Since you like slow root him, you prevent him from running you down. It's a fairly safe opener. It's just like a Crystal Maiden support. So pretty cool that they're going to go for the Wind Ranger. It is a flex pick, like you said. So it does still keep the draft open, but it probably is a core. It does not look as good as a support, although it's technically doable.
10 seconds remaining.
Gaming Gliders will be the one that actually gets rid of the Kunkka here. Maybe not wanting to flex it into the off lane with the Bat Rider, especially against a Wind Ranger. So instead, they will just ban it, as they also have 2 people willing to play it on the side of Spirit.
I mean, do you think they'll go back for the Centaur?
On Gaming Gladiators? I wouldn't hate it. I think Centaur Bat has been a pretty strong lane. If it ends up being safe lane Wind Ranger, you can definitely leave it there. They ban out an Oracle. Whoa.
I was thinking about this. I was thinking if this was Team Liquid, Liquid would respond with an Oracle to the Bat Rider, but it doesn't seem to be Team Spirit's style as much. But looks like Gaming Gladiators is still a little worried about it since they went with the Wind Ranger instead. You could still go back for the Oracle, who I think has been gaining a little bit of popularity. It's not first phase, like first pick worthy as a response potentially, or later on in the draft. It's getting a little bit more popular.
Okay, they go back for the Bane. And why not? It looked so good last game.
If you do go for Centaur, not that you have to, but if you run this lane again, the Wind Ranger Bane looked good, but I think Bat Rider is much stronger in the lane than Tiny. So I think it would potentially have a different result. I don't know. Maybe you still just get Nightmare Power shotted down.
What about Brewmaster here? I feel like that doesn't struggle too much, but the only thing you have to worry about is getting like full duration Fiend Script on this hero and not getting like your ult off. But I think if you're ulting this game, it is a very good Brewmaster game.
Yeah, he's good versus the Wind Ranger, good with the Bat Rider.
Okay, they take the
that
Lesh
Fiend
for
Script is scary.
themselves. Likely, we're going to see another support here. They're going to hide, or maybe a flex hero, right? But they are going to probably try and hide this off lane matchup and try and get Spirit to show where this Wind Ranger is going.
Maybe Rubik. Rubik versus Bane's pretty good. Oh, they're going to take the Crystal Maiden themselves. It's good to give Leshrac mana.
It is.
And just generically strong.
Especially when you don't know anything about the off lane yet. It's like you might as well just pick a strong 5 that can either win or, you know, survive most lanes.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see, who's still in the pool here? Doom is pretty good versus Leshrac, but you are going to get counterpicked by a carry.
Yeah, I have to wonder where you want to go with it, because I feel like you just need to pick your other support here, and then maybe
I think you're picking
flex.
support off lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Wind Ranger's flex, so you can still put her mid or carry. Well, actually, you see the Leshrac, so if you feel good about Wind Ranger versus Leshrac, you can just send it and then pick a different carry if you want. But you don't know the off lane, so I feel like...
Okay, they do get their coddle this time. Well, actually, I don't know if this is a mid lane. I know they play this support. Like, this could very well just be the coddle support from Team Spirit.
Well, you're definitely picking an off laner that synergizes with it here then. And then that does give you some freedom to shift it around if you want.
Okay,
no,
well,
just gonna go
now-
tiny.
Yeah, now it looks like Coddle mid into the Lesh with a Tiny Bane support and Wind Ranger safe lane. So they are not really going to give themselves much flexibility here.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Mid looks like it's just gonna be a farming lane.
Yeah.
If it's Coddle versus Leshrac.
I'd imagine so,
Might need
right?
a little help with regen on the side of the Leshrac. I think Keeper has an easier time blasting it out than Leshrac does, at least in the early levels.
Trying to think what you can pick here to win your carry matchup. Or is there a offlaner that you can grab? Okay, they are just going to pick up the carry. So Chaos Knight. We've seen this hero a little bit more. Definitely a very strong hero in the lane. Pair that with a Crystal Maiden. Even more so. Tiny is food for these two heroes. Like, actually, this hero has 0 armor. Chaos Knight's Reality Rift will just chew through him. So that's a pretty cool pick. I like this.
Can you pick? Okay, well, some stuff coming to mind. We still got like Brewmaster, who's pretty good versus Chaos Knight. Axe. I saw Yatoro play Bristleback in the last tournament. I don't know if that's something you can do. Could you do like Wind Ranger or Tiny Offlane?
They 24 banned it, or they banned it on the last, not 24 banned it. They banned it on Gaming Gladiators last draft. Actually, as their final ban. They were worried about Yatoro grabbing a like Bristleback.
10 seconds remaining.
Or was it Spirit that banned it? I don't remember actually. It was one of the two teams banned it last.
Team Spirits.
There's the Brewmaster. I do like that. I think that would have been a pretty good hero for them this game. Also really good at finding the Coddle as well. So I think at that point you do absolutely need to ban out the Brewmaster. You still have potential with something like a Centaur at being able to find these heroes in the backline. Now that Mars is banned, it gives you a lot of options. And there's a Centaur ban. Okay, so probably your 2 best scouting offlaners. Dude, I love this draft overlay. This thing is so cool.
10 seconds remaining.
It's interesting Centaur's making it to the end ban. Comparing it to like the previous draft with our cool overlay. Because Centaur's actually like a hero you can just like first phase, you know? So the fact that he's like making it all the way to the end is interesting, but I don't know. If Gaming Gladiators wins this game, maybe we can get them in for an interview and ask. But I was thinking about it in between the games. I don't know if it like felt like that last pick Centaur was like, we got him, you know, like the last
it didn't
pick
feel great
kind of thing. It felt like in the end, like not that it was bad, but it felt very similar to a first pick Centaur, which is here's a guy, he's gonna be okay in the lane, he's gonna stun, he's gonna like do stuff, which you can just pick earlier and save the last pick for something else.
They do ban out the Doom, like you said, so great into Lesh. Don't want to deal with it. It doesn't do exceptionally well against the CK lane, but it is one of those things that it just creates a win condition for Spirit, right? If you just get the Doom onto the Lesh and take the fight on your own terms, it's fantastic. Look, go something a little bit safe here. Go for the Tide Hunter, which I was curious about last game.
Yeah.
And now I think with the heroes that are shown, I don't think you can pick anything to really counter the Tide lane. So Spirit, they're off lane here for Collapse most likely. What will it be?
5 seconds remaining.
You can't go for something like a Darkseer, right? There's just no way you pick that into a Chaos Knight.
Timber's in the pool.
Timber seems pretty good. It's a little bit scary into Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, that's the thing. But I mean, she's pretty good versus a lot, so could you go back for Slardar? How much armor does Slardar have?
Like 6 armor or something. 5 or 6 armor.
It's not too bad.
I think it's 6 with like your starting items. You'll have like 6 armor. Only a few seconds left. We'll see what they come up with here. Oh, that's very nice. Okay. So Primal Beast as the last pick. It will be Laurel on the mid, Keeper of the Light, of course, as expected. And boy, Primal Beast into Chaos Knight Crystal Maiden doesn't sound super fun, I'll be honest. But eventually, when Collapse has like a BKB and an Ags, his hero is wild in this game.
That's true. Trample will be very good once you're able to trample. Prior to that, there's a couple different things that can control you up, which has me a little bit worried. But he's a pretty strong... He's like very beefy in the lane, so I don't think he'll be killed by the Chaos Knight Crystal Maiden lane combo.
Yeah.
Famous last words, but I think in terms of like what you could have picked, he's fairly tanky.
I think Tiny is gonna really struggle to offer a lot in this lane, because if he's ever out of position, it is so easy for just a quick Frostbite into Reality Rift, and Tiny probably dies. Like, he has to avalanche immediately to try and get out of there. So it's going to be a difficult game for Mira, but I think for the most part, mid should just be a farm fest between Coddle and Leshrac. Lesh really wants to be able to put pressure early and take towers. Coddle's going to make that incredibly difficult, especially with that level 6 timing. Once he gets Solar Bind, he'll be rotating to these lanes. You can't really punish Tidehunter because of Kraken Shell, so that is one of the benefits of picking the Tidehunter in the off lane. But the other lane, you know, Crystal Maiden and Chaos Knight, that's a pretty easy kill for him.
You will probably have a pretty farmed Bat Rider. I think once you get Ace, I guess I said this last game too, and it didn't quite pan out, so we'll see if it happens this time. But I feel like Tidehunter with a couple levels will be fine to leave alone. Like you said, Keeper can't really gank that well because of the Kraken Shell Dispel. For the same reason, can't really focus fire him because of the Kraken Shell. The Nightmare setup sort of works, but if you're not sure when he last Kraken Shell dispelled, it's awkward because you want to like cast it and then it immediately dispels if you got the threshold wrong. So I feel like you leave him alone, and that Bat Rider could either be in the other lane being ready to respond to the Keeper of the Light ganking that other lane, or he's just jungling and picking up a really fast Blink Dagger.
All right, this is it. It is the final game of the evening. Spirit here versus Gaming Gladiators, and Spirit on a roll right now. They dropped their first game here today, but have looked super clean in their following 2 games. Gaming Gladiators, however, really desperately need a win. Going 0-4 on day 1 would be so difficult to come back from in these groups because they are going to go quick. So we'll see what they can do. Smoked up here. Gaming Gladiators walking up onto the high ground. They are going to just get scouted from Laurel on the Keeper of the Light, which, yeah, very quick hero. Not the one that you're going to have an easy time ganking.
I do want to point out Mira on the Tiny. So very similar to last game where we said, oh, the Tiny lane isn't looking good. Last time I got a Windlace. This time Mira, he's full committing. Straight boots. I'm not in this lane whatsoever. I am creep dragging. And it's a lot easier this time. Nightmare, very good at stopping the creep dragging. Crystal Maiden can slow you, but she's slow herself. So it's very difficult to be... You have to already be in position to stop the creep drag. If you're not, you'll never catch up.
It's like very funny watching Maposh could go for the body blocks there. I mean, he gets a good amount of damage into the Tidehunter, but yeah, I agree with you. I think trying to pull the lane on the Tiny is pretty much essential at this point. You really cannot afford to lane into these 2 heroes.
Big win for Maposhka. Saw that block, unblocked it right away. Using the Sentry Vision too. Just calling it. He's like, I know exactly where it is. Technically, you leave that top right corner uncovered, but he knew exactly where it was.
So you can tell that you're a support player, that you know that.
Ooh, the Nightmare.
Oh.
All right, exciting. It looks boring. It's all about creep stuff. It's exciting stuff for support. So Nightmare keeps that camp open. He has a small camp to work with now, which is good because the lane was pushing out a little bit. But now he has a pull and the hard camp is blocked.
All right, yeah, you're right. And I'll put a little bit of damage here into Yotoro, so Tofu at least doing something. But yeah, there's the half pull onto the small camp, which is expected. That's the best way to try and reset the lane, deny a little bit of experience. Really good stuff there.
Yeah, they got a range deny off of that. All right, what's happening top? We doing our own creep dragon?
Yeah, the wave is behind the tower. Yeah. But Duracho's going to do what damage he can here on over to Mira. I think if you get to a point on the Primal Beast where you are like level 4, level 5, he might be able to just sustain the lane solo. But I mean, they haven't really been. He has very little CS because of the way the lane is being played right now. It does have 5 denies though, which are quite nice.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Very slow start to the game compared to what we saw in the last one, right? I think there was just non-stop fighting in these side lanes and in the mid lane, but as of now, dead even. I guess a little bit favoring the side of Gaming Gladiators, but not by much. Just because it's easier for Tide to play the lane than the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I find it funny. Even the mid heroes are getting involved in this pull the creeps behind the tower. Certainly no action allowed. They signed a treaty between no first bloods before 5 minutes. Everyone just farm.
Dude, Ace actually just taking so much damage now. All of a sudden, the level 3 of Yotoro, like that second point in power shot, is so much burst damage. I don't understand how this ability does this much damage. I feel like this is an oversight. I feel like they added an extra like 100 damage to this by mistake.
I wouldn't mind it being readjusted where like the initial damage is lower, but the reduction is less.
Yeah, like it still splashes a high amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay with where it's at too, but if they want it, if they feel win range is too strong, but I don't think she's particularly overpowered right now. It just is particularly good versus certain heroes and with certain combos.
Yeah.
Such as Frostbite or Nightmare.
Oh, that's a big crit. I mean, Duracho, I don't think will ever be pushed out of this lane. It really just comes down to how much he can farm. And I think with Tiny not having as much success with polling now, it's becoming a little bit scarier for this, you know, Primal Beast. Bottom lane, again, just putting a lot of damage into this.
Ooh, toss back to Crystal Maiden in the top.
Oh, hold up. Yeah, top lane, toss back. The onslaught. There's the first blood. Okay. They just slowly bided their time, and it works out.
Bad Rider in the bot lane, meanwhile, does manage to walk away. Salves up, right back to laning. Quinn playing pretty aggressive back here.
Yeah. He's trying to find an opening before he gets to level 6, and he also wants to really push the objective onto the tower before he gets there, but playing into a Coddle, not so easy. Quinn's actually about to walk right into a Tiny. There's the ward. Avalanche is out from Mira, but I think he's far enough away. He is so close on that toss.
I think he like lost sight around the tree for a moment, and that gave enough time to get away. Leshrac also being a very fast hero with boots. Otherwise, that's definitely a kill.
Yeah, that would have been huge. Crystal Maiden, she drops a sentry thinking he probably placed one here, but instead just gets hunted down here. Quick little pick off for these two again.
I think she did see the observer though, so she'll eventually go get that D ward. Quinn might pick it up later, maybe.
Level 6 on the mid laners. It will be time for The supports to start getting active. They want to protect this power rune coming out. Solar Bind onto Quinn. They're just going to chase him down off the mark there with the Illuminate. And it will actually allow Quinn to survive for quite a while as the TP coming in from the Bat Rider. But oh my gosh, the damage is too much. Able to hold him down long enough to finish the job. Push back here onto Mira. Stellary trying to close the gap. Gets him with the Frostbite, so they find themselves a return kill. But Laurel, the big winner, finds himself his urn stack.
Got a shield rune too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that was good because Quinn was winning the lane prior to that.
Yeah.
I would say he was getting some extra denies and last hits and all that.
Can the Bat Rider actually chase? Oh, he can. He absolutely can. He's got a blood grenade.
9 stick charges.
Good, trying to heal it up. Yeah, 9 stick charges. Ace coming through.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, Ace is running him down. Hits him with the gush. Kill will go the way of the Bat Rider, but the rotation over once again from Laurel will help find himself another kill on the Keep of the Light here. 2 more earned charges into the bank, as he's going to have a really quick boots of travel. Oh no, how many times have we seen this? Crystal Maiden thrown into the hands of the Primal Beast. Onslaught at the ready. 3 points here in the trample. Dyrachyo with a great stun, trying to make some space. Now the question is, can they turn it around? Tofu is nearby. They're looking for it. And Quinn with the rotation. Beautifully done. They managed to punish the off lane. Now looking for more toss. Is it enough to take down Celery? It is. Rock 'em and sock 'em, man. Unfortunate for the Crystal Maiden, but a great win there from Gaming Gladiators. A much needed one here in the top lane.
Yeah, you want a good start in the CK, who also went Orb of Corrosion, so you sort of need to find... I guess I won't say that. It's like not that bad of an item if you end up farming, but you typically want some aggression out of the Orb of Corrosion, which they hadn't really been able to find till just now.
Ooh, off the mark with the Flame Break there. And yeah, failed rotations into the mid lane. Benefiting Spirit there quite a bit. And the question is, will they find an opening?
There's a Focus Fire in the bottom lane with the Javelin. Tickled Ace. Did not get him that low. Looks like Amira is going to fall in the mid lane, though.
It gives his life trying to grab a D ward. It does get the D ward, so at least not in vain.
Radiant are scanning.
Dude, Miposhka is very different from last game in terms of his level, right? Like last game we saw right around the 10-minute mark, he was already level 6 and he was kind of rotating to try and find an option with that Fiend's Grip. This game, very different.
Yeah, they picked up so many kills in that last lane. So in that sense, this is going better for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, much better.
They've also blocked the triangle, though, for Gaming Gladiators. Correctly calling that Tofu would want to do a lot of stacks over here.
Tower has fallen.
All right.
They're stealing stacks, too.
Dude, Coddle is looking very good right now. He's in a really good spot. Boots of Travel done with that urn, looking probably for the Vessel as his next item. Top lane Dyrachyo, they're going to try and collapse on him as Mira. Avalanche is there. There's going to be the Solar Bind. The damage from the Coddle, more than enough to find that kill. And these are the best rotations you can ask for out of this hero. That Vessel is about 1,000 gold away. They're smoked up on the backside. If you find Coddle, it's great. Miposhka will be the one that actually just walks right on in. Does get a good Nightmare. We'll wake him up. We'll just chase him down here. And Quinn, you can't really stop him at this point. That Edict will rip right through him. On the backside, though, Avalanche comes through. They find the Crystal Maiden. Solar Bind is still up again as Laurel. He's just setting him up. Lasso pulls in the Tiny. A toss to safety. They're trying to find anything here, but they can't. The power shot damage as well. Oh my goodness, all amplified by that Solar Bind, and Dyrachyo gonna be forced to ult, tries to pull in, collapse underneath the tower. He doesn't have an onslaught for another 15 seconds, but he's got pulverized. He gets a great shackle, and Avalanche just setting him up here. He's gonna try and chase down Dyrachyo. Ravage does come through. They clean up 2 onto the backside. Power shot's not gonna connect. Yatoro is now in really deep. He has Oh, he's got nothing. 1 second till the wind run. All right, great response here from Gaming Gliders. It was so close to being a disaster for them.
Yeah, that was a great Ravage to keep Dyrachyo alive, which he's just going to be able to go right back to farming thanks to the lifesteal of his passive. I think that was the wrong replay.
Man, it's okay. We don't.
That was a stick
here we
kill, don't
go.
worry.
Here's the real replay.
Here we go.
So, Quinn, of course, finding the solo pickoff, but a lot of this kind of starts with obviously a lot of the cooldowns I think kind of being used in the previous fight. However, Laurel, people kind of think underestimate how quick this Coddle can just keep his stuff rolling. Dude, this power shot. Oh my god, that's so much damage. Oh, they're not done. Quinn underneath the tower, protected for the moment. Nightmare is going to catch Dyrachyo, put him to sleep. The Batrider does have a lasso, but they're all out. Okay. Dude, Laurel is so annoying right now.
Yeah, Spirit Vessel being delivered. So he's got a lot of damage, and it's really good versus Chaos Knight. Once Chaos Knight uses the ult, if you can tell which hero is real, which got a lot of AoE damage on the Keeper. It's usually not that hard to figure out.
They are farming well on Gaming Gliders. They still have themselves a slight gold advantage. Mostly the Crystal Maiden and the Batrider actually finding a lot of gold so far this game, which isn't super surprising. It's one of the reasons Batrider is, I think, considered to be one of the best fours currently. But it's Ace on the Watermelon, man. He has been kind of an immovable object for the most part. Like, you get enough points in Kraken Shell and you aren't really gankable. So he's just kind of sitting in one of the lanes and farming constantly. So he's off to a fantastic start here for the Tide. And I'm curious where he wants to take his item build. You need a Lotus this game eventually for some of these other heroes. I think for him, he's probably just playing for his own items.
Looks like for now he has an Eternal Shroud queued up, which
I like that.
I don't know how you're going to kill him after that until you have like a lot more farm. But at least for this early game, it's going to be very difficult to deal with, which is why he's so farmed. Like, they just parked him bottom. He eventually came top for that Ravage rotation, but he was just free farming down here, which is part of why these supports have been able to participate or just farm up themselves, since they didn't have to worry about that offlaner. Yeah, let's see what they can get done with this. If you can make a couple plays off of this, you can solidify this lead, because 2K's nice, but it's not.
He's found Celery, and this boy is fast. That TP coming through from the Chaos Knight. Dude, the freezing field, what? Celery! The turnaround gets the kill, the blink in as well. They find the lasso onto Maposhka. Ace with the wraparound. Dude, the chat up from the Crystal Maiden. He's like, you got too close, my friend.
20 armor during freezing field. Plus he has Seeds of Serenity for an extra 150 health. So it's actually a very tanky Crystal Maiden, deceptively so.
He wanted to push him back and ends up just getting so heavily punished.
Oh, the shackle shot the wrong thing too. I don't know if that was a misclick or he was trying to shackle shot on the creep to the Crystal Maiden, but yeah, then Blink picking up an extra kill there.
Oh, nice setup in the top lane. There's gonna be the Yules. Laurel TP'd in for this as well. Blood Grenade is out. He actually doesn't have the Spirit form. He's missing a lot of bonus move speed. The chase is going to continue, and that's 2 massive kills for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Spirit losing some momentum here in this game. Need to be very careful.
This is exactly what we were hoping. Well, if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan, it's exactly what you're hoping for them to do off that blink from the bottom fight now to the top fight. They're finding several things to extend their lead from what was 2K, which is, you know, it's nice. It's not that big a deal, but now we're up to 5K, and you just want to keep going. Lasso is about to be up in 5 seconds, and we still got some heroes together. They still have Ravage. There's no real reason to stop.
Yeah, they got a top tower. Now they get mid tower. They can look for tier 2 top, play for the Tormentor eventually if they want, but they haven't actually scouted. There's just a big stack on the Ancient camp, and Collapse is walking over. He has to take this. They can't really afford to lose more Ancients. And Collapse, yeah, he goes for it, and now, yeah, he's gonna die for it. So Pulverize will buy him a little bit of space, but yeah, he's dead. Kill goes the way of the Tidehunter. Speaking of ancient stacks, Dyrachyo has his own, and he's farmed, man. He's got an Orchid coming out here fairly quickly. Tier 2 top should fall no problem, right, with the Lesh?
Should.
Fortification here. Ooh, yeah, Catapult lived. That's big.
There's a blink on Tiny. We'll see if they can find anything. Maybe off the night vision of Bane, he might see this Bat Rider.
I think he does, yeah. There comes in. Immediate Fiend's Grip. Very nicely done. Find themselves a kill. Take the Bat Rider threat off the map. Like, yes, it did cost you a tier 2 tower, but it is something, and it's definitely needed.
You couldn't have stopped the tier 2 push anyways. They still had Ravage. They're really strong. So sometimes you have to do these kind of trades. Even though it doesn't feel the best, it is what you can get out in the current state of the game.
Dude, it is wild. It is only 17 minutes. And a lot of times you look teams trying to take that tier 2 at like the closer to the 20-minute mark. They took it at like 16 minutes. So they have so much more time to continue try to push another objective if they really want. Mira here on the bottom lane has a blink. He gets out for now, but they do see him on the ward. So they know where he's going. Pig mode activated. Dyrachyo trying to close the gap. A blink in a few more seconds. They won't be able to do it. Tofu, well, actually hits him on the slow. This Napalm trying to keep him on the broken blink. He doesn't guess correctly. Well played from Mira to get away here. That being said, oh, and TP's out as well. Very nice. Looking for the D ward here on the high ground. Ace is like, I ain't giving you that. Okay, well, it looks like he has to. He's taking a little bit of a nap. Power shot in. Do they have the damage for this Tidehunter, man? He's got the Blade Mill. He's got so much survivability. Yeah, okay. It looks like they will eventually get him. Big Ravage. Ace finally falls, but collapse with a BKB. That's what is needed, right? We know eventually this Primal Beast with BKB and Aghanim Scepter is going to be very problematic for Gaming Gladiators.
I think that shows why it was so hard to deal with the Tidehunter. That it was the entire team needed for that. Oh, wait.
Oh, he manages to get away on the Coddle. It looked for a moment there that, you know, they're gonna find themselves a better kill. You know, not the lasso target, but yeah, able to run away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's an amplified damage on Quinn too, so their tier 2 might be dropping. Oh no, he's pinging out Collapse. He sees him on the board.
He doesn't have BKB, right? Yeah, so 40
yeah,
seconds
he knows
BKB.
Yeah, and he knows they're trying to split up to catch up, so just preventing them from getting any of that. He's going to onslaught away. I think he's okay from here. Tiny's actually looking for more, but he's going to run to Crystal Maiden.
Oh, who's going to find who? Uh-oh, Collapses back, baby. Nice off. I mean, really nice Gleipnir as well. Going for the freezing field to try and stop this, but they've caught Lesh. A toss back. He does have that amplified damage, but it's going to be Yadaro here on this Wind Ranger that just finishes the job, saved by the blinding light there from Laurel. And he gets out. It's only cost you a tiny so far. Maybe you lose Miposhka. I mean, you're definitely going to lose.
Lose him in the trees?
No. But, I mean, that's a great series of kills there from Spirit. Getting a kill onto that Quinn Leshrac.
If Ace hadn't used Ravage earlier when he was dying to 5 heroes, I think he probably could have saved Quinn.
Yeah. It's probably close to being off cooldown anyway.
Still 30 more seconds.
Oh,
level 1.
Wow.
Actually, never even changed the cooldown. Actually, I didn't realize that. 150 at all. All levels.
Is under attack.
I think Spirit doing a pretty good job at like stemming the bleeding that was coming from some of those early rotations and the early power spike out from Gaming Gladiators, and now trying to close in on some important items. Yadaro, I imagine, is going to end up picking up a fairly early BKB this game as they grab their Tormentor. Goes to Miposhka. I mean, much better than the Tiny, so you take that. That's definitely worth it.
Yeah, and it's a good chunk of damage versus the CK illusions.
True.
Help you find the real one, which we're reaching the point. I do think a Wind Ranger can kill a Chaos Knight if you're focus firing the real one and you have Wind Run going. But if you get stunned and caught out, you'll absolutely be deleted by the Chaos Knight within that stun. So it's really going to come down to these fights. Is he just going in?
Oh, nice nightmare. But they get the lasso. They find Maposhka. All right. Doraccio with, I mean, what looked like maybe a little bit too aggressive of a play, but they definitely were not expecting it.
It was all calculated. Don't worry. Pro level decision making. Not a pub throw.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's cool.
Gonna get
They
them
get
the
a
last
response.
tier 2.
And now, I mean, I have to imagine Roche is on their list soon. I think you need your Phantasm to probably do it, but you're almost to a Blink Dagger on Ace. There's the Bloodstone on Lesh. So some big items coming out here in a moment from Gaming Gladiators.
Guess waiting to see what the next rune is. Ace.
Bottom, Ace rune.
Yeah, I think you still want to respect the high ground. There's Fiend's Grip. If you overextend, you're suddenly stuck in the enemy base. No one can get to the Bane to cancel it. You're going to have to deal with Illuminate, Spam, Tiny Tossback, right? It's only a 4K lead. Even though Gaming Gladiators has pretty good map control, especially as they pick up this last tier 2 tower, you can be killed by the enemy team if you initiate poorly. So I think they're just going to hold the map, look for pickoffs, and eventually go for Roche. Say this, currently smoking away from Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I think they feel pretty dang strong with just a lasso pickoff, and yeah, they managed to find Maposhka here on the Bane. The two of them trying their best to keep him alive, and trying their best to just finish the job, and they do. So, Nightmare, a little bit annoying to deal with, but plenty of damage from these two. And they are just kind of playing full split push and trying to rat these lanes out. Oh, CK comes in again. He finds Laurel. He is in very deep on his own. Doraccio might just die. Oh, collapse. Excuse me. All right, a little bit of a miss. You know, whoopsie, my bad. Didn't mean to type that one. Very funny, though. Okay, I mean, last time they made that play, they had a follow-up in the form of a lasso. I don't think he had Phantasm when he went in.
I think that's what caught him off guard. I think he forgot he used it earlier. Or I don't know what happened there, but I think if he has Phantasm going, maybe you do kill the Coddle there, but it still puts you in a pretty deep spot. But maybe you at least get the kill. Did not have Phantasm, so did not have the damage, but he was still in a deep spot, and he gets killed. I guess you can say you got the BKB out of the Primal Beast.
Dude, the hate for this Bane is unreal. That is like the 4th lasso in a row. Yatoro as BKB might be forced to use it. Split does connect. They followed up with a perfectly timed Ravage. And Yatoro is trying to get away. The Edict isn't enough. It will be. The follow-up from Tofu's there to finish the job. And that is the kill that you've been trying to get. Ravage down, Lasso down. And maybe some breathing room from Spirit if they can manage to get these waves out. But Mira, he's going to get caught by Tofu. He knows he can't just TP to home.
A good TP. He still killed the creep wave, most of it anyways. So yeah, one range creep's on the way, but it's pretty low. That is kind of the game plan here. Just shove things out as much as possible.
I'm just still laughing at Collapse, Miss GG. Like double. He did it twice. That's the funny part. That was definitely like a pub reaction, just spamming it off of something like that. Tofu brought down to the bottom lane. Nice find there from Spirit. Again, removing the threat of the lasso. He's had a fun time with this game so far, but Roshan's top side, and I think this is what they wanted on Gaming Gladiators rather than forcing the fight on the Radiant. So we will see them group, head towards Roche, and grab themselves this first Aegis potentially.
Maybe they wanted it to spawn top before they did it. I feel like they could have done Roche earlier, but for example, I think up to this point we've only seen Radiant Roches just because like whenever you happen to kill it, the respawn time works out, tends to end up bottom again. And the banner not so good as cheese, at least in this particular draft. So maybe wanted it to come top.
I mean, maybe third Roche, you might not mind it being bottom because you get like Refresher and you have some really good Refresher heroes this game. But yeah, I think for the most part, they just wanted it on top side. It's easier for them to TP back in if something were to go wrong. So yeah, 5k gold lead. It's been pretty static, right? The gold advantage this game. It hasn't moved up or down too much. Kind of sitting there. Drachio, ooh, Final Beast. He goes in. Nice stomp out from Quinn. The lasso is going to put a lot of damage. Drachio's just dead. Yatoro just kills him with the help of Laurel. And now they've managed to isolate Tidehunter from the fight as well. They're chasing down this Lash. He's trying to maybe find a kill on a collapse, but he won't be able to do it. Ace, Kraken Shell, keeping him alive as long as possible. Pops the Ravage. Quinn with the follow-up to split Earth. They got him with the Anchor as well. Okay. A return kill going their way, but boy, that is not a like post-Roche fight you were hoping for. Where did Durachio's health go? Was it just all
Amplified
Yatoro?
damage. Amplified damage, Wind Ranger. I think he was solar binded, got hit with the amplified power shot into the focus fire, I'm pretty sure. So he just took so much damage. And I think he used Phantasm previously for the Roche, so I don't think he had it.
Okay, that would make sense.
They are once again getting caught off by Spirit. This is something Spirit has done for a really long time, which is, I feel like in the past, yeah, we can see it here. So
It literally
solar bind.
Wow,
Yeah, she's
that
running
was
down.
so quick. Yeah, amplified damage BKB. He just runs through these heroes. That is wild. So
This is something Spirit has been really good at for a long time, which is that where other teams in the past used to get scared, oh, they just did Aegis, we all have to be careful. I feel like Spirit was one of the first teams I remember just like calling the bluff that people split up after Aegis and you can still fight even without it. And since then, a lot of teams do it now, but constantly see Spirit go for that. Oh, we lost Roche. We can still fight. We just have to be careful about how we take that fight. But they were right. Ace had gone bottom. It was not the full team top. They find, who was it, that Rider, I think, first, who started off, which means even though you have Aegis, it's still like a 5v4.
yeah. Oh man, you said earlier if you can find the right CK, the Wind Ranger can just rip right through this hero, and absolutely does, right? Like you got a little bit of help from an amplified damage rune, but still that is about best case scenario. Does have a Manta style now as he queues up the Heart of Tarask after that, so
also has a Nemesis curse.
Oh, on Wind Ranger or on?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That is probably one of the best jungle items you can find. Up until getting like, you know, Mindbreaker. Tier 3 tower under siege, no fortifications left at the moment. They'll get a second one after the tower falls. But collapse at the ready on the backside as that Kaya Sanj BKB, the jump in from Mira, they get the toss back. Quinn's in the wrong neighborhood. That's gonna be the full duration Fiend's Grip. It is gonna be the Aegis as they will try and bring down the Tiny on the front side, and it looks like they got him. They need help. Tofu gets the Blink Lasso onto the Coddle, but the Nightmare to save him, and Quinn with a Wind Waker isn't gonna get him out in time. He's trying. There's gonna be the Bloodstone heal as well, but Laurel's chasing the Ravage from Ace, catches him all. A big freezing field from Celery as well. They find themselves the opening. They take down Laurel. He's got a buyback, but keeping Quinn alive was massive. Can they keep it going?
Yeah, I mean, now that you've used everything, that was the BKBs, the Fiend's Grip, he's low, but he's not that scared so long as he doesn't get hit by, say, like 2 power shots in a row. They don't have anything left on Spirit.
That Ravage from Ace was so well timed, dude. That Wind Waker caught me off guard. I did not see him finish it. But that Wind Waker, like the last second into the Bloodstone, just barely surviving.
Yeah, and they felt like they needed that kill so much, so they all ran forward, and then that's when
He
you get
didn't
the perfect
have it.
Ravage.
It was coming on Courier. Look, he's actually doesn't have Wind Waker right now. Dude, no way. It gets delivered mid-fight on the Pulverize at like 5%
He was
HP
ready
is
for
Wind
it,
Waker. Dude, that is nuts.
Instant usage as soon as he picks it up too.
You couldn't ask for a better Courier deliver. I mean, that is, you know.
Tip that Courier.
Yeah, he's going to give him some snacks later. Well done. There's your Aghanim Scepter on Collapse. Now, I was talking about, I think this item is ridiculously strong for them this game. It's amazing at dealing with Chaos Knight. It can just, he can one-shot a Tidehunter if he goes for like Pulverize Uproar and breaks the passive, right? So at some point here, you might need to see the Tidehunter getting like a BKB or a Lotus Orb so he doesn't just die to this. But what does he have coming out on Courier right now? I have no idea. Okay, Assault
Full AC.
Okay, Ace.
Wow.
I see you, homie. He's like, I'm just going to bot people. All right, smoke out from both teams. Let's see what they end up doing with this. I feel like Game and Gladiators need to keep the tempo up, right? Like I don't know how confident I am in them in the in this draft in the ultra late. Like you have some really good potential for pickoffs, but I think in like the heads up 5v5 fights, they might have answers if they can take Ace out of the fight early. The Ravage was like that's the big turnaround, right?
I would agree. I don't feel great going late, but not necessarily bad.
I guess you have less, yeah.
So I think they're still in a good spot, right? 12K, they have the bottom racks always pushing in for them. So what they'll probably just do is hang on here, wait till they can get Roche. All they have to do is sit top and just have someone farm bottom. I don't know if anyone has Boots of Travel. Maybe Quinn? No, still has Arcane Boots. So I guess you do have to be careful of that. You don't want to split up trying to be map efficient too much. But yeah, you see them just like hanging up top. If you find a kill, great, you can push up. If not, you'll just wait out the Roche timer, get the cheese, and that should give you a chance to attempt a high ground again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how much Lesh got done in the previous game, right? Like, late game with a ton of items, this hero does seem almost unkillable. He doesn't have an IO backing him up, but you need a lot of lockdown and a lot of burst. And you gotta have it on Spirit, right? You have Fiend's Grip, you've got a Wind Ranger, but you have to choose, right, between Duraccio and Quinn, which one you can kill.
Quinn just picked up a regen rune too, which does not get canceled when taking damage. So even harder to kill, at least until nullifiers come out, which actually if he wants to buy it out, Seeker of the Light does have the money.
Oh, Collapse really does not want a BKB here, but oh, the lasso comes out into the split earth. It doesn't connect in time. The status resistance will get him out, so Collapse will live.
I'm glad we got to hear Dead in the Water sound effect there.
God, it's such a cool ability.
One of my favorite ones. You still got the BKB out of Collapse too, which you're happy with, because if Roche comes up now, you can just go and he doesn't have it.
It's such a fast spawn, dude. It's already up. It was like almost instant.
Quinn sees it too. Yep. All right.
That's one of the first
they'll all
times I've
head top.
seen. That's like one of the first times I've seen Roche spawn on the other cycle, right? Because it spawned on day, even though it died at night, because how fast that Roche spawn was. Okay, smoke up. Heading to the top side of the map. They know this is where everything is going to happen. Tofu running into the trees. Power shots out. They managed to grab him. The avalanche, the toss. They're going to be able to burst him down. No Bat Rider and no buyback. Yule's buying Tiny a moment of space, and he will be able to just Ogre Seal away. Gaming Gladiators, they need to be patient here. Without your Bat Rider, it's a little bit scary. They did not commit much at all here on Team Spirit. It's just the Spirit form.
That was such a fast move from Spirit. The reason Dyrachyo wasn't here yet, they were just trying to set up wards, and that's why Bat Rider moved up, but Spirit was literally already there, and so they just kill him instantly. But it doesn't look like they feel strong enough to go for more, which means Bat Rider's going to respawn and just teleport back here in a moment.
We're gonna get the Avalanche, the toss back, the Tide. He gets the Ravage onto 5. Collapse with a BKB. Just gonna try and run down these heroes on the backside. Broken will be that Tide Hunter, but Collapse is so damn low. He needs to get out. Onslaught's really far, just barely makes up onto the high ground. Yotaro, he managed to get on top of Quinn. The Nullifier is there, but the damage is not, and the lasso instead pulls him back. Big Fiend's Grip from Maposhka, but where's the follow-up? Silence from Dyrachyo will put a stop to that one. And now with Tofu back in the action, of course, he's going to continue scouting. Finds Mira here on the side. Frostbite to connect. And Yules will not be able to get him out of this one. 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit, and this should open up Roshan for Gaming Gladiators.
I don't know if Tidehunter's the guy you want to toss back. I'm just going to throw that out there. Maybe they thought they could break him faster. If they do get the break, then that is a really good pickoff. But I feel like he needed to just... He just needed to do it during the toss back then, right?
Well, the problem is you can't uproar unless you've taken damage. So it's not like he can choose when to pop the break. It's like he has to take damage from an enemy hero.
That's true.
And he wasn't, right? He wasn't baiting at all. So like if he's not taking damage, you can't go for that break. It's more of like as the fight develops, if your Ravage is still being if you're still waiting to pop the Ravage, it's like he can onslaught in, break him, and full duration pulverize a Tidehunter. But in that scenario, it does not quite work out, and instead you just get 5 hero Ravage. And now you have a potential tossback. No, doesn't manage to connect. Tofu gets his lasso and onto an amazing target. That's going to be Laurel dead. Does have buyback, but did just pop the Spirit form.
This should be the Megas. I guess he'll buy back for the last one.
I mean, without Spirit form, it's really hard. You need Solar Bind.
I agree. I don't know if it's any easier to play into Megas, though.
Yeah, you're right,
the buyback.
Dude. I guess he has the Nullifier. I didn't realize the Nullifier was on the Coddle.
All right, time to start blasting with Illuminate. Just gotta do this for 3 minutes and 40 seconds till that Aegis is gone. Lincoln's now finished on Leshrac too.
Oh, that's
Hopefully
quite good.
they see it and don't waste a spell on that. All right, yeah, popping it.
Avalanche toss, but a great silence prevents it, and the Ravage follow-up from Ace. They've pulled in Yotaro. He's forced to BKB, pulled back from the Reality Rift. He needs to run. Ace, he gets broken, but he gets the anchor, and the lasso is out. Collapse actually doing a ton of damage, but it's not enough. He's all alone. Buyback now from both supports. They're looking for the Mega Creeps. Mira with a toss back does get his target. It's going to be Quinn, but he's still got an Aegis. He's still got the Bloodstone. He's got a Wind Waker in a moment if he needs it, and Mira now just trying to run to safety. Spirit trapped inside their fountain as Gaming Gladiators trying to grab themselves their first win. Quinn scouting, maybe baiting here a little bit. A Nullifier comes out, brings him right back down, but a counter Yules will hold Mira in place as Collapse does end up getting on top of this CK, doing a decent amount of work, but that's going to be a dieback on your Tiny. Dead in the water indeed. He's trying to break the anchor. He's going to get it. But your base is starting to crumble. 25 seconds before the Wind Ranger gets back into this game. A last-ditch fortification. Is it gonna be enough? I don't know. Gaming Gladiators need to win so desperately here. They are getting low. This Roche, it's taken a moment. You might need to leave. You've lost your Bat Rider. Collapse manages to snipe him, but the damage from Quinn isn't enough to bring down the Primal Beast. He's fallen low. Finally, he dies, but does have the buyback at the ready. He's gonna spend it.
Megas are now in the base. Oh, we got the shard on Bane. Don't worry, we got the wave clear. We can hold.
Did they pop the cheese there? I couldn't tell. Oh, they're smoked up. It's a fake back from Gaming Gladiators. They're looking for their opening. The blink, the lasso. He's got Yatoro, and he's so dead. Buybacks immediately back into this game. Collapse now, stuck in by this anchor as Duraccio just sends these illusions onto the throne. You gotta deal with these spirit. Your agent's dying, man. They'll blast him away for the moment. Yatoro, the BKB, the Focus Fire comes through, tries to get on top of Ace, but he's too damn tanky. They're thrown down to a quarter HP. They're doing their best to keep it alive, but Yatoro gets pulled right back in as the chase continues. He's gonna die back. Fiend's Grip onto Duraccio, but it doesn't matter. Quinn, he's got his set here on the throne. He wants to be, well, Duraccio, he's low. He gets dead from the toss, but there it is. The creeps got it. Gaming Gladiators get their first win of the day. A very necessary victory for them.
Much better game for them than the game one there. That game one felt very difficult into that IO relocate being everywhere. This time around feels like Ace. I think that Tidehunter pick really helped them out where they just got to sit in bottom. He got farmed in the usual way for them. And once he was ready to go, they just took so many good team fights around that Ravage.
Yeah.
And it was still a little close in that mid game, but I don't know, they eventually just managed to keep finding the big fights they wanted, especially that Roche fight top with the 5-man Ravage.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those moments where you're like, oops, you know, like, I don't know how else you look at it, you're like, all right, maybe that was the wrong hero. They had a really good ward place from Mamposhka up on that high ground, right? Like, they see everything on the backside, and I think they were looking for a better target. But you got to give credit to Gaming Gliders. They didn't give him a better target. They're like, all right, this is it. We see Ace. Maybe we can blow up the Tidehunter, but no, he just rips the Ravage immediately, hits 5 heroes.
He's still laughing about that toss.
Yeah,
Look at that.
He is. He's having a good time.
I didn't have to do that, guys. That was given to me. You know, I didn't know that you needed uproar stacks to be able to actually. I never played Primal Beast. Maybe Mirror's the same. Maybe he thought he could break the Tidehunter. Because if you do break that Tidehunter and kill him there, that's actually a fantastic kill. Probably the best you can get. Because that's the entire team fight removed. But yeah, without the break, like, I don't know if he didn't know that or miscommunication, thought he was grabbing something else. Like, I don't know what happened. But without that break, that was definitely a game-winning play for Gaming Gladiators.
And you could see in some of these late game fights, like how dominant the Primal Beast is. Like he is doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Like CK pops Phantasm, instantly dead. Like all of the illusions die. So he's very scary. Like Primal Beast can do everything he wants here. But yeah, this was just too far behind at this point. So I think Gaming Gliders a little bit disappointed with their first day performance. We'll luckily be able to talk to one of them in just a moment. So we're going to go to a short break and we'll hopefully be back with an interview here with Gaming Gladiators. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in just a bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
When you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know she's rarer than a 4-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we were never really
we're back as promised here. A final series of the day ends up being a draw between Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. Gaming Gladiators getting a very much needed win here to round out the days. It was, a little bit unfortunate for them. We'll have a moment to speak with them and maybe kind of get some insight as to maybe what happened. Right, Zach?
Yeah, I believe we have Quinn on the line here.
Oh, do we? Do we have Quinn? Is he available already?
Hello,
Heck
hello.
yeah.
How's it going?
Good. Thank you, Quinn, for joining us, man. All right, so I got the hard question. I'll just ask right out of the gate here. Obviously, not an ideal day one for you guys. What was maybe like some of the things that you guys struggled with maybe earlier today versus like obviously going into your final game here?
We sucked a little bit less. I mean, I don't know if there's much of a way to sugarcoat what's going on here. I mean, you can talk about draft stuff. I do think there were some things that we've changed in terms of priority, and maybe that'll fix things working forward. But you can only inhale so much coke before you look at yourself and you're like, hey, yeah, there's a little bit of flaming dumpster fire going on here, and we're just trying to put out the fire. Whether or not we'll be successful, who knows? We're not the fire brigade. We're just figuring things out. So who knows?
Hey, man, that's fair. I appreciate the answer. I didn't want to try not to sugarcoat too much, obviously. But yeah, I mean, you guys looked good in game 2 here against Spirit. I think game 1, there were some issues with the IO Lesh. Was that kind of what hurt you guys the most, or what was kind of your take on that game?
Yeah, IO's not a super balanced hero for sure. We also just fed in some random places. We just closed our eyes. Yeah, I don't know. We just kind of closed our eyes or something. I honestly don't know what's going on. If I knew what was going on, I would fix it. But I can't because I don't. Okay. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Is we're trying to fix stuff, but who really knows why we're sucking?
Okay, that's fair. I mean, honesty is great. I appreciate it. Zach, I'm sure you got a question for him.
Yeah, I mean, that is the hard side of competing, right? Sometimes you do have to face that. So I appreciate that being brought up. That's definitely the tough side that the viewers don't. I feel like they're way too harsh on pros for that. So fun question then. Like you said, a bit rough start. Are you going to go straight into the work then? Or are you going to take a quick break, go eat something like that before just immediately trying to dive into what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to eat. I'm pretty hungry. The schedule is a bit scuffed. The way the timings work out. So yeah, I'll eat something, but yeah, I mean, you gotta talk about stuff and fix stuff. That's the nitty gritty of it. You can't run away from your problems. I mean, if you do, then you get kicked or whatever, your org drops you, whatever, right? So that's less than ideal. So yeah, we'll go fix problems and dive into the muck and mire.
Mm-hmm. All right, then for food, fun question to end us then. Do you like to try new stuff when you're traveling, or do you just go for comfort while you're trying to focus on Dota?
No, I'll eat whatever. I love trying new food. I think, yeah, that's one of the coolest parts, to be honest, of getting to do something so international is you meet people from all over the place. You get to try things from all over the place. You get different perspectives. I think it tends to broaden your horizon a little bit, and food included in that, I think, is just nice to try new stuff.
Awesome. Great to hear.
Yeah, England definitely known as a culinary powerhouse in the world, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, what are you, are you super excited to try some of that stuff?
Yeah, food, good weather. There's a lot of the list goes on. I don't want to, get too personal here. A country can only take so much praise. So I'll just leave it at the good weather and impeccable cuisine.
Of course, Quinn. We have to keep these short and sweet, and obviously, just wanted to get a moment to chat with you about